Hello everyone, today we bring you part 9. First, let's briefly recap the last episode. In a distant galaxy, a fierce war that will determine the fate of the universe is raging. Our protagonist, Zhao Chen, leader of the Xiaolong Legion, uses his exceptional wit and courage to lead his forces, expanding their influence across the stars. He is the hero rising in chaotic times, determined to carve out his own legend in the vast expanse of space. The story begins with Zhao Chen receiving an annual mission to eliminate or control the demon tribe. This task is both a challenge and an opportunity for him, as the downfall of the demon tribe would further solidify the Xiaolong Legion's position in the universe. However, the demon tribe is no easy foe. Their influence is widespread, and they possess formidable military strength. Zhao Chen knows this will be a tough battle. As Zhao Chen strategizes against the demon tribe, a mysterious mechanical tribe appears. They possess advanced technology, capable of controlling interstellar warships with ease. Zhao Chen realizes that an alliance with the mechanical tribe would significantly boost the Xiaolong Legion's power. However, the representative of the mechanical tribe, Ayin, is indifferent to Zhao Chen's proposal and unwilling to join the interstellar conflict. Meanwhile, the demon tribe is not idle. Under the command of their demon king, they begin mobilizing their fleet to attack the angel tribe. Upon learning this, Zhao Chen immediately informs the angel tribe, hoping they will strengthen their defenses. Surprisingly, the angel tribe dismisses Zhao Chen's warning, even suspecting his intentions. The situation grows increasingly complex, and Zhao Chen feels unprecedented pressure. Yet, he does not give up, but instead actively prepares for the impending war. He knows that only through this war can the true strength of the Xiaolong Legion be tested and silence those who doubt him. At this moment, Zhao Chen receives shocking news. An elite fleet of the demon tribe, the Black Angel Legion, has launched a surprise attack on the mechanical tribe. This sudden assault worsens the already tense situation. Zhao Chen realizes this might be a diversion by the demon tribe, with their real target still being the angel tribe. Faced with such a severe situation, Zhao Chen does not retreat, but decides to take action. He orders the Xiaolong Legion to enter a state of combat readiness, prepared to strike at any moment. Simultaneously, he seeks opportunities to find the demon tribe's weaknesses and crush them in one decisive blow. In the ensuing battles, Zhao Chen showcases his military prowess. He commands the Xiaolong Legion, skillfully employing tactics and strategies to successfully repel multiple demon tribe attacks. Each victory amplifies his reputation and boosts the morale of his troops. However, Zhao Chen knows the real test lies ahead. The Demon King has yet to make a personal move, and they have more hidden cards to play. Zhao Chen continues searching for an opportunity to find the Demon King's weakness and end the war once and for all. In this interstellar war, Zhao Chen must not only face powerful enemies, but also deal with internal doubts and unease. Yet, with his wisdom and bravery, he overcomes obstacles time and again, earning the respect and trust of many. His name, Zhao Chen, will become a legend in this galaxy. Finally, in a decisive battle, Zhao Chen leads the Xiaolong Legion in a life-and-death struggle against the demon tribe. The battle is intensely fierce, with both sides paying a heavy price. But in the end, it is Zhao Chen who emerges victorious. He not only defeats the demon tribe, but also captures the demon king, bringing the war to a definitive end. After the war, Zhao Chen does not rest. He knows that more challenges await him in the universe. But he is ready, and no matter what the future holds, he will use the Xiaolong Legion as his sword to protect peace and justice in the galaxy. This is his belief and his mission. And this is just the beginning. That's the recap of Part 8. I hope you enjoy Part 9 today. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you are interested in this story and this is your first time watching, you can start from Part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into Part 9. After boarding the spaceship Pluto, Zhao Chen gently set down the bug princess. He pointed to a slowly moving doorframe robot and said, "Come here. Walk through this little door." The bug princess blinked her big eyes, cautiously eyeing the small door. Zhao Chen explained, "This is just to check if you have any germs or harmful substances on you." Seeing the bug princess still hesitant, he added, "After the check, I'll take you to get something delicious." At the mention of something delicious, the bug princess's eyes lit up, and she immediately walked through the doorframe without hesitation. An information screen appeared next to the doorframe, displaying relevant data. A mechanical voice announced, "Check complete, no harmful substances detected." The bug princess turned around, expectantly looking at Zhao Chen. "Can we go get the good food now?" "Yes." Zhao Chen was about to nod when he suddenly remembered something. "But you need to take a bath first." Hearing that she had to take a bath, the bug princess pouted, looking somewhat displeased. Zhao Chen, noticing this, pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to her. "You can have this first." The bug princess eagerly stuffed the chocolate into her mouth, her eyes widening instantly. So sweet, so delicious. Her mood improved immediately, and she happily followed the leopard woman to wash up. Watching the bug princess's reluctant figure gradually disappear, Zhao Chen turned to Yin beside him. Your master really didn't give any other instructions? Just handed this little one off to me? Yin nodded silently. Zhao Chen inwardly sighed. Everyone loves to pass the buck. However, deciding to take the bug princess was partly out of sympathy and, more importantly, due to her intrinsic value. A creature so heavily protected by a T-6 Zerg mothership and a Zerg fleet must have something special about her. Yin analyzed that flower bud structure is a sealed device that isolates the interior from external detection. The T-6 Zerg mothership probably knew it couldn't avoid the attackers, so it chose to put the little bug into a dormant state, sealing her in that space. Once it was safe, it would automatically activate an external broadcast to seek help. There might be some trigger mechanism that contacted the master. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, then frowned. We need to examine the battle scars on the remnants of those Zerg motherships to determine when this war occurred. Also, what's the deal with the Zerg? From what the little bug said, it seems the original Zerg weren't as bloodthirsty and violent as we thought. Soon, Zhao Chen saw the little bug being carried over by the leopard woman at the starship's dining room entrance. The little bug was pouting, clearly in a bad mood. The leopard woman smiled wryly as she reported to the commander. This little one really didn't want to bathe. She made a fuss as soon as she touched water. In the end, we had to use air cleaning technology. The little bug doesn't like water. The bug princess muttered softly, no longer as timid as when they first met. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. Bugs not liking water does make some sense. But she wasn't that dirty to begin with, so a quick clean should be fine. All right, let's go eat. At the mention of food, the bug princess immediately perked up, darting to Zhao Chen's side, clutching his pant leg, and looking up at him eagerly, like a child looking at their nanny. Zhao Chen led the bug princess and Yin into a private dining room on the starship that had already been set up. The table was laden with pre-prepared dishes. Look at these foods and see if you like them. If not, you can bring up the menu and order something else, Zhao Chen said, pointing to the feast on the table. The bug princess's mouth watered, and without a word, she climbed onto a chair and pointed to the sumptuous spread before her. Can I eat all of this? Yes, you can, Zhao Chen nodded. Zhao Chen watched in amazement as the bug princess devoured the food, reminding him of Annie. Her appetite even surpassed Annie's, and the prepared portions were completely insufficient. After cautiously asking Zhao Chen, the bug princess ordered several more servings. Watching the mountain of food that could bury several bug princesses, Zhao Chen couldn't help but wonder if her stomach was a black hole. After half an hour of voracious eating, the bug princess finally slowed down. Zhao Chen seized the moment to ask his question. Little bug, you mentioned that someone attacked your home. Do you know who it was? The bug princess recalled slowly. It was some pitch-black starships. They came to our world, destroyed our planets, and slaughtered our people. Pitch-black starships. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The answer was almost clear. It was the Dark Legion fleet and the Order. They are all bad, very, very bad. The bug princess said angrily, her eyes flashing with anger and the desire for revenge. Yin suddenly interjected, but don't your Zerg also like to invade other worlds? The bug princess stopped eating, jumped onto the chair, and put her hands on her hips, shouting, that's not true. Why would we invade your homes when we have our beautiful world? Zhao Chen frowned slightly and tentatively asked, little bug, hasn't your species ever waged war against other universes or star systems? There have been wars, but most of the time, they attacked us first, and we fought back, the bug princess said seriously. They were all bad, trying to take our home and our resources. They were the bad ones. Zhao Chen looked at the bug princess earnestly and slowly said, little bug, according to what we know, various interstellar civilizations and factions don't see your Zerg that way. They say you invade other universes, turn planets into breeding grounds, consume the native inhabitants, and create more Zerg fleets to attack more planets. You are seen as a symbol of disaster and destruction. No, that's not true. We're not like that. The bug princess suddenly shouted, tears welling up in her eyes as if she had been gravely wronged. In this vast universe, the Zerg civilization thrives. As the Zerg princess enjoys her meal, she softly reminisces about the good old days. She describes the orderly society of the Zerg. On each planet, every Zerg has its role. Some are responsible for construction, others for growing food, and some for maintaining security. Resources are distributed fairly, and everyone lives in peace and harmony. Listening to her, Zhao Chen couldn't help but raise a question. Even if resources are abundant, your population is vast. Won't there come a day when they run out? Won't you need to expand outward then? The Zerg princess blinked, seemingly puzzled by the question. Why would they run out? We can produce our own resources. Can't humans do that? Produce your own resources? Zhao Chen was momentarily speechless, struggling to grasp the concept. The Zerg princess patiently explained. Most of our materials come from other Zergs' shed shells or excretions. The fertilizer for our crops is also excrement. When some lower-tier Zergs die, Their bodies automatically transform into certain resources, merging with the planet's core and, over long periods, becoming new resources. We only need to control the Zerg population density. Each planet has a queen-like mother Zerg responsible for regulating the number of Zergs on that planet. She continued, so, ever since I can remember, we Zergs have never initiated a war. Instead, it's always been other interstellar forces or fleets from different universes trying to seize our planets and resources, attacking us. As she spoke, a look of grievance appeared on her face. Zhao Chen frowned and thought, if what you say is true, then why do Zerg nests appear in my world periodically, with Zerg fleets invading? The Zerg princess pondered for a moment before recalling. I remember Granny Zerg once said that those evil invaders not only covet our home, but also want to control us. They have the ability to manipulate our lower-tier Zergs. Our Zerg society has hierarchies, and each tribe has a high-level mother Zerg with intelligence. These bad people would first try to control these mother Zergs, and if they couldn't, they would kill them. A Zerg tribe without a mother Zerg would be enslaved by them and become bad Zergs. The ones attacking your world are likely these controlled bad Zergs. It has nothing to do with us. The Zerg princess waved her hands, eager to clear the misunderstanding. Hearing this explanation, Zhao Chen was thoughtful. He recalled dealing with an internal crisis in the Starshine Empire a few years ago, where the Doctor and the rebel Prince Yin had technology to control Zerg corpses with mechanical chips and create mutant Zergs. Clearly, the Doctor or the forces behind him had conducted extensive research on the Zergs. These technologies eerily resembled the abilities described by the Zerg princess. A terrifying hypothesis formed in Zhao Chen's mind. Could the mastermind behind the interstellar Zergs actually be the Order? This guess seemed to explain many doubts. The Dark Legion's fleet attacked from outside the universe, while the interstellar Zergs could build nests within the target universe to launch attacks. Coupled with the Zerg's innate combat prowess, they were undoubtedly ideal puppet minions for the Order. Ian, standing nearby, asked, Little Zerg, do you remember the technological level of your Zergs back in your universe? The Zerg princess, munching on a duck neck, looked at Ian in confusion, seemingly not understanding the term technological level. Ian rephrased her question more directly, can you leave your universe? The Zerg princess nodded. Yes, but Mom says there are bad people outside, so we're not allowed to go out. Can you go to other universes? Ian pressed on. We can. Sometimes, when other universes bully us, Mom leads many Zergs to retaliate, destroying their fleets and military facilities, the Zerg princess replied. Ian continued. About the Granny Zerg you mentioned, how many of her level existed in your home? The mother Zerg you mentioned controlling a planet, is she at that level? The Zerg princess took a sip of her soda, making a satisfied sound, then explained, Granny Zerg is very strong, much stronger than the mother Zerg. The mother Zerg mainly raises young Zergs and doesn't have combat abilities. Granny Zerg can manage them and can oversee multiple star systems. As for how many, I can't remember. Hundreds? Thousands? She shook her head, indicating uncertainty. Ian stopped questioning and gave Zhao Chen a meaningful look. Clearly, the original Zerg civilization the princess belonged to had at least reached AT6 technological level, with Granny Zerg akin to a regional lord ruling over multiple star systems. Zhao Chen noticed a crucial piece of information and asked the Zerg princess, Little Zerg, you keep mentioning your mom. Who is stronger, your mom or Granny Zerg? The Zerg princess thought for a while and replied, I don't know who's stronger. They never fought. But Granny Zerg respects my mom a lot and says she's the hope of the Zergs. Zhao Chen speculated that the princess's mother might be a core figure in the Zerg ruling class, similar to a queen or empress. If so, the princess herself would be a princess. But what made her special? Besides her appetite, she hadn't shown any other unique abilities. Her combat skills weren't impressive either, or Zhao Chen's sixth sense would have sensed it long ago. As Zhao Chen was deep in thought, his little demon secretary knocked and entered, reporting, Commander, the research team has analyzed the battle scars on the Zerg starship wreckage and estimated their age. How long ago? Zhao Chen asked. At least 10,000 years, the secretary replied. 8,000 years? Zhao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the time span. He looked at the feasting bug princess with growing confusion. Zhao Chen, how long do your kind live? Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask. The bug princess lifted her head, her mouth glistening with oil. It depends on the class of the bug. Some live only a few days, while others can survive for thousands of years. High-ranking bugs can enter a state of dormancy, greatly extending their lifespan. As for someone like Bug Granny, I've never seen one die of old age. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. No wonder the Order wants to eradicate your kind. You have such capabilities, he then asked. Do you know how to get back to your universe? Or how to locate it? Without hesitation, the bug princess replied, we use cosmic positioning technology, but it requires specific bug units. Zhao Chen initially thought of extracting some advanced technology from this T6 civilization's bug, But upon reconsideration, he realized that their biological technology was entirely different from the Shalong's. He dismissed the idea. Are you planning to send me home? The bug princess looked at Zhao Chen with excitement. Zhao Chen hesitated. If the war happened 1,000 years ago, her universe might already be conquered or destroyed by the Order. Besides, he currently lacked the ability for inter-universe travel. Sorry, I can't send you back right now. I don't have the means to travel between universes, nor do I know where your universe is, Zhao Chen admitted. The bug princess lowered her head, seemingly disappointed but not overly upset. She remained silent. But you can stay with me, Zhao Chen added. I'll protect you and provide for your daily needs, like this food. Really? The bug princess looked at Zhao Chen earnestly, her eyes shining with hope. Of course. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. The bug princess's face lit up with an innocent smile. With that, Zhao Chen's mission came to a close. After further investigation of the battlefield and determining the coordinates, the Shalong's escort fleet began their return journey. The trip back was much smoother than the way there. Knowing the approximate distance, they used warp travel directly. Within a few hours, the fleet was near the Black Great Wall base. Report, warp travel complete. The fleet is 5 minutes from the target area. The deputy captain reported to Zhao Chen. Send the reconnaissance ship ahead. We'll follow behind. Stay vigilant, Zhao Chen reminded. Although they had been away for less than a month, caution was always wise. Soon, the latest intelligence came in. The Black Great Wall base was still under the control of the mechanical army, but the situation wasn't optimistic. Compared to when they left, the Black Legion fleet had advanced significantly, even damaging 2 sections of the Black Great Wall. 30 T-6 interstellar warships have formed an attack formation in the Black Legion fleet, the Little Succubus secretary reported. They've breached the outermost defenses of the Black Great Wall and are continuing their assault. Battlefield images were transmitted back, clearly showing a breached section of the Black Great Wall, resembling a bitten apple. Commander, what are our orders? The Little Succubus secretary looked at Zhao Chen, awaiting instructions. Zhao Chen squinted, a slight smile forming on his lips. Since we're here, it looks like the Black Legion fleet is our opponent. It would be a waste not to engage them. Relay my orders. The Shalong escort fleet is to prepare for battle. But remember, focus on attrition tactics. Record detailed combat data. It might help us deal with these enemies in the future. Yes, sir. The deputy captain eagerly said about the preparations. After nearly a month of watching others fight while they stood idle, the captain, officers, and crew were itching for action. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the Hades bridge. An AI hologram appeared next to Zhao Chen. Alert! 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 High energy fluctuations detected in compartment U02. Immediate action required. The Hades AI announced in a stiff voice, less advanced than the Dragon Emperor's AI. Zhao Chen's heart sank. U02 was the compartment where he had placed the bug princess. Continue with the battle preparations. I'll handle this, Zhao Chen said, leaving the bridge and heading straight for U02. U02 was a deputy captain's compartment, right next to Zhao Chen's own. He quickly arrived at the door and used his authority to open it. Inside, the lights flickered, and he could hear insect noises. Lights on. Zhao Chen commanded the room's AI. The room's AI is malfunctioning, a broken voice crackled from a snowy screen. Zhao Chen frowned and cautiously entered. When he reached the living room, he was met with a shocking sight. One side of the room featured a large floor-to-ceiling window, offering a view of the vast universe. Inside, the living room looked like a battlefield. A figure stood in midair, only about a meter tall, supported by black, web-like spears protruding from her back. Zhao Chen locked eyes with the small figure. Although she resembled the bug princess, Zhao Chen was certain this wasn't her. Those eyes were filled with malice, anger, and a thirst for blood. The next second, this bug princess let out a piercing insect cry and charged at Zhao Chen. The bug princess suddenly collapsed, clutching her head in agony and rolling on the ground. A large bump quickly formed on her forehead as she cried out in pain. Zhao Chen watched her warily, noticing how the spider spears on her back retracted and turned back into a curved shell. The murderous aura that had filled the room dissipated. It hurts so much. The bug princess curled up, pressing her hands tightly against her head. Once Zhao Chen confirmed the danger had passed, he scanned the room. The smart devices returned to normal, and the flickering lights stabilized. He commanded the room's AI, medical kit. A small robot emerged from the wall, handing over a medical kit. Zhao Chen took out a small device and pressed it against the bug princess's forehead. She immediately relaxed, sinking to the floor with a look of relief. That feels so good, she murmured softly. Hold this in place for 10 minutes, Zhao Chen instructed. It will help with the pain and swelling. The bug princess obediently followed his instructions, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion. What happened? Why did my head suddenly start hurting? Zhao Chen squinted. You don't remember what just happened? The bug princess shook her head innocently. I was just sitting on the bed, about to rest, and then everything went blank. Then my head started hurting, like it does now. Zhao Chen scrutinized her, convinced that the murderous version of her from moments ago was completely different from the innocent figure before him. Did you know you transformed, with spider spears sprouting from your back? Zhao Chen asked directly. Spider spears? The bug princess jumped, reaching behind her but finding nothing. She looked at Zhao Chen in confusion. No, there's nothing there. Zhao Chen fell into thought, a possibility forming in his mind. Could she have another personality within her? His gaze drifted to a spiderweb-like crack on the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, clearly caused by a previous attack. Even the several meter-thick special material had failed to withstand that force. His eyes widened slightly as he turned back to the bug princess. Were you looking outside the window earlier? Outside? What's out there? The bug princess turned to look, and her expression froze. Fear washed over her face like a tidal wave. At the same time, the lights flickered again, and all the smart devices malfunctioned. The bug princess's voice trembled. It's them. They're back. The pitch-black starships. They'll destroy everything. Mom, Granny Bug, everyone. Her expression quickly shifted from fear to anger, then to murderous intent. The curved shell on her back split open, and the spider spears extended like blades. Her eyes lost their innocence, becoming cold and dangerous. Zhao Chen immediately realized the severity of the situation. It's that feeling. Who are you, and why are you inside her body? The bug princess whipped around, her body sticking to the ceiling, supported by the spider spears as if it were solid ground. She assumed an attack stance. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Do you want to get punched again? Remembering the previous encounter, the bug princess maintained her defensive posture, her eyes scanning the room, repeatedly glancing at the door behind Zhao Chen, clearly looking for an escape route. Zhao Chen dragged a chair over and sat between her and the door. Let's talk. I won't hurt you, but I need to know what you are. The bug princess remained wary, curled up in a corner of the ceiling, ready to fight at any moment. Zhao Chen could sense her formidable combat prowess, realizing that even a starship's marine unit and a few T-4 combat mechs might struggle to handle her. Seeing her reluctance to communicate, Zhao Chen punched the wall, his entire arm sinking into the structure. The sight made the bug princess pause. I don't like talking while looking up. Do I need to ask you to come down? Before he finished speaking, the bug princess had already descended, but still used her spider spears for support, her feet off the ground, watching him warily. Zhao Chen began explaining his identity and background, emphasizing that they were not enemies and that the real threat was the pitch-black starships outside. His words seemed to have an effect, as the bug princess's murderous intent noticeably diminished. You're not the enemy. Her voice became strange, less fluent. We're not. We're friends. Zhao Chen shrugged. Although she maintained her combat stance, much of her hostility had dissipated. Now can you tell me what your relationship with this body is? Zhao Chen asked. I'm protecting Xiao Chong. I'm her sister. The bug princess replied with difficulty. Zhao Chen confirmed. You're Xiao Chong's sister, and you're protecting her? The bug princess nodded. Zhao Chen pondered. Is this some form of split personality? The bug princess looked confused. Does Xiao Chong know about your existence? Zhao Chen continued. Do you both lack memories of when the other is in control of this body? Yes. The bug princess answered briefly. Zhao Chen stared at her. Though the earlier attack hadn't posed a threat to him, the bug princess now exuded an unsettling energy. Even without any devices, Zhao Chen could feel the terrifying power within her. This might be the anomaly detected by the Hades. Zhao Chen realized that the secrets surrounding the bug princess were far more complex than he had imagined. Zhao Chen carefully examined the insect queen in front of him, noticing that her intelligence and communication skills were far inferior to the small insect he had encountered before. Despite this, the immense power she radiated was undeniable. Zhao Chen cautiously asked her some questions about order and the insect race, but as he had anticipated, she was clueless. However, when the word order was mentioned, the insect queen's killing intent intensified dramatically, indicating that this word had struck a deep nerve within her. Zhao Chen realized that her appearance might be due to the detection of the Dark Legion fleet's interstellar warships. The current situation made further conversation impossible. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly and said, Listen, I'm on friendly terms with the other consciousness in your body. We are not enemies. In fact, we are somewhat allies. You can see we're fighting against the Dark Legion fleet. Besides, if I truly intended to harm you, do you think you could stand a chance against me? The insect queen stared at Zhao Chen, her aura gradually calming down. Zhao Chen continued, I don't know if you can control when you appear, but for now, you should go back. Next time you come out, try to control your emotions. He pointed to the mess around them. Even though I'm wealthy, repairing all this is still quite expensive. The insect queen seemed to understand Zhao Chen's point. She nodded silently and closed her eyes. Within seconds, the insect spears retracted, transforming back into a harmless-looking carapace. When she reopened her eyes, the previous hostility and murderous intent had vanished, replaced by a confused and innocent expression. Huh, why am I standing here? She asked, bewildered. What are you doing here? What was I just doing? The room returned to normal lighting, and everything seemed peaceful again. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. Do you know there's another soul, or rather, another consciousness, living in your body? Yes, the insect queen responded immediately, surprising Zhao Chen, as the previous insect queen had denied this. How do you know? Zhao Chen probed further. Grandma Insect told me, she explained casually. After I got separated from my mom, I was crying and very scared. Grandma Insect told me I had an older sister who would come out to protect me when I was in danger. It seemed that the insect queen was aware of the other consciousness in her body, although this older sister might not be aware of this situation. Zhao Chen suddenly held the insect queen's shoulders, directing her gaze towards the distant Dark Legion fleet's interstellar warships through the floor-to-ceiling window. Fear and anger resurfaced in her eyes, and Zhao Chen could feel her trembling. However, this time she did not lose control, merely showing fear. It appeared that the Dark Legion fleet was not a direct trigger, and the other insect queen could discern the situation. For instance, she understood that her body was not currently under threat, so she did not emerge. You recognize them, don't you? Zhao Chen pointed at the interstellar warships. The insect queen nodded heavily, her eyes welling up with tears, her voice trembling. Yes, they are the ones who destroyed little insect's home. Seeing the fragile and pitiful child before him, Zhao Chen patted her shoulder and encouraged her. It's okay. They can't hurt you now. Look, we have the power to destroy them. At that moment, the Xiaolong elite fleet had begun attacking the Dark Legion fleet. The first wave was a barrage of interstellar missiles. Despite the possibly special composition of the Dark Legion's interstellar warships, the overwhelming missile assault resulted in numerous warships being obliterated. One by one, the black interstellar warships turned to ashes, showcasing the terrifying power of the T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ships. Next came the heavy artillery barrage. The Sinister Spear-class heavy interstellar artillery ships' volleys caused the front line of the Dark Legion fleet to fall in rows. The Dark Legion fleet soon noticed the sudden attackers and began redeploying a large number of warships to support, increasing the number of targets in front of the Xiaolong elite fleet. The Fire-Killing class heavy carriers continuously deployed interstellar fighter groups and drone swarms, first seizing interstellar air superiority before attacking the enemy warships. The enemy's counterattack came swiftly, but the Mountain King-class heavy interstellar comprehensive strategic escort ship's star shield defense tightly protected the entire fleet. The enemy's counterattack only fueled the Xiaolong elite fleet's combative instincts. The Holy Redeemer-class heavy interstellar armored artillery battleships, Frost Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruisers, Lightning Phantom-class heavy assault interstellar cruisers, and Chaos Knight-class heavy assault interstellar destroyers, the four main warships of the front line, all opened fire, hunting the black interstellar warships like predators. Hit them! Hit them! Zhao Chen heard a voice beside him and turned to see the insect queen pressed against the window, crying out with a mix of tears and rage, eager to join the battle herself. But soon, several enormous black silhouettes appeared among the Dark Legion fleet. These shadowy figures emerged on the front line, engaging the Xiaolong elite fleet. It's here. It's coming. The insect queen's eyes filled with terror once more, her body trembling as if she were witnessing her homeland's destruction under these massive shadows. Zhao Chen fixed his gaze on the interstellar warships, each over 100 kilometers in size. These were the T-6 interstellar warships of the Dark Legion fleet. He quickly scanned the scene and saw 3 of them, all heading towards the Xiaolong elite fleet. It seemed that the brief skirmish had made the enemy aware of the immense threat posed by this relatively small fleet. But instead of fear, Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement. The main event was about to begin, and this was the most crucial part of the battle. He was finally going to see the limits of the Hades-class warship. The battle commenced with the T-5 Crimson Reaper-class heavy interstellar strategic missile ship. Although its missiles were depleted, it had one last ace up its sleeve, the Crimson Ball lightning cannon. Zhao Chen witnessed the astonishing scene. Red energy sphere suddenly appeared among 3 T-6 Obsidian interstellar warships. The red aura rapidly expanded, touching the star shields of the black warships, which thinned visibly but did not completely vanish. No wonder the T-6 starship shields are so tough, Zhao Chen remarked calmly, arms crossed. He wasn't disappointed. After all, a T-5 ship managing to weaken the shields of 3 T-6 ships was already a significant help. Next, the much-anticipated plutonium sword of the Pluto unleashed its power. It first targeted the farthest T-6 Obsidian warship, whose shield was least depleted. A massive beam of light pierced the black void of space, striking the target. The star shield was quickly breached, and the dark armor of the ship was punctured, disintegrating like burnt paper. The Pluto's assault continued as it turned to the nearest T6 Obsidian warship. This ship also fired back, a dark beam hitting Pluto's star shield. The two interstellar warships exchanged their most powerful attacks, testing whose spear was sharper and whose shield was stronger. Standing aboard the Pluto, Zhao Chen felt no fear, only excitement. He marveled at the spectacular sight of the dark beam colliding with Pluto's shield, admiring its beauty. However, the magnificent scene soon concluded. The owner of the dark beam was destroyed, and the Pluto's attack ceased. Its remaining energy reserves were insufficient to take down the last T6 Obsidian warship. 1 against 2, destroying 2 ships, with our star shield losing nearly 2/3 of its energy. Even with the Crimson Reaper's assistance, this performance is on par with 8 T6 starship, Zhao Chen said with satisfaction. Knowing he had the ability to upgrade the Pluto, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, imagining its potential as a T6 ship. So powerful. Princess Insect, wide-eyed, watched in disbelief. She hadn't expected the black behemoths that once terrified her to be so easily annihilated. Zhao Chen tentatively asked Princess Insect, "Your mother is a T6 insect hive, possessing T6 combat power. How difficult is it for her to deal with these guys?" Princess Insect replied, "Mother is very strong, stronger than all the other insect queens. So whenever these big bad guys appear, Mother always takes the initiative to attack. Although she can always defeat them, she gets injured every time." From this, Zhao Chen deduced the combat prowess of Princess Insect's mother. At this moment, more and more Obsidian Fleet starships began to swarm toward the Wyvern Guard fleet. Losing 2 T6 starships was a significant blow to the Obsidian fleet, which had only 30 T6 ships in total. This movement also eased the pressure on the Blackwall defense line. Prepare to retreat, Zhao Chen ordered the bridge. He believed they had achieved their objectives and gained valuable combat experience. To avoid casualties in the Wyvern Guard fleet, it was best to quit while they were ahead. The Wyvern Guard fleet began to fight while retreating. Several hours later, they successfully maneuvered back within the Blackwall defense line, ending their excursion beyond the Blackwall base. Zhao Chen turned to the starstruck Princess Insect. "Do you want to stay here or come with me to the bridge?" Noticing the mess in the room, his expression darkened. "I can provide you with food and drink, but you'll need to compensate for any damage in this room. I'll arrange another room for you, and don't let me see this kind of mess again." "Compensate? But I have no money," Princess Insect said, blinking at Zhao Chen. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen put away a signed IOU with satisfaction and told the puzzled Princess Insect, "Remember, you owe me. Pay me back later." With that, he headed back to the bridge, and Princess Insect followed silently. Upon returning to the bridge, Zhao Chen saw a communication window open in front of Ayin, showing Archangel on the other side. Archangel glanced at Princess Insect hiding behind Zhao Chen. "Is this what you found at the coordinates left by the master?" Princess Insect immediately retorted, "I'm not a thing." Humph. Zhao Chen thought, this guy, not the brightest. Squinting at Archangel, he asked, "What, are you interested in her?" Archangel replied coolly, "Don't overthink it. The master left no orders regarding her. When you bring her back, the master will contact you. Our observation posts report that the Gate of Gaia will open in a week. You can start your journey back then. Also, thank you for your fleet's help on the battlefield." Zhao Chen smirked, looking at the rarely grateful and proud mechanical angel. "Since we have a week, how about hiring us, Archangel? We're quite affordable." Over the next week, Zhao Chen's Xiaolong Guard fleet was stationed along the Black Wall defense line under the employment of Archangel. With 800 T5 class Xiaolong starships performing missions in relatively safe positions, the risk of being destroyed was nearly zero as long as they didn't venture deep into enemy territory. Zhao Chen ordered that if the star shield value dropped below 50, they were to leave the battlefield immediately. After all, this was just a hired mission, and there was no need to risk their lives. Throughout these operations, the Xiaolong Guard fleet not only gathered extensive combat data on the Black Legion's fleet, but also earned a substantial commission. This income was more than enough to cover all the expenses of this deployment, including the cost of the interstellar missiles they fired. What pleased Zhao Chen even more was that the costs for resupply and maintenance after returning home were also covered by their sponsor. Lying on the couch in the ship's bridge, Zhao Chen stretched lazily. He hadn't been idle this week. He used accumulated system points to redeem the third T6 technology, the Pluto-class Interstellar Dreadnought T6 Upgrade Module, T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class Interstellar Dreadnought, its technical blueprints, T6 Dyson Sphere technical blueprints, and T6 Angel City Fortress technical blueprints. He had already started planning the production and manufacturing with Xiaolong Industries upon their return. "How is your home?" the insect queen asked curiously out of the blue. When Zhao Chen thought of home, what came to mind was the Xiaolong star system, not the world of his previous life. He described, "My homeland is beautiful, with no wars. People are well-fed and clothed, free to pursue their dreams. No one dares to bully us, and everyone takes pride in being a citizen of my territory." That's wonderful, the insect queen said reverently. Zhao Chen knew this had stirred memories of her own home. Just then, Ayin reported, Lord, Aji has sent word that the gate of Gaia is about to open. We can prepare for our return. Zhao Chen immediately ordered the fleet to enter level 1 combat readiness and prepare to cross the gate of Gaia in battle formation. Despite their alliance with the mechanical race, he remained vigilant. The Xiaolong Guard fleet crossed the gate of Gaia one by one, with Zhao Chen closely observing the strange scene of celestial bodies within the gate. Soon, the familiar sight of the mechanical court appeared before them. The turrets on the iron walls were all locked onto the position of the gate of Gaia, each one equipped with T5 class starship main cannons. Suddenly, a video window popped up, displaying another leader of the mechanical race, Ajin. He smiled and said, Welcome back. Zhao Chen, Ayin, and Ajin met in the room, and the atmosphere was slightly tense. Ajin quickly explained, Don't misunderstand. This is just the routine state of readiness when the gate of Gaia opens. Zhao Chen didn't seem to mind and casually sat down in a chair, his gaze falling on Ayin. You should have notified me before you set off, Zhao Chen said calmly. Otherwise, my flagship might accidentally fire and destroy your royal court, and that would be troublesome. His words made the atmosphere in the room even heavier, and the others seemed to have thought of the worst possible scenario. However, Zhao Chen remained unfazed, and even Ayin, who had been watching him closely, couldn't help but admire the composure of this dragon lord. Ayin apologized. Sorry, that was my oversight. Zhao Chen lazily asked, So, why did you call me here? If there's nothing urgent, I'd like to go home and get some rest. He was thinking about his 2 wives whom he hadn't seen for over a month. Ajin spoke in a serious tone. Something has happened. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, still speaking calmly. Go on. What is it? Is it the mechanic cult causing trouble again? Or have the demons stirred up something new? He had a premonition, but judging from Ajin's demeanor, the situation didn't seem particularly urgent. Ajin began. You previously mentioned that the demons have 7 hidden starship industrial bases in dimensional space, correct? Zhao Chen nodded. Yes, that's correct. During the battle phase, we found and either controlled or destroyed 5 of them. 2 remain undiscovered. We found them, Ajin said. Or rather, they revealed themselves. Zhao Chen gestured for him to continue, and Ayin also looked on with curiosity. Ajin explained in detail. On the 10th day after you left, 2 unusual energy fluctuations appeared in the northern region of the demon territory. Initially, they were weak but gradually intensified. Both we, the angels, and your dragon clan detected them. We each sent out interstellar scout ships, but they found nothing. Considering the dimensional space technology you mentioned, we conducted a thorough search and soon discovered the dimensional spaces. However, our and the Angel scout ships went missing after entering. Only when one of your Dragon Clan's scout fleets entered did 13 out of 30 ships return, bringing back startling information they found the Zerg in that space. The Zerg? Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. Ayin asked, Is it a cosmic Zerg hive? Ajin shook his head. No, it's a Zerg nest. Zhao Chen heard this term for the first time, and Ajin continued to explain. Initially, we knew nothing about the Zerg nest, but soon, the answer became clear. On the 20th day after you left, the 2-dimensional spaces suddenly lost their concealment and appeared directly in our universe's main space. Ajin displayed related photos and videos with a serious expression. It was a massive black object, resembling a chunk of flesh, but its size was alarming, equivalent to half of the Dragon Star system. Ajin continued, during this period, although these 2 Zerg nests haven't directly threatened us, they are expanding at an astonishing rate. Zerg fleets hunt around the nests, devouring all life, even using giant Zerg creatures to bring asteroids and planets back to the nests to consume. After consumption, the nests rapidly produce a large number of Zerg motherships. Currently, the number of Zerg motherships within the range of these 2 nests has exceeded 1 billion. Hearing this number, Zhao Chen recalled his battles with the Zerg. Although most might be T1 and T2 level Zerg motherships, such a vast number meant the quantity of T4 and T5 levels would also be significant. Zhao Chen asked seriously, Have you found any T6 Zerg motherships? Ajin shook his head. Not yet. Zhao Chen felt slightly relieved but not entirely at ease. He rubbed his nose, considering this might be related to Order, and these Zerg could very well be Order's pawns. Suddenly, he thought of the Zerg Queen and wondered how she would react to these Zerg. What's the situation in the Demon King's galaxy? Zhao Chen inquired. Ajin responded, The situation is currently under our control, but the Demon King's army, upon learning about the emergence of the Zerg nests, seems to see this as their chance to turn the tide. Some fleets that had lost morale are now fighting with a desperate attitude, causing unnecessary casualties. With the growth of the Zerg nests, these 2 tumors must be dealt with quickly, or the number of Zerg fleets will grow exponentially. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. I understand. But I need to discuss these matters with my subordinates after I return. After a month away from the Xiaolong galaxy, Zhao Chen finally felt a sense of relief upon his return. Standing on the bridge of the Pluto, he gazed at the two holographic projections before him, Charlotte and Lilith. "How are things on your end?" Zhao Chen asked directly. The two female officers reported the battlefield intelligence in turn. The main battlefield remained concentrated in the Demon King's castle galaxy, where all the remnants of the Demon King's fleet had gathered, determined to make a last stand. Despite the continuous assaults by the allied forces of the Xiaolong, the Met clan, and the Angel clan, progress was slow, like boiling a frog in warm water. Lilith, with a grave expression, pointed out another potential threat. The two newly emerged Zerg nests and their fleets, if not contained, will become a major problem in the future. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples, deeply troubled by the situation. Fortunately, this threat was currently confined to the remote, desolate northern regions of the Demon Clan, far from the core areas of the Xiaolong, Angel Clan, and Met Clan, buying them some time. Deploy interstellar reconnaissance fleets to closely monitor these two Zerg nests and their related fleets. For now, we can't launch any military operations against them, Zhao Chen said reluctantly. Charlotte agreed and added, although we have the situation in the Demon King's castle galaxy under control, opening a second front now, especially against the vast Zerg fleets, would severely strain our logistics. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement and issued clear instructions. Just keep an eye on the Zerg nests. Our top priority is to capture the Demon King's castle galaxy quickly, preparing for the future Zerg threat and avoiding a two-front war. Understood. The two officers responded in unison. Lilith asked curiously, did you gain anything from your trip through the Gate of Gaia? Zhao Chen didn't hold back and detailed his experiences and the intelligence he had gathered on the other side of the Gate of Gaia. Hearing about the Order, the Zerg, the Black Wall Base, and the Black Legion fleet. Even though they were mentally prepared, Charlotte and Lilith couldn't help but show signs of shock. You mentioned that the Zerg princess is with you now? Lilith asked. That's right. Given her unique identity and abilities, it's best to keep her close until we figure things out, Zhao Chen explained. Lilith quickly grasped Zhao Chen's intention. You plan to use the Zerg princess to deal with the interstellar Zerg problem? Zhao Chen admitted openly. We have a captured Zerg mothership in the lab. I intend to have her conduct some experiments. If the results are as expected, she could become a valuable asset for us. The two female officers agreed with the commander's plan. Zhao Chen then introduced 3 new T6 level technologies he had developed. This news excited both officers, with Charlotte particularly interested in the upgrades for the Pluto, while Lilith was fascinated by the T6 Dyson sphere. I'll be staying in the Xiaolong galaxy for a while to assist the chief engineers with the production and construction work. Upgrading the Pluto, building the T6 Dyson sphere, and constructing the T6 Angel City Fortress are all crucial. The latter, especially, will be vital as a stronghold against the massive Zerg fleets in future battles, Zhao Chen continued. He turned to Charlotte and asked, do you think upgrading the Pluto now will affect our frontline operations? Even with multiple industrial bases working together, the entire process will take 3 to 5 months, meaning it won't return to the battlefield until early next year. Charlotte thought for a moment before replying, the Pluto's role on the battlefield is currently limited. While it could enhance our attack efficiency in the Demon King's castle galaxy, considering the future threat from the Zerg nests, I believe the upgrade should take priority. All right, let's proceed with that plan, Zhao Chen decided. After a brief conversation with the two officers, the communication ended. Zhao Chen stretched and looked around his empty office, feeling a sudden pang of loneliness. Everyone was at the front lines, leaving him with no one to hang out with. Suddenly, he remembered something. Zhao Chen tapped his desk a few times, making 3 briefcases appear out of thin air. He tapped the desk again, and the office door was soon knocked on. Commander, may I come in? Came the voice of the leopard woman from outside. She entered the room. With Lilith away, the leopard woman had taken on some secretarial duties. Carry these 2 for me, Zhao Chen said, pointing to 2 of the briefcases while he picked up the third. We're heading out. The leopard woman silently followed Zhao Chen. He walked out of the office and went to the door of the adjacent room, using his authority to unlock it. Inside, he found the Zerg princess wrapped in a blanket, staring at a holographic screen that was playing a movie from this world. Come out, Zhao Chen said, turning off the holographic display. Huh. The Zerg princess looked at Zhao Chen in confusion, the bag of chips in her hand snatched away by him, who then tossed it into his mouth. While chewing, Zhao Chen threw the briefcase at the Zerg princess. You still owe me. You've been freeloading here, so it's time to do some work. Come with me. On the long corridor of the T5 Galaxy-class large-scale industrial base number 1, teams of technicians walked by, greeting Zhao Chen as they passed. Good day, Commander. Their eyes, however, were drawn to the peculiar small figure at the commander's feet. It was a little girl, about a meter tall, with a brown, arched shell on her back that resembled a backpack from afar. She was struggling to carry a suitcase half her height, her short legs moving quickly to keep up with Zhao Chen. Due to her short legs, she had to take 2 or 3 steps for every one of Zhao Chen's. The comical scene was oddly endearing. As they approached an open office, Zhao Chen could hear a series of commands coming from inside. Annie, take a look at these documents. The lower department needs them. Annie, see if we can streamline this production process to save time. Annie, the tech team developed this component. If we follow this design, we can reduce material consumption by 20 for this part of the starship. Verify if that's correct and if it will affect the starship. Annie. Before Zhao Chen could step inside, a hand rested on the doorframe, and a face, pale and ghostly, appeared. Annie, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, clung to Zhao Chen's leg like a lifeline, sobbing, "Commander, I can't do this anymore. Wah. Nana. She's simply wah." Zhao Chen looked bewildered, his gaze shifting between the aggrieved Annie and the calm Nana inside. "What's going on with you two? Explain," he said, sitting down and eyeing the sisters suspiciously. "She's exploiting me." Annie pointed accusingly at her sister Nana. Nana replied calmly, "I am not." "You say you're not? I've been sleeping less than 5 hours a day for a month. Look at my dark circles. They're almost black holes." Annie pointed at her dark circles, protesting. "Less than 5 hours of sleep? That does seem excessive," Zhao Chen said, turning his gaze to Nana. Nana, unfazed, presented a report with a cartoon figure of Annie on top. "Your average sleep time over the past month has indeed been 5 hours. However, you also spend an average of 5 hours a day on games, movies, figures, and other entertainment. But, I still worked for 14 hours a day. Commander, according to our regulations, soldiers should not work more than 50 hours a week. That's an average of 7 hours a day. I'm working nearly twice that, and Nana keeps pushing me," Annie argued, feeling wronged. Zhao Chen averted his eyes, realizing this might be related to the tasks he assigned. Nana, hands on her hips, scolded her sister. "The commander gave us this work to prove our capabilities. Are we really going to quibble about work hours? Without the commander's tasks, we wouldn't have the lives we have now. Also, I admit you work more than 10 hours daily, but you haven't missed a single overtime payment, right? And every task I assigned came with rewards like figures, games, and other entertainment items, which I bought for you. You took the rewards, but you won't finish the tasks?" Annie was momentarily speechless under the rebuke. "You used your salary to buy things for Annie?" Zhao Chen looked at Nana in surprise. Nana nodded, nonchalantly. "Yes. You pay us well, and the standard meals are already quite high. We can't spend all of it. To motivate my sister, I give her task rewards. Initially, she completed the tasks on time, but now she's starting to slack off. A perfect employee. Even spending your own money to boost another's efficiency," Zhao Chen said, his eyes moist with emotion. Annie was rendered completely speechless. "All right, let's not dwell on this. Annie, try to balance work and rest better. Entertainment is fine, but it shouldn't cut into your sleep time," Zhao Chen mediated, trying to resolve the issue. "It's lunchtime. Let's go eat." Nana reluctantly looked at the files on her desk, while Annie shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm not going. I'm not hungry." Zhao Chen was surprised. Annie usually was the most eager when it came to meals. "Why?" he asked curiously. "Every time we eat, you have some ulterior motive," Annie muttered. Zhao Chen chuckled and signaled the leopard woman behind him to bring the suitcase. He also took the suitcase from the insect girl beside him. The table was too high for the little girl to reach. The insect girl almost stumbled forward when her hands were free, but managed to steady herself, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. "I really don't understand this body. 2 consciousnesses, but do I have 2 bodies? The insect girl's stamina wasn't this poor before," Zhao Chen pondered. "All right, let's skip the meal for now. Here are 3 sets of T6 technology blueprints. I need you to arrange production tasks as soon as possible," Zhao Chen said, opening the suitcases to reveal the meticulously prepared T6 technology construction plans. "T6 again." Nana's eyes sparkled, while Annie slumped against the wall, realizing she couldn't escape the workload. "Priority goes to upgrading the Pluto-class ship, followed by the T6 Dyson sphere construction. The site selection is crucial. We can discuss this in detail later," Zhao Chen briefed them. After some time, Zhao Chen felt a tug on his sleeve and looked down to see Annie's resentful face. "What's wrong?" "Let's go eat," Annie said softly. "Didn't you say you weren't hungry?" Zhao Chen teased. "I'm hungry now. I want to eat." Annie pouted. "If I can't avoid some things, I might as well enjoy the meal." Annie's lips glistened with oil as she hadn't finished gnawing on the beef leg in front of her. Her hand restlessly reached for the plate beside her, feeling around. Confused, she looked up to see the empty plate on her left. "Where's my beef leg?" Annie exclaimed, as if her home had been robbed. Suddenly, a faint sound came from under the table. Annie turned her head and discovered a little girl, about a meter tall, sitting nearby, holding the half-eaten beef leg and looking at her timidly. Annie's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Who is she?" she asked. Zhao Chen explained. "Her name is Chongji, but you can call her Zhao Chen. I brought her back from outside. She has a connection with the insect tribe. I need to study her further later. Insect tribe? The term made everyone at the table pause for a moment, but they only glanced at Chongji before returning to their own affairs. Nana was engrossed in studying 3 sets of documents given by the commander, while the Spider Queen, Elise, who had rushed over, was beside her. The 2 chief engineers exchanged a few words occasionally. Annie, however, was fascinated by Chongji, pointing at the large beef leg in Chongji's hand and then at the pile of dishes next to the chair. She asked in astonishment, "Did you eat all of these? Do you like eating too?" Chongji nodded, causing Annie's eyes to sparkle as she sized up the smaller, seemingly easy-to-bully girl. "Would 99 points of goodwill be enough? If not, I can give more. Don't be shy. Tell Sister Annie what you want to eat." "Here, Sister Annie calls the shots," Annie declared confidently, pounding her chest, completely forgetting that Zhao Chen was actually footing the bill for this meal. Upon hearing this, Chongji's eyes lit up as she looked at Annie. The 2 began selecting from the menu: beef legs, lamb legs, pork legs, horse legs, and various fish dishes. Annie, acting like a big spender, ordered more than a dozen dishes at once. Zhao Chen suddenly interrupted. "Whoever orders the food is responsible for finishing it. If you don't, it will be deducted from your salary. No takeaways allowed." Annie's heart skipped a beat. After a moment of hesitation, she canceled half of the dishes. Let's start with these." Ignoring the 2 voracious eaters across from him, Zhao Qian turned to Nana to discuss 3 technological projects. He emphasized that the T6 Dyson sphere technology could significantly alleviate energy pressures, but site selection was crucial. After constructing a Dyson sphere, the star system would lose its original light and heat. Even in multi-star systems, losing one star would greatly impact the environment. Nana nodded in agreement, having already considered this point. She opened the map of the Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group's territory and pointed out that the best choice would be the Xiaolong 15-star regions. These regions, once controlled by the mechanical tribe, had many uninhabited star systems suitable for constructing Dyson spheres with minimal external impact. Nana detailed her analysis, stating that even a preliminary screening revealed 765 stars fully meeting the requirements, involving 368 star systems. Considering the gradual integration of the 3 major empires' industries into the Xiaolong Group system, constructing a few Dyson spheres within the Empire's territory could significantly ease their energy needs. Zhao Chen listened silently, already forming a plan to establish the Xiaolong Dyson Sphere Energy Group, controlling over 80% of the 3 major empires' energy supply. When the time came, a single command from him could cause all industries in the 3 empires to collapse. Nana continued to marvel at the technology's wonders. Although the Dyson sphere theory had been around for a long time, it was challenging to implement due to its low cost-benefit ratio. However, this new technology could convert the collected stellar energy into a new form of energy 10 times more efficient, greatly enhancing its cost-effectiveness. The Spider Queen, Elise, added that based on a standard star's volume, the construction cost would be only 10 trillion star coins, but the quarterly output value could reach 10 trillion, with an annual value of 40 trillion star coins. Nana pointed out the only drawback: the lengthy construction time. Even with AT-5 galactic-level interstellar industrial base, it would take 5 months. Zhao Chen smiled, acknowledging this as the sole downside, but many technological requirements were low enough that T3-level industrial technology could handle them. They could involve the Bayin Group in the construction project. Finally, Zhao Chen and the 2 chief engineers finalized the first batch of Dyson sphere construction plans. Considering potential resistance from the 3 major empires' populations, all 10 initial spheres would be built around major resource mining areas in the Xiaolong 15-star regions. They aim to complete a few by the end of the year and have all finished and delivered by January next year. By then, the Xiaolong Group would receive a stable energy supply worth 30 trillion star coins monthly. Zhao Chun stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a steaming beverage. His gaze pierced through the transparent glass, landing on the awe-inspiring 100-kilometer-long shipyard before him. No matter which direction he looked, his vision was stretched to its limit, only to be met by the colossal mechanical structures on either side, seemingly endless. At that moment, a technician approached Chief Engineer Nana, who stood beside Zhao Chen, and reported, "Chief, the construction of the super shipyard is complete. All tasks at Galaxy Base 1 have been finished." Nana responded succinctly, "Good. Proceed with docking the Hades-class interstellar dreadnought." "Yes, ma'am." The technician immediately sprang into action. "This is Galaxy Base 1. Hades, please follow our guide ships and enter the super shipyard." Zhao Chun turned to the visibly exhausted Nana, concerned, and said, "You've worked hard." For the past 3 days, Nana had barely slept, tirelessly overseeing the upgrade plan for the Hades. Zhao Chun had been assisting her throughout. If he hadn't insisted she take breaks, Nana might have worked herself to complete exhaustion. After all, 100-kilometer-long interstellar warship returning for upgrades is no small matter. Without the T-5 Galaxy-class interstellar industrial base, no shipyard on Earth could accommodate such a behemoth. Nana had to relocate all ongoing projects from Base 1 to Base 2 and reconfigure the internal structure of the base. This flexibility is one of the hallmarks of the Galaxy-class interstellar industrial bases, where internal structures can be adjusted like building blocks to meet various construction needs. The Hades docking process was slow and precise, taking a full 5 hours. Due to limited internal space, the Hades couldn't use its own engines and had to rely on hundreds of unmanned tugboats to carefully guide it into the super shipyard. Once the Hades was fully docked, the massive doors on either side slowly closed, completely isolating the interior from outer space. Countless mechanical arms extended, attaching themselves to the surface of the Hades. At last, the Hades interstellar engines could be completely shut down, the first rest since its construction. The crew aboard the Hades also welcomed a rare extended leave. They would undergo health checks, attend further training, or be reassigned to other starships. The upgrade would take several months, making it impractical to have everyone wait idly. Zhao Chen patted Nana on the shoulder and solemnly said, "I'm entrusting the Hades to you." Nana's eyes sparkled with determination. "Rest assured, Commander. We'll make sure the new Hades emerges more powerful than ever." Satisfied, Zhao Chen nodded and prepared to head to his next destination. His flagship had also been switched from the Hades to a T-5 interstellar warship. Meanwhile, Annie was tearfully saying goodbye to Xiao Chong. She crouched by the window, watching the shuttle fly farther away, her face wet with tears. It was as if she could still feel the warmth of Xiao Chong's hand in hers. Unable to bear her sister's melodramatic farewell, Nana grabbed her by the collar and said bluntly, "You've had your fun these past few days. Now get back to work." With that, she dragged the still shouting Xiao Chong, Annie towards the office. On the shuttle, Zhao Chen observed the previously emotional Chong Ji, now calm. He asked curiously, "So, you and Annie became that close in just a few days?" Chong Ji, seated next to Zhao Chen, handed him some snacks from her large backpack and calmly replied, "I don't know. In the movies Annie showed me, friends part like this." Taking the snacks, Zhao Chen then asked if Chong Ji had ever tried communicating with order-controlled interstellar insects. She shook her head, explaining that she had always been protected by her mother and the insect granny. Zhao Chen then detailed the upcoming plan. First, they would visit a lab specializing in captured interstellar insects for her to attempt communication. If successful, they would proceed to 2 permanent cosmic insect nests to interact with the insects in a real space environment. He emphasized the potential dangers of the latter, but assured her of his protection. Chong Ji nodded in agreement, saying it aligned with her interests. She believed that controlling these interstellar insects might provide opportunities for revenge against the Order, reclaiming her homeland, and finding her mother. She resolutely declared, "I want to become stronger." Zhao Chen extended his hand, saying, "To a successful partnership." Chong Ji extended her hand as well, replying, "To a successful partnership." Xiaolong Star System, First Zerg Research Institute. This hollowed-out asteroid floated in the dark expanse of space. Zhao Chen's command ship slowly approached and docked beside it. A shuttle launched from the starship and entered the asteroid's interior. Inside the hangar, the shuttle landed smoothly. Zhao Chen was the first to step out, followed closely by a timid Zerg princess. She clutched the hem of Zhao Chen's uniform with her tiny hand, her eyes filled with unease in the unfamiliar environment. Over this period, Zhao Chen had been her constant companion, and she had come to rely heavily on him. Several researchers in white lab coats were already waiting in the hangar. The Zerg princess shrank back, hiding behind Zhao Chen and eyeing them warily. "Is everything ready?" Zhao Chen asked. The head researcher stepped forward. "Commander, everything you requested has been prepared." Her curious gaze fell on the Zerg princess. "Then lead the way," Zhao Chen said, taking the Zerg princess's hand and following. As they walked, Zhao Chen explained to the Zerg princess, "Little bug, this is where we study the interstellar Zerg that invade our universe. We detain injured Zerg motherships or other Zerg units here to research their value. For example, we examine what can be utilized from their bodies or determine which weapons can cause the most damage to Zerg motherships on the battlefield." The Zerg princess remained silent, but noticeably more apprehensive. Suddenly, Zhao Chen stopped, and she bumped into his back. "What you are about to see might be hard to accept. You can still choose to leave now," Zhao Chen said, turning to look at her. The Zerg princess hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and asked, "Do you think I'm like them?" Zhao Chen smiled and patted her head. "Of course not. The Zerg are just another interstellar species in my eyes, like humans, angels, demons, or machines. If it weren't for their bloodthirsty, violent nature and their unprovoked invasions that bring doom to other planets, I'd have no special opinion about them. You haven't harmed us or invaded our world, so you're not our enemy. But the Zerg detained here are war criminals. They are our enemies." The Zerg princess nodded firmly. "I understand. I'm a good bug, and the ones locked up here are bad bugs. My mother said that anyone who invades someone else's home must pay the price. These bad bugs invaded your home, so it's your right to deal with them as you see fit. Zhao Chen took her hand again and continued walking. The walls of the corridor gave way to transparent glass, revealing enclosed testing chambers. In front of the first glass pane, Zhao Chen saw a T2 Zerg mothership hooked up to numerous tubes, with a third of its body missing and barely surviving through the connections. Despite being mentally prepared, the Zerg princess couldn't help but cover her mouth in distress at the sight. Zerg princess, you mentioned before that higher order Zerg can control lower order ones. Can you try to control them now? Does this glass affect you? Zhao Chen asked. She shook her head. The glass doesn't affect me. Normally, we can sense lower order Zerg even across star systems. If necessary, we establish a hive network to communicate directly through consciousness. She closed her eyes and faced the T2 Zerg mothership. Suddenly, the T2 Zerg mothership began to struggle violently, the chains creaking as if they might snap at any moment. The Zerg princess retreated behind Zhao Chen, her complex emotions turning to vigilance. What happened? Zhao Chen asked. It's a bad bug. It won't obey and tried to attack me. I don't like it, she replied. So, you can't control it? The Zerg princess nodded. I tried to connect with its mind, but it resisted. Its thoughts are unlike normal Zerg. I felt an aura of slaughter and madness immediately. They have gone insane. No way to correct it? Zhao Chen asked with a frown. She shook her head. No way, they are broken. Zhao Chen frowned deeply. This was the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. If the Zerg princess could wrest control of these Zerg from their chaos, they might have been used directly on the battlefield. Unfortunately, this plan seemed doomed to fail. Let's keep moving, Zhao Chen said, leading her onward. They passed through dozens of rooms, observing everything from swarms of T1 flying Zerg, T2 hydralisks, T3 suicide beetles, and T3 corruptors, to the remains of massive T4 Zerg motherships. This research institute was the most extensive and successful in known space regarding Zerg studies. Throughout their walk, the head researcher continually reported recent findings to the commander, such as newly discovered weaknesses in Zerg motherships or the special uses of certain body parts. Zhao Chen noticed that the Zerg princess's gaze grew increasingly cold as she looked at the imprisoned Zerg, as if they were no longer her kin. Little bug, how do you feel about them now? Zhao Chen asked. They are no longer part of our Zerg. They are bad bugs, she replied flatly. It seems this experiment is concluded, Zhao Chen said, noticing a large door at the corridor's end. What's beyond that door? Following the commander's orders, the head of the research facility began to open the gate. As the heavy metal door slowly slid open, a strong odor hit them. The head explained while guiding Zhao Chen and the insect princess into the massive storage room. This is where we keep all the Zerg corpses sent to our facility. Our mission is to study the interstellar Zerg, and various locations send captured Zerg units here. Most of them are critically injured and die shortly after arrival. Combined with those that die during experiments, the number of corpses has surged. The head handed Zhao Chen and the insect princess each a mask and donned one himself. The smell is quite strong inside. You'll need to change clothes and disinfect when you come out, he reminded them. The three stood on the stairs, surveying the surroundings. The storage room was piled high with Zerg corpses, some so mutilated they were unrecognizable. Zhao Chen scanned the room but found nothing of value, and was about to leave when he noticed the insect princess standing still. Zhao Chen, let's go back, Zhao Chen called out. No response. Zhao Chen. He walked closer and was shocked to see tears streaming down her face inside the mask, blurring it entirely. The insect princess removed her mask, her face streaked with tears, and pointed at the corpses, her voice choked with emotion. They say. They want to go home. Zhao Chen was stunned. Go home? Didn't you say you couldn't connect with them? And they're dead. How can you hear their voices? The insect princess softly replied. Zhao Chen doesn't know. Zhao Chen just hears them wanting to go home. Zhao Chen sighed. But how can they go home? The insect princess cautiously asked. Can you give them all to Zhao Chen? Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, you need to tell me what you plan to do. The insect princess seemed unsure how to explain and instead jumped onto the stair rail, spreading her arms and closing her eyes, facing the sea of corpses. Suddenly, countless dandelion-like objects emerged from her body and floated toward the Zerg corpses. These dandelions quickly turned into brown seeds upon landing on the bodies, then cracked open, releasing small insects. These insects began devouring the corpses and grew at an astonishing rate. Zhao Chen watched as one tiny insect, initially the size of a thumb, expanded to the size of a small car within 10 minutes. What are these things? Zhao Chen was astounded. The head of the research facility, recording and analyzing, explained, these should be Zerg spores, a reproduction method for the Zerg. High-level Zerg motherships have specialized spore chambers, similar to human ovaries, where they store large numbers of spores and release them in suitable environments. This is why the interstellar Zerg can expand so quickly. Zhao Chen frowned, recalling the previous disaster caused by the Zerg spore virus. About 10 minutes later, the insect princess opened her eyes, returned to Zhao Chen's side, and explained, "This is what I intend to do. These small insects will consume the corpses and grow into large ones. Then they can return to our homeland, effectively taking these Zerg back home. In our Zerg culture, physical death isn't true death. Our kin consume the bodies of the deceased, carrying their will forward. I want to take them home." Zhao Chen asked, "So, you can control them now?" The insect princess nodded. An idea suddenly struck Zhao Chen, and he asked seriously, "If you had more Zerg corpses, could you turn them all into Zerg under your control?" The insect princess thought for a moment and replied, "It should be possible. Xiao Chong can't control the bad Zerg outside, but Xiao Chong can control these ones." Zhao Chen immediately turned to the head of the research facility and arranged a new experiment to execute one of the bad Zerg and see if the insect princess could use its corpse to generate controllable Zerg. The experiment went smoothly. The newly generated Zerg were entirely under the insect princess's control and no longer exhibited their bloodthirsty and violent traits. When Zhao Chen and the others approached several tank-sized flesh bugs, these creatures cowered timidly, showing no aggression. Zhao Chen even had others test this, and no matter how close or physical they got, the bugs displayed no hostility, a stark contrast to the savage interstellar Zerg they had encountered before. This validation gave Zhao Chen greater confidence in his plan. After cleaning up, Zhao Chen and the insect princess went to a private room. "Xiao Chong, I need to discuss something with you." Zhao Chen began directly. "We talked about working together before. You want to return to your homeland and seek revenge against the Order. All of this requires formidable combat power. As you can see, my forces are fighting against the Order. Would you be willing to use your abilities for this cause? I will help you build a Zerg fleet of your own." Zhao Chen looked intently at the insect princess and shared his idea. In the end, under Zhao Chen's persuasion, the insect queen agreed to follow his plan. Orders from Zhao Chen soon began to spread. First, he established a dedicated insect breeding base in an uninhabited star system within the 15-star region of Xiaolong. All collected interstellar insect corpses were centralized there, with the insect queen responsible for cultivating new insects. Zhao Chen was secretly pleased. These insect corpses, once merely raw materials, were now becoming part of his mobilizable insect fleet. With 2 permanent cosmic insect nests providing a continuous supply of raw materials and the presence of over 1 billion insect motherships on the other side of the universe, Zhao Chen's insect resources seemed inexhaustible. After leaving the Xiaolong star system, Zhao Chen went to check on the construction progress of the T6 Fury Goddess-class interstellar artillery ship. Chief Engineer Spider Queen Iris accompanied him, assuring him that the warship would be completed and operational by the end of the month. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, observing the colossal vessel in the dock, now in the outfitting phase. However, recalling the incomplete quarterly task from last month, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. The task required him to locate and destroy 7 hidden demon starship factories, but he only managed to complete 5. Missing out on the task points meant he couldn't redeem new T6 series technology items, a disappointing setback. After bidding farewell to Spider Queen Iris, Zhao Chen returned to his flagship. As he admired the nearly finished Fury Goddess through the porthole, he reviewed the new quarterly task, this year's final one. The task was straightforward: conquer the Demon City star system within 3 months. Calculating the time, Zhao Chen believed it was sufficient and decided to discuss it with Charlotte. Back on his flagship, Zhao Chen ordered a direct course to the Xiaolong 1st Legion's base at the Demon City star system battlefield. During the journey, he opened the system interface to check the updated T6 merchandise. 3 new options appeared: T6 Iron Star Fortress, T6 Holy Dragon Emperor Upgrade Module, and T6 Seraph Crossbow Class Interstellar Long-Range Hunter Ship. Each option was tempting, but lacking task points, Zhao Chen had to suppress his desire for now. Upon reaching his destination, Zhao Chen finally returned to his true flagship, the Dragon Emperor. As he stepped onto the bridge, a familiar atmosphere greeted him, and the crew saluted him. The insect queen, hiding behind Zhao Chen, curiously observed the vast bridge space. Lilith approached, teasingly glancing at the insect queen behind Zhao Chen. "So, this is what you brought back from that world? I knew our commander never returns empty-handed, but isn't this a bit too small? How did you manage, Commander?" Feigning anger, Zhao Chen kicked at Lilith, who deftly dodged. Charlotte, standing nearby, silently watched the scene, a faint smile on her lips. "Don't be afraid, they are my most trusted subordinates," Zhao Chen introduced to the insect queen. "Charlotte, Lilith." The 2 women stepped forward to greet the insect queen. Charlotte maintained a composed demeanor, while Lilith showed great interest in the little creature. With her silver tongue, Lilith quickly bridged the gap between them. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen and Charlotte turned aside to discuss the situation of the Dragon Corps in the battlefield. Zhao Chen got straight to the point. "What's the current status?" Can we take the Demon King star system before the end of the year? Charlotte opened the star map, revealing the state of the Demon King star system. Compared to before Zhao Chen went to the Gate of Gaia, the black areas within the system had significantly shrunk, like a half-eaten apple. Over the past 2 months, our allied forces have lost 300,000 starships to destroy 900,000 enemy ships. The Dragon Corps' losses are only 30,000 ships, Charlotte explained. Our minimal losses are not due to shirking responsibility, and both the angel and demon races are aware of this. Our starships are more robust and can withdraw even when damaged. We now operate exclusively with T4 and T5 level ships, whereas other races still use some T3 level ships, and their T4s don't match our standards. In short, Dragon Corps ships are tougher. She pointed to the position of the Demon King star system and continued. Although there are still 1.8 million demon starships in the system, a third of them are damaged to varying degrees. We estimate their industrial facilities are limited, making short-term repairs difficult. This works in our favor. As for capturing the Demon King star system before the year's end, it's theoretically possible. It depends on how much risk you're willing to take, Charlotte said seriously. Additionally, we need to consider some risks. Are you referring to the 2 insect hives? Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte nodded in confirmation. Based on the information you provided, we suspect these 2 insect hives are linked to the Mechanist cult and the Demon King's faction. Despite our continuous attacks on the Demon King star system, their billions of insect fleet have remained inactive, as if they've abandoned the place. I suspect it's a ploy, waiting for the right moment. She pointed to the star map again. If it were me, I'd strike when the Dragon Corps and the allied forces are deeply engaged with the Demon King's defenders. If you're not in a hurry, we could adopt a slow-boiling strategy while keeping a close watch on these 2 insect hives. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen made a decision. Regardless, we must capture the Demon King star system before the end of the year. I understand the risks, but if we take it slow, who knows if the enemy might outmaneuver us. If the enemy doesn't act, we can't find their weaknesses. Forcing them to move gives us the opportunity. This decision was not only for the quarterly task, but also Zhao Chen's genuine thought. Ever since learning about the existence of order, he remained highly vigilant against any potential threats in the universe. Understood, Charlotte responded. I'll minimize casualties and guard against potential dangers, while ensuring we capture the Demon King's star system by year-end. She had no objections to the commander's decision and began formulating the best execution plan. This was precisely why Zhao Chen entrusted her with all military affairs. Zhao Chen then inquired about the current state of the Dragon Corps. Charlotte reported, we've already replenished the 30,000 ships we lost earlier. The 17th Corps is nearing completion, and the 18th, 19th, and 20th Corps are expected to be fully operational in the last 3 months of this year. By then, we'll have a full complement of 20 Corps, totaling over 600,000 starships. Among them, there are over 2,000 T5 level ships, surpassing the combined T5 fleets of all known forces in the universe. The rest are all T4 level ships. At this point, a proud expression appeared on Charlotte's face. The powerful industrial base had enabled the Dragon Corps to achieve such astonishing shipbuilding capabilities, even producing T5 level ships on an assembly line. The Dragon series had become the preferred brand of starships in the known universe, with sales versions in high demand. On the black market, Dragon ships fetched astronomical prices, such as a T2 Black Rhino-class heavy assault frigate originally priced at 2 million star coins, now going for 6 million star coins. 20 Dragon Corps. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Commanding hundreds of thousands of starships across the galaxy was a scene he couldn't have imagined when he first arrived in this world. He suddenly leaned close to Charlotte's ear and teased softly, "Didn't you say you only wanted to stay with me for 3 years? It's been almost 3 years on both sides, and now it's nearly the 3rd set of 3 years. Do you still want to leave?" Zhao Chen stood outside the cage, extending his hand to the Halfric warrior clad in leather and cloth. He made a tempting offer, "Fight for me, and I will redeem all your Halfric subordinates. In 3 years, you'll all be free." 6 years later, Charlotte reminisced about that decisive moment, a slight smile playing on her lips. She stepped forward until only 10 centimeters separated her from Zhao Chen, their breaths mingling. With her hands on her hips and head held high, she provocatively said, "What 3-year promise? I don't remember that. Are you trying to ditch me and our child?" Zhao Chen was about to retort when he froze. "What did you just say?" he asked, grabbing Charlotte's shoulder. Charlotte's eyes flickered, but she couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips. "I didn't say anything." She tried to sidestep, but Zhao Chen caught her by the tail. He pressed her into the captain's chair and demanded, "Did you mention our child?" Charlotte still refused to admit it. Zhao Chen started tickling her, and soon she was laughing uncontrollably. At this moment, Lilith walked over and advised, "Charlotte, just tell him." She was worried you'd be concerned and wanted to wait until the war was over. Zhao Chen stopped, looking at Charlotte in disbelief. "Is it true?" Charlotte nodded with a hint of resentment. Yes, we have a child. Turning to Lilith, Zhao Chen stammered. I'm going to be a father? Lilith smiled and added. Twins, actually. The news left Zhao Chen's mind blank, emotions swirling. He dazedly asked, when did this happen? Lilith explained. It was discovered during a checkup, half a month after you left. Zhao Chen, bursting with excitement, picked Charlotte up and spun her around, shouting, I'm going to be a dad. His voice echoed throughout the bridge. Dizzy, Charlotte called for him to stop, and Zhao Chen carefully set her down. He asked worriedly, are you okay? You still have so many battles to handle. Charlotte immediately retorted, we Halforks are tough. My mother could still take down 2 minotaurs when she was having me. Zhao Chen turned to Lilith for confirmation. Learning that Halforks had strong constitutions and the starship had excellent medical facilities, he felt somewhat reassured. He suggested assigning guards and a physician to Charlotte, to which she reluctantly agreed. Zhao Chen then began peppering Lilith with questions about childbirth, completely forgetting the ongoing war, already acting like an expectant father. Zhao Chen's fatherly emotions finally subsided. Clearing his throat, he glanced around the bridge. The crew members, who had been holding back their laughter, quickly returned to their posts. Where were we? Zhao Chen turned to Lilith. Lilith promptly replied, we just finished discussing the 20 Legion fleets that are about to be completed. Zhao Chen nodded and continued. Now that we've covered the military matters, let's talk about the development of our territories. Have you been keeping track? Lilith raised her hand to display a star map of the known universe. The map clearly marked the territories of various factions. The 3 major empires and the Xiaolong Galactic Consortium's areas in gold, the angels in white, the demons in black, the mechanoids in bronze, and the 2 controlled Zerg nests in blood red. Scanning the map, Zhao Chen was surprised to see that Xiaolong's influence had quietly expanded to cover a quarter of the known universe. Lilith began her detailed report. Our newly expanded territories are mainly concentrated in the eastern lands of the demons, where we initially launched our rebellion. We now directly control a quarter of the demons' original territory, managed by demon families we support. We've invested in these areas to restore basic living conditions and ensure those families gain local support. We've also conducted resource surveys to identify key resource sites. Listening to Lilith's thorough report, Zhao Chen couldn't help but admire her abilities. This secretary not only managed the logistics of the Xiaolong Legion impeccably, but also excelled in overseeing the entire Xiaolong Galactic Consortium. Lilith continued, however, these demon territories have not yet established a unified rule. They've only temporarily stabilized. I believe now is the perfect time to set up our rules and assert control over them. Her tone carried a hint of excitement. Zhao Chen smiled at Lilith. It seems you already have a plan. Lilith's eyes twinkled as she snapped her fingers and elaborated. I've divided the eastern demon territories into 10 regions, each to be controlled by a demon family acting as our puppet. They will serve as the demon lords of these regions and cooperate with us. We'll gain control over resource sites by supporting local infrastructure. Additionally, we'll build stargates to integrate these areas into Xiaolong's broader environment, supplying our goods to the demon lords' territories. Zhao Chen voiced his concern. Won't integrating the demons into our system be problematic? Lilith shook her head and produced several investigation reports. I've had people study these demons. Contrary to popular belief, they aren't all warlike and bloodthirsty. Their current warmongering is largely due to the Demon King's propaganda, which claims that fighting is necessary for survival, food, and homes. This spirit of conquest was inspiring during their victories, but as the war drags on and resources deplete, even requiring sacrifices from the lower demons, their mindset is shifting. She continued, the Demon King's public capture of lower demons for use as starship fuel has led to widespread dissent. This internal strife facilitated our rebellion. Now, many demons are weary of war and yearn for peace and prosperity. By showcasing the living conditions in the Starry Empire and the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, we can offer them an appealing alternative to endless conflict. Zhao Chen nodded. If the demons are as you describe, they could indeed integrate with us. Lilith's eyes sparkled as she went on. Additionally, the demons have many advantages. They're a unified race with countless subbranches. For example, Akatome's lineage is a demon subbranch. Even we succubi were once part of the demon race. Many demons possess unique talents. We succubi have innate charm and strong intellects, while Akatome's talents lie in warfare. This is true for other demon subbranches as well. We can recruit them with minimal cost, and to them, will appear as saviors. Hearing Lilith's somewhat ambitious words, Zhao Chen swallowed hard and managed to calm her down. Let's proceed with your plan, as long as it doesn't interfere with the current war. Our priority remains ending this conflict. Zhao Chen reminded her. Lilith nodded. I understand. However, to execute this plan, we'll need your involvement. My involvement? Zhao Chen was puzzled. Lilith explained, as the highest commander of Xiaolong, many high-ranking demons wish to meet you, including those who organized the rebellion and members of Akatome's lineage involved in the plan. They all hope to see you. Zhao Chen realized that Lilith wanted him, as a figurehead, to make an appearance. The title of Xiaolong's highest commander was still very influential. I understand. Arrange it, and let me know the time. Lilith smiled and nodded, then leaned close to Zhao Chen's ear. There's one more thing. Can you set aside some time in 10 months? What for? My child wants to meet you, she said. In a conference room at Starport, a group of high-ranking demons waited anxiously. The air was thick with tension and unease, with murmurs of conversation rising and falling. Do you think the commander will keep his promise? One demon asked worriedly, his voice tinged with anxiety. Before he could finish, a young demon sprang up and kicked him hard. What nonsense are you spouting? He shouted, eyes blazing with anger, fists clenched. The commander always keeps his word. If you dare to slander him again, I'll challenge you to a duel right here and now. The young demon's eyes burned with fury, making it clear he wasn't joking. The other demons fell silent, though their eyes still reflected their concern. I didn't mean to slander the commander, another demon said cautiously. I hold him in the highest regard, but we can't help but worry about our own interests. After all, the demons and the commander's Draconis have always been at odds. Not to mention our thousand-year war with the angels, who are now closely allied with the Draconis. Who can say what will happen next? The young demon took a deep breath, calming himself. He spoke earnestly. There's no need to worry. Our Draconis commander is different. He doesn't care about past conflicts. He values our current actions. Do you know about the Draconis system? It includes not just humans but many other interstellar races. As long as you're willing to serve the commander, you'll be respected and rewarded, no matter your race. He began listing examples, like the beastmen, the dwarves, and even our succubi. You've heard of Lady Lilith, right? She's a succubus. And Commander Akihito of the Draconis 2nd Legion is also one of us. If the commander had any bias against demons, how could so many of us hold key positions in his army? He continued, as for your concerns about the angels, I recently heard that the Draconis are even in talks with the mechanoids. The mechanoids are participating in the campaign against the tyrant demon king. If they can be allies, why can't we? I firmly believe in the commander. Just then, Zhao Chen and Lilith arrived outside the conference room. Hearing the discussion within, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. I didn't know I had such loyal fans. Lilith, supporting herself against the wall, whispered. The demons are divided into two factions. The younger generation admires you because of the Draconis victories, and they have role models like Akihito. The other faction outwardly supports you and participates in the rebellion, but they're still cautious. Those who spoke earlier belong to this group, and there are quite a few of them. But if we offer enough rewards, they will fully submit to the Draconis. Zhao Chen noticed Lilith's struggle and teased. I told you, you shouldn't have been on top. Now look, your back's out, isn't it? Lilith snorted, stubbornly replying, mind your own business. I do what I want. She took a deep breath, straightened up, and walked into the conference room with her head held high, showing no sign of her earlier struggle. Zhao Chen stifled a laugh and followed her in. The commander is here. Greetings, commander. The demons in the room immediately dropped to one knee in salute as Zhao Chen entered. Rise, we don't stand on ceremony in the Draconis, Zhao Chen said. But the demons remained kneeling, too afraid to move. Reluctantly, Zhao Chen walked through the kneeling crowd to the main seat. Only after he sat down did the demons dare to rise. Take your seats. Zhao Chen gestured for them to sit. Lilith stood by Zhao Chen's side and whispered, 69 in total, all from the main demon families who supported us in this operation. Zhao Chen glanced around, noting the diversity within the demon ranks, even more varied than the beastmen. He spoke, first, on behalf of the Draconis, I want to thank you for your assistance in this war. Your courage in standing against the tyrant demon king is commendable. Without your help, our campaign in the eastern demon territories wouldn't have been as successful. With that, Zhao Chen led the applause, and the demon leaders followed suit. As the applause died down, Zhao Chen continued. Outside the door, I heard some of your discussions. You're worried about post-war treatment and the future of the demons. Some of you doubt that I, Zhao Chen, will keep my promises and fear I might turn against you. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop instantly. At this moment, many high-ranking demons were filled with dread. If they weren't seated, they would likely have collapsed to the floor. Zhao Chen scanned the room, his expression calm as he slowly sipped his tea. The crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on the commanding officer of the Xiaolong, like prisoners awaiting their sentence. I, Zhao Chen, always keep my word, he began solemnly. Before this, General Qitong's kin took the greatest risks and were the first to side with Xiaolong. I made many promises to them. All eyes turned to 3 demons members of Qitong's clan. Zhao Chen called out, Kababa. A demon sprang to his feet, Commander, he uttered, confused. Zhao Chen offered no explanation and continued, Katan. Another burly demon stood up. Kabaz. A middle-aged demon with a steady demeanor rose slowly. He was Qitong's uncle, the younger brother of Qitong's father. Zhao Chen's expression grew stern. In addition, two others showed great bravery and sacrificed their lives in the previous mission, Zayusuka and Baikisu. At these words, many demons in the room were visibly moved. Here and now, I declare, Zhao Chen's eyes were sharp as they swept across the room, that the direct descendants of Zayusuka and Baikisu will be granted immediate citizenship in the Xiaolong star system. Their direct offspring can join the Xiaolong Interstellar Group's enterprises or hold lordship positions within the Eastern Demon Territory. This is my promise to their fathers. Xiaolong will protect them. Zhao Chen's words struck like a hammer. Every demon present understood the gravity of his promise. With the Xiaolong commander's protection, the descendants of these fallen heroes were bound to thrive in this star system, attracting alliances from many demon families. Zhao Chen raised his hand to reveal a map of the Eastern Demon Territory, prepared by Lilith. Take a look. I call this the Eastern Demon Interstellar City-State, divided into 10 city-states, each managed by those present here. He pointed to a designated area. The Veins Interstellar City-State will be led by Kabas. 5 others will serve as vice-lords, forming a city-state council responsible for its affairs. Lilith opened a box containing exquisite emblems representing each city-state. Though each emblem was unique, they all subtly featured the Xiaolong insignia, symbolizing Xiaolong's pervasive influence. Please step forward, Lilith called. Kabas and the others approached, their expressions varied. Zhao Chen personally adorned them with 6 emblems, 1 gold and 5 silver. Over the next hour, Zhao Chen repeated this process for each city-state, appointing lords and vice-lords and establishing councils. This seemingly tedious process held deep significance. As Lilith had noted, it was an opportunity to imprint Zhao Chen's leadership on his subordinates, strengthening their loyalty. Zhao Chen personally bestowing the emblems conveyed a silent message. Everything they possessed was granted by Zhao Chen and could just as easily be taken away. Does anyone have any objections to these arrangements? Lilith asked, scanning the room. Though some might have harbored discontent, no one dared speak out under the current circumstances. Zhao Chen continued, in the future, there may be southern, western, and northern federations of the demon clans. At that time, we may establish additional positions. His tone grew serious. I hope that by accepting these emblems, you understand they symbolize not just power and status, but also responsibility. The demon clans support you because of the former demon king's tyranny and neglect of their well-being. Do not become another demon king. My Xiaolong Interstellar Group will provide you with maximum support, offering technology and products to improve living conditions and constructing more infrastructure. If necessary, we can provide investment loans. Remember, only by improving the lives of your people can you secure your positions. Otherwise, the emblems you receive today will eventually be taken by others. Understood. The commander is right. The demon lords responded in unison. Lilith then issued a document and began reading the regulations for the interstellar city-states. To prevent conflicts between city-states, no city-state may form offensive fleets beyond their security forces. The procurement of interstellar warships will be managed by the Xiaolong Interstellar Group. In the event of serious incidents, we will establish an interstellar court for adjudication. We will also provide development plans for your city-states and hope for your cooperation. There are additional minor details. The regulations Lilith read out were like an invisible net, firmly binding the demon clans and ensuring their complete submission to Xiaolong's rule. The battle rages on in the Demon King's castle galaxy, while 2 Zerg nests quietly expand in the distance. Meanwhile, the Xiaolong galaxy is racing against time to build a super starship. In a dock of the mechanical court, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from where a small starship was once moored. As the light faded, a figure slowly emerged. She opened her eyes to see Jean and Ian waiting respectfully. Master, the 2 subordinates greeted in unison. The young girl floating in midair asked, how long have I been asleep? It is now November 3rd, Galactic Year 3036, Master, Jean responded respectfully. So, I've been asleep for about 4 months, the girl murmured, then asked, tell me, has anything significant happened while I was hibernating? Especially anything related to Xiaolong and that man? Jean and Ian immediately reported the major events. The demon tribe's invasion of the mechanical court, the Xiaolong Legion's intervention to repel them, the 3-race coalition's assault on the Demon King's castle galaxy, and the emergence of 2 new Zerg nests. The girl frowned slightly upon hearing this. I didn't expect so many things to happen in just half a year. The demon tribe dared to attack us. A flash of anger appeared in her eyes. Ian added, the timing of the attack is very suspicious. We suspect the demon tribe might be connected to the mechanical cult, which in turn is linked to the Order. It's very likely the Order is behind all this. The Order, the girl said with a cold expression upon mentioning the name. Suddenly, she remembered something. By the way, what about the message I left for Zhao Chen before I went into hibernation? How did he respond? Ian reported in detail. Lord Zhao Chen accepted your request and crossed the gate of Gaia to the other dimension. Following your directions, he discovered the ruins of a Zerg battlefield from 10,000 years ago and found a communicative Zerg life form there. That Zerg life form is now accompanying Lord Zhao Chen. Additionally, as per your instructions, we lent 5 industrial bases to Xiaolong for construction and production. These bases are now operating at full capacity, primarily producing components for interstellar warships. Once completed, these parts will be transported back to the Xiaolong galaxy for assembly. The girl's lips curved into a slight smile. It seems he still doesn't fully trust us. But I am quite interested in this Zerg life form. It can communicate with us, and what it says about the Zerg is completely different from what we know. Perhaps, this could be our opportunity to counter the order. After a moment of contemplation, she decided, make arrangements. I want to meet Zhao Chen. Should I contact the Xiaolong Legion? Ian inquired. Normally, they would use mechanical technology to connect the girl's consciousness to the starship network, allowing her holographic image to appear before Zhao Chen. The girl shook her head, smiling mischievously. No need. This time, they'll meet him in person. Jean and Ian were taken aback. In this universe, no other interstellar race had ever seen their master's true form. If that man were to see her true form, the implications would be significant. Do you need us to dispatch a fleet to accompany you? Jean asked. No need. In this universe, at least for now, there is nothing that can threaten me, the girl said with a smile. Enough talking. I need to get ready for departure. After sleeping for so long, I need to go out and have some fun. Meanwhile, in the Xiaolong galaxy, Zhao Chen had just returned from a frontline inspection. With Charlotte and Lilith managing the front lines, his role was more symbolic. Back in the Xiaolong galaxy, Zhao Chen immersed himself in industrial production, working tirelessly with Chief Engineer Annie and others to draft, revise, and perfect production plans and processes to expedite the completion of several starships. Zhao Chen's dedication to frontline production won him both respect and awe from the 3 chief engineers. As he focused on his work, a female captain excitedly reported via video. Commander, the first trial run of the Tian new Goddess-class heavy artillery starship has been successfully completed. All test items were performed excellently. Zhao Chen understood her enthusiasm but remained cautious. This is our first T6 starship. Return to the dock to gather data from this outing. The captain's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but she complied with the order. At that moment, a red video window popped up in front of Zhao Chen. An officer responsible for the Xiaolong Galaxy's security urgently reported, Commander, the defense radar system has detected an interstellar ship attempting to enter the Xiaolong Galaxy at warp speed. The speed is incredibly fast, surpassing that of T5 class starships. We've initiated the warp intercept devices around the Xiaolong Galaxy and will intercept the ship in the K22 border region. Zhao Chen frowned. Who would dare to intrude on the Xiaolong Galaxy at this time? This was practically a death wish. But given the observed speed, surpassing T5 warp capabilities, could it be a T6 class starship? Yet, there shouldn't be any T6 class. Suddenly, Zhao Chen seemed to realize something. Initiate warp interception, but do not attack, Zhao Chen ordered. The security officer, though puzzled, complied. However, the officer soon exclaimed, this is impossible. The starship has bypassed the warp interception zone. It has entered the Xiaolong Galaxy. Its trajectory is heading towards your location, Commander. There was no need for further explanation. Zhao Chen had already seen the visitor. Around him, the crew and officers wore expressions of shock. The approaching starship was unmistakably a Hades-class ship. The Hades? Is this the Hades? Nana, the chief engineer standing next to Zhao Chen, exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide open. They had clearly seen the Hades enter the special dock at the Star River 1 base. How could it suddenly appear here? Annie jumped in fright at the unexpected sight, shouting in panic, a ghost? Zhao Chen, however, remained unusually calm. He said softly, don't panic, this isn't the real Hades. How could it not be? Annie scrutinized the ship before them. The hull shape, the weapon modules, it's exactly the same. She shook her head, trying to reassure herself, damn it, I must not have been sleeping or eating well lately, that's why I'm seeing things. Zhao Chen shook his head helplessly. Just then, his handheld terminal beeped with a new message. How about a reunion, old friend? It was from a contact he hadn't heard from in over 6 months. Arrange a shuttle. Zhao Chen started to say, then changed his mind. No need to arrange anything. Just prepare a shuttle for me. I'll pilot it myself. Leopard Woman immediately objected. You want to board this unknown ship? No way. It's too dangerous. At least let us accompany you. Zhao Chen spoke sternly. That's an order. Leopard Woman looked conflicted but resigned. In the end, Zhao Chen boarded the shuttle alone and piloted it towards the ship that looked eerily like the Hades. With his familiarity with the Hades, he quickly found the hangar and docked. The hatch opened, and Zhao Chen stepped out. A tall female officer, nearly 2 meters in height, stood before Zhao Chen. She wore a crisp military uniform and spoke with a solemn voice. Welcome, Dragon Lord, to the Hades. Zhao Chen looked the obviously mechanical life form up and down and asked, Where's your master? Waiting for you on the bridge. Please follow me. The tall female officer led the way. Leaving the hangar, Zhao Chen noticed that the internal structure was completely different from the real Hades. They took a hover lift and quickly arrived at the bridge, only to find it empty. In fact, Zhao Chen hadn't seen anyone else on the way there. If it weren't for the female officer, he might have thought he had boarded a ghost ship. Where's your master? Zhao Chen asked, looking at the empty captain's chair. Suddenly, the entire bridge dimmed, and a chilling coldness filled the air. Zhao Chen even heard ghostly whispers. The tall female officer raised her head and pointed at Zhao Chen, speaking in a voice completely unfitting for her image. I never thought the mighty Dragon Lord would be so unguarded, tricked so easily into boarding this ship. Let me tell you, today is the day you, Zhao Chen, meet your end. Wahahaha. Zhao Chen remained silent and walked towards the tall female officer. What are you doing? I warn you. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll kill you. The female officer threatened as she saw Zhao Chen undeterred. Zhao Chen continued forward. When he reached the female officer, he walked right through her body and then sat down in the captain's chair. Go on, Zhao Chen said, crossing his legs and smiling at the tall female officer as if watching an amusing performance. The female officer put her hands on her hips, glaring at Zhao Chen. Her voice suddenly turned childlike. When did you see through me? Zhao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. You can change your appearance and voice, and even pay attention to your behavior. But even mechanical life forms develop their own aura and habits over a long lifespan. You can't maintain the facade forever. A slight lapse will give you away. The tall female officer deflated like a punctured balloon. A flash of light enveloped her, and she transformed into the familiar little girl Zhao Chen knew. The lights around them returned to normal, and the cooling system shut off. I'm more used to seeing you like this, Zhao Chen said, examining the little girl. How boring. The little girl stuck out her tongue. Why take on that appearance? Zhao Chen asked curiously. That's one of my alternate forms, the little girl explained. On the battlefield, looking like a little girl isn't appropriate. So I have several different forms, some for combat and others for various tasks. As she spoke, her appearance changed in front of Zhao Chen, from the tall female officer in a military uniform to a woman in a pencil skirt with gold-rimmed glasses, and then back to the little girl. Why this form in front of me? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Because this is my favorite form, the little girl said, blinking. Come to think of it, we've known each other for so long. But you never told me your name, Zhao Chen said, scrutinizing the little girl, always feeling she had more secrets. Does a name matter? The little girl smiled. All right, let's get down to business. Business? Zhao Chen's interest was piqued. I'm planning to leave this universe, the little girl suddenly said. Going back to the Black Wall base again? Is it because the attacks from the Obsidian Legion have been getting more frequent? Zhao Chen asked instinctively. The little girl shook her head and said seriously, leaving this universe forever. Taking the entire mechanical race with me? This statement was undoubtedly shocking. Why? Zhao Chen asked, confused. Because the Gaia Gate must be closed, the little girl said solemnly. Close the Gaia Gate? The little girl continued. Haven't you noticed that the disturbances caused by the order in our universe have been increasing in recent years? Yet, despite our increased monitoring of the Gaia Gate, we haven't found any signs of order infiltration. This means there's another possibility. The order is using other means to enter our universe, bypassing the Gaia Gate. Other means? Why couldn't they do it before, but can now? Zhao Chen questioned. Because of the Gaia Gate's existence, the little girl raised her hand, and a hologram appeared before Zhao Chen. She continued. Our universe has an energy barrier that maintains balance by preventing interference between universes. The Gaia Gate, built by the Gaia Empire 10,000 years ago, allows for inter-universe travel. But recently, we discovered that the Gaia Gate isn't truly inter-universal technology. It has serious flaws. Its existence continuously weakens our universe's barrier. Once it reaches a critical point, it becomes much easier for external forces to penetrate this barrier. This explains why the Order's disturbances have been growing, and why they've even established 2 Zerg nests in our universe. So, the Gaia Gate must be closed. Otherwise, who knows what other methods the Order might use against our universe. Seeing the resolute expression on the little girl's face, Zhao Chen frowned slightly. But if the Gaia Gate is closed, won't your Black Wall base lose contact with our universe? You won't be able to come back? The conversation fell into a brief silence. The little girl absent-mindedly said, yes, our mechanical race currently lacks the technology to build another Gaia Gate. Even though we have been studying the existing one for nearly 10,000 years, many core technologies remain beyond our grasp. This might be the flaw of being mechanical life forms. Our thinking seems to be missing something. Zhao Chen stared at the little girl and asked, so, You came here specifically to tell me this? Of course, there's more, the little girl continued. The mechanical race now controls nearly a third of the known universe's interstellar territory, an area equivalent to the combined lands of the angel and demon races. These territories contain vast, untapped high-value resources. If we were to leave suddenly, abandoning such a massive amount of resources would undoubtedly cause chaos in the universe. Facing internal strife while dealing with external threats to order would be suicidal. Therefore, before we leave, a force must take our place and transition from a threat to other interstellar civilizations to a leader. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "You once said that the mechanical race is the enemy of the entire universe. It reminds me of a metaphor, a pond with a group of salmon and a catfish. It's the presence of the catfish that keeps the salmon moving, making them stronger." A fitting metaphor, the little girl agreed. Now, this catfish has completed its mission. It's time to choose a leader from among the salmon. Zhao Chen had already guessed the answer. "You mean me?" "Yes, you and your Xiaolong." The little girl nodded in confirmation. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, "You want Xiaolong to inherit the mechanical race's legacy, control other interstellar forces, and establish an orderly interstellar alliance to address the issues of internal strife in the face of threats to order." The little girl walked up to Zhao Chen and began circling him, occasionally poking him with her finger. "You're half right. A simple alliance is too inefficient, like the old Warhammer and Holy Radiance Empire. It might work in peacetime, but in the face of external dangers, such a system reveals its massive flaws. Your Xiaolong's encounters with the Holy Radiance Empire and Warhammer have already proven this. Facing threats to order, an alliance system is unsuitable." Zhao Chen frowned slightly. The little girl stopped in front of him and transformed into the tall female officer she was before. "I want you to become the sole emperor of this universe." "The sole emperor?" Zhao Chen remained silent. The female officer continued, "All interstellar forces, kingdoms, and races must submit to you. You will control all resources to cultivate the Xiaolong Legion, turning this young dragon into a true cosmic behemoth. Only by becoming emperor can you achieve this goal and control the situation." Zhao Chen frowned and said, "I don't want to be an emperor." The female officer turned back into the little girl. "I know you don't like being an emperor. You're laid back and easily satisfied. From the Xiaolong fleet's inception, if not for external threats or hidden dangers, you wouldn't have developed into the Xiaolong Legion and Xiaolong Galactic Interstellar Group you have now. If others are a school of fish facing a catfish, then you're a sardine facing a school of catfish. Ultimately, you, the sardine, have become a deep-sea monster." Zhao Chen asked, "Do you have no other suitable candidates or solutions?" The little girl shook her head. "No, I've observed others. The angel race has considerable strength but is too proud and stubborn, sometimes making foolish decisions for so-called honor. The demon race also has strength, but they've been corrupted by order. Even if they overthrow the tyrannical demon king, they can't regain their former glory. As for the Starlight Empire, Holy Radiance Empire, and Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, they are merely toys in your hands." Zhao Chen pondered, "I'll think about it carefully when I get back." Suddenly, the little girl sprang up, pinning Zhao Chen to the ground with terrifying force. Even with his modified body as a level 5 super soldier, Zhao Chen couldn't resist. He wondered, isn't she a hologram? Is it because we're on this starship? The little girl glared at Zhao Chen with a fierce look. "Stop being naive. This is the only choice. I've run countless simulations with a supercomputer. If we hand everything over to the angel race, the success rate is only 0.012, and the universe will be destroyed by order within 60 years. But if we entrust it to you, the success rate jumps to 31. You know, when the Gaia Empire embarked on their grand expedition, their success rate was only 20. They understood that trying gave them hope. Not trying meant certain death. It's not about whether you want to build a universal empire. It's about whether you want to watch the universe you call home be destroyed." The little girl continued, "If you refuse now, I'll order the withdrawal of most of the Black Wall Alliance's starships and initiate a cleansing plan for this universe. We'll collect all available resources and become the second Gaia Empire expeditionary force, seeking even a sliver of hope elsewhere. If you're unwilling to step up, then rather than letting this universe await its doom, we might as well use it as fuel for our expedition." Zhao Chen realized she wasn't joking. Every word was serious. The little girl stood up and looked down at Zhao Chen lying on the ground. "Now, I want you to make a choice. Either I destroy this universe, or you become its emperor. Make your decision." Zhao Chen disembarked from the shuttle as it returned to the hangar of Xinghe 1 base. The moment he stepped off, he saw Leopard Woman and others anxiously waiting. If not for the commander's prior instructions to stay calm, they might have already taken action. Turning around, Zhao Chen gazed through the porthole at the interstellar battleship speeding away, gradually disappearing into the dark void of space. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Leopard Woman, standing beside Zhao Chen, keenly sensed that the commander's demeanor was different from usual. His eyes carried a hint of gloom, and an indescribable aura enveloped him. It's nothing, Zhao Chen said briefly before turning to leave. His first stop was the office of the three chief engineers. Chief Nana looked at Zhao Chen with concern, while Annie instinctively straightened up, hastily explaining, I wasn't slacking off just now. Ignoring Annie's explanation, Zhao Chen simply said, I can't stay here to help you anymore. Continue your work and complete this year's construction plan as soon as possible. Please. With that, he left without looking back. Only after Zhao Chen's figure completely disappeared did Annie let out a long sigh of relief, slumping into her chair. Finally got rid of him. I don't know how I survived this period. Chief Nana, deep in thought, remarked, the commander seems to have something on his mind. Annie rolled her eyes and propped her feet up on the desk. What could he possibly have on his mind? He enjoys good food and drink every day, and we do all the work for him. Just as she finished speaking, a stack of documents landed on her feet. Ouch! Annie yelped in pain. No slacking off. Chief Nana glared at her sister. Annie, feeling wronged, only dared to mutter a few complaints under her breath. Zhao Chen arrived at the bridge of the T6 Tian New Goddess-class interstellar artillery ship, looking around. Although it was also a T6 class battleship, this bridge felt much more vibrant. He couldn't help but recall the cold, impersonal bridge of another interstellar battleship. A poised captain stood before Zhao Chen, awaiting his instructions. Commander, what are your orders? Zhao Chen sized up the new face, quickly recalling her information. A former deputy corps commander of the Holy Angel Corps in the Sacred Radiance Empire, renowned as a genius commander. She had resigned from all her positions a year ago to join the Dragon Star Systems Goddess Academy as a cadet. After graduating with top honors, she joined the Dragon Corps and was selected 3 months ago as the captain of its first T6 class battleship. And you have another identity, Zhao Chen slowly revealed. You're a collateral member of the Holy Angel family, the current Sacred Radiance Empress Shang Kana's cousin, and also her student. Am I correct, Captain Shang Lori? Captain Shang Lori looked at the famed commander with some surprise. She had only admired him from afar before, never expecting him to know so much about her. Yes, Captain Shang Lori openly acknowledged her identity. Zhao Chen continued, if you had stayed in the Sacred Radiance Empire, Shang Kana could have arranged for you to be a Corps Marshal, possibly even the Marshal of the Holy Angel Corps. In the future, the position of family head might have been yours, considering the Empress cannot return to inherit it. Yet, you chose to start anew here. I don't understand. Captain Shang Lori smiled and replied, in the Sacred Radiance Empire, I might have obtained those titles, but I would never have the chance to stand on the bridge of a T6 class battleship and command it in battle. My sister once said that if she weren't the Empress, she would have joined the Dragon Corps because it embodies her dreams. Sitting on that throne doesn't make her happy. It feels like a prison. Now, I've become what she envies. Is that reason enough, Commander? Zhao Chen suddenly realized how similar Shang Lori was to Shang Kana when they first met. The Empress on the throne now was no longer the same Holy Angel Corps Marshal from back then. It's enough, Zhao Chen said as he sat in the captain's chair, fingers resting on his chin. Captain, prepare for departure. Our destination is the Demon King Galaxy battlefield. Inform the entire ship to be ready for combat. Upon hearing the commander's orders, joy flashed in Captain Shang Lori's eyes. She suppressed her excitement and straightened up. Yes, sir. The T6 Tian New Goddess-class interstellar artillery ship was about to embark on its first voyage and face its first battle. Simultaneously, a significant change was poised to sweep across the Dragon Corps and the universe. Tian New Goddess 1, prepare to initiate space warp mode. Set coordinates for the Dragon First Corps fleet location. Establishing warp point. Estimated time, 3 minutes, a bridge officer announced. In the next instant, the view outside the porthole turned from white to pitch black. Report, space warp complete. We have arrived near the designated coordinates. With ease, the T6 Tian New Goddess-class interstellar artillery ship, equipped with single-ship warp technology, had arrived at the Demon King Galaxy battlefield. Captain Shang Lori turned to Zhao Chen, about to speak, but he preempted her. Report directly to Charlotte for your next combat assignment. Zhao Chen stood up and, before leaving the bridge, said to Captain Shang Lori, yes, sir. Zhao Chen headed to the hangar and boarded a shuttle piloted by his personal guard, Leopard Woman. The shuttle left the hangar and docked inside the Dragon King, where Zhao Chen immediately made his way to the bridge. As the bridge doors opened, the familiar sight greeted Zhao Chen. Charlotte and Lilith were already aware of his arrival and were waiting. Why the sudden rush? You didn't even notify us in advance, Charlotte questioned, puzzled. She knew Zhao Chen's temperament well. He preferred to delegate frontline matters unless contacted or for post-battle reports. Plans have changed, Zhao Chen said gravely, looking at the two women. Report, the Fury Goddess 1 has entered the combat zone. The forward combat area has been completely cleared. Fury Goddess 1 will commence a saturation bombardment on the target area. The voice of a communications officer broke the silence on the bridge. Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lilith exchanged glances. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. It's just a routine notification. The priority now is to finish this battle as quickly as possible. Charlotte nodded silently and swiftly returned to her command post. Lilith moved closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes," Zhao Chen replied firmly. Lilith squeezed Zhao Chen's hand from behind, her voice filled with determination. "No matter who you are or when it is, we will support you unconditionally." Zhao Chen responded softly, his gaze shifting to the isolated interstellar battleship outside the window. The Fury Goddess-class interstellar heavy artillery ship dominated a large area at the center of the fleet, with other ships maintaining standard distances. At that moment, the numerous artillery barrels on the Fury Goddess turned towards the Demon King's star system battlefield. As blinding lights emerged, countless beams rained down on the opposing battlefield. Under this intense barrage, the Demon fleet, defenses, and interstellar fortresses were rapidly destroyed. Energy shields depleted swiftly, and one by one, the ships disintegrated into fragments amidst the relentless fire, becoming debris in the cosmos. Lilith pulled up the specifications of the Fury Goddess-class interstellar heavy artillery ship and asked, "Is this what they call Fury Goddess mode?" Zhao Chen explained, "Exactly. Fury Goddess mode allows all the heavy artillery to unleash high-density attacks in a short period. However, this mode cannot be sustained for long, and most of the artillery will need time to recover afterward." Lilith marveled, "Even with these limitations, its combat power is terrifying. If we had 10 of these ships, we'd be invincible in this universe." Zhao Chen couldn't help but think of the Mech clan and their fleet fighting at the Blackwall base. He walked over to Charlotte and asked, "With the addition of the Fury Goddess-class interstellar heavy artillery ship, how soon can we end this campaign?" Charlotte responded, "The original plan was to capture the Demon King star system by the end of December. With the Fury Goddess's help, we can take it by the end of November. We can use its powerful firepower to create a breach in the enemy's defenses and directly assault the Demon King's stronghold." Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. "Let's do that. This Fury Goddess-class interstellar heavy artillery ship is now under your command." "Yes, sir," Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen watched the battlefield of the Demon King star system, his face devoid of any smile. Lilith silently observed him, sensing that something within him was changing. Time flew by, and with the addition of the T6 Fury Goddess-class interstellar heavy artillery ship, the efficiency of the assault increased significantly. A breach was torn open in one corner of the Demon King star system. Despite the demons continuously sending reinforcements, these ships quickly became wreckage under the Fury Goddess's terrifying firepower. Finally, at the end of November in Galactic Year 3036, Zhao Chen laid eyes on the legendary Demon King's fortress. This massive city, built on the foundation of a planet, was surrounded by the most formidable Demon King's fleet. Among them, the most conspicuous was a T6 Terror Lord-class heavy interstellar battleship, the Demon King's flagship. Charlotte read out the data on the flagship, T6 Terror Lord-class heavy interstellar battleship, originally a quasi-T6 destroyer. The bow cannon has been modified into a more powerful supercannon, serving as their strongest offensive weapon. The ship is 80 kilometers long. No combat records available. Zhao Chen glanced at it and remarked calmly, "It doesn't stand a chance against the Fury Goddess." Just then, Lilith said with a peculiar expression, "We have an incoming external communication from the Terror Lord, signed by the Demon King." "Patch it through," Zhao Chen ordered. A Tumterhai video window suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Chen, displaying a fearsome scene. A massive figure clad in black armor and wielding a bronze sword was seated on a dilapidated, dark throne. The figure wore a helmet, concealing his face in shadows, with only a pair of deep, cold eyes gleaming. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, recalling the rumors he had heard. The Demon King of the Demon Clan lived for centuries, surviving thousands of fierce battles and numerous near-death experiences. Those who had seen him and lived to tell the tale said the Demon King stood 5 meters tall, exuding an aura as imposing as a mighty mountain, with a killing intent so intense it could suffocate. Particularly, his eyes were said to instill a bone-chilling cold and a violent force that felt like it could tear one's body apart with just a glance. However, as Zhao Chen looked at the legendary Demon King before him, he felt an odd sense of dissonance. It was like looking at an old man on the brink of death rather than the fearsome figure of legend. "Are you the Lord of Xiaolong?" The figure spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible weariness. "Yes, that's me," Zhao Chen replied curtly, sensing the other's gaze scrutinizing him. "Not bad," the Demon King remarked, with a hint of approval in his tone. "Though your body seems small, I can sense the terrifying power within you. Being defeated by you might not be such a bad end." The Demon King paused before continuing, "But you will face an even stronger enemy. An enemy from another world, possessing unimaginable power." I wonder if you're prepared. Another world? Zhao Chen frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. Do you mean order? The Demon King's eyes showed a slight change. You've heard of them? Well, at this level, it's expected you'd come across such things. In that case, I assume you're prepared. Zhao Chen immediately asked, how do you know about order? Are they the ones behind you? The Demon King laughed suddenly, his voice filled with sarcasm. Someone behind me? A king never has someone standing behind him. I was merely seeking every opportunity to strengthen myself. As for when I learned about order, I've forgotten. Can't remember. My game with them ended in my loss. Ultimately, I became their pawn. But I have no regrets. The Demon King's tone suddenly turned serious. All right, we've met, and now it's time for our final battle. You can take the Demon King's castle, but only after defeating me. With that, he cut off the communication. At that moment, an officer shouted, report, there's movement at the Demon King's castle. Charlotte immediately displayed footage from a stealth drone. Zhao Chen saw the surface of the Demon King's castle undergoing a startling transformation. Massive cannons emerged from the walls, and various weapon systems activated, turning the entire city into a colossal battle fortress. It seems the king is making his last stand, Charlotte said, turning to Zhao Chen for instructions. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. Charlotte promptly opened the command channel, issuing orders, all units and fleets, proceed as planned. Capture the Demon King's castle with minimal casualties. Yes, the entire fleet responded in unison. In the ensuing battle, Zhao Chen watched like an observer. Interstellar missiles rained down on the Demon Clan starships, gradually compressing the defensive perimeter around the Demon King's castle. The Dreadlord-class heavy battleship unleashed its formidable firepower, particularly the massive main gun, which could destroy a Xiaolong-class T-5 starship with each shot. However, with each firing, visible cracks appeared around the gun's mount. This Dreadlord-class heavy battleship was clearly a defective product. Given another 10 years, the Demon Clan might have developed a truly formidable T-6 starship, but not now, and not with this Dreadlord. When the Dreadlord's main gun fired for the 30th time, an accident occurred. The entire gun mount exploded, leaving a gaping hole where the barrel used to be. This mishap seemed to signal the end of the war. The T-6 Wrath-class heavy battleship launched another round of saturation fire, finally breaking through the Dreadlord's star shield. Subsequent attacks pounded the hull, and despite its massive 80-kilometer length, the Dreadlord quickly became riddled with holes under the relentless assault. More interstellar missiles followed, and soon, the Dreadlord fell silent, its hull breaking apart and smoking from multiple locations. The bridge was hit by a T-5 Redeemer-class heavy artillery battleship, exposing half of the bridge and a shattered throne. But the former king was nowhere to be seen. Following the Dreadlord's fall, the Demon King's castle was next. Though the castle, a planet transformed, was difficult to destroy entirely, concentrated attacks rendered all its defense modules inoperative. The city's surface was almost entirely reduced to rubble. Thus ended the nearly 6-month-long battle for the Demon King's castle star system. Though some remnants of the Demon King's forces lingered, they posed no significant threat. The era of the Demon King had come to an end. A grand victory celebration was held in Angel territory, organized by the Angels. However, Commander Zhao Chen was conspicuously absent. As the celebration began, Tillian Angel approached the Xiaolong officers, inquiring about Zhao Chen's whereabouts, only to learn that the 3 Xiaolong leaders were not attending. She noticed several women drinking heavily, determined to get thoroughly drunk. I was the first to set my sights on him, Chu Xian slurred, hiccuping. What does that matter? He stole me away at my wedding. That bad man, Su Lan murmured, half-closed eyes lost in memory. Medusa, maintaining her graceful demeanor despite her tipsy state, smiled faintly. Some men are destined to have more than 1 or 2 women in their lives. Actually, just being able to see him is enough. Shen Bing, already tipsy after a few drinks, stared into her glass as if seeing something within. Xue Xiao Xiao, puzzled by the conversation, held a large drumstick in one hand and a pig's head in the other. What are you all talking about? So strange. Speaking of which, why isn't the commander here? I wanted to ask him when I could get a T-6 battleship. On a lonely little planet with endless beaches, Zhao Chen stood on the soft sand, gazing tenderly at Charlotte and Lilith, who were both dressed in wedding attire. Charlotte wore a pure white wedding dress that highlighted her fluffy tail and lively ears, replacing her usual fierce aura with an irresistible charm. In stark contrast, Lilith was adorned in a fiery red gown and a delicate veil, her tight-fitting dress accentuating her stunning curves, exuding a mysterious allure. Zhao Chen hesitantly asked, "Are you sure you want to have our wedding here?" Though he had originally planned a grand wedding for New Year's Eve, unforeseen circumstances forced an earlier date. Their choice of location, however, took him by surprise. Charlotte smiled and explained, "We never wanted a grand wedding. We just wanted some time alone with you. Just the 3 of us." Lilith softly agreed. In the future, You will be watched by all beings among the stars. But at this moment, you belong only to us. Deeply moved, Zhao Chen embraced his two brides. On this planet, it was just the three of them. Zhao Chen had already issued orders that no one else was allowed to set foot on this land. The planet's management was entrusted to artificial intelligence, making this space a private sanctuary for the three of them. No matter what my future holds, I will always be by your sides. Across the stars and the seas, Zhao Chen promised with determination. The three of them sat on the beach, gazing at the vast starry sky, reminiscing about the past and dreaming of the future. Thus, a simple yet profound wedding came to an end. Who would have thought that the most powerful man in the galaxy would choose such an unremarkable place for such a significant event? For the next 7 days, various factions, including the Angel Clan and the Mech Clan, were unable to contact Zhao Chen. Even Lilith, who was usually on duty year-round, was uncharacteristically unreachable. The top brass of Xiaolong uniformly responded. All affairs are temporarily handled by the Secretariat. On the 5th day after the victory celebration, the war in the Demon King's star system finally concluded. With the fall of the Demon King's stronghold, the remaining demon fleets across the star system either perished or surrendered. A new chapter began in the history of the Demon Clan. However, the victory did not bring relief to everyone. The War Angel King, in a holographic projection, anxiously questioned the Xiaolong leadership. Where is your commander? Why can't we reach him? This concerns the future management of the Demon Clan's territory, which is of utmost importance. The secretary in charge of Angel Clan affairs patiently explained, Your Excellency, War Angel King, as we mentioned earlier, the commander is currently dealing with important matters and is temporarily unavailable. We will notify you as soon as he returns. The War Angel King was incredulous. Important matters? What could be more important than a recently ended war? He clasped his head in confusion. The Holy Angel King, standing beside him, consoled. All right, they've already said he's unavailable. Let's wait a bit longer. At least the threat of the Demon Clan has been eliminated. Hey, are you kidding me? The War Angel King retorted heatedly. Sure, the Demon Clan's issue is resolved, but what about those 2 Zerg nests? Are they just for show? We urgently need to develop the Demon Clan's resources and rebuild our military strength to prepare for the Zerg threat. These are pressing matters. Frustrated, he waved his hand and said, Fine, I'll contact you again tomorrow. Make sure I can reach your commander. With that, he cut off the communication. The Holy Angel King apologized to the secretary. Sorry, he's always this impatient. The secretary politely replied, We understand. We will notify you as soon as we contact the commander. After the communication ended, the Holy Angel King looked at the War Angel King and said, You really need to control your temper. Stop being so impulsive with Xiaolong. The Angel Clan and Xiaolong are not what they used to be. The War Angel King crossed his arms and scoffed. I know Xiaolong's strength has increased significantly, and our Angel Clan has suffered greatly in this war. But I will never bow to Xiaolong. Even if it comes to a fight, we'll make sure they feel the pain. The Holy Angel King sighed, shaking his head. A long lifespan doesn't necessarily mean maturity, and the War Angel King was a prime example. We have 3 development strategies for the Angel Clan moving forward, the Holy Angel King said seriously. First, strengthen our cooperation with Xiaolong. Xiaolong is now on par with the Mech Clan and even has some mysterious connections with them. We cannot be their enemy. Second, rapidly restore our strength. We currently have only 50% of our peak capacity. Third, prepare for various dangers. The sudden appearance of the 2 Zerg nests is no coincidence. In the current cosmic environment, I sense that something significant is about to happen. The War Angel King nodded in understanding. Got it. We'll proceed as you suggest. Despite his fiery temper, he knew that the Holy Angel King had a better grasp of strategic issues. Suddenly, an angel hurriedly reported. A strange interstellar battleship has appeared above our sanctuary. The Holy Angel King was taken aback and exchanged a glance with the War Angel King before stepping out of the sanctuary. Looking up, they saw a 100-meter-long interstellar battleship hovering in the sky, with a female officer in uniform standing on the deck. In the galactic year 3036, towards the end of December, in a dimly lit grand hall aboard the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chen slowly walked into this massive space, converted from a ship's cabin, his eyes sweeping over the hall that was the size of 2 football fields. On either side of the hall stood 6 giant stone statues, each holding a sharp sword, 3 on each side, exuding an aura of solemnity and reverence. Zhao Chen approached one of the giant statues and looked up at the colossal sword, over 10 meters tall. The intricate carvings on the blade caught his attention. These 6 statues bore witness to the 6-year history of the Xiaolong fleet. Each sword recorded major events of each year in the fleet's history. As he walked past each statue, memories flashed through his mind. His time at the Northern Star Military Academy, the purchase and assembly of 3 old interstellar warships into the prototype Blizzard Zero, the inception of the Xiaolong fleet. the launch of the first T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser, leading a T-3 Blizzard-class warship to rescue the Academy's fleet from a Zerg attack, supporting Princess Qin Xiaolei's ascension to the throne during the Xingyao Empire's civil war, crushing Prince Yan's conspiracy. Over 6 years, Xiaolong had grown from a single ship with a few hundred people to a massive fleet with hundreds of thousands of interstellar warships and billions of crew members. The Xiaolong Interstellar Group's territory had expanded vastly. Zhao Chen ascended the steps, finally reaching the golden dragon-patterned throne. Even without any lights, the throne shone brilliantly. He gently caressed the dragon patterns on the throne, a self-mocking smile on his face. Zhao Chen, did you ever think you'd end up sitting here when you first arrived? He shook his head. Never. Zhao Chen knew that his life's goal had never been this throne. But now, he had no choice. The responsibilities and the people he cared about were too many. He was no longer alone and couldn't think only of himself. Just as Zhao Chen was lost in thought, he felt two soft bodies press against his back. Turning around, he saw Charlotte and Lilith standing behind him. What are you doing here? Zhao Chen asked. Charlotte softly replied, Leopard Girl couldn't find you, so I guessed you might be here. Zhao Chen shrugged with a smile. I saw there wasn't much for me to do, so I thought I'd take a walk and ended up here. He pointed to the throne. What do you think of this throne? Lilith examined the golden dragon-patterned throne and explained. It's made from the rarest golden gemstone in the universe. While it doesn't have much practical value, its rarity and beauty make it a prized possession for kingdoms and families. The production is extremely low, derived from crystalline minerals. A crystal mine might only produce a fist-sized piece of golden gemstone in a year. It took us half a month, scouring the known universe, to gather enough to forge this throne. Its market value exceeds 10 billion star coins. After hearing Lilith's explanation, Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh and kicked the hard throne lightly with his foot. This thing is worth 10 billion star coins? Charlotte also looked at the throne with a surprised expression. Well, let me see what it feels like to sit on a 10 billion star coin chair. Zhao Chen said, turning to sit on the throne. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen shook his head. This chair isn't as comfortable as my usual sofa. It's hard on the butt. Lilith couldn't help but laugh. Charlotte blinked and asked, is it really uncomfortable? I know many people like sitting on these kinds of chairs. My father loved his chair when he was the leader of the White Tiger tribe. Why don't you try it? Zhao Chen patted the space beside him. The throne was large enough to be used as a chair or even a bed. Charlotte sat down without hesitation and wiggled her hips before saying seriously, it really isn't comfortable. Lilith covered her face in resignation. In other places, such a throne would be of great importance, not something ordinary people could even approach, let alone sit on. But here was Zhao Chen, treating it like any other chair and casually inviting others to sit. Lilith, don't you want to try it? Zhao Chen suddenly smiled at Lilith. Charlotte continued to stroke the throne, but Lilith sensed something off in Zhao Chen's tone. As she prepared to step back, Zhao Chen grabbed her hand and pulled her onto his lap. With her back against Zhao Chen, Lilith swallowed hard and tried to resist. Stop messing around. But she was no match for Zhao Chen. I'm not messing around. Don't you want to try it here? Zhao Chen whispered in her ear, gently biting her earlobe. Lilith shuddered, her body going limp in Zhao Chen's arms. Though her rational mind struggled, she gasped, not here. Let's go back to the captain's room. But I want to do it here. Don't you? Zhao Chen continued to tease her ear. Lilith gave in completely, her rational thoughts overtaken by desire. Charlotte, realizing what was happening, blushed furiously, her tail standing on end. She wanted to flee but found her tail already caught, tied with a bow. Now, this big white cat had nowhere to run. In the corridor outside the Grand Hall, two female crew members walked by, discussing the upcoming major events. Suddenly, one of them stopped, looking around suspiciously. Did you hear something strange? Her companion laughed. You've been watching too many horror movies. There's nothing strange here. The crew member glanced around again, frowning slightly. Seeing her companion walking away, she quickly caught up. Zhao Chen carefully draped a blanket over the throne, his eyes scanning the curled-up figure of Charlotte. This once majestic throne was now being used for the first time in such a manner, evoking a sense of irony. He slowly walked to a porthole on the side of the Grand Hall, leaning against it as he gazed at the vast expanse of the cosmos. Tomorrow would be the last day of the year 3036, and Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Suddenly, a crisp ding interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Chen opened the system panel, and a prominent notification box appeared. Quarterly mission. Conquer the Demon Castle Star System mission completed. Rewards available. It seemed that the last remnants of the Demon King's faction in the Demon Castle Star System had been thoroughly eradicated. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen claimed the reward, 5,000 mission points. He frowned slightly. These points were far from enough to exchange for those coveted high-value items. As he pondered, another notification popped up. Annual mission. Annihilation of the demon race. Eliminate or subjugate the demon race. Mission completed. Rewards available. Zhao Chen immediately claimed the reward, earning 20,000 mission points, the flagship Demon Emperor T6 carrier starship, and the Demon King's core module. This wave of rewards brightened his mood. With these, plus the previous 5,000 points, he had enough to exchange for those 4 T6 tech items. However, the system rewards weren't finished yet. A new notification box appeared before Zhao Chen. Mission: Secrets of the Mechanoid Race. Phase 1. Locate the Mechanoid Prophet's coordinates. Completed. Phase 2. Launch an assault on the Mechanoid Prophet. Destroy at least 300,000 Starfleet ships. Completed. Phase 3. Prevent the demon race's invasion of the Mechanoid race. Completed. Phase 4. Proceed to the Black Wall base. Completed. Phase 5. Agree to the Mechanoid race's arrangement. Completed. The Secrets of the Mechanoid Race series mission is now fully completed. Rewards available. Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned, having almost forgotten about this series of missions. Previously, he had only reached the third phase, but with the complete annihilation of the demon race, the system had automatically marked the subsequent phases as completed. It felt like finishing multiple quests in a game all at once, an exhilarating rush. He promptly claimed the rewards: 20,000 mission points, the T6 Gluttony Demon King starship, the Gluttony module, and the T6 Ultimate Supernova Bomb. Zhao Chen looked at the sudden surge in mission points and various rewards, momentarily at a loss for where to start. Now he had a total of 45,000 mission points, akin to receiving a hefty paycheck, bringing a sense of immense satisfaction. He began to carefully review these rewards. First up was the flagship Demon Emperor T6 carrier starship, known for deploying biocombat units. It could cultivate 3 types of combat units: Ghoul Dragons, Terrifying Banshees, and Lich Kings, much like a mobile hive ship, continuously supplying combat power. Zhao Chen couldn't help but imagine Su Lan commanding this demon fleet. The image of the aloof female commander transformed into a demon empress made him chuckle. Next, he examined the T6 Gluttony Demon King starship's details. This ship's conventional weaponry was akin to a modified T5 Holy Redeemer class heavy interstellar armor battleship, but its true terror lay in its special ability, Gluttony Demon King mode. In this mode, the starship could create a black hole at its current location while concealing itself in a folded space. Black hole? Zhao Chen swallowed hard, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As an experienced military commander, he was no stranger to black hole weapons. He recalled seeing small black hole devices on interstellar missile ships, but the black hole technology of the voracious Demon King was on a completely different level. From the introduction alone, this black hole was hundreds of times larger than the ones on those missile ships, with an astonishing duration and gravitational pull. It could engulf any surrounding matter, making it akin to a nuclear weapon in the interstellar era. Zhao Chen realized that these 2 flagships were truly strategic assets. A wave of exhilaration surged through Zhao Chen, but he quickly turned his attention to the last piece of technology he hadn't examined yet: the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb. The name itself was intimidating, and Zhao Chen had never seen a single bomb classified as a technological marvel. The description of the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb was brief but shocking. It simulated a supernova explosion with adjustable power. At maximum power, it could obliterate 10 standard star systems, destroying all matter and replacing the original space with chaotic space. The introduction specifically warned against entering chaotic space. Zhao Chen fell silent. Despite the brief description, it was enough to convey its terrifying power. This wasn't just about destroying life, it was about erasing space itself. Unlike a nuclear bomb, which leaves the space intact even after obliterating a planet, life had the potential to regenerate. But this ultimate bomb would permanently reduce the habitable space in the universe. This was a true double-edged sword, capable of annihilating the enemy but also potentially destroying oneself. Nevertheless, its existence gave Zhao Chen more confidence in facing threats to order. Having reviewed these 3 technologies, Zhao Chen turned to the T6 mall in the system to redeem 3 more treasures. The options for the 3 T6 technology items were displayed before him. 1. T6 Iron Star City Technical Blueprint, 1 billion system points and 3,000 mission points. 2. Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship T6 Upgrade Module T6 Sacred Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship and Technical Blueprint, 1.5 billion system points and 5,000 mission points. 3. T6 Seraph Crossbow Class Interstellar Long-Range Hunter Ship Technical Blueprint, 100 million system points and 300 mission points. Zhao Chen checked his account balance: 6.3 billion system points and 45,000 mission points. A slight smile formed on his lips. Having ample resources was indeed a good feeling. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen redeemed all 3 T6 technologies. The system's notification sounds confirmed the successful exchanges. After the redemption, Zhao Chen's account balance dropped to 3.7 billion system points and 36,700 mission points, but he still felt immensely satisfied. Zhao Chen calculated in his mind that the new quarter was just a few days away, allowing him to redeem new T6 technologies. He was already considering discussing next year's construction plans with Chief Engineer Annie and her team. Next year would mark a significant leap for the Xiaolong Legion, with numerous T6 technologies coming into play and a fleet of T6 interstellar warships about to be commissioned. This meant that Xiaolong was truly entering the T6 technology era, giving Zhao Chen even more confidence in facing threats to order. Feeling elated, Zhao Chen's previous worries vanished. He quietly approached the throne and saw Charlotte resting with her eyes closed. Charlotte, ever perceptive, sensed someone approaching and opened her weary eyes, seeing Zhao Chen with a smile that sent shivers down her spine. "What are you smiling about?" Charlotte asked suspiciously. "Today is a good day. We should celebrate," Zhao Chen said as he walked towards her. "Celebrate?" Charlotte immediately grasped what he meant, her face turning pale as she prepared to flee. But she was no match for Zhao Chen, who caught her in an instant. The commotion woke up Lilith nearby. Feeling her body still tingling, she heard the familiar sounds and swallowed hard. Again? Lilith thought, knowing she couldn't keep up. She began to move cautiously, trying to slip away unnoticed. "Charlotte, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't take it anymore," Lilith thought to herself. Don't leave." To her surprise, Lilith's tail was suddenly grabbed by a hand. It was Charlotte. Charlotte's dazed eyes locked onto Lilith, as if saying, "If I can't escape, neither can you." Lilith felt another pair of burning eyes on her and knew she was trapped. As she was pulled back, Lilith pondered, "Maybe I should find a few more sisters. At this rate, even a succubus can't handle it." The next day, December 31st, 3036, the last day of the year, the Xiaolong star system was more bustling than ever. Various starports were filled with unique interstellar ships from different regions, angelic ships, demonic ships, and even mechanical ships. The starships of the three major empires were also on display. Some individuals without the proper credentials couldn't even enter the Xiaolong star system and had to take interstellar cruises or transport ships from other systems to reach Xiaolong. All these signs pointed to an important event happening today. In the governor's office of the Xiaolong Galaxy, Jiang Hong sat at the control panel, her eyes sharp as she scanned the flickering communication windows. Her voice was firm and urgent. "Are all warp interceptors activated? Double-check them. Deploy the patrol fleets comprehensively. For the next 72 hours, no interstellar warships, not even shuttles, are allowed to enter the Xiaolong Galaxy from the boundary space." "Understood?" She continued issuing a series of commands. "Strictly control the passage through the 3-star gates, allowing only approved ships to enter. Allocate incoming personnel by rank, with lower-ranked guests sent directly to their target planets. Alleviate the pressure on 6 of the 18 trade starports that are already overburdened. Ensure 1 month's food supply. Increase the accommodation fees for incoming personnel tenfold, and enforce strict management of the navigation routes." Secretaries bustled around, handling the endless stream of tasks. Jiang Hong finally had a moment to catch her breath. She massaged her temples, recalling her responsibilities as the governor of the Xiaolong Galaxy. Although the military exclusion zone was under Lilith's jurisdiction, in this special situation, she needed to coordinate everything comprehensively. A secretary, sweating profusely, reported, "Governor, the population of the Xiaolong Galaxy has exceeded 1 trillion, and many city population alarms have sounded." Jiang Hong decisively ordered, "For cities where the reception capacity exceeds 130, close the entry channels, only allow exits. Redirect subsequent personnel to other cities." Another secretary promptly reported the shortage of shuttles. Jiang Hong quickly decided, contact Beiyan, Beilong, Rose Red Dragon, and Earth Dragon groups to mobilize all surplus shuttles. At that moment, a golden dragon-patterned prompt box popped up, showing 15 hours remaining. Jiang Hong couldn't help but reflect on the tremendous changes she had undergone over the past 6 years. The scene shifted to the best viewing platform of the Golden Dragon Space City. Li Wei, impeccably dressed in a suit, elegantly held a wine glass with his mechanical arm. A male secretary struggled to carry a box filled with business cards and room keys, while a crowd clamored outside. "Mr. Li, it's me. Mr. Li, I have a great investment opportunity. We are willing to be subcontractors for Beiyan Group. Mr. Li, remember Xia Xiaohua from Daming Lake Planet?" Li Wei casually drew a card with a scent of perfume and lipstick from the box, about to boast about his charm, when he noticed the secretary's changed expression. He immediately switched his tone. "How can these common women compare to our Xiao Miao? Burn them all. This is an insult to my loyalty to Xiao Miao." As he turned around, Li Wei unexpectedly saw 2 women. One was his sister, Li Yaqi, the CEO of Beilong Group, watching the scene with interest. The other was his wife, Mrs. Miao, who was pregnant with triplets, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Without a word, Mrs. Miao grabbed Li Wei by the ear. "What charm? Show me if you dare." Li Wei quickly begged for mercy. "I wouldn't dare. Xiao Miao, don't get angry, be careful of the babies. You're pregnant with triplets this time. You need to be extra careful. Sis, don't you agree? He glanced at his sister, hoping for some support. Liyaki forced a smile and stepped forward to comfort her sister-in-law. Madame Yao looked at Liyaki with eyes full of respect. Liyaki was no longer the same as before. She and another woman were known as the Two Blossoms of the Jiaolong Legion. This title wasn't due to their beauty, but because they were the top earners in the Jiaolong Legion. Liyaki was the head of the Northern Yin group, and the other was the leader of the Rose Red Dragon group, known as Red Rose. Madame Yao gently caressed her swollen belly, a blissful smile on her face. Sister, in 2 months, I'll give birth. You'll be an aunt then. Her gaze never landed on Li Wei, as if he didn't exist. Liyaki's eyes involuntarily fell on Madame Yao's belly, where the new hope of the Li family was growing. I'll be there with you, she said gently. Madame Yao, feeling honored, quickly declined. Sister, there's no need. Li Wei will be with me. That won't do, Liyaki said firmly, taking her sister-in-law's hand. You're the treasure of the Li family now. At that moment, a commotion erupted next door, the sounds of clinking glasses and lively chatter. Though Liyaki couldn't see who it was, she recognized a few familiar voices. Who's over there? She asked curiously. Li Wei glanced over and explained. Who else? It's father. Those people couldn't find us, so they went to him to curry favor. The Li family had risen to the ranks of the top families in the Stellar Empire, second only to the royal family, thanks to Liyaki and her brother becoming trusted confidants of the Jiaolong Legion's commander. The Li and Chu families were now known as the two great families of the Stellar Empire. Liyaki reminded, tell father it's fine to drink, but not to discuss anything else. Li Wei chuckled. Don't worry, I've already told him. Besides, he doesn't hold any real power. He's old and values face. Let him enjoy some respect, it makes him happy. Madame Yao hesitated before speaking. Sister, father mentioned that now that Li Wei is married with a child on the way, he's no longer worried. But you're still alone. Liyaki saw through the words immediately. Did my dad ask you to say this? Madame Yao nodded. Liyaki took a sip of her drink, her gaze drifting to the night sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window, silent. Li Wei quickly pulled his wife aside, whispering, how many times have I told you not to bring this up in front of my sister? But, your dad asked me to. Madame Yao defended herself, feeling wronged. And your sister has many suitors. How come none of them catch her eye? Li Wei sighed deeply, looking at his sister's lonely figure. It's because she met someone just as exceptional as me. Love at first sight, but it doomed her for life. Do you mean that man? Madame Yao recalled a certain rumor. If it was indeed him, she could understand. After all, who in this vast universe could surpass that man? Just then, a striking figure approached. She nodded slightly at Li Wei, who raised his glass in return. The woman, known as Red Rose, walked over to Liyaki with a drink in hand. Drinking alone? Aren't you lonely? Red Rose teased. Liyaki glanced at her rival. Aren't you alone too? Still thinking about him? I heard one of your suitors covered an entire planet's surface with roses just to make you smile. How dull. Liyaki commented coldly. Red Rose raised an eyebrow. Would it still be dull if a man did it? Liyaki didn't respond. Red Rose downed her drink, her eyes shining with determination. I can't stand people who bottle up their feelings. Yes, he's amazing, the kind of man you meet once and can never like anyone else. I'm probably like you, unable to fancy another man in this lifetime. But, she paused, then continued, I don't care about titles, but I must have a child with him. My Rose Red Dragon group needs an heir. If I can't do it openly, I'll do it covertly. I refuse to believe I can't have him. You. Liyaki was shocked, not expecting such bold words from Red Rose. Red Rose stood tall. I don't want to live with regrets. At the top observation deck of the purple hibiscus space city, Blanche stepped out, surprised to find two people already seated on the crescent-shaped sofas. You two came early? The two women raised their glasses in silent greeting. They were Empress Qin Xiaolei of the Stellar Empire and Empress Saint Kana of the Holy Radiance Empire. Blanche was the current ruler of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation. Although Charlotte was the nominal leader of Warhammer, her busy schedule left Blanche, the Dragon Princess, to shoulder the responsibilities. Blanche approached Saint Kana, curious. Empress Saint Kana, I didn't expect you to agree to this. I guess the Stellar Empire would, but you? Don't you have faith? Agreeing to this, doesn't it betray your holy light? Saint Kana calmly replied, the holy light resides in our hearts. As for this matter, it was a unanimous decision by our High Council. Seems like faith knows when to be practical, Blanche quipped, her words edged with rivalry. During the Galactic Alliance era, Warhammer and Holy Radiance were always at odds. Holy Radiance looked down on Warhammer, while Warhammer saw Holy Radiance as hypocritical. In a nearby private room, two elders were conversing. Hey, you old coot, you're here too. If you can come, why can't I? After all, that esteemed personage graduated from our academy. Enough with that. Now the whole universe knows Zhao Chen graduated from your Northern Star Military Academy. Your academy has become the biggest interstellar academy in the Stellar Empire. Quite an achievement. Marshal Chu Changhe scratched his ear impatiently. Principal Qin looked at Marshal Chu Changhe and couldn't resist a jab. Speaking of which, what's the status of your granddaughter's engagement? You used to brag to us old folks that you'd be drinking wedding wine soon. I've been waiting so long. The flowers have withered, and I haven't even seen a piece of wedding candy. Marshal Chu Changhe's face fell at the remark. He took a swig of his drink. It's not my fault my granddaughter is so stubborn, he muttered helplessly. On the premier observation deck of the first starport of Xiaolong, the Holy Angel Queen stood, her gaze fixed on the two figures opposite her. Her expression revealed disbelief, clearly not expecting to encounter them in such a setting. Your Majesty, it's a pleasure to meet you, Ain said with a smile, performing a standard angelic salute with grace and professionalism, as if she had practiced it 1,000 times. In stark contrast, Ajin stood beside her with a cold expression, silently observing everything. This wine tastes pretty good, the War Angel Queen's voice came from the side. She was comfortably seated, holding a glass of fine wine from the Xiaolong galaxy, her face lit with enjoyment. The Holy Angel Queen looked around, astonished by the scene before her. High-ranking leaders from both the angel and mechanical races were present in one place, something previously unimaginable. She also knew that in the adjacent room, there were high-ranking leaders from the demon race. Although the demon territories had been divided into several regions by the Xiaolong commander, rendering these so-called high ranks no longer on par with her. Seeing her compatriot's demeanor, the Holy Angel Queen shook her head helplessly. She turned to the mechanical race leader and greeted her. How should I address you? Ain smiled slightly and replied, Ain, have you really made up your minds? The Holy Angel Queen asked, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Haven't you already met our master? Ain responded calmly. Our master should have already conveyed our stance. Our master's will is the will of the entire mechanical race. But are you really going to abandon everything here? The Holy Angel Queen asked incredulously. She recalled her previous conversation with the sudden visitor from the mechanical race, still finding it hard to comprehend. At that time, the mechanical race leader had come alone to the angelic sacred mountain and directly stated, We, the mechanical race, will leave this world. Everything belonging to the mechanical race will be handed over to the Xiaolong Lord. Furthermore, this universe will establish a unified regime with only one leader, Xiaolong Lord Zhao Chen. Do you agree? Faced with such a sudden declaration, the War Angel Queen bluntly asked, What do you mean? That boy wants to be king? The Holy Angel Queen stopped her and asked with a frown, What happens if we agree? And what if we don't? If you agree, you have the right to live. If you don't, we, the mechanical race, will completely annihilate the angel race before we leave this universe, the tall female officer said coldly, pointing at the Holy Angel Queen. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the two angel queens. They knew if they disagreed, the mechanical race would indeed wage war against them. The mechanical race's power was well known, and combined with this mysterious figure and the peculiar starship, along with the now stronger Xiaolong Legion, even at their peak, the angel race might not prevail. Ultimately, out of helplessness, they chose to agree. Hope you keep your promise, the Holy Angel Queen said. Otherwise, no matter where you go, I will hunt you down and destroy your angel race. After saying this, the tall female officer vanished, and the mysterious starship departed from the sacred mountain planet, disappearing into the vast cosmos. Recalling this memory, the Holy Angel Queen still felt a deep unease about that person's aura. I told you, it's our master's order, which is the will of the entire mechanical race, Ain repeated calmly. That so-called order, that black wall base, is it all true? The Holy Angel Queen asked again. After the tall female officer left, the Xiaolong Lord had contacted her and sent a dossier. It contained information about a cosmic external force named Order, the mechanical race's purpose over the past millennia, and startling details about the Gaia Empire and the Black Wall base, which even had traces in angelic records. You know everything you need to know, Ain said with a smile. If you still believe it's false, no amount of explanation will convince you. Why him? The Holy Angel Queen questioned again, though she didn't mention any names. Ain knew who she meant. Ain looked out at the vast cosmos beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. If you'd asked me that a year ago, I might have been puzzled too, just like my companion here. She pointed to Ajin, who still wore a cold expression. You can tell she's struggling to accept this, but because it's our master's order, she'll follow it no matter what. But now, I believe that in this universe, only he is the hope for our world. Why? The Holy Angel Queen pressed. Because he can bring miracles, Ain said earnestly. Given the current situation, only miracles can save our world. The Holy Angel Queen sighed, almost in a conversational tone. Is order really that terrifying? Ain fell into a moment of recollection, reminiscing about former adversaries who now conversed like old friends. Meanwhile, in the observation area of the T5 Diamond Eden-class starship, in a vast multi-level room, Chief Engineer and was guiding the Insect Queen through this kingdom. One side of the room had floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view. Various delicacies filled the room, and the Insect Queen tasted them continuously without any sign of her belly swelling. "Try this, it tastes great," and pointed to a dish. "And this one, add some cumin, it really enhances the flavor. You like eating snail noodles too," and suddenly exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, you have good taste. This stuff is really good. I often eat it while working. It's so invigorating. But not in my own office, I go to someone else's. Like Nana's office." At that moment, a sinister voice came from behind Anne. "So you like eating snail noodles while working, huh?" And turned to see a furious Nana. Nana clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "I knew it. That's why my office smelled. You've been eating snail noodles there." And stammered. "If I said it was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? I went to the wrong office by mistake." The year 3037 is drawing near. Across observation decks scattered throughout the galaxy, and even on distant planets, people fall silent and gaze up at the stars. Whether it is day or night, everyone knows the most significant moment is about to arrive. Suddenly, projection screens appear on plazas, building rooftops, and any place where people are gathered, displaying a scene of a starry ocean with the main planet of the Xiaolong system in the background. The entire Xiaolong star system seems to fall into silence. In an office, even the usually boisterous Annie sisters have momentarily ceased their bickering. Nana glares at her sister and warns, "If you ever eat in my office again, I'll make sure you never eat again in your life." She tidies her outfit and looks seriously out the window at the starry sky. Behind her, Annie sticks out her tongue but restrains herself from further antics, standing there watching the view through the floor-to-ceiling window. There's still some time. Eating a drumstick shouldn't hurt, Annie thinks, quickly pulling a drumstick from her pocket and taking a swift bite, nervously glancing at her sister, hoping not to get caught. Suddenly, Annie stops chewing. She sees an interstellar battleship, the T5 Dragon Emperor command ship, appearing out of thin air in front of the Xiaolong main planet. Following that, more bright spots appear around the Dragon Emperor, with one T5 Xiaolong interstellar battleship after another coming into view. These battleships include the T5 Chaos Knight Heavy Assault Destroyer, T5 Lightning Phantom Heavy Assault Cruiser, T5 King of the Hill Heavy Comprehensive Strategic Frigate, and the T5 Frost Tyrant Heavy Missile Battleship Cruiser, forming a protective formation on the periphery. Around the Dragon Emperor are the main fleet ships, including the T5 Fire Chelan Heavy Carrier Starship and the T5 Holy Redeemer Heavy Armored Battleship. In the rear formation are the T5 Spear of Sin Heavy Artillery Ship and the T5 Crimson Reaper Heavy Strategic Missile Ship. More astonishingly, the elusive T5 Nether Wolf King Medium Stealth Bomber and the T5 Ghostlight Stealth Recon Ship reveal themselves from their hidden state, showing their full appearance to the public for the first time. This fleet is the Xiaolong Elite Guard Fleet, composed entirely of T5 interstellar warships. But this is far from the end. Next, rings of light appear, aligning neatly along the path of the advancing Xiaolong Elite Guard Fleet like summoned soldiers. 3,000 interstellar warships line up in formation, representing General Charlotte's Xiaolong 1st Legion. Following them, the Reeded Xiaolong 2nd Legion, Shunbing's Xiaolong 3rd Legion, and up to the newest Xiaolong 20th Legion appear one after another. Each Xiaolong Legion now consists of 30,000 interstellar warships, but due to space constraints, only 3,000 from each legion participate in this gathering. These 60,000 warships, representing the 20 Xiaolong legions, all of T5 and T4 grades, inspire both envy and awe among the spectators. On an observation deck on a remote planetary moon, a Xiaolong enthusiast excitedly explains the ships to those around him. Although they can only see the scene through a broadcast, their excitement is undiminished. Meanwhile, in a nearby restaurant, a young female manager leans against the wall, silently weeping. Her name is Zhang Xiaoli, not yet 30, with exhaustion written all over her face. Without a Xiaolong residency, she had to pull strings to get a job at this interstellar restaurant and worked her way up to become a manager through relentless effort. "Zhang Xiaoli, why are you idling here? How many times have I called you? Why didn't you respond?" A hotel supervisor scolds as he approaches. "Sorry, I was distracted," she replies, lowering her head with a hint of self-mockery in her eyes. She looks at a side profile portrait of a man hanging on the wall, thinking to herself, if I hadn't made that wrong choice back then, what would my life be like now? Suddenly, someone shouts, "Look, there's someone on the Dragon Emperor." The video feed zooms in on the Dragon Emperor, revealing 6 pillars and a staircase at the top of the ship, leading to a golden dragon-embroidered throne. A figure is walking toward the throne. It's Xiaolong Lord Zhao Chen. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhao Chen walks to the throne. The transparent canopy design creates the illusion that he is walking in space. As Zhao Chen stands before the throne, he knows that once he sits down, everything will change forever. It wasn't just the Xiaolong galaxy. The entire universe was watching the man who was about to ascend the throne. From the farthest planets to the busiest spaceports, from the tiniest satellites to the largest space stations, and even on every starship, countless beings held their breath. Angels, mechanical life forms, demons, orcs, humans, every race focused their gaze on the figure standing before the throne. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, and past memories flashed through his mind like a carousel. Finally, a massive fleet of pitch-black warships appeared before him. Behind the fleet, a gigantic shadow loomed over him like a deity, its terrifying giant hands seemingly ready to crush the tiny Zhao Chen at any moment. Zhao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, filled with determination. He turned to survey the Xiaolong intergalactic fleet and the distant planets of the Xiaolong galaxy. At that moment, he understood his mission: protection. Power, status, and beauty were not his reasons for sitting on the throne. His sole goal was to protect everything. Under the watchful eyes of the entire universe, Zhao Chen slowly took his seat on the throne. In an instant, the Xiaolong galaxy erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, and a resonant voice echoed in every corner. I, Zhao Chen, hereby establish the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire. I am the current emperor of the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire. From this moment on, all planets and resources in the known universe belong to the Xiaolong Empire. All races must unconditionally pledge their allegiance to the Xiaolong Empire. Those who defy will be considered at war, and the Xiaolong Empire will dispatch its intergalactic fleet to conquer them. Long live the Emperor! This shout reverberated throughout the universe. On every warship of the Xiaolong fleet, officers and soldiers placed their hands over their hearts and shouted in unison. In every subsidiary unit of the Xiaolong group, all staff members saluted and echoed the call. Immediately after, one by one, video windows appeared in the lower right corner of the Emperor's broadcast. Empress Qin Xiaolei of the Xingyao Empire, Empress Saint Kana of the Holy Radiance Empire, and Supreme Leader Charlotte of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation each announced their allegiance. These three empires, once secretly controlled by the Xiaolong Galactic Group, were now openly declaring their subordination. Next, over 100 demon lords knelt on one knee, swearing allegiance on behalf of the demon race. Following them, the Sacred Angel King and the War Angel King set aside their former pride and declared their allegiance on behalf of the angel race. Finally, to everyone's astonishment, a representative of the mechanical race appeared on the screen. Accompanied by Ajin and Ayan, a tall female officer in military uniform solemnly announced that the mechanical race would pledge allegiance to the Xiaolong Emperor, and all their interstellar territories would belong to the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire. Zhao Chen sat calmly on the throne, accepting everyone's allegiance. At that moment, the entire known universe had completely submitted to him. Over the next week, the Dragon Emperor began a tour of the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire, appearing in the capitals and key star systems of the three empires, as well as those of the angel and demon races. The galactic year 3037 began with this universe-shaking event. After the tour, Zhao Chen collapsed wearily onto a sofa on the bridge. Lilith thoughtfully handed him a cup of hot tea and reported the next 3 mandatory engagements. Zhao Chen did not complain. He merely sighed deeply and drank the tea in one gulp. When can we return to the Xiaolong galaxy? Zhao Chen asked. In one day, Lilith replied. Zhao Chen then inquired about the progress of the industrial statistics calculation for the Xiaolong galaxy. Upon hearing that it was nearing completion, he requested 5 days to finalize the construction plan for the coming year with Annie and the other 3 chief engineers. Regarding the internal coordination and calculation progress within the Xiaolong Intergalactic Empire, Lilith reported that it was about 70 complete. This investigation, which involved assessing the industrial capabilities and resource outputs of various factions, was crucial for the construction plan for the next year. Hearing the good news, Lilith's eyes sparkled with joy. Because of this, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has vast resources at its disposal. Zhao Chen raised his hand and activated the star map of the entire Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. A massive dotted line encircled the known universe, outlining the empire's boundaries. Within this map, different colors delineated the empire's composition. 3 kingdoms, 2 ethnic groups, demon clusters, the 15 star regions of Xiaolong, and scattered interstellar territories. These interstellar forces still operate under their original political systems, but all diplomatic and military powers have been transferred to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. The empire can mobilize resources from these forces, though not without compensation. Zhao Chen understood the principle of not killing the goose that lays the golden eggs and knew that maintaining the empire's rule required reasonable and sustainable operations. Currently, does anyone have any objections to the few imperial decrees we've issued? Zhao Chen asked with concern. Lilith responded, most have no objections. And regarding the decree that each force must remit 30 of their monthly output, no objections there either? Zhao Chen pressed further. None. Lilith shook her head. Zhao Chen sighed in relief. This decree was undoubtedly the most domineering, akin to a protection fee. Fortunately, no one had raised any objections. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Chen. Have the mechs really started to withdraw? Lilith nodded and pulled up some video footage. Yes. From the day the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was founded, the mechs began withdrawing their industrial facilities. We have also started taking over key resource areas. The footage showed a resource-rich star system where the once densely packed industrial facilities of the mechs were being gradually dismantled. Massive planetary mining installations were slowly detaching from the surface, drifting toward distant stargates. These were the mechs' possessions, and they were taking significant industrial facilities and vast amounts of resources with them, crossing through the gate of Gaia. As far as Zhao Chen knew, the resources the mechs were taking would sustain them for 10 years in a new space, even allowing them to maintain 10 years of combat readiness. This included the mechs' accumulations over millennia in this world. Watching this, Zhao Chen felt deeply moved. It was as if he were witnessing an army marching resolutely toward a distant battlefield. Even though they were merely mechanical beings, they were unwaveringly heading into the unknown. The scene left Zhao Chen unsettled. Lilith continued her report. The mechs have handed over all resource data within their territory to us. This will facilitate our future takeover and utilization of the resources in mech territory. According to the plan, we will spend 3 months massively producing interstellar mining ships, transport ships, and factories to restore, and even surpass, the resource output in mech territory. The resulting figures will be substantial. Zhao Chen remained silent, quietly observing everything. Any other plans? He asked. No further engagements for the next half hour, Lilith replied. Good, I'll take a break, Zhao Chen said as he left the bridge. Shortly after, Zhao Chen stood before a large viewport, gazing out into the starry expanse. A whimsical little girl appeared beside him. When will you leave? Zhao Chen asked. The little girl replied, Don't worry. Moving this huge operation won't be quick. It will take at least 3 months. This is the time I'm giving you. In truth, there are still many who may be dissatisfied with your rule, but they show compliance due to our mech strength. So, during these 3 months, your Xiaolong Interstellar Empire needs to prove its ability to govern this universe. This is your transition period. Do your best, Emperor. The little girl floated up, striking a pose like an elder patting a junior on the shoulder. Will you come back? Zhao Chen asked. 10 years. We'll be fighting over there for 10 years while looking for opportunities. After 10 years, I believe you'll come to get us. Right, Emperor. The little girl's big, watery eyes looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen clenched his fists and opened his mouth. The little girl smiled, a brilliant smile. After handling the busy affairs generated by the recent establishment of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Zhao Chen finally found time to visit the office of the T5 Galactic Industrial Base to meet with the 3 chief engineers of Xiaolong. Chief Engineer Nana and Chief Engineer Spider Queen Elise had been eagerly waiting, while Chief Engineer Annie sat on a chair, swinging her legs and staring into the distance with a blank expression. Annie knew very well that the Emperor's annual visit at the beginning of the year was to lay out the new year's production plans and introduce new starship technology requirements. She secretly hoped that the Emperor would go easy on them this time and not increase their workload. As the sound of footsteps approached, Zhao Chen, dressed in lavish attire, walked into the office. This was the first time Annie had seen Zhao Chen in such formal clothing, and she couldn't help but be surprised. The 2 chief engineers greeted him in unison, while Annie first hopped to the ground before obediently saluting. Zhao Chen gestured for the 3 to sit, indicating that there was no need for formalities when discussing industrial technology. Although he didn't like his formal attire, as the most powerful emperor in the universe, he had to always be mindful of his image. Chief Engineer Spider Queen Elise was the first to sit, while Annie clambered onto her chair in a comical manner. Chief Engineer Nana, on the other hand, elegantly activated a hovering device to take her seat effortlessly. Annie couldn't help but feel a bit deflated watching her sister's graceful move. Zhao Chen got straight to the point, announcing that this year's manufacturing core would be upgraded from T5 to T6 technology. He then projected images of 8 new T6 technology weapon systems: the T6 Steel Star Fortress flagship, T6 Dragon Emperor Interstellar Command Ship, T6 Seraphim Crossbow Long-Range Hunting Ship Flagship, T6 Demon Emperor Carrier Starship Flagship, T6 Gluttony Overlord Starship, T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb, T6 Purple Gold Eden Starship, and T6 Thunder Lord Heavy Interstellar Destroyer. Nana and Elise's eyes lit up, while Annie covered her face in disbelief, thinking that this workload was impossible to handle. Zhao Chen detailed the importance and applications of each technology, emphasizing the strategic significance of the T6 Steel Star Fortress, T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb, and T6 Purple Gold Eden Starship. He also revealed that 2 of the technologies had just been acquired, though in fact, there were 3, with the third being unsuitable for display. Chief Engineer Nana was ecstatic, stating that these new technologies would greatly enhance the strength of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Zhao Chen then laid out specific production requirements, 2 flagship interstellar warships to be delivered by mid-year. At least 3 T6 steel star fortresses built by mid-year, reaching 10 by the end of the year. At least 10 T6 purple gold Eden starships to be delivered monthly, totaling 150 by the end of the year. And 10 units of 2 mass-produced T6 interstellar warships to be built within 3 months, reaching 30 within 6 months, with the Xiaolong Legion's active fleet reaching 100 units by the end of the year. Chief Engineer Annie trembled slightly at these demands, but consoled herself with the thought that these efforts would lead to better food ingredients. Zhao Chen slowly began to speak, outlining a series of construction plans to the 3 chief engineers. If there are any new T6 starship construction technologies, I'll inform you immediately to integrate them into our production plan, he said, nodding in satisfaction. Listening to these grand plans, Annie felt her heart sink. 100 T6 starships. She instantly felt that her life for the next year would be nothing but a nightmare. However, she just sat there, petrified, unable to vent her inner turmoil. Zhao Chen continued, by the way, since we've taken over all the territories of the Mech clan, many of their construction and industrial facilities have been dismantled. So, we'll need a large number of interstellar transport ships, mining ships, and some industrial factories. We might need your help with these as well. This doesn't just apply to the Mech clan territories, but also to the restoration and production in the Demon clan territories, as well as the industrial upgrades in the Angel clan and the 3 great empires. Annie felt even more overwhelmed, thinking, is there no end to this? How am I supposed to survive? Just then, a confident voice beside her said, all right, that's not a problem. Annie turned in shock to see her dear sister Nana, thinking, did you even think before saying that? Zhao Chen, satisfied, said, I'll leave it to you then. After giving a few more instructions, he left. Annie collapsed on the ground, rolling and wailing. This is impossible. I can't do this. Nana, the chief engineer, looked at her sister, who was acting like a dead fish, and unceremoniously grabbed her by the collar, saying, let's go. We've got work to do. Annie shouted, Nana, I'm breaking up with you. I'm cutting all ties with you. Nana calmly replied, if you want to break up, finish this year's construction plans first. Wah. Nana, what's more important to you, your sister, or these construction plans? Annie cried. Of course, His Majesty's construction plans are more important, Nana answered without hesitation. Annie could only cry helplessly. Oh. Back on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chen looked at the throne and silently walked up to sit down. The bridge had been slightly modified, with the throne replacing his usual sofa. Lilith approached Zhao Chen and asked, have you discussed everything with the chief engineers? Zhao Chen nodded. Yes, it's all settled. They will come up with a construction plan within 3 days. Lilith, you need to calculate our current monthly resource output to see if it meets our industrial construction needs. Lilith assured him, I will complete the statistics within 3 days and coordinate with the chief engineers to ensure the construction plan for this year goes smoothly. At that moment, Charlotte arrived with several legion marshals. They saluted Zhao Chen, who awkwardly told them to dispense with the formalities. Charlotte said, regarding the military system construction plan for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, we've discussed it and come up with a preliminary draft for your review. She raised her hand, and an electronic screen appeared, displaying their proposed plan. Charlotte began to explain the 5-tier military system in detail. 5th tier, minor lord fleets. This is the most basic level, responsible for maintaining order in their respective territories. They are not allowed to leave their territory without orders, and the number of ships must be approved by us. This essentially includes the current number of fleets owned by interstellar powers, which can be adjusted later. 4th tier, major lord fleets. Built upon the minor lord fleets, these are for larger territories, like the 3 great kingdoms. For example, Queen Qin Xiaolei would be considered a major lord, and her forces would be renamed major lord fleets, primarily overseeing their respective large territories. 3rd tier, Charlotte continued to detail the other levels of the military system. The Tier 3 Dragonhawk Empire's elite guard fleet consists of second-line Dragonhawk-class interstellar warships, primarily responsible for maintaining security and patrols within the Dragonhawk Interstellar Empire. This fleet functions similarly to a police force within the Empire. Due to the current shortage of interstellar warships, the exact number of ships is yet to be determined. However, decommissioned warships will be prioritized for inclusion in the elite guard fleet in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen realized that these 3 tiers have already established an internal military management system within the Dragonhawk Interstellar Empire, mainly for internal balance. He suspected that the last 2 tiers might be aimed at external affairs. The Tier 2 Dragonhawk Core fleet is currently the main force of the Dragonhawk Corps and will become the regular combat fleet of the Dragonhawk Empire in the future. The fleet currently comprises fewer than 1 million ships, barely meeting the requirements of 20 Dragonhawk Corps, and urgently needs further expansion. Zhao Chen nodded, deciding to prioritize fleet expansion and military reforms in the upcoming year. The Tier 1 Ace Corps within the Dragonhawk Corps also falls under the regular combat fleet but is significantly stronger. Though not the largest in number, it is equipped with the most advanced Dragonhawk-class interstellar warships. Charlotte explained that the Dragonhawk Corps has always followed a small but elite strategy, leveraging its elite units to gain an advantage on the battlefield. However, the current situation demands a dual approach. Tier 2 focuses on scale and quantity, while Tier 1 continues the elite strategy to ensure greater flexibility and effectiveness in battle. After explaining this 5-tier military system, Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and asked if there were more detailed specifics. Charlotte then elaborated on the arrangements for Tier 1 and Tier 2. Firstly, the Dragonhawk Corps will undergo a large-scale expansion to establish a new Dragonhawk Corps Fleet Group tier. Each fleet group will consist of 10 Dragonhawk Corps fleets, with each fleet comprising 50,000 interstellar warships totaling 500,000 ships per fleet group. This reform aims to prepare for potential large-scale battles in the future and improve command efficiency. Regarding Tier 1, Charlotte proposed the formation of 5 Ace Corps fleets. 1. A frontline assault fleet commanded by Charlotte herself, responsible for finding breakthroughs for the Dragonhawk Fleet Group. 2. A carrier-based combat fleet led by Commander Su Lan, focusing on a carrier battle system. 3. A fleet of interstellar cruisers and battlecruisers commanded by Commander Chitong, primarily tasked with penetration, pursuit, and battlefield support. 4. A fire support fleet led by Commander Baishue, composed of interstellar missile ships and heavy artillery ships. 5. A special operations fleet commanded by Zhao Wanner, consisting of interstellar stealth bombers for assassination, ambush, interception, and raid missions. Zhao Chen was very pleased with these arrangements, seeing them as perfectly aligning with his vision. He even considered assigning future flagship T6 interstellar warships to these ace fleets as their flagships. Considering the ongoing threat from 2 Zerg nests, Zhao Chen inquired whether the military reforms could be completed within a month. Charlotte solemnly promised to complete the Tier 1 and Tier 2 reforms by mid-February, but emphasized that the process would require Zhao Chen's cooperation, especially in appointing new officers. Zhao Chen realized that, as the Emperor of the Dragonhawk Interstellar Empire, he needed to establish many new rules, with the military rank system being the most crucial. He recalled the simple ranking system previously used by the Dragonhawk Corps and the general titles employed when they were part of the Starshine Empire. Now, these all needed a complete overhaul. In the captain's quarters, Zhao Chen took out a blue vial of the T6 Super Soldier Serum, one of the 3 T6 exchange options for the first quarter of the year. Remembering his previous experience with the T5 serum, Zhao Chen hesitated momentarily, but then resolutely injected the serum into his chest. After the injection, Zhao Chen felt no discomfort and even slept soundly. Upon waking, he felt refreshed but noticed no significant increase in strength. Confused, Zhao Chen had a medical robot thoroughly examine his body, which reported everything as normal. Though puzzled about the effects of the Super Soldier Serum, Zhao Chen temporarily set the question aside. He opened the system interface, ready to embrace the new year. Zhao Chen frowned as he stared at the empty task list, filled with confusion. This year's annual and quarterly tasks hadn't refreshed, an unprecedented situation. He meticulously reviewed every interface of the system, trying to find the cause, but to no avail. Just as he was deep in thought, a knock on the door interrupted his musings. "Come in," Zhao Chen said. Lilith opened the door and reported, "Your Majesty, the generals have arrived. Today, you need to discuss and finalize some military matters with them." Zhao Chen nodded, momentarily setting aside his doubts. He quickly changed into formal attire and got to work. In the conference room, the Legion commanders were already seated. After a heated discussion, a new ranking system for the Xiaolong military was swiftly established. This system ranged from 5 main levels to 20 sublevels, covering all ranks from ordinary soldiers to the highest commanders. Zhao Chen carefully reiterated the details of the new system to ensure everyone understood it clearly. Everyone present unanimously agreed. The next task fell to Zhao Chen to appoint and confer ranks to the officers of the reformed Xiaolong Empire fleet. He completed this task swiftly and instructed his secretary, Lilith, to organize the first Xiaolong Empire commissioning ceremony within 3 days. This sudden ceremony garnered widespread attention. Not only were the military high command invited, but also the newly ennobled regional lords. On the day of the commissioning, the banquet hall of the Dragon Emperor Starship was packed with thousands of attendees. Lilith stood before a bird-shaped device and announced the start of the ceremony. As the curtain rose, Zhao Chen, dressed in magnificent ceremonial attire, appeared before the crowd. The entire hall stood up and chanted in unison, "Long live the Emperor." Zhao Chen stood stoically, waiting for Lilith to read out the commissioning list. Shen Bing, commander of the First Fleet of the Xiaolong Empire, is conferred the rank of Marshal. Despite being prepared, Shen Bing couldn't hide her excitement. She walked slowly up to the platform and saluted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen personally pinned the martial insignia on her. Chu Xian, commander of the Second Fleet of the Xiaolong Empire, is conferred the rank of Marshal. This appointment delighted the Chu family members present. Grand Marshal Chu Changhe accepted congratulations from those around him as he watched his granddaughter receive the martial insignia from Zhao Chen, his heart swelling with pride. Commander Medusa of the 3rd Legion Fleet of the Sky Dragon Empire was awarded the rank of Marshal. With grace, she glided her snake tail and slowly ascended the platform. Zhao Chen personally pinned the emblem symbolizing her new rank onto her. Medusa gazed at the shining emblem on her chest, overwhelmed with emotions. There was a time when she was merely the leader of an obscure pirate group in the Dark Reef sector. Now, she stood as a marshal commanding a fleet of 500,000 interstellar warships, renowned across the vast cosmos. Such glory was beyond her wildest dreams. Long live the Emperor! We pledge our eternal loyalty to the Emperor, Medusa declared loudly, saluting Zhao Chen with a standard military gesture before striding off the platform with her head held high, under the gaze of the assembly. At this moment, the 3 fleet groups of the Sky Dragon Legion represented the primary composition of the Empire's conventional fleet. Due to a shortage of warships, these groups had not yet reached the full strength of 1.5 million ships. Continuous supplementation of interstellar warships was required to complete the structure. Sky Dragon Elite Legion, commander of the Angel of Destruction Fleet Group, Bai Shui, is awarded the rank of Marshal. Lilith's voice resounded again. The wolfwoman Bai Shui stood up, her tail wagging excitedly. It wasn't until her sister Bai Yu gave a discreet cough that she realized her lapse in decorum and tried to control her tail, though it still perked up high. She walked briskly to the platform, standing before Zhao Chen with an uncontainable smile on her face. As Zhao Chen pinned the martial insignia on Bai Shui, she grinned broadly and declared, "I will forever be loyal to the Emperor. Anyone who dares defy the Emperor will be shattered under my firepower." With that, she stepped down from the platform, her expression full of pride. As the Elite Legion, the Angel of Destruction Fleet Group had the privilege of choosing their own designation. Bai Shui chose the name of her favorite interstellar missile ship Hell's Angel. This also became the fleet group's motto. Where the angel's wings reach, the starry sky becomes a purgatory. Silence is destruction. Following this, Zhao Wanner, Su Lan, Qitong, and others were successively awarded the rank of Marshal, each fleet designation carrying its unique significance. Finally, everyone's attention turned to the central position of the first row. Sky Dragon Elite Legion, commander of the Reverse Scale Fleet Group, Charlotte, is awarded. Lilith paused deliberately, the rank of 5-star Marshal. This unexpected title caused a stir throughout the venue. Charlotte herself showed a look of surprise, clearly unprepared for this outcome. She walked up to Zhao Chen, who smiled and took out a special emblem adorned with 5 golden dragon star symbols. "Your contributions to Sky Dragon have not gone unnoticed. This is well deserved," Zhao Chen said softly. Charlotte playfully rolled her eyes at Zhao Chen, but as she looked at the unique 5-star martial emblem, her heart was filled with warmth. Charlotte slowly descended from the stage amidst thunderous applause and returned to her seat. On stage, Lilith was about to announce the appointment of the next marshal when she suddenly found her voice had vanished. Her face turned pale instantly, realizing that a malfunction at this moment would be a huge embarrassment. In that tense moment, Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the hall. "I hereby bestow upon Lilith, the highest secretary officer of the Xiaolong Empire, the rank of 5-star Marshal." Applause erupted once again. Although the appointment was unexpected, everyone knew Lilith's special status within the Xiaolong Empire. If Charlotte was Zhao Chen's sword, then Lilith was his brain. Without Charlotte, Zhao Chen lost his punch. Without Lilith, he lost his intellect. This rank was well deserved for Lilith. Lilith walked up to Zhao Chen, her eyes filled with surprise and a hint of reproach. She mouthed silently, "You didn't tell me." Zhao Chen simply smiled as he pinned the 5-star Marshal badge on her. Keen observers would notice that although both Lilith and Charlotte had 5-star Marshal badges, the background designs were different. Charlotte's badge featured a sword and shield, symbolizing strength, while Lilith's depicted a book, representing wisdom. Lilith then announced the conferment of honorary officer ranks to 5 individuals: Qin Xiaolei, St. Kana, Blanche, Angelia, and Wells. These 5 represented various powers and statuses, and their inclusion further solidified the Xiaolong Empire's position. As Zhao Chen pinned the honorary marshal badge on Blanche, he whispered, "This is a recognition of your management of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. In the future, you will have the opportunity to truly control Warhammer, just like Qin Xiaolei and St. Kana." Blanche didn't respond, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her excitement. The rest of the ceremony was handled by Charlotte and Lilith, who conferred different ranks on other officers. Former commanders of the Xiaolong Legion, such as Xue Xiaoxiao and Wei Shishir, were awarded the rank of 3-star general, becoming deputy commanders of various fleet groups. After the ceremony, Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lilith retreated to a secluded room. They reviewed the new military system roster. Besides the honorary ranks, the Xiaolong Empire now had 2 5-star marshals, 7 4-star marshals, 25 3-star generals, 97 two-star lieutenant generals, 301 one-star major generals, and over 1,000 brigadiers. This system not only included military positions, but also covered several important auxiliary roles. At that moment, Chief Engineer Annie, who had just received the rank of 3-star general, was ecstatic. She burst into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Now we'll never have to worry about wealth for the rest of our lives. Her laughter echoed in the room, seemingly heralding a bright future for the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Chen stared at the holographic projection in front of him, which detailed the military strength of the Xiaolong Empire. His eyes first landed on the 5th-level forces, where the fleets of local minor lords were listed. Combined, they had about 1,000,000 starships, mostly T2 and T3 class, with a few wealthy minor territories possessing some old T4 ships. Next, his gaze shifted to the 4th-level forces. The fleets of major lords and kings totaled over 2,000,000 ships, primarily T3 and T4 class, with a few T5 ships serving as flagships. The third tier was the Xiaolong Empire's Imperial Guard Corps, mainly composed of T3 and T4 Xiaolong series ships, along with some retired T5 ships, totaling about 1,000,000 vessels. Though currently outnumbered by the 4th-level forces, Zhao Chen and Charlotte plan to expand this tier to 3,000,000 ships to maintain a balance of power across different regions of the universe. The second tier consisted of the Xiaolong Empire's main forces, currently comprising 3 Xiaolong Legion fleet groups, each with 300,000 T3, T4, and T5 class ships. T3 ships still made up a significant portion due to the slow production rate of the T4 series. However, with the establishment of T6 industrial factories, T3 ships would gradually be phased out. Zhao Chen's long-term goal was to build 10 fleet groups, totaling 5,000,000 ships. Finally, Zhao Chen's eyes settled on the first tier, the 5 elite fleet groups. Each fleet varied in size, ranging from Bai Shui's 30,000 ships to Qitong's 100,000 ships, all consisting of high-end T5 and T4 class vessels. Now we've completed the first step of our military reform, Zhao Chen said solemnly, but we're far from finished. Every department needs to conduct simulated war games to ensure that our combat effectiveness is enhanced under this new military structure. Charlotte nodded in agreement. I've already discussed this with the generals. They'll expedite the integration of their fleet systems. All these tasks need to be completed by the end of March, Zhao Chen stated firmly. You know why this is crucial. Rest assured, we'll get it done, Charlotte replied with determination. Zhao Chen then inquired about the status of the 2 Zerg nests. Charlotte reported no unusual activity, but mentioned that they had set up hundreds of observation posts around them. Zhao Chen warned against complacency, predicting that the Zerg might strike after the mechanical race left. After their conversation, Zhao Chen walked over to Charlotte and gently touched her swollen belly. It's been 4 months already. With so much work, don't overexert yourself. Remember, you're not the only one here now. Charlotte reassured him. Don't worry. The doctor checks on me every day, and everything is fine. The due date is around the end of June. Zhao Chen insisted that she start reducing her workload in May and take a full rest in June. Charlotte agreed outwardly, but secretly planned to continue working discreetly. As the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was first established, a scene of prosperity emerged across the lands. The smoke of war seemed to have completely dissipated at that moment, and ordinary people even mistakenly believed that a long-lost era of peace was about to begin. In the Xiaolong 15-star region, a special military-controlled star system existed under the jurisdiction of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Since last year, it had been sealed off by the then Lord Xiaolong, now Emperor, who prohibited any unauthorized starships from entering. The perimeter of the star system was filled with numerous warp interceptors and surveillance posts, and the only way in was through a rarely used stargate. Today, the stargate suddenly activated. A fleet slowly traversed the gate, entering this mysterious star domain. These starships bore not only the Xiaolong emblem but also conspicuous golden dragon patterns. In this universe, only one fleet possessed such distinctive markings: the Emperor's Royal Guard Fleet, comprised entirely of T5 class starships, which did not belong to the conventional military hierarchy. Leading the way was the Emperor's flagship, the Dragon Sovereign. Zhao Chen sat on his throne, his gaze sweeping over the dimly lit star system. Every planet appeared brownish, exuding a unique atmosphere. Suddenly, a video window popped up, and a little girl excitedly called out, "Brother." Seeing this familiar face, Zhao Chen showed a helpless expression. This was Chongji, the Zerg girl he had brought back from the Gaia Gate space, who had started calling him brother at some point. "I heard you've been building things up nicely here, so I came to check it out," Zhao Chen stated his purpose. Ever since discovering that Chongji could rebuild a Zerg fleet, he had been planning to create one for her. With an ample supply of Zerg mothership carcasses and 2 permanent cosmic Zerg nests continuously delivering materials, everything was progressing smoothly. Through the porthole, Zhao Chen saw Zerg motherships leisurely drifting in the distance, a stark contrast to the bloodthirsty and violent images he had in mind. "Brother, come visit my planet," Chongji invited, waving in the video. Zhao Chen readily accepted, as his goal was to inspect Chongji's progress. Upon landing on the Zerg planet via shuttle, Zhao Chen found that the oceans were covered with brown algae, and even the soil had turned black. The entire planet had a black-gray tone, and the ground beneath his feet was unusually soft, making it difficult for him to adapt. Brother. A figure suddenly leaped into Zhao Chen's arms. How many years have you lived and still call me brother? Zhao Chen looked helplessly at the Zerg girl in his arms. Hee, I just like calling you brother. Chongji playfully stuck out her tongue. Zhao Chen noticed two peculiar creatures behind Chongji, with snake-like lower bodies, mantis-like upper bodies, and octopus-like facial features. These are my guards, Chongji explained. The two Zerg guards bowed respectfully to Zhao Chen, showing no signs of hostility. What level are these Zerg units? Zhao Chen asked curiously. About level 5, Chongji replied. Level 5? Zhao Chen was surprised to see these three turtle creatures, finding it hard to believe they were T5 units. Chongji explained, brother, don't assume that Zerg units are always large. While size often correlates with strength, there are exceptions. For example, me. She proudly put her hands on her hips, a far cry from her initial timid self. I know you're strong, Zhao Chen chuckled. Chongji continued, they are the highest ranking here besides me. Although not as intelligent as I am, they have some command abilities. In the future, they can either become Zerg sages or evolve into T6 class Zerg motherships, like the Zerg grandma. By the way, I mentioned before that they are actually Zerg mothers. Zerg mothers? Zhao Chen was even more astonished, finding it hard to associate the term Zerg mother with the creatures before him. You said Zerg mothers could control the Zerg life forms on a planet. Like this? Chongji explained. We Zerg can change our forms as needed. They are my guards now, so they maintain their most combat-effective form. If they need to manage a planet, they would shift to their Zerg mother form. Zhao Chen then followed Chongji on a tour of the planet. He flew on an insect, observing everything from above. The small Zerg working diligently in the brown fields, the massive Zerg, and even a swarm of flying insects forming rain clouds to water the land. The planet's ecosystem far exceeded Zhao Chen's expectations, making him believe Chongji's claim that the Zerg could be self-sufficient and sustain a planet without invading others. Little Chong, how many Zerg motherships do you control now? Zhao Chen asked, getting to the main purpose of his visit. Chongji answered directly, currently, I have only 1 million Zerg motherships, with fewer than 10 T5 class ones. A million ships? Zhao Chen was shocked. You've cultivated so many in less than 6 months? Actually, this cultivation speed surprises me too. I remember my mother and Zerg grandma didn't cultivate this fast, Chongji said, puzzled. Zhao Chen squinted, pondering that this might be why they were so protective of Chongji. As Zhao Chen was deep in thought, Chongji suddenly snuggled closer to him. Although Chongji had always liked Zhao Chen, today's affection seemed a bit excessive. Little Chong, why are you sticking to me so much today? Zhao Chen asked helplessly. Chongji blinked and said, I don't know, but I smell something nice on you, brother. Zhao Chen stared at Chongji in shock, unable to believe what he had just heard. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and then a sudden realization struck him. Zhao Chong, when we were together before, you didn't have this feeling, right? Zhao Chen asked tentatively. Chongji shook her head, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. So, it means you only started feeling this way now, Zhao Chen said, his eyes lighting up as if he had grasped a clue. Chongji nodded, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. Zhao Chen quickly recalled his recent changes and soon pinpointed the only possible cause: the injection of the T6 super soldier serum. Noticing the conflict in Chongji's eyes, he asked softly, Xiao Chong, what are you thinking about? Chongji hesitated. Then, like a child who had done something wrong, she carefully said, I don't know why, but I feel like biting you. It feels like, you smell delicious. She quickly added, I'm sorry, brother. This isn't really my thought. I would never hurt you. Zhao Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he fell into deep thought. To test his hypothesis, he drew a golden dagger from his waist and made a small cut on his forearm. Blood oozed out, and Zhao Chen noticed faint golden particles shimmering in it. Chongji's reaction changed instantly. She stared at the blood on Zhao Chen's wrist, swallowing repeatedly but restraining herself from acting. She even tried to get off Zhao Chen. It's okay, Xiao Chong. You can taste it, Zhao Chen said gently. I'm giving you permission. Just think of it as carrying out one of my tasks. Hearing words like task and order, Chongji hesitated for a moment before finally succumbing and pouncing on Zhao Chen's wrist. She carefully licked the blood, afraid of hurting him. About 10 minutes later, Chongji suddenly hiccuped, swaying as if she were drunk. Zhao Chen quickly supported her to prevent her from falling. Is she drunk? Zhao Chen looked at Chongji in confusion, knowing he would have to wait until she woke up to understand the experiment's results. A few hours later, Chongji finally woke up. Zhao Chen immediately asked, How do you feel now? Anything special? Chongji was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "My Zerg factor has become stronger." Zerg factor? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Chongji explained, "It's crucial for us Zerg rulers. It determines the quality of our control and cultivation of the Zerg motherships and units. For example, a lower-level Zerg factor can only nurture AT4 Zerg mothership, while a higher-level one can nurture AT5 Zerg mothership. More Zerg factors can also speed up the cultivation process." Zhao Chen suddenly understood. This was equivalent to enhancing Chongji's production capability. "So how much has your ability improved?" Chongji counted on her fingers, and then held up 3 fingers. "At least by 30%. Realizing the importance of this enhancement, Zhao Chen decided to store some of his blood for Chongji. He filled a few empty bottles with his blood and placed them in a storage container, handing it to Chongji. Back on the Dragon Emperor, Zhao Chen glanced at his now healed scar, contemplating the potential risks of his decision. But to counter the looming threat of the Order, he had no choice but to trust Chongji. Later, Zhao Chen arrived at the Gate of Gaia. The mechanical court had been mostly dismantled to improve traffic efficiency. As Zhao Chen observed his surroundings, a light suddenly appeared on the bridge of the Dragon Emperor. "What brings you here?" A little girl's voice sounded. Zhao Chen teased, "Not welcome? How could I not welcome you? We're old friends now, aren't we?" The little girl blinked at him. Zhao Chen chuckled and shook his head. "Old friends? I don't even know your name." The little girl pouted and glared at Zhao Chen. "Why do you carbon-based lifeforms care so much about names? It's just a label." The conversation between Zhao Chen and the little girl continued in the void. "When I think back on you, I won't even have a name to call you by. How should I refer to you when I mention you to others, my old friend? The ancient granny from the mechanic tribe?" Zhao Chen teased with a chuckle. The little girl shot him a glare. "You're the granny." She then fell silent, raising her hand to project a photo in front of Zhao Chen. The photo showed a group of people in research uniforms, with a girl identical to the little one in the center, beaming with a bright smile. The only difference was in her eyes, innocent and pure in the photo, but filled with weariness in the girl standing before him. "This is the Royal Academy of Sciences of the Gaia Empire. They created me." The girl in the middle is the Gaia Empire's little princess, also a top scientist, especially in the fields of artificial intelligence and mechanical life. "She created me," the little girl explained softly, reaching out to touch the image of the girl, her hand passing through it. "If you insist on giving me a name, call me Minai." Zhao Chen frowned in thought for a moment, then extended his hand. "Nice to meet you, Millie." "I'm Zhao Chen." "Millie?" The little girl was taken aback. "Minai is her name, not mine. She's more like my mother or sister." Zhao Chen kept his hand extended, smiling. "That's why I think Millie suits you better." A glimmer of tears sparkled in the little girl's eyes as she reached out to shake his hand in the void, pouting. "What a strange name. But if you insist, I'll reluctantly accept it." Millie, nice to meet you." Zhao Chen said earnestly. 5 years. If you don't return within 5 years, I'll come to get you." He believed 5 years would be enough for the Xiaolong Empire to grow strong enough to stand alongside Order. Millie's lips trembled as she averted her gaze, seemingly holding back something. I don't need you to come get me. Stop saying weird things and go handle your empire's affairs. A dignified emperor should act more serious," she said, crossing her arms and glaring at Zhao Chen with feigned severity. Zhao Chen smiled. Millie then disappeared, and he led his fleet back to the Xiaolong star system. In early February of galactic year 3037, senior officers of the Xiaolong Empire gathered at the T5 Galaxy Industrial Base. The massive doors, closed for months, slowly opened to reveal an enormous ship. The base's appearance had changed drastically since the arrival of the Pluto, expanding several times over. This must be at least 400 or 500 kilometers long." Shui Xiaoxiao swallowed hard. If true, it would break the record for the largest known interstellar warship. Lilith marveled. Luckily, the Galaxy Industrial Base is a mobile platform. Ordinary factories wouldn't be able to handle such a construction task. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the unveiling of the giant ship. As the doors fully opened, a black and red bow came into view. The most striking feature was the Abyss cannon, its intimidating presence indescribable, making unsuspecting onlookers mistake it for the entrance to the flight deck. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Although he knew the specifications, seeing the interstellar giant in person was far more overwhelming than any data could convey. The T6 Rakshasa Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought was about to make its debut. The colossal starship slowly emerged from the spaceport, surrounded by hundreds of auxiliary vessels carefully guiding its path. Given its sheer size, any mishap could cause significant damage to the Xinghe 1 base. After half an hour of meticulous maneuvering, Zhao Chen and his team finally got a clear view of the massive interstellar battleship. "It's enormous. Unprecedentedly huge." Marshal Shunbing swallowed hard in awe. "I bet it's at least 300 kilometers long." Indeed, the battleship was astonishingly vast. Standing on its surface felt almost like standing on the ground, with no end in sight. The entire hull was painted in a striking red and black, resembling a lurking beast ready to pounce on its prey. What's it called again? Shui Xiaoxiao blinked and looked at Zhao Chen. Rakshasa King. Zhao Chen recited the formidable name, while a brief summary of the interstellar battleship appeared in his mind. Rakshasa King Class Interstellar Dreadnought. Type: Interstellar Dreadnought Flagship. Technology level: T6. Star shield energy: 1 billion units. Cruising speed: 1,500 star knots. Warp engine: level 9.9. Length: 312 kilometers. Mass: 35,300,000 tons. Crew capacity: 1 million. Starship armament: Dread Cannon Rakshasa, capable of lateral attacks in a specified range. Energy weapon: Dread Cannon Demon King, capable of precise attacks on a specific point. Energy weapon: Rakshasa King Field, can directly destroy internal electronic equipment of all T5 and below interstellar ships in the target area. Space warp engine, capable of space warping. Rakshasa King Matrix Module, Energy Core System. 900 electromagnetic energy main cannons. 1,000 squads of Rakshasa Ghost drones, each squad with 3,000 Nightbird drones. 3,000 quasi-T6 Ghost, Soldier class medium interstellar interceptors. The surrounding generals, ranging from 5-star marshals to 3-star generals, were all familiar with the T6 Rakshasa King class interstellar dreadnought, though its specific performance data remained classified. This was their first time witnessing such a colossal warship in person. Gathering around, they meticulously examined the data. The hull's armor strength, star shield energy, cruising speed, and warp engine parameters all showed significant improvements, as expected. The 312-kilometer length confirmed Marshal Shenbing's estimate, and the 1 million crew capacity truly made this warship an interstellar fortress. Focusing on the weapon modules, the Dread Cannon Rakshasa and Dread Cannon Demon King had attack modes similar to the T5 Mingwang. One was for lateral sweeping, the other for precise strikes, each with its own advantages. The Rakshasa King Field was an upgraded version of the Mingwang Field, not only disrupting enemy starships' electronic equipment, but also directly destroying them, rendering the enemy largely incapacitated before the battle even started. The Space Warp Engine had become standard for T6 flagships, while the Rakshasa King Matrix Module served as the energy core, providing immense power. The 900 electromagnetic energy main cannons ensured formidable firepower in conventional combat. Even more impressive was the inclusion of 3 million Rakshasa Ghost drones and 3,000 quasi-T6 Ghost Soldier class medium interstellar interceptors. This granted the Rakshasa King formidable space superiority and the capability to operate independently as a fleet. These unmanned assets could effectively disrupt enemy forces, creating an optimal environment for the Rakshasa King to unleash its firepower. Zhao Chen couldn't help but anticipate the performance of this T6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought, armed with superweapons, conventional firepower, drone swarms, and unmanned warships, in actual combat. Suddenly, a pair of arms tightly wrapped around Zhao Chen's leg. Looking down, he saw Shui Xiaoxiao gazing up at him with pleading eyes, as if he had committed an unforgivable offense. "Hey, what are you doing? Get up." Zhao Chen tried to shake her off, but she clung on stubbornly. "Your Majesty," Shui Xiaoxiao whined, "I've never asked anyone for anything in my life. But this time, I'm begging you. Let me be the captain of the Rakshasa King. I can't live without it, like a fish out of water. My heart tells me the Rakshasa King is calling for me. It needs me. We are destined to be together forever, and no one can separate us." Zhao Chen looked at her, exasperated. "Why do I feel like I've heard this somewhere before? Really? I don't care. Just say yes." Shui Xiaoxiao continued to look at Zhao Chen with her big, watery eyes. This time, Zhao Chen didn't hold back. He grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. "This isn't up for discussion. The Rakshasa King will serve as the flagship of the Imperial Ace Fleet. You'll have to wait for the next one." Shui Xiaoxiao looked shattered, rushing to the window and staring at the distant Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought in the starry sea, murmuring, "Rakshasa King, Rakshasa King, how will I live without you?" After this little incident, Charlotte officially took command of the T6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought as her flagship for the Imperial Ace Fleet. Zhao Chen and Lilith joined her on the flagship's bridge, which was vastly different from the previous Mingwang's bridge. Zhao Chen approached Charlotte with a smile. "So, are you satisfied with this starship?" "A T6 flagship? Who wouldn't be?" Charlotte replied, standing by the captain's chair and surveying the entire bridge. At this moment, only essential crew and trial personnel were present. Lilith added, "If you need, half of the crew from the previous Mingwang can be reassigned here. The rest are already holding leadership positions on other starships. However, I have prepared a suitable list of personnel for you to choose from." Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. Selecting 1 million crew members from scratch would indeed take a long time. With Lilith, The Empire's top secretary, assisting, many things became much simpler. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. You have 1 month. By early March, this Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought must be combat-ready. Half a month will suffice, Charlotte responded confidently. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and skillfully changed the topic. His gaze fell on the holographic projection, which displayed the latest fleet construction plans. Since the Hades has completed its upgrade to the T6 Rakshasa Hades-class dreadnought, it's time for the Dragon Emperor to undergo its transformation, he said with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Lilith nodded in agreement, her slender fingers tapping on the holographic interface to bring up the Dragon Emperor's upgrade plan. The brilliant blue light outlined the flagship structure, with every detail clearly visible. The Dragon Emperor is ready to enter the dock for its upgrade. We expect the process to be completed by mid-year, Lilith said confidently. Meanwhile, the construction of 2 other T6 flagships, the T6 Demon Emperor Carrier and the T6 Gluttony King battlecruiser will also commence. Barring any unforeseen issues, these 2 T6 flagships should be completed around the same time. Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In a few days, the T6 Southern Gate starship will also be completed. After that, we will proceed with sea trials and training, aiming to deploy it around the same time as the Rakshasa Hades. Lilith added. The Xiaolong Empire fleet is growing at an astonishing rate. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows in thought and asked, what about our current resource and material supply? Can we meet our production and construction demands? Lilith quickly pulled up a series of data and reported in detail. Currently, our supply is sufficient. On average, we can produce 1,000 T5 starships, 200,000 T4 starships, and 1 million T3 starships per month. This requires a monthly consumption of 400 trillion star coins in raw materials. She continued, this doesn't include other construction tasks. Overall, our monthly construction tasks consume an average of 900 trillion star coins in raw materials. The significant consumption is largely due to the need to build numerous auxiliary starships, starship factories, and invest in the key system hubs under the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Hearing this number, Zhao Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. He recalled the previous major military purchase order with the Angel race, which was only a bit over 1,000 trillion star coins. Now, the Xiaolong Empire consumes such a vast amount of resources in just 1 month. Sensing Zhao Chen's shock, Lilith quickly added, the consumption is indeed high, but our revenue is also substantial. According to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's laws, each territory must pay a monthly fee. For example, the Angel race territory currently has a monthly output value of nearly 50 trillion star coins, and they remit 30, which is 15 trillion star coins, per month. She emphasized, although 15 trillion star coins may not seem like much, it's income we obtain without any cost. Moreover, our profits from the Angel race are far more extensive. We have fully opened interstellar trade with them, selling food, starships, and other materials from various star domains. Xiaolong's interstellar companies also benefit greatly from this, such as Beiyin Group, whose monthly output value is growing exponentially, rivaling that of a small interstellar kingdom. Lilith continued to elaborate on the economic status of the Xiaolong Empire. After taking over the mech race territories, the mining industries directly managed by our various interstellar groups provide us with at least 500 trillion star coins in raw materials value per month. Additionally, the first phase of the 10 Dyson sphere construction plans is complete, providing us with a stable 30 trillion star coins worth of energy output. We plan to build more Dyson spheres to achieve the Dyson sphere energy forest plan. This means that with the Dyson sphere system alone, we can obtain at least 1,000 trillion star coins worth of energy per month. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, Zhao Chen glanced at the report, which briefly listed the revenue figures. Dyson spheres, 30 trillion star coins per month. Empire territory taxes, 50 trillion star coins per month. Eden Food Trade Group, 60 trillion star coins per month. Beiyin Group, 30 trillion star coins per month. Total, 1,030 trillion star coins. Just barely profitable, Zhao Chen thought to himself, relieved to have Lilith managing everything. Lilith added, if there are no external disruptions, we plan to upgrade various industries within the Xiaolong Empire. We expect our monthly profits to increase by 30. This news was undoubtedly exciting, indicating that the Xiaolong Empire was like a rapidly ascending rocket. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen made a decision. You have full authority over economic matters. I won't interfere. My only requirement is that our construction plans must not be delayed. Complete the full deployment of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleet groups as soon as possible, and then establish the 4th and 5th fleet groups. Only with enough powerful starships can we hope to survive future wars. Lilith nodded solemnly, her eyes shining with determination. She knew that in this vast star ocean, a powerful fleet was the key to survival. In mid-April of galactic year 3037, the complete departure of the mechanoids did not immediately plunge the universe into chaos, but an undercurrent of threats quietly began to emerge. Deep in the core of one of the 2 Zerg nests, An unexpected scene was unfolding. Several starships of varying designs hovered in the insect-infested space, clearly originating from different factions. Shuttles landed one after another on a flesh-colored platform, and as the doors opened, figures clad in exoskeleton suits filed out. They wore thin helmets to protect their breathing and conceal their faces. One of them stepped onto the squishy ground and visibly hesitated, seemingly uncomfortable with the texture. He surveyed his surroundings, trying to guess the identities of the others. Despite most people being disguised, certain features were hard to hide. A three-meter giant stood out, even with his helmet and simple exoskeleton armor. His unique physique betrayed his identity, a notorious one-eyed giant, interstellar pirate king who had once wreaked havoc at the borders of the Starshine Empire and the Holy Radiance Empire. After the three great empires fell under the control of the Obsidian Dragon, he and his fleet had vanished, rumored to have been annihilated. In addition to him, infamous beings such as the three-eyed demon and the cannibal ogre were also present. This diverse group quickly gathered in a palace-like space, facing a wriggling, massive flesh wall. Suddenly, an ugly face with tentacles emerged from the flesh wall, sending chills down everyone's spine. A grating voice echoed directly in their minds, "Welcome, my faithful followers. Let me see, who hasn't shown up today?" The voice continued, "Three disobedient little ones are missing. The Great One does not favor disobedient children. So, what punishment shall we give these naughty ones?" The grotesque face twisted into a sinister smile and spat out three flesh balls, each containing a beating heart. Everyone present felt a wave of discomfort, reminded of the price they had paid. The voice went on, "Once, I helped you in your most perilous moments. As part of the contract, you gave up your hearts to gain starship technology. You promised to offer everything without hesitation when I called upon you." As the words ended, countless insects swarmed out and devoured the three hearts. The crowd remained silent, fully aware of what those hearts symbolized. Their own hearts had been replaced with insects. "Now that the bad children have been dealt with, let's get down to business," the ugly face said, scanning the room. "But, as children of the Great One, there's no need for masks here. This environment suits you all." Suddenly, it roared, "Take off those damned masks." Startled by the sudden outburst, some began to remove their masks. The others followed suit. When a half-beast woman took off her helmet, anyone familiar with Charlotte would recognize her as the Black Wolf Princess, the former princess of the Black Wolf tribe, who disappeared with her remaining forces after the Warhammer was taken over by the Obsidian Dragon. The Black Wolf Princess coldly glanced around, identifying some expected faces and some unexpected ones, such as the rumored Angel of Judgment who betrayed the angels to join the demons, and the Black Angel Marshal who once served under the Demon King. The grotesque face smiled, still terrifying to the onlookers. It softened its tone. "That's better. As followers of the Great One, you shouldn't hide your faces. The previous circumstances forced it, but now the Great One's power will permeate the universe. You can stand in the light again and use the power bestowed upon you to exact revenge on your enemies." The one-eyed giant impatiently asked, "What do we do now?" "Good question," the ugly face replied. "I need you to take some items back to your familiar homes and throw them into the nearest star. Once done, you will welcome the Great One's arrival. The Great One will reward you." Its voice grew increasingly manic, like that of a lunatic. The Black Wolf Princess couldn't help but ask, "What are we throwing into the stars?" "That's not for you to question," the ugly face responded loudly. "Do what you must, and you will receive everything you deserve. Go, and plant the seeds of faith throughout the universe. A new era of prosperity is upon us." The group began to leave. The Black Wolf Princess quietly followed the Angel of Judgment. "Why are you following me?" the Angel of Judgment asked, turning around. The Black Wolf Princess stared at the face, corroded by some kind of acidic substance, finding it hard to believe this was the once handsome Angel King. "What happened to your face?" she asked. "I heard the current Angel of Judgment is a cold beauty." Before she could finish, a sharp sword was already at her throat. The sword of the Archangel of Judgment pressed against the tip of the Black Wolf Princess's nose, its cold gleam flickering. In a chilling tone, she warned, "I don't appreciate people commenting on my appearance. If it happens again, no matter where, you will pay the price." The Black Wolf Princess felt the terrifying killing intent emanating from the other and silently thanked her luck for being in a safe place. She knew that in a different setting, this warrior would show no mercy. All right, I apologize for my rudeness," the Black Wolf Princess said, suppressing her unease. She stepped forward and lowered her voice. "Let's get to business. What do you think about this mission?" The Archangel of Judgment withdrew her sword, her cold eyes still fixed on the princess. "Since I chose to join the great entity, I'm willing to do anything for it," she said with undisguised fervor. "Why? Are you questioning the great entity?" The Black Wolf Princess sighed inwardly, recognizing yet another zealot. She chose not to continue the topic, instead offering a polite smile before boarding her shuttle back to her starship. Once on the bridge, the Black Wolf Princess immediately ordered the ship to depart. She retreated to her captain's quarters, removed her outer garment, and stared at the grotesque, writhing creature on her chest. It was the price she paid for power, a detestable yet inescapable presence. She recalled the dire straits she had been in, where accepting this pact was her only chance to survive, to seek revenge, and reclaim everything she had lost. The mysterious great entity became a stepping stone for her, providing advanced technology and even the means to construct T-6 class interstellar warships. Unfortunately, the lack of industrial infrastructure prevented mass production. However, the recent task assigned by the great entity unsettled her. The Black Wolf Princess entered a secret chamber on her starship, where a massive, heart-like, pulsating egg was stored. Its eerie sounds were disturbing. She was caught in a dilemma. She had joined the great entity for vengeance, not to destroy her home. Yet, the entity's command to hurl this suspicious object into the star of her home system was beyond what she could accept. After much contemplation, the Black Wolf Princess returned to her captain's quarters and secretly summoned a few of her most loyal subordinates. She issued a grave order. I will arrange some small interstellar ships for you. Your task is to covertly follow other ships on similar missions. Observe what happens after they deploy their items in their respective star systems, and report back to me immediately. As her loyal subordinates set out on their mission, the Black Wolf Princess remained deeply uneasy. She was faced with a difficult decision and didn't know the best course of action. Time ticked by. After several clandestine fleet movements and multiple group space jumps, her fleet finally returned to their home, the Warhammer system. She hid in the shadows, observing the familiar yet changed surroundings. The Warhammer system appeared more prosperous than when she had left. To her surprise, starships that once belonged to the Black Wolf tribe now navigated freely. Although she had heard that the Skylord had not purged all opposing half-beast races after taking over the Warhammer, seeing these groups being utilized was still shocking. After some hesitation, the Black Wolf Princess activated her long-unused handheld terminal and contacted the person closest to her, her mother's sister, an elder who had always treated her as her own. As the communication request was sent, the Black Wolf Princess felt an unprecedented tension. A long minute passed before the video screen finally lit up, revealing a familiar face. The Mogenstar region, once jointly governed by the Black Wolf and Black Tiger tribes, established a capital planet due to its unique status. Today, the Black Wolf capital has transformed significantly, thriving thanks to its prime location near the starport. The planet's population is still 60 Black Wolf tribe members, with the rest being half-beast residents from various tribes and foreign traders. The starport tavern buzzed with chatter. A group of interstellar merchants was eagerly discussing the upcoming auction. Did you hear? They're auctioning off an incredible item to die, a 5-year-old T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy interstellar battleship, one excited merchant exclaimed. That's definitely a Xiaolong vessel. Rumor has it that it served in the Xiaolong Legion, another added, his eyes gleaming with greed. The starting bid is 30 million star coins, a third merchant chimed in. Who wouldn't be tempted? Getting a Xiaolong battleship now could mean a huge profit in the future, even if you don't use it yourself. Just as the words left his mouth, a calm voice interrupted their fantasies. Dream on. With the money you have, you can't even afford a T2 Mastiff. I heard someone has already bid 40 million star coins. Meanwhile, in a nearby square, a figure stood quietly. Beneath the brim of her sun hat, the face of a Black Wolf woman could be seen. She gazed up at an ancient statue, depicting a warrior from the Black Wolf tribe. What are you doing here? A tense voice suddenly called from behind. The Black Wolf woman turned to see a fully armed female figure. She smiled. Aunt Wendy. Aunt Wendy urgently grabbed her hand. You can't be so careless. What if you get exposed? Aunt Wendy, I like being here, the Black Wolf woman replied casually. I grew up here. When I was little, I loved climbing up to grandfather's statue. Every time Dad saw me, I'd get punished. Aunt Wendy sighed, cautiously looking around. Are you sure you're not worried about your safety? Honestly, after hiding for 3 years, I suddenly don't want to hide anymore, the Black Wolf woman said, gazing out at the sea the statue faced. Aunt, will you stay with me for a while? The two sat on an outdoor bench, unnoticed by passers-by who had no idea they were sitting next to the long-missing Black Wolf Princess. Princess? Aunt Wendy began, hesitating. Aunt Wendy, there are no princesses here anymore. Just call me Cynthia. The Black Wolf Princess, Cynthia, said with a smile. Why is this statue still here? Didn't they order it to be taken down? Cynthia asked curiously. Aunt Wendy explained. It was the decision of the White Wolf tribe's marshal. She said the Black Wolf general fought for the Wolf tribes, and the statue should remain. Black Wolf hero? Cynthia murmured, her emotions mixed. Aunt Wendy, have you been well these past few years? Have they mistreated you? Cynthia asked with concern. Aunt Wendy shook her head and smiled. No mistreatment. After the defeat, Xiaolong didn't purge all the Black Wolf tribe members. Only a few leaders were tried, and the harshest punishment was the death penalty. Most people just lost their property. Fortunately, the Sali family we once helped now collaborates closely with Xiaolong. They secretly aid us, providing jobs. Though not as wealthy as before, we managed to get by. Upon hearing the story, a hint of a self-mocking smile appeared on the face of the Black Wolf princess, Xingxia. She whispered, "So everyone is doing well? I've been worried for years that they would come after you all, but I guess it's good that you're all alive and well." Aunt Wendy gazed at Xingxia, hesitating to speak. Noticing her aunt's reluctance, Xingxia softly said, "Aunt, if you have any questions, just ask. Right now, you're the only person in the world I trust." Aunt Wendy's eyes were filled with gentleness and concern as she asked quietly, "These past few years, where have you been? I heard that Blanche, the dragon princess and current ruler of Warhammer, has been searching for you tirelessly, but to no avail. We all thought you were." "I fell into the abyss," Xingxia interrupted abruptly. Aunt Wendy stared at her in shock. At that moment, Xingxia suddenly lifted her shirt, revealing a horrifying sight on her chest. Aunt Wendy was so startled that she jumped up, knocking her chair to the ground. "Isn't it terrifying?" Xingxia asked with a self-deprecating tone. What is that, Xingxia? And what is that creature near your heart?" Aunt Wendy's voice trembled with worry. Xingxia pulled her shirt back down and gazed distantly at the sea. "I've been through things I no longer wish to talk about. All I can say is that I'm now trapped in the abyss, and there's no way out." She paused before continuing. "Aunt, do you know why I suddenly came back?" "For revenge?" Aunt Wendy asked anxiously, "But now Xiaolong is powerful. They've established the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. You can't defeat them. Maybe I can gather some money for you to live on a remote planet. You've been gone for years. They might not even look for you anymore. If you hide for another decade or so, no one will remember you." Xingxia shook her head. "I believe they might not look for me, but some others won't let me go. I've become a puppet in their hands. I can't escape." She looked up at the beautiful sun in the sky, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "It's so warm. I remember as a child, I loved climbing to the top of that statue. There was a platform where I would lie down, bask in the sun, and feel the sea breeze. Those were the days I missed the most." Suddenly, Xingxia's gaze turned cold, and her voice trembled. "Now, I'm back because someone wants me to throw something into our sun. I don't know what it is, but my instincts tell me that it could destroy our entire world." "Xingxia." Aunt Wendy stood up abruptly, staring at her. "Are you really going to do this? Just for revenge?" Xingxia reached out as if to touch the sun, murmuring, "Revenge? For years, I thought I survived just for revenge. To get back at Xiaolong, the White Wolves, and Charlotte. But standing here now, I realize that revenge doesn't seem so important anymore. Aunt, I really don't know what to do." Aunt Wendy walked over and hugged Xingxia tightly. "Let go of revenge. The Black Wolf tribe is no longer what it used to be. Look at everyone here. They have new lives now. Even though we are under Xiaolong's rule, as long as our people can live happily, does anything else matter? If you destroy that star, our home, won't you become the enemy of the Black Wolf tribe? Do you want to destroy everything you once protected?" Listening to her aunt's relentless questioning and feeling her warm embrace, Xingxia broke down in tears for the first time in years. But I really don't know what to do anymore. Father is dead. My brother is dead. My uncles and aunts are all gone. I'm the only one left." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom on the Dragon People's home planet, interstellar warships were constantly coming and going. Inside the governor's office, Princess Blanche, now Governor Blanche, was surrounded by open electronic windows and a swarm of secretaries. Since the moment she started her workday, her hands and mind had not had a moment's rest. The kingdom's administrative tasks were piled high before her, and compared to the Starshine Kingdom and the Holy Radiance Kingdom, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom's governance capabilities were severely lacking. While handling documents, Blanche couldn't help but grumble, "Damn it, I should send all these people to the mining planets. They can't handle these tasks and still bring them to me for decisions. Are they idiots? Or do they not have brains at all?" If Zhao Chen and Princess Leona of the Dragon People were there, they would be shocked by Blanche's transformation. The once gentle and elegant princess had turned into someone who could erupt at any moment. Just then, a video call came through. Blanche roared, "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't let just any call come through to me. Can't you do anything right?" The secretary on the other side of the video call swallowed nervously and said cautiously, "Ma'am, it's because Princess Xingxia of the Black Wolves wants to speak with you." In an instant, the entire office fell silent. The bridge of the Rasha Underworld King was distinctive. In addition to the usual captain's chair, there was a golden dragon pattern chair. The significance of this chair was clear. Zhao Chen sat upright on it, with a work table floating in front of him. As the Dragon Emperor was undergoing upgrades at a Galaxy-class interstellar industrial base, Zhao Chen had to temporarily switch his flagship to this Rasha Underworld King-class dreadnought. All of this had been meticulously arranged by Charlotte. Suddenly, Lilith hurried to Zhao Chen, her urgent footsteps catching Charlotte's attention as she worked at a holographic map. After delegating tasks to her subordinates, Charlotte also walked over, her rounded belly indicating that she was nearing the end of her pregnancy. "What's going on?" Charlotte asked, noticing a hint of resentment in Lilith's eyes as she looked at Zhao Chen. Despite monopolizing much of Zhao Chen's time recently, Lilith had achieved nothing, leaving her quite frustrated. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte with a peculiar expression. "Something did happen, and it might involve you." "Involve me?" Charlotte asked, puzzled. "Do you remember the Black Wolf Princess?" Zhao Chen inquired. Charlotte paused momentarily before recalling. "Didn't she disappear?" "She has reappeared," Lilith explained. "To be precise, she contacted us." Charlotte listened in disbelief. "Cynthia, the Black Wolf Princess, reached out to us? Where is she? What does she want?" Lilith elaborated. "She contacted Governor Blanche from the Maganda Star Sector, the former territory of the Black Wolf tribe, and Blanche informed us. She insists on speaking directly with our emperor, or she won't say anything." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen decided, "Make the arrangements. I'm willing to meet with this Black Wolf Princess. Regardless of her intentions, it's worth understanding the underlying reasons." Lilith immediately set about making the arrangements. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte and asked quietly, "How do you plan to handle this?" Charlotte didn't answer directly but reminded Zhao Chen, "You are the emperor now. You have the authority to make decisions without consulting me." Zhao Chen smiled. "But what I care about more is that I am your husband." Charlotte shrugged, recalling the past. She realized she no longer had the same urge to kill her enemies. "If this were before, I would probably want her dead. But now, I find I no longer have that obsession. She poses no threat to us anymore. If I can forgive the Black Wolf tribe, I can certainly forgive a princess who has lost her home." Zhao Chen gently stroked Charlotte's hair and softly touched her belly. "I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle this. The Black Wolf Princess may be spared from death, but she won't escape punishment." Lilith soon returned, announcing that the holographic communication was ready. Zhao Chen nodded, signaling to proceed. Lilith activated the isolation screen to ensure their conversation couldn't be seen or heard from outside. After about 3 minutes, the holographic image of Cynthia, the Black Wolf Princess, appeared before them. She glanced around and spoke in a raspy voice. "I never thought we would meet again after 3 years." Zhao Chen got straight to the point. "Tell me, what do you want?" Cynthia smirked wryly. "I've been debating whether or not to tell you." Zhao Chen responded coldly. "Say it or don't. No one is forcing you." Cynthia looked at Zhao Chen with interest. "Dragon Emperor, what if I told you the news I have could spell the end of this universe? Would you still have the same attitude?" Unfazed, Zhao Chen replied, "Do you think dropping a random bombshell will make me grateful and beg you to tell me more? If so, this conversation can end right here." "Order," Cynthia suddenly uttered. Charlotte and Lilith's faces paled, but Zhao Chen remained calm. "I don't know where you heard that term, but if you think one word will sway me, you're gravely mistaken." Cynthia looked at Zhao Chen with surprise. "I must admit, you are indeed fit to be an emperor." "Fine, let's not waste time. The reason I contacted you is to inform you that Order has begun its operations, and this will pose a significant threat to you." Zhao Chen squinted, his sharp gaze fixed on the holographic projection of Princess Cynthia of the Black Wolves. His voice was cold and steely. "Why should I trust you based on your word alone? Or rather, how can I be sure this isn't a trap you've set?" Cynthia shrugged, spreading her hands with a nonchalant expression. "Believe it or not, I've said all I need to say." Lilith, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "What exactly is the threat you mentioned?" Cynthia didn't answer directly. Instead, she pointed at Charlotte, who had been silent. "Let her ask me. Maybe then I'll be kind enough to tell you." Zhao Chen frowned, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, about to speak, but Zhao Chen interrupted her. His gaze, sharp as a knife, cut towards Cynthia. "If you contacted us just to flaunt your so-called intelligence and threaten us, then it's unnecessary. We don't need this kind of information. Even if there is a threat, the Dragon Empire will handle it. If there's nothing else, let's end this communication." As he spoke, Zhao Chen signaled Lilith to cut the communication. At that moment, Cynthia suddenly pulled down her shirt, revealing a grotesque sight on her chest. Zhao Chen and the others saw a disgusting worm wriggling near her heart. Cynthia's voice turned grave. "This is my proof of joining the Order. I initially wanted to use this opportunity to get back at you, but recently, that hideous creature ordered me to throw a bomb-like device into the star of the star system I know best. I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling that once it enters the star, it could destroy the entire system, maybe even affect multiple systems." She continued, "Don't think I'm helping you. I'm just protecting my homeland, my people. I still hate you and want revenge, but not in a way I can't accept." Suddenly, Cynthia coughed up black blood, her body swaying. She looked down at her chest, her voice weak. "It seems this thing really is our puppet strings." She struggled to continue. "It's not just me. Many followers of the Order have it. Some of your enemies, like the Angel King who betrayed the angels, I've seen her there too. She might return to the Angel star system to throw that damned thing into their star. I can't be sure about other places, but I can give you a list of potential target systems." Charlotte suddenly shouted, "Cynthia, stop. Tell us where you are, and I'll send someone to save you." Cynthia gave a bitter smile. "Save me? Or is it to get revenge?" Her consciousness began to fade, but she forced herself to say, "Still, I want to thank you, Charlotte. Thank you for not destroying my homeland, for not slaughtering our Black Wolf tribe. Thank you." Suddenly, Cynthia thrust her hand into her chest, grabbed the worm, and yanked it out, throwing it to the ground. She stomped on it with her military boots, as if venting extreme hatred. "Disgusting worm. Don't think you can control us with this. The warriors of the great Black Wolf tribe will never submit." As soon as she finished speaking, Cynthia's body convulsed violently, splitting open with countless wounds from which more worms poured out. Her body had been completely infested. Lilith covered her mouth in horror, watching the terrifying scene of Cynthia being devoured by the swarm. Zhao Chen acted decisively. "Track the communication signal immediately." Cynthia said she received orders to throw some kind of bomb into a star, so she must be on a starship. If we can find and study it, it could be a major breakthrough. Also, order the Dragon Empire to enter a level 2 combat readiness state immediately. At that moment, Lilith exclaimed, "I've received a message signed by the Princess of the Black Wolves. It contains a list. The people on it are mostly heinous criminals or those we've been hunting." While Zhao Chen was examining the list, crucial news arrived from the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. They had successfully traced the communication source of Princess Cynthia of the Black Wolves to a mysterious battleship drifting at the edge of interstellar space. Blanche even transmitted the live footage directly to Zhao Chen. On the screen, a lone battleship hovered in the dark expanse of the galaxy's edge. Lilith quickly captured an image of the ship's exterior, while Charlotte frowned and made a disturbing observation. "I've never seen a battleship of this model before. It shouldn't exist in the known universe." Charlotte's words caught Zhao Chen's attention. As a member of the Xiaolong Legion, she stood out not only for her talent, but also for her diligent study of various interstellar civilizations' military information, particularly their battleships. She was well-versed in every recorded piece of information on battleships. Lilith soon provided her analysis. "According to our database, this is indeed an unprecedented battleship. Interestingly, its appearance shares at least 30 similarity with several battleships from the Demon King's faction. It's likely designed under the same concept." She continued, "Different interstellar powers often have common features in their battleships, whether it's the hull design or weapon configuration. For example, Warhammer's battleships are known for their ruggedness, while the Holy Radiance Empire prefers light to medium-sized ships with white paint, similar to the angelic race. The Starlight Empire's design seem to blend the strengths of Warhammer and Holy Radiance, then adjust based on actual needs. So, this mysterious battleship is likely related to the Demon King's fleet, and given the current information, it probably has a significant connection to Order." Zhao Chen stared intently at the live feed. Blanche's fleet had over 30 escort ships approaching the target, with the flagship capturing the footage surrounded by them. Other ships maintained a vigilant stance, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Suddenly, the flagship system blared an ear-piercing alarm. "Warning! Warning! Warning! High-energy reaction detected." On the screen, the 30-kilometer-long mysterious battleship began to crack, and tentacles started emerging from the fissures. "There are unknown organisms inside the battleship," Lilith exclaimed, immediately ordering, "Notify the reconnaissance fleet to retreat and maintain distance." Also, just as Zhao Chen was about to speak, Charlotte quickly volunteered, "Let my first fleet handle this. The 5th Legion is in training mode and can be deployed immediately." "All right, you take charge," Zhao Chen agreed, but then terrified screams erupted from the video feed. "Oh my god, what are those? Monsters. They're definitely monsters. Open fire. Damn it, they're attacking our escort ships. These creatures have energy shields. Retreat. Retreat immediately. It's too late, too late." On the screen, countless bizarre creatures poured out from the cracks of the once lonely battleship. Some resembled giant insects, while others looked like skeletal beasts. They swarmed towards the nearest escort ships, launching a fierce assault. The escort ships began to fight back, but all their attacks were blocked by the creatures' energy shields. These monsters easily breached the T4-level escort ship's star shields, as if they were non-existent. The creatures quickly covered the entire ship, ferociously biting and tearing at everything. The sturdy armor of the ship soon showed cracks under the monster's attacks, eventually being ripped open in several places. The creatures swarmed inside, and soon after, explosions erupted from within the escort ship, with thick black smoke billowing out. Amidst a series of secondary explosions, more creatures emerged from the black mist, pouncing on the surrounding ships. This horrifying scene utterly terrified the reconnaissance fleet. They hurriedly prepared to retreat, but it was too late. Soon, the bridge was filled with cries for help and shrill alarms. Even the flagship was not spared. Zhao Chen finally got a clear look at these creatures. They were skeletal with no flesh. Their sizes ranged from the size of a T3 level battleship to half a person's height. The large creatures were fewer in number, but the small ones were as numerous as locusts. They showed no fear, only a relentless drive to kill, attacking every ship within reach. Eventually, the flagship's bridge was breached. Zhao Chen heard a chorus of blood-curdling screams, and then the feed went completely dark. Zhao Chen, Charlotte, and Lilith fell into a brief silence. Moments later, Zhao Chen snapped back to reality, his expression grave as he issued an order. Notify the entire Xiaolong Interstellar Empire to enter Level 1 combat readiness immediately. Since its inception, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire has entered Level 1 combat readiness for the first time. Undoubtedly a comprehensive test of the entire imperial system. Despite its relatively short history, the Empire's response was swift and thorough. All entities related to Xiaolong immediately went into a state of alert. Beiyin Group halted all exports of goods and military supplies. Interstellar fleets from Beiyin, Rose Red Dragon, Beilong, and other trade groups stood ready to provide logistical support to the Xiaolong Legion. These civilian transport fleets had already established wartime response mechanisms, capable of taking over tasks when the military's dedicated transport fleets were at full capacity. Meanwhile, all military starports upgraded their security, and the stargates were taken over by the military. Civilian starships were prohibited from using the stargates without special permission. Industrial hubs also entered the highest level of defense, with surrounding fleets intensifying patrols, fully prepared for any eventuality. However, this comprehensive state of combat readiness was not without flaws. In regions not directly governed by Xiaolong, the execution efficiency was noticeably lower, revealing weaknesses in the Empire's control. The Chancellor's Office of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom received an urgent report. The fleet dispatched to search for the wanted criminal, Princess Black Wolf Cynthia, had suddenly lost contact, suspected to have been attacked by unknown creatures. The Empire immediately ordered the target area to be sealed off, with the Imperial fleet taking over the investigation. Chancellor Blanche, rubbing her temples, sighed wearily. I knew nothing good would come from Princess Blackwolf's return. Just when we had a few months of peace, the universe is about to descend into chaos again. Nevertheless, she quickly resumed her duties, organizing combat readiness across various star regions. Beyond Warhammer, regions such as Xingyao, Holy Radiance, and the Demon Tribes quickly responded to the Empire's decree, entering Level 1 combat readiness. In the Holy Mountain of the Angel Tribe, the Sacred Angel King and the War Angel King were solemnly discussing the recently received wanted notice. The notice not only mentioned their former colleague, the Judgment Angel King Renee, but also warned that she might be collaborating with a dangerous insect race, intending to destroy the Angel Tribe's homeland. The War Angel King was furious, while the Sacred Angel King urged caution and strict adherence to the Emperor's directives. The Empire's Level 1 combat readiness sent ripples through society. Many civilians relying on stargates and starports were directly affected, with some small traders even facing the risk of bankruptcy. Discontent began to spread among the populace. In a star system of the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, a large number of interstellar transport ships were piled up outside the only stargate. A chubby pig-headed captain roared angrily, "Damn Emperor! There's no war, so why Level 1 combat readiness? He's just showing off his power. We small traders are losing money." At that moment, someone on the bridge suddenly pointed towards the star, exclaiming, "Strange. Why is part of the star blacked out?" The crowd looked up, their eyes fixated on the only star in this galaxy. The star, which should have been shining brightly in its prime, now bore an unsettling black spot. Even more terrifying was the fact that this black spot was expanding at a visibly alarming rate, as if it intended to engulf the entire star. What's going on? Is this some kind of solar eclipse? The pigman captain asked with a frown, his tone filled with confusion. We've never had a solar eclipse here before. At that moment, the interstellar fleet responsible for the security of this galaxy suddenly sprang into action. Over 300 warships, resembling a startled school of fish, surged towards the star. Most of these were T3-class starships, with only a sparse few T4-class ships among them. This fleet was considered quite affluent among the security fleets of various galaxies, as many more remote star systems still operated with a large number of T2-class starships. The security fleet had evidently noticed the anomaly of the star as well, accelerating towards the target area. However, just then, Unknown sources of laser beams pierced the silent space, hitting the approaching starships with pinpoint accuracy. Although the ships quickly activated their star shields, the ferocious laser attacks made the T-3 class starships seem as fragile as paper, almost instantly obliterating them. Warning! 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 The voice of the Galaxy Fleet commander echoed through the communication channel. Our fleet is under attack. The enemy's strength far exceeds ours. It's likely a T-5 class starship. To destroy dozens of fully shielded T-3 starships in such a short time, the attackers' prowess was undoubtedly formidable. At this point, they finally caught sight of the Anemia solitary black starship with an unusually bizarre design. Judging by the direction of the laser attacks, this mysterious ship was likely the culprit. Do not engage the enemy ship. Maintain distance, the fleet commander ordered decisively. Even with 300 ships, their chances against a suspected T-5 or possibly T-6 class starship were slim. After all, their flagship was merely a T-4 Skull King class heavy armored destroyer. Suddenly, the communications officer reported loudly, "Commander, someone is speaking on the Galaxy's public channel. It appears to be the captain of the attacking ship." And his voice trembled slightly. The speaker seems to be Black Hair Pig King, the infamous traitor of the Pigman race. Black Hair Pig King? The name struck everyone on the bridge like a heavy blow. A name not heard for years resurfaced, sending chills down their spines. Display the video feed, the commander immediately ordered. The screen showed a hideous, scarred black-skinned pigman with tusks and a prominent prisoner mark on half of his face. The commander, being a member of the Pigman race, recognized Black Hair Pig King instantly. During the Warhammer Tribe era, he had been involved in several missions to capture Black Hair Pig King. The infamy of Black Hair Pig King had spread throughout the Warhammer Kingdom 20 years ago. Once a minor royal member of a subordinate tribe of the Pig King tribe, he had kidnapped a princess from a neighboring Pigman tribe, abused her, and eventually killed and ate her. The heinous crime was uncovered when the princess's DNA was found in his excrement. However, due to his special status, he was merely stripped of his chieftain title and imprisoned. Black Hair Pig King should have been serving a life sentence but mysteriously escaped, later forming an interstellar pirate gang. Using his familiarity with the Pig King tribe's territories, he wreaked havoc, attacking local pigmen, passing caravans, and even military supply lines, becoming an SS-level wanted criminal in the Warhammer Kingdom. Just as the Warhammer Kingdom prepared to send a fleet to eliminate him, internal strife broke out, and his case was shelved. Subsequently, Xiaolong took power, establishing the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom. To foster a peaceful development environment, Xiaolong ordered a crackdown on outlaws. Though Black Hair Pig King could bully his own tribe, he was no match for the Xiaolong faction's interstellar fleet, the Dragon Tiger Legion, and faced defeat after defeat. On the brink of annihilation, he vanished without a trace until now. "My dear tribesmen," Black Hair Pig King's voice echoed on the public channel, "I'm back. Did you miss me? Because I sure missed you." He grinned menacingly. "This time, I've brought a big gift for you all. I'm sure you've noticed the black spot on the star, haven't you? That's my surprise for you." He continued to taunt. "Weren't you all eager to kill me before? Well, here I am. If you think you can defeat my T-6 starship, come and try." T-6 starship? The term exploded like a bomb on the public channel, stirring up a storm. Even the Xiaolong Legion had only a few of these top-tier ships. How could Black Hair Pig King possess one? Most people found it hard to believe, but the Galaxy Fleet commander sensed the gravity of the situation. The commander's gaze moved past the mysterious ship to the star, now one-third covered in black. As the truth became clearer, an undeniable fear surfaced in his eyes, as if he were witnessing a horrifying scene. The swishing sound accompanied by flashes of light marked the sudden appearance of interstellar warships in the void. The previously panicked crowd saw these warships and instantly clung to them like a lifeline. The prominent emblem of the Xiaolong Empire fleet on the warships ignited a spark of hope in everyone's hearts. "That's the insignia of the first fleet of the Xiaolong Legion." Someone recognized the symbols and numbers on the hull, and this realization acted like a shot of adrenaline, invigorating the surrounding crowd. To them, even the legendary T-6 interstellar warship seemed insignificant before the might of the Xiaolong Empire fleet. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look at that star. There seems to be something moving on it." As everyone turned their gaze to the star, now half blackened, they could faintly see strange substances writhing on its surface. Suddenly, a video window popped up directly in front of the fleet commander of the star system's flagship. "I am Lu Xiaowei, commander of the 3rd Fleet of the 8th Corps of the 1st Fleet Group of the Xiaolong Legion." This was the privilege of the Xiaolong Empire fleet, which could directly connect to the command systems of any subordinate interstellar warship and even remotely shut down any Xiaolong-class warship if necessary. The Borman fleet commander immediately stood up straight. "Reporting, commander of the M011 Star System Security Fleet. We received your distress call. Please report the current situation." While Lu Xiaowei instructed her subordinates to gather on-site information, she questioned the local security fleet commander. The Borman fleet commander promptly relayed all the intelligence he had. Seeing the 3,000 interstellar warships brought by Lu Xiaowei, he felt reassured. Even if the opposing force was suspected to be a T6 level interstellar warship, the 3,000 Xialong-class warships on their side were no pushovers. SS-level fugitive Black-Haired Pig King claims to have a T6 level interstellar warship, and the strange situation with the star. Lu Xiaowei noted that the report matched the information her aide had collected. The aide added gravely, "Commander, the radars of several of our interstellar warships indicate that the star's current condition is highly unstable. The fluctuations are unlike any normal star. There are many strange anomalies." Lu Xiaowei decisively ordered, "Report the current situation to the marshal. At the same time, order the entire fleet to enter combat status. There are 2 combat objectives: the suspected T6-level interstellar warship controlled by the SS-level fugitive and the peculiar star." She paused and added sternly, "Also, inform the system's administrators to open the Stargate pathways. Evacuate everyone in this star system urgently. Use all available interstellar transport ships. If there aren't enough, contact the nearest star systems and gather more transport ships." "Yes." The aide immediately went to execute the orders. Lu Xiaowei observed the situation with a grave expression. Before embarking on this mission, Marshal Charlotte had granted them the authority to act at their discretion. Evacuating an entire star system was undoubtedly a serious decision that would consume vast resources if misjudged. However, Lu Xiaowei issued the order decisively because she sensed a strong sense of crisis. This sense of danger did not stem from the so-called T6 interstellar warship, but from the unknown substance darkening the star. She recalled a top-secret document she had received earlier, which contained a video of an attack by unknown creatures. "Dispatch interstellar reconnaissance aircraft to approach the star and investigate the current situation. All squads except the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th should prepare for combat. Destroy that so-called T6-level interstellar warship as quickly as possible. Maintain combat formation to minimize our casualties." At this moment, the Borman fleet commander, who had remained in contact, timidly asked, "Commander, is there anything we need to do?" Lu Xiaowei remembered his presence and immediately ordered, "Withdraw from the battlefield immediately and cover the evacuation of the star system. There will inevitably be people who do not cooperate during the evacuation. Remember, this star system is under martial law. Those who do not cooperate are to be considered in defiance of the Empire's orders. At the least, detain them. At the worst, they can be executed on the spot." The Borman fleet commander was intimidated by her imposing aura and dared not disobey.
Yes.
He took one last look at the star being gradually blackened, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, as if staring into something dreadful. As the star system fleet withdrew, the regular army took the stage. Lu Xiaowei focused on the interstellar map, targeting the so-called T6 interstellar warship. Although their fleet's highest configuration was only T5 level warships, with the main force being T4 and some outdated T3 warships, she was confident in taking down the T6 warship. Their training included strategies for dealing with T6 level interstellar warships. Notify the combat fleet to execute the T6 hunting operation. With Lu Xiaowei's command, the well-trained warships and smaller fleets sprang into action. T4 and T3 level interstellar warships took cover behind T5 warships, using them as shields. A large number of interstellar drones took off, and the missile ships were ready to launch. Meanwhile, a batch of Xiaolong interstellar reconnaissance aircraft was approaching the gradually blackened star. The Crimson Reaper K-1019, ready for attack. The Spear of Sin K-7033, ready for attack. The Spear of Sin K-5003, ready for attack. Captain Lu Xiaowei stood at the center of the bridge, her gaze fixed on the interstellar map before her. The attack routes and positions of the 3 T5 class high-firepower interstellar warships were clearly visible, with real-time data synchronized to the flagship, providing the commander with a comprehensive view of the battlefield. "Fire!" Lu Xiaowei commanded decisively. In an instant, the 3 warships unleashed a terrifying barrage of firepower. Missiles roared out like a torrential downpour, and laser cannons sliced through the starry expanse, aiming straight for the enemy T6 interstellar warship. The enemy ship quickly deployed its star shield and activated Closian defense guns and interception weapons. Its bow cannon, main cannon, and missile systems began locking onto targets, ready to retaliate. Lu Xiaowei issued a rapid series of commands. "All interstellar escort ships, prepare to intercept and defend against enemy attacks. T4 and T3 missile ships and artillery ships, prepare for the second wave of fire. T5 battleships and destroyers, close in on the enemy as quickly as possible after the second wave. T5 cruisers and battle cruisers, be ready for battlefield support. All other T4 and T3 ships, follow the T5 warships and do not rush ahead recklessly." The aide swiftly relayed the captain's orders, and the entire fleet operated with precision and coordination, executing each command flawlessly. Explosions blossomed on the surface of the enemy T-6 warship's starshield. Liu Xiaowei turned to the ad hoc command center, where 3 technical officers were busily recording and analyzing data. This was a critical mission for the Xiaolong Empire fleet. Whenever encountering undocumented interstellar warships, they had to gather as much data as possible, especially on the starshield's energy levels. This information would be crucial for future combat strategies. Suddenly, several laser beams shot out from the smoke of the enemy ship's explosions, one of which was particularly menacing, likely the bow cannon of the T-6 warship. "Intercept immediately," Liu Xiaowei shouted. The T-5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship sprang into action. Its heavy close-in defense guns created a dense barrage, while defensive missiles launched to intercept. These missiles moved with incredible speed, detonating at predetermined positions to form defensive fields specifically designed to counter energy-based weapon attacks. Despite these efforts, the main attack from the enemy ship broke through the defensive line and struck the starshield. Liu Xiaowei watched the impacted area intently, worried that the shield matrix might be breached. However, the anticipated catastrophe did not occur. Report: the intensity of the enemy's attack did not reach T6 level, an officer reported loudly. At most, it was a quasi-T6 weapon. Liu Xiaowei quickly adjusted her tactics. Missile ships, remain on standby. Heavy artillery ships, commenced the second wave of attacks. All other warships, finish them off. The quasi-T6 warship, now without its starshield, quickly lost most of its combat capability under the fierce assault of the T-4 Medusa-class heavy artillery ships. The T-5 destroyers then swarmed in, completely obliterating the overconfident quasi-T6 warship. An officer approached to report the detailed analysis of the enemy ship's data. Liu Xiaowei ordered several cruisers to salvage the enemy wreckage for further study. At that moment, the 8 approached Liu Xiaowei with a grave expression. "Captain, the reconnaissance drones have sent back images. The situation is quite unusual. You should take a look." Liu Xiaowei frowned slightly and turned to view the images. The star had already turned 2/3 of its surface into an ominous black. Lilith hurried over to Zhao Chen, her expression urgent. Zhao Chen looked up, watching her approach, waiting for her report. Lilith immediately brought up several holographic screens and began her detailed report. "Your Majesty, we have destroyed 9 suspicious starships and the strange creatures that emerged from them. We have captured some samples and sent them to the Research Institute. However, a few suspicious starships managed to evade our pursuit and have appeared near certain stars in various star systems." She played a video clip showing a suspicious starship suddenly appearing next to a star. A hatch on the ship opened, releasing a massive bomb-like object towards the star. Surprisingly, the object was not consumed by the intense heat. Instead, it formed a rapidly expanding black area on the star's surface, eventually covering the entire star. Lilith zoomed in on the footage and pointed out, these black substances might be some kind of life form. Charlotte, who had quietly joined them, exclaimed in shock, "Life forms that can survive in a star?" Lilith explained, "According to known scientific records of the universe, even the most heat-resistant materials will eventually be destroyed in a star. So far, nothing can survive long-term within a star, let alone a life form." Zhao Chen frowned in thought and suddenly proposed a bold hypothesis. What if Order has given these puppets some kind of seed that they are planting in stars across the galaxy? These seeds could not only survive in the star's environment, but also use the star's power to reproduce and expand their numbers. Charlotte and Lilith were stunned. Lilith quickly composed herself and analyzed. "That's highly possible. The strange creatures that emerged from the self-destructing starships we intercepted were powerful but limited in number. If these blackened stars are covered with such creatures, their numbers would far exceed what we've encountered so far." Zhao Chen immediately issued an order. "Transmit my decree. Any star system where a black star appears must initiate an immediate evacuation plan. Evacuate all personnel as quickly as possible without clinging to local wealth, resources, or industrial equipment. Neighboring star systems must provide unconditional support, and violators will be severely punished. Station a Jiaolong fleet in each affected system, but do not engage without orders. If there are any disturbances, ensure the fleet's safe retreat, and leave reconnaissance posts if possible. Remember, our knowledge of the enemy is limited. Do not underestimate them." "Yes." Lilith and Charlotte responded in unison. The Emperor's command was swiftly disseminated, triggering large-scale evacuations across star systems. Crowds thronged the spaceports, and overburdened transport ships shuttled between star gates, relocating residents to nearby major star systems. As time ticked by, the unknown creatures on the blackened stars remained inactive. Suddenly, a bridge officer rushed in to report. "The Research Institute has news." "Speak." Zhao Chen responded immediately. After thorough examination, The professors at the Institute believe these unknown life forms resemble a legendary creature. What? Everyone held their breath. Undead. The officer's voice echoed through the bridge, sending a chilling silence through the room. The term undead has legends in almost every planetary civilization. Zhao Chen stood on the bridge, facing Charlotte and Lilith, and began to explain this mysterious existence. His voice was calm and professional, as if he were discussing a scientific fact rather than a mystical legend. According to various civilizations, the undead take on many forms. Some describe them as resurrected beings, while others see them as non-corporeal spirits. Zhao Chen's fingers moved across the holographic display, showing different depictions of the undead from various cultures. Some places call them wraiths, but the descriptions vary greatly. In short, it's an entity recorded in the known universe, but with different interpretations. Lilith suddenly shrank behind Zhao Chen, her tail standing straight up, clearly frightened. Zhao Chen turned back in surprise, thinking that this usually bold succubus was actually afraid of ghosts. He couldn't help but tease, "Aren't you a succubus? According to legends, you and ghosts should be related." At that moment, a bridge officer handed over a research report. Zhao Chen quickly scanned it, his expression growing serious. He looked up at the expectant Charlotte and Lilith and began to explain the report's findings in detail. According to the research, the undead are beings that can switch between physical and non-physical states. Zhao Chen traced a light line on the holographic display to simulate the transformation of the undead. Most of the time, they remain physical but can briefly become non-physical. In this state, they can even pass through star shields and the surfaces of starships. Charlotte frowned and asked, "Does that mean they can ignore certain attacks?" Zhao Chen nodded. "Theoretically, yes. But each time they phase through an object, it drains their individual strength. You can think of this ability as a defense mechanism similar to a star shield." He pulled up footage from a previous battle, pointing to the dark creatures. "See, they phase through the star shield, attack the starship surface, and only then breach the hull to enter. This is to conserve their strength." Additionally, Zhao Chen continued, "The undead can form a protective barrier similar to a star shield, which we call psionic energy for now. The strength of this psionic energy varies among individuals, affecting their defense capabilities. However, it seems that this energy can only be used for defense, not for direct attacks." Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief, but Zhao Chen's next words made her expression serious again. "The most terrifying ability of the undead is their power to infect other life forms, and they can even control starships." Zhao Chen's voice grew more solemn. He displayed a simulation showing how the undead infect a single life form and, when numerous enough, how they can infect and control an entire starship. "We conducted an experiment." Zhao Chen pointed to a segment of the report's video, using AT-1 class starship and several death row inmates. The results were shocking. The infected starship not only regained its combat capabilities, but was even enhanced in some aspects. The most frightening part is that even with severe hull damage, it can still fight. You have to destroy at least 80 of its structure to completely eliminate it. Lilith suddenly asked, "Why are they going after those stars?" Zhao Chen's expression grew even more grave. "This is the most worrying part. We've discovered that the undead can rely on stars to undergo self-replication. This means they could potentially have nearly limitless expansion capabilities." As Zhao Chen finished speaking, the atmosphere on the bridge grew exceptionally tense. Everyone realized that they might be facing a threat even more terrifying than the interstellar insectoids, relying on a star for self-replication. This astonishing discovery left Charlotte and Lilith wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at Zhao Chen. Without further explanation, Zhao Chen pulled up the experimental footage from the Research Institute. On the screen, a football-sized artificial star floated in the center of a massive experimental chamber, emitting a soft glow. Suddenly, several humanoid specters were driven into the chamber. They seemed irresistibly drawn to the artificial star, rapidly approaching it. As the specters neared the star, a horrifying scene unfolded. Their bodies began to take on a semi-liquid form, and before everyone's eyes, they split into two identical entities at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire process was so fast it was dizzying, as if in the blink of an eye, a single specter had become two identical beings. "So fast," Lilith said in terror. "At this rate, one splits into two, two into four, four into 8. Her voice was filled with unease. Zhao Chen immediately explained, "This splitting is not endless. First, it consumes the star's energy. Our observations show that as the specters split, they simultaneously deplete the star's energy, accelerating its decay. Once the star's energy is exhausted, the specters can no longer split unless they find another star. Moreover, the stronger the specter, the more time and energy required for splitting." Hearing this explanation, Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. Charlotte, however, furrowed her brow and analyzed, "So, the enemy's plan makes sense. These specters are like a virus planted within us, and the star is the catalyst. They intend to use the star to continuously replicate, forming a vast army of specters, then convert our lives and starships through slaughter, further expanding their power and even seeking more stars. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement and added, exactly. If the specters spread unchecked, it will be an extremely thorny problem. Worse yet, if our starships are converted into specter ships, our once excellent Xiaolong-class starships will become blades turned against us. Realizing the severity of the situation, Charlotte immediately proposed revising the original battle plan to ensure the specter control zones were sealed and cleared one by one. Zhao Chen quickly made arrangements. Charlotte, you handle military deployment. Lilith, you manage the Empire's logistics and fully support Charlotte's operations. Both responded in unison. Zhao Chen gazed at the interstellar map, which already marked at least 10 stars that had turned black or were in the process of darkening. He said gravely, if necessary, we can destroy the stars contaminated by the specters. This decision made Charlotte and Lilith's expressions grow serious. Destroying stars would undoubtedly bring catastrophe to the residents of those star systems. Zhao Chen immediately turned to Lilith. You will be responsible for implementing the compensation mechanism and the subsequent resettlement of evacuated star system residents. The Empire has just been established, and we cannot afford instability among the people. To mitigate the negative impact, Zhao Chen meticulously devised 3 resettlement plans: rebuilding their homeland, relocating to other star systems, or arranging work in the Xiaolong 15-star region. Each plan included living subsidies and job placements to ensure the affected residents' quality of life. Once the arrangements were in place, Zhao Chen reminded Charlotte to be vigilant of the 2 Zerg nests, preventing them from launching attacks during this critical time. Charlotte assured that the 3rd Fleet Group would be dedicated to guarding against the Zerg, while the 1st and 2nd Fleet Groups would primarily address the Spectre crisis, only deploying the elite corps if necessary. Finally, Zhao Chen encouraged, prepare for battle. This is the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's first war, and we must win it brilliantly. Yes. His 2 capable assistants responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with determination. An evacuation of the entire galaxy? The Galactic Administrator shot up from his seat, slamming his hands on the desk, staring in disbelief at the face of the Xiaolong envoy in the video window. This envoy was the one responsible for conveying the Emperor's orders to various galaxies. Yes, it is the Emperor's command, the Xiaolong envoy stated firmly. All galaxies must comply. You can commandeer any interstellar transport ships needed. The owners of these ships will be compensated after the conflict. The Galactic Administrator's expression was complex as he clenched his fists. Abandoning the galaxy he managed felt like forsaking a lifetime of effort. Evacuating an entire galaxy is an enormous task. Can't we? He tried to negotiate, but was abruptly cut off by the Xiaolong envoy. This is an imperial decree, and it must be obeyed. The envoy's tone was unyielding, though it softened slightly. However, there will be compensation for those evacuated. You won't be sacrificing everything for nothing. She looked the Galactic Administrator directly in the eyes and continued, let me advise you against overthinking this. If even the Emperor deems this a significant threat, do you think anyone in your galaxy can survive? Or do you wish to gamble with the lives of everyone in your galaxy? This questioning made the Galactic Administrator take a deep breath. He looked up at her. Please inform the Emperor that our galaxy will comply with his orders. As the Galactic Administrator, I guarantee that we will evacuate all planetary residents as quickly as possible to minimize casualties. The Xiaolong envoy nodded, and then ended the communication. She marked a check on the electronic form in front of her, and then heard a commotion from a colleague stationed next door. An entire galaxy evacuation because of one order. An enraged voice bellowed. Do you know how much our family has invested in this galaxy? Just because of a single command, we have to lose everything we've built over decades, even centuries. Didn't the Xiaolong Legion claim to be powerful enough to defeat the Demon Legion fleet? Yet now, faced with these so-called undead, you order a full-scale evacuation without even trying to fight? Deploy your interstellar missile ships, your T-6 star cruisers. Though she couldn't see the other party, she could easily imagine the speaker's furious expression. She glanced worriedly at the new colleague who had just joined their team. Surprisingly, the newcomer responded with calm dignity. I'm sorry, perhaps you didn't hear me clearly. This is not a negotiation. It's an imperial order. According to the agreement with the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, you must comply unconditionally. Anyone who refuses will be deemed a traitor to the Emperor. Are you prepared to face the consequences of defying the Emperor's wrath? This seemed to bring the other party to their senses, and they reluctantly chose to comply. Yes, we will evacuate the galaxy. The video window then closed. The previously resolute Xiaolong newcomer visibly relaxed, patting his chest repeatedly. That was terrifying. Don't worry. A colleague pointed to another specialized report in front of the newcomer. There are others to deal with those who show disrespect to the Emperor. This report specifically recorded the names of administrators who exhibited insolence towards the Emperor and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Unbeknownst to the earlier Galaxy Administrator, his position would be revoked after the war due to his attitude. The Emperor tolerated no insubordination. The greatest loss undoubtedly fell upon the Judgment Angel Galaxy of the Angel Clan, where the Judgment Angel King resided. This was also home to her Sanctum planet, one of the most prosperous galaxies of the Angel Clan. Shockingly, the Judgment Angel King had attempted to destroy her own home galaxy. As a dual-star system, the Judgment Angel King was well aware of its significance. She had planted 2 seeds in each star. Now, both stars had turned pitch black, plunging the entire galaxy into darkness. A massive fleet arrived through the Stargateite was the Angel Clan's Lord Fleet, led by Tilia of the Holy Dragon Angel Corps. Tens of thousands of starships passed through the gate, entering the galaxy. "Commander, the situation here is dire." A subordinate reported to Angel Tilia. "What happened?" Tilia asked, frowning. The subordinate explained, "Several galaxy fleets previously attacked the undead forces but failed to annihilate them. Instead, some of our starships were converted into undead ships. Now, those converted ships are gathering around the 2 stars and multiplying." Infuriated, Angel Tilia exclaimed, "We shared the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's intel on the undead immediately and informed all galaxies about their nature and combat precautions. How could they still make such foolish mistakes?" The subordinate hesitated before replying. Apparently, the undead forces had begun attacking a planet closest to one of the stars, and many angels couldn't evacuate in time. The galaxy fleets had no choice but to engage to buy time for the civilians to escape. Ultimately, about 80% of the angelic population managed to evacuate, but all 300 starships involved were converted. Angel Tilia opened her mouth to speak, but could only mutter, "Foolish," under her breath. She continued, "Do we have data on those 300 ships? What types are they?" "We have the information," the subordinate replied. 90% are original Angel Clan ships, and 10% are Xiaolong models. There are T4 and T3 series ships from the Angel Clan, and from the Xiaolong models, we have T3 Triceratops-class heavy assault frigates, T3 Fire Dragon-class medium destroyers, T3 Blizzard-class light battle cruisers, T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruisers. Angel Tilia's expression turned grim. "Why is there a T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium cruiser here?" "Well, it seems it was an older model, recently decommissioned and placed in this galaxy. But there's only one," the subordinate explained. "One ship," Tilia murmured. "For the undead army capable of endless replication within stars, one ship would soon become 2, 4, 8, 16. As long as the 2 stars remained active, there would be an endless supply of undead starships." The thought made her scalp tingle. At that moment, alarms suddenly blared. The secretary hurriedly reported, "Alert! A massive undead force is launching an attack from the 2 stars, targeting surrounding planets. The evacuation progress of this galaxy is only at 40, and complete evacuation is estimated to take at least 2 more days." 2 days. It's a period that's neither too long nor too short. Angel Tilia took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with determination. Her voice was firm and clear. "Issue my orders. Deploy the battlefield defenses against the undead army immediately. We must halt their advance. Once we succeed, we will devise a counterattack plan to annihilate them completely." "Yes, ma'am." The adjutant responded promptly, swiftly conveying the orders. The entire Holy Dragon Angel Legion fleet sprang into action. As the most elite force of the angelic race, they were equipped with advanced Xiaolong-class interstellar warships. However, the enemy they faced this time far exceeded their expectations. The undead soldiers swarmed like locusts, each protected by a psionic shield. Even more terrifying, they could pass through the starship shields directly, posing a significant threat to almost all interstellar warships. Additionally, the newly appeared undead starships demonstrated astonishing combat capabilities on the battlefield, surpassing any previous starships. Angel Tilia had suffered greatly because of this. On a meticulously arranged defensive line, the original defense system seemed sufficient to repel the undead army's attack. However, a sudden assault by a small undead fleet shattered this balance. This fleet consisted of 30 T4 Vermilion Bird-class medium interstellar cruisers. Known for their speed, the undead version of the T4 Vermilion Bird was even faster, unconcerned with engine overloads, moving at full throttle. With their incredible speed, the 30 T4 undead Vermilion Birds managed to break through the angelic fleet's firepower net at the cost of losing a few ships, directly charging into the angelic fleet's formation. Research reports on the undead had clearly warned against engaging them in close combat. Chaos quickly engulfed this defensive sector. A horde of undead creatures poured out from the breached T4 undead Vermilion Birds, swarming the nearby angelic starships. The angelic shields were useless against these undead beings. The undead swarmed over the target ships like a tide, rapidly converting them. All life aboard was turned into undead, transforming the entire starship into an undead vessel in an instant. One by one, the angelic starships were converted, and the situation deteriorated rapidly. When AT-4 Fallen Angel-class super heavy carrier was converted, countless undead drones and starships surged out, vying for air superiority with the Holy Dragon Angel Legion fleet. A bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. Despite the Holy Dragon Angel Legion fleet's relentless efforts to exterminate the undead, their numbers seemed to decrease only slightly. Closer observation revealed that for every batch of undead eliminated, a batch of angelic starships was converted into undead vessels. Former comrades turned into fearsome enemies in an instant. The impact of this conversion on the battlefield dynamics was far from simple addition and subtraction. Angel Talija quickly realized this. The enemy's combat strategy was chilling, especially considering their too inexhaustible factory, the 2 stars under undead control. By now, the number of undead starships on the battlefield had exceeded 10,000 and was still growing. This can't go on, Talija thought to herself. If this continues, our starships will be exhausted by these undead. She immediately adjusted her strategy, adopting a kiting tactic. Fight while retreating, and avoid close combat with the enemy at all costs, she ordered decisively. Talija paused briefly, her expression complex. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "Order all starships of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion fleet. If there's a risk of being converted by the undead, detonate all munitions and execute the self-destruct protocol." Yes, self-destruction. Before a starship could be converted by the undead, it would be blown to pieces. As long as the ship's integrity was reduced to a certain level, it couldn't be turned into an undead vessel. Though a harsh decision, it was undoubtedly the most effective way to deal with this enemy. The defense line of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion stood ready, every warrior tense and executing the orders of Angel Commander Tilya. When the undead starships breached the defense, the Angel warriors unhesitatingly activated the self-destruct protocol. The starships exploded into fragments, buying precious retreat time for other vessels. This heroic sacrifice had occurred over 300 times, each instance wrenching hearts. At that moment, a secretary officer rushed to Tilya's side, urgency in his voice. "Report, our interstellar missiles are nearly depleted. The missile ships can no longer provide fire support." Hearing this, Tilya's expression turned grave. Without the missile ship's support, the battlefield situation would deteriorate rapidly. She took a deep breath and asked, "What's the status of the personnel evacuation in the star system?" The secretary officer replied, "Half of the personnel have yet to evacuate. We have already abandoned 3 planets, and about 5 billion people have been turned into undead soldiers." Tilya clenched her fist, gritting her teeth. Damn it. Rennie really intends to destroy her own homeland. Just then, a bridge officer shouted, "Report, we've received a support message from the headquarters of the Dragonstar Intergalactic Empire." Another officer quickly followed, detecting abnormal spatial fluctuations in the designated sector. This news was like a ray of light in the darkness, igniting hope among everyone on the bridge. Tilya immediately turned towards the designated sector, where rings of light appeared out of nowhere, followed by about 50,000 intergalactic warships emerging one after another. Soon, a video window popped up, displaying a familiar face Dragonstar Intergalactic Empire's 3-star General Xue Xiaoxiao. She saluted first, and then spoke concisely. "The 2nd Fleet Group of the 1st Legion of the Dragonstar Empire is here to support. I will take over battlefield command. All your legions and star systems will be under my full control." Tilya nodded in agreement and began sharing battlefield intelligence. After listening carefully, Xue Xiaoxiao's gaze fell on 2 black star markers on the interstellar map, her brow furrowed. 2 stars indeed tricky. If not destroyed in time, eliminating these undead armies will come at a great cost. After a brief contemplation, Xue Xiaoxiao made a decision. "You must fully evacuate all personnel within the star system. Can this be completed within 30 hours? "Absolutely," Tilya affirmed. Xue Xiaoxiao continued. "Good. We will hold off the undead army for these 30 hours. After that, we will attack and destroy the 2 stars. This is not a negotiation, but a notification." Tilya took a deep breath and responded solemnly, "Rest assured, General. We understand the stakes. Losing 1 star system is better than the entire Angel territory falling into disaster." Satisfied, Xue Xiaoxiao began to deploy her strategy. She specifically instructed the staff to meticulously document the entire battle process to provide valuable experience for future confrontations with the undead species. As the Dragonstar intergalactic warships joined the defense line, the entire battlefield took on a new look. T5 Sinister Spear-class heavy artillery ships deployed their massive cannons, and T5 Crimson Reaper-class missile ships stood ready, with dense missile launch silos resembling a menacing hive. However, unlike usual, the carrier starships' fighters and drones did not cross the defense line. Instead, they coordinated defense within their own fire range to avoid being infected and turned. Over the next 30 hours, the entire vengeful Angel star system plunged into intense combat. At the front lines, Both sides exchanged relentless fire. The undead fleet launched wave after wave of assaults, while the Dragon Star warships held their ground, determined to resist to the last. This brutal battle would determine the fate of the entire star system. Angel Tilia gazed at the vast interstellar battlefield before her, where countless undead starships and troops surged like a tidal wave. Her eyes caught the massive silhouette of a creature resembling a bone dragon, with combat capabilities rivaling that of a T-3 interstellar battleship. Tilia silently assessed the situation, realizing that even her proud Holy Dragon Angel fleet might struggle to fend off the relentless and eerie attacks for the next 30 hours. Even adopting a Hitandran tactic might prove futile. There was a time when the Holy Dragon Angel fleet could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Xiaolong fleet, but those days were long gone. Just as Tilia was lost in thought, her secretary's voice interrupted her reverie. Report, the last batch of interstellar transport ships is currently passing through the Stargate. The complete evacuation is expected to be completed within 30 minutes. How many people are still left to evacuate? Tilia asked with a touch of concern in her voice. The secretary replied helplessly. Approximately 5 billion people have chosen to remain on various planets, with an average of 50 million per planet. Despite our repeated persuasion, most of them are elderly and unwilling to leave their homeland. Tilia sighed softly. It's their choice. We've given them a fair opportunity. Her tone carried no excessive compassion, only an acceptance of reality. Then, Tilia announced her decision. According to General Xiaolong's orders, I will evacuate with the last of the Xiaolong fleet. Arrange a few interstellar battleships for me. I want to personally oversee the Stargate. The secretary hesitated, but ultimately followed the orders. She was assigned to another auxiliary flagship to command the evacuation of the Holy Dragon Angel fleet. Meanwhile, Xue Xiaoxiao received the report of Tilia's completed evacuation. She breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting on the last 30 hours of battle, deeply understanding the nauseating combat characteristics of the Undead Legion. Despite all precautions, hundreds of Xiaolong interstellar battleships had been infected and converted. Although they were promptly ordered to be destroyed, the process still made Xue Xiaoxiao uneasy, finding it even more repulsive than the swarm tactics of the interstellar insect race. Finally, this disgusting battle was coming to an end. Xue Xiaoxiao contacted the Empire's highest command, requesting stellar destruction support. Destroying a star required immense energy, and conventional methods were clearly not feasible. However, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had a powerful ace up its sleeve. With a dazzling halo, a massive interstellar battleship appeared out of thin air. Its black and red hull radiated a menacing aura, as if shrouded in a protagonist's halo. This was the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's most formidable T6 Rakshasa King-class dreadnought, undoubtedly the strongest known interstellar battleship in the universe. Angel Tilia looked at this colossal vessel, immediately understanding its mission to destroy those two stars. Her gaze held both awe and a hint of anticipation, awaiting the cosmic spectacle about to unfold. On the bridge of the Luocha Underworld-class interstellar dreadnought, Zhao Chen sat firmly in the command seat, his gaze fixed on the two black stars in the distance and the undead army swirling around them. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense and heavy. Standing beside Zhao Chen, Secretary Lilith reported, "We currently have 11 star systems engaged in battles with the undead. The worst situation is in the Judgment Angel star system. There are 2 mature stars here with extremely strong energy, which allows the undead to efficiently split using the stellar energy." Zhao Chen frowned and asked, "Have we calculated whether the Luocha Underworld's attacks can destroy the stars?" Charlotte nodded and replied, "The staff has calculated multiple times. The Luocha Underworld's dreadnought cannon, Demon King mode, can definitely destroy a star directly." Hearing this, Zhao Chen relaxed slightly. He turned to Xue Xiaoxiao in the video window and asked, "How is the evacuation of personnel in the star system progressing?" Xue Xiaoxiao answered earnestly, "The personnel have been successfully evacuated. Only the Angel Clan's Lord Fleet and the gate control personnel remain. We have enough time to complete the final evacuation of all starships and personnel." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and told Charlotte, "Since everything is ready, let's proceed." Charlotte immediately gave the order, "Activate the dreadnought cannon." The giant cannon at the bow of the Luocha Underworld-class dreadnought began to charge, with rings of red light appearing along the barrel, as if a giant beast was awakening. The rear of the cannon flashed with a blinding red light. "The dreadnought cannon is charging, estimated to be ready in 30 seconds. The department head reported loudly. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The entire bow cannon emitted a dazzling light, seemingly ready to ignite the starry sky at any moment. Zhao Chen remained silent, watching the scene intently. "Dreadnought cannon. Demon King mode, fire," Charlotte commanded. A terrifying black and red beam instantly ignited the starry sky. This was the longest-range known weapon of all starships. Wherever the beam passed, undead soldiers and starships were vaporized instantly. Finally, the dreadful dark red beam struck the target star. A red spot appeared on the originally black star's surface, which quickly spread, consuming the black area. The entire star gradually turned red. Report, the core of the target star has collapsed, Lilith said, pulling up the latest observation data. It is expected to release terrifying energy within 3 hours and affect the entire Judgment Angel star system within 10 hours. All life in the star system will be wiped out by the explosion. Adjacent star systems will be affected, but not fatally. The Luocha underworld needs 30 minutes to prepare for a second firing, Charlotte reported to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. To be safe, destroying both stars was the best option. However, as he watched the star turning red, a sense of unease rose within him. At that moment, Lilith's terminal lit up, showing a communication request from the Xiaolong Supreme Research Institute. She connected the call, and a professor from the institute urgently said, "Secretary, we were wrong. You must not destroy the stars." Zhao Chen and Charlotte both frowned upon hearing this. Meanwhile, at the Zerg nest, the Judgment Angel King descended from her command ship, stepping onto the sticky ground. She resisted the urge to vomit as she looked around. Compared to before, only a few interstellar warships had returned, including her own. She entered the grand hall and looked at the ugly face on the meat wall. The face exclaimed in delight, "Another one returns, and the best performer at that. Let's all give a round of applause." "Oh, I almost forgot. I don't have hands." Everyone present thought the creature seemed mentally unstable. Black Angel Demon asked, "My lord, there's something I don't understand. Although the undead bombs you gave us are effective, and we understand the undead's combat capabilities, the undead need stellar energy to split. The Xiaolong Empire can destroy the stars. I believe they have that capability." Others also looked on in confusion. The ugly face laughed. "Ha ha ha, destroy the stars. If you think so, and if the Xiaolong Emperor does so, he will pay for his actions." It continued to explain, "The undead indeed need stellar energy to split, but they also have another ability, self-evolution. This requires stronger stellar energy, which only appears when a star is destroyed. If the Xiaolong Emperor destroys the stars, the situation will worsen. The powerful energy from the star's explosion will rapidly accelerate the undead self-splitting, possibly by hundreds or even thousands of times. Some powerful undead individuals might even evolve, such as AT-5 undead starship evolving into AT-6 level. Isn't this digging their own grave?" Ha ha ha. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The Judgment Angel King couldn't help but ask, "So, these creatures known as the undead have no weaknesses? They can continuously proliferate, split, and have the ability to infect and convert. Stellar energy won't deplete quickly, and destroying stars will exacerbate the crisis." "Ha ha ha, of course," the creature exclaimed in ecstasy. "A perfect creation by a great existence. It is indeed a perfect being. So, what do we do next?" Black Angel Demon suggested, "We have gathered a large Zerg fleet at the two nests. Launching an attack now could force the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire into multi-front warfare." Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. The Dark Angel Demon hovered above the ground, his face contorted in agony. He felt as though a pair of invisible hands were squeezing him tightly, sending waves of intense pain through every inch of his skin, as if he might be crushed at any moment. "Remember your place," a commanding voice echoed. "Don't think that a small achievement gives you the right to act insolently in my presence. Here, I can destroy you at any time." The speaker's grotesque face radiated an overwhelming aura, silencing everyone present. The Dark Angel Demon was thrown heavily to the ground, gasping for air, and dared not make another sound. "A week from now, the Zerg fleet will launch an attack," the authoritative voice continued. "From north to south, they will sweep through the entire Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. At that time, this universe will merge with the Great Being. All life will have a precious opportunity for ascension." The brief meeting ended quickly. Before leaving, they received a new mission: to create chaos within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire during the upcoming turmoil. Facing threats from both the undead and the Zerg, the newly established empire was bound to experience various issues. They were to infiltrate, incite some interstellar forces to rebel, and add fuel to the fire of the already dire situation. The Angel of Judgment returned to her starship and sat in the cold captain's chair. She recalled the moment she personally cast the undead seeds into the two stars of the Judgment Angel star system. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the bridge, and red lights flashed. Gunfire erupted, and several beams of light were directed at the Angel of Judgment. However, an energy shield appeared just in time, protecting her securely. The bridge doors were forcibly opened, and dozens of angel soldiers swarmed in. "Nobody move. Drop your weapons and stay where you are," they warned the bridge personnel, ready to fire at the slightest sign of resistance. The bridge was soon stained with blood, but the chaos quickly subsided. The scene divided into two groups. One consisted of the bewildered bridge personnel with their hands raised, and the other was comprised of angel soldiers with gold armbands, holding weapons. In just 3 minutes, the bridge was under control. The Angel of Judgment remained indifferent, observing everything as if she were an outsider, until someone approached her. Renee, the newcomer, eyes swollen with tears, glared at her. "Teacher, it's you," the Angel of Judgment said calmly, looking at the middle-aged woman who was both the deputy captain of the starship and the mentor who had once led her into the angel fleet. "Renee, you've gone too far." Her teacher cried out in anguish. "I once agreed with your ideas and believed you were on the right path. But how could you destroy our home and cast that dreadful thing into our homeland's stars?" Renee glanced at the rebels behind her teacher and coldly asked, "So, you're betraying me now, teacher?" "Betrayal? No. It is you who betrayed us," her teacher said passionately. "We once believed that the decaying system of the angels would destroy us, so we sought greater power. The great being indeed possesses the power we desired, but that does not mean we can abandon everything. Now, we want to return to the angel tribe. The other 2 angel kings are still willing to forgive us for our past service." "Forgiveness? Ha ha ha." The Angel of Judgment laughed as she stood up and pointed at her teacher. "From the moment we betrayed the angels and joined the demon king's ranks, to when we betrayed our homeland, there has been no one who would forgive us. Only by joining the order, becoming one with it, and achieving eternal existence, can we find our way. You were wrong. You lacked resolve. You betrayed your own principles. Teacher, I am saddened. I gave you a chance." The Angel of Judgment coldly regarded the rebels. In the next instant, their heads exploded one by one, leaving only the elderly angel woman. She watched in horror, screaming and firing desperately at the shield protecting the Angel of Judgment. Finally, with a burst of blood, the gunfire ceased. The Angel of Judgment coldly surveyed the blood-splattered bridge, the air thick with the stench of blood. An angel officer quickly approached and reported, "My lord, the rebels within the starship have been completely eradicated." "Good," the Angel of Judgment replied indifferently. "Clean up the bodies, throw them out, and scrub away the bloodstains. Continue with our next mission. The path we've chosen is the right one." "Yes, my lord." The officer saluted and left. The Angel of Judgment had long known about the rebels within the starship, but had waited for them to reveal themselves before capturing them all in one sweep. Her gaze fell on the headless corpse on the floor. It was her teacher. "Teacher, I was not wrong," she said again, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Was she saying this to convince others, or herself? Meanwhile, Zhao Chen was facing an extremely tricky situation. The news from the Xiaolong High Research Institute had everyone on the Luosha Mingwang on edge. Zhao Chen stared at the experimental data in his hand, then looked up at the professor on the other side of the video feed and asked, "Can we confirm that this evidence is real?" The professor nodded emphatically. "It's all true. We discovered that undead creatures can use stellar energy to self-replicate. We conducted a series of related experiments, one of which was to explore whether detonating and destroying a star could completely eliminate the undead within that range." The professor paused before continuing, but the final experimental results were shocking. Within the destroyed star's range, the undead not only weren't eradicated but became stronger, more frenzied, and their numbers increased significantly. "We deduced that the energy released at the moment of the star's explosion not only allowed the undead to self-replicate, but also prompted their evolution." The professor displayed a video clip showing an undead starship resembling AT-2 Griffin-class heavy interstellar destroyer. Its hull was marred with signs of decay, evoking a sense of bleakness and lifelessness. Charlotte observed carefully and said, "It does resemble AT-2 Griffin, but has it really become AT-3 undead starship?" The professor confirmed with a nod. "Yes. After the experiment, this converted undead starship gave us considerable trouble, damaging 2 T-2 interstellar warships. Fortunately, we had pre-deployed battle satellites, AT-4 interstellar warship, and multiple T-3 interstellar warships to control the situation." Lilith listened, a flash of worry in her eyes, and looked at Zhao Chen and Charlotte. "So, what now?" Zhao Chen smiled wryly. "Thank you for the warning, Professor. Unfortunately, we've already destroyed a star controlled by the undead." The professor was taken aback and then said apologetically, "My lord, it's our fault for being too slow. If we had reached these conclusions earlier, perhaps—" Zhao Chen interrupted him. "This isn't your fault. I know you've been tirelessly researching the undead. Thankfully, you informed us of these issues in time. Otherwise, we might have made more mistakes." Lilith frowned and asked, "Does that mean we have no way to deal with these stars controlled by the undead?" The professor pondered for a moment before replying, "There is one possible way, but we're not entirely sure about it." Zhao Chen immediately urged, "Tell us." The professor explained, "I recall seeing a description of an SS-class classified weapon in the Xiaolong Armory that could directly destroy a star system." Zhao Chen named the weapon directly, the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb. Hearing the term supernova, everyone present frowned. A supernova usually refers to the violent explosion at the end of a star's life cycle, and the recent experimental results showed that star explosions could become a catalyst for the undead. Zhao Chen noticed their doubts and explained, I know what you're thinking. The T6 supernova ultimate bomb doesn't entirely replicate the supernova explosion process. Supernova merely describes its power and some characteristics. I can't guarantee it won't catalyze the undead, but it seems to be our only option at the moment. The professor nodded in understanding. Simulating research isn't an issue, but I need the necessary permissions and preferably a sample for study. Zhao Chen agreed immediately. He'll grant you the permissions to access all the data on this weapon. As for the sample, it should already be in the construction phase, overseen by Chief Engineer Annie. You can contact her directly or ask for her assistance. The professor was excited. That's great. I've heard Chief Engineer Annie is an exceptional starship engineer, proficient in many fields of starship science. At that moment, Annie, who was at work, suddenly felt something stuck in her teeth. Although the research and manufacture of the T6 supernova ultimate bomb would take some time, the most pressing issue now was how to handle the current situation. Zhao Chen gazed at the observation screen showing the star, half of which had turned crimson, and said solemnly, Lilith, relay orders to all Xiaolong fleet units. Do not destroy any stars. We cannot repeat the same mistake in other star systems. Lilith responded promptly, yes, sir. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. Charlotte, from now on, the operational tasks in this star system are yours. After the star's explosion, contain the danger within this star system and prevent the crisis from spreading to other systems. Also, prepare for contingencies. I will issue orders to the angelic forces. Zhao Chen meticulously planned the response to the crisis. He issued a full evacuation order for the 6 star systems directly adjacent to the affected area, while the neighboring systems were put on red alert, allowing voluntary evacuation. The decision to evacuate more distant systems would be made based on the evolving situation. Zhao Chen understood that ordering a blanket evacuation for all star systems, while ensuring 0 casualties, would result in immeasurable losses. As a leader, he had to balance public safety with the greater good. Therefore, this tiered evacuation plan was undoubtedly the best choice under the circumstances. Charlotte nodded in understanding and immediately began to re-strategize the battle plan. Zhao Chen sternly instructed, once you've drafted the new strategic plan, report to me immediately. He continued, the situation in this star system is the worst. Compared to other battles against the undead, it's like night and day. However, the combat experience we've gained here can be immediately applied to other undead battlefronts, which is immensely valuable. Charlotte acknowledged the order, and the new directives began to be disseminated. All personnel and starships within the system commenced their final evacuation. The second fleet of the Xiaolong 1st Legion executed one last round of suppressive attacks before retreating in an orderly manner towards the Stargate, to avoid entanglement with the undead army during their withdrawal. Once all Xiaolong starships had evacuated, the fleet responsible for managing the Stargate set up automated and self-destruct protocols. Angel Tilia boarded one of the last interstellar transport ships, preparing to cross the Stargate. Her complex gaze swept over the once glorious angelic star system, where a red and a black star starkly contrasted with the black tide of the undead army. As one of the highest commanders of the Angels, Tilia had received the Emperor's latest orders and was aware of the failed plan to detonate the star and its potential repercussions. She harbored no resentment, understanding the battlefield's ever-changing nature. Tilia was tasked with issuing full evacuation orders to the 6 surrounding star systems, which would be handed over to the Xiaolong Imperial Fleet to establish new defensive lines against the potentially stronger undead army following the star's detonation. Renee, you are the greatest traitor of this star system, Tilia said through gritted teeth. I swear, no matter where you hide in the universe, I will bring you to justice. You will pay for your actions. About 10 minutes after the last interstellar transport ship crossed the Stargate, the self-destruct sequence was initiated. Explosives placed throughout the structure detonated, and flames consumed the Stargate, which had once been one of the top 5 transport hubs of the angelic star systems. The explosion seemed to catch the undead army's attention, but they quickly resumed their invasion tasks. Any stubborn angels who remained met their doomed fate, while some native inhabitants of the planets escaped by witnessing the swelling star. The crimson glow lit up the sky like a fiery sunset. Then, the ground cracked, and disaster swept across the planet's surface. The entire process concluded swiftly, with the planet dissolving into nothing under the star's catastrophic explosion. This scene rapidly spread throughout the avenging angel star system, affecting nearly all planetary surfaces. No life forms survived except the undead. Under the star's explosive radiance, the undead seemed to bathe in its energy, their bodies glowing brilliantly before undergoing astonishing transformations, either rapidly splitting or altering their appearance. Another star in the binary system was also affected by the explosion. Typically, when one star in a binary system explodes, the other is ejected like a pinball, becoming a solitary wanderer. However, Possibly due to the undead presence, the situation was different. The surviving star began to absorb the exploding star's energy, expanding in size with black and red mottled patterns on its surface. The undead residing on this star celebrated as if it were a festival. On the bridge of the Luocha Underworld-class interstellar dreadnought, Zhao Chen sat expressionlessly in the captain's chair, a hint of gloom in his eyes. Reflecting on the recent battle, he realized he had underestimated the impact of the star's explosion, which had drastically escalated the undead threat. This undead army had become a thorny issue, with no solution other than continued containment. Worse, the enemy now had the ability to continuously cultivate their undead forces using the star. Zhao Chen sighed softly and muttered to himself, "Damned if I do, damned if I don't." If Mealy knew about this situation, she'd probably stand in front of me with her hands on her hips, mocking me. Her mechanical army hasn't been gone long, and now the universe faces a new threat. His thoughts drifted to the mechanical race's situation, but the gate of Gaia was completely closed, leaving both sides in the dark about each other's status. Just as Zhao Qian was deep in thought, Charlotte approached him, interrupting his reverie. "Your Majesty, here's the plan for the defense line around the Judgment Angel star system," Charlotte said, activating a holographic star map with a gesture. At the center of the star map was the Judgment Angel star system, marked in black, surrounded by 6 neighboring systems. Yellow dashed lines at the borders between these systems and the Judgment Angel star system indicated the positions where the Xiaolong forces planned to establish their defenses. Zhao Chun scanned the map carefully, noting nearly 50 defense lines, including both thick and thin lines. Charlotte began to detail her plan. "I've divided the defense lines into primary and secondary lines. There are 6 primary lines, positioned at the closest points facing the Judgment Angel star system. These 6 primary lines will be handled by the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Legions of the Xiaolong 1st Fleet Group. The 4th Legion will be responsible for the remaining 36 secondary lines, and will be ready to support the primary lines whenever necessary." After listening, Zhao Chen frowned slightly and voiced his concern. "This defense plan is thorough, but you've deployed the entire Xiaolong 1st Fleet Group here. Won't this leave us short-handed elsewhere? We currently have only 3 fleet groups. The 3rd Fleet Group is already stationed at the border with 2 Zerg nests. Now the 1st Fleet Group needs to defend against the undead threat in the Judgment Angel star system, leaving only the 2nd Fleet Group available for redeployment." Charlotte nodded and explained, "The Xiaolong 2nd Fleet Group can still manage the other areas within the Empire where undead threats have emerged. Given the recent stellar event, I've issued new battle orders to Chu Xian's 2nd Fleet Group. For other star systems facing undead threats, we'll use containment strategies similar to how we handle permanent cosmic Zerg nests, keeping the number of undead within a safe range. We have a lot of experience with this type of combat, similar to dealing with interstellar Zerg. We just need to be extra cautious to avoid being infected or converted by these undead forces. Currently, the intensity of the undead threats in other star systems is not high, and our Xiaolong fleet should be able to cope. However, prolonged combat will severely test our ammunition supplies and logistics." Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully. "So our biggest issue right now is ensuring a steady supply of logistics and ammunition?" Charlotte's expression turned serious as she added, "Exactly, and I have a feeling the Zerg won't miss this rare opportunity. They're likely to launch an attack soon. I've already alerted Medusa, the commander of the Xiaolong 3rd Fleet Group, to strengthen border patrols and vigilance. But once war breaks out with the Zerg, we all know the ammunition consumption will be massive. At that point, we could face the challenge of fighting on multiple fronts. If our supply lines falter, our newly established Xiaolong interstellar empire could be in grave danger." Hearing this, Zhao Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. Since the departure of the mechanical race, one threat after another had emerged against him and the nascent Xiaolong interstellar empire. He refused to believe it was mere coincidence. Order. "If these are your tactics, not bad. But if you think this will be enough to take me down, let me tell you, it's not happening." Zhao Chun snarled through gritted teeth. He turned to Charlotte and asked, "If all these scenarios unfold, do we still have a chance?" Charlotte nodded firmly, "Yes. If all these situations arise, it's likely those who have sided with order will seize the opportunity to attack our supply lines or transit starports. We must be prepared for anything. If our research proves that the T6 supernova ultimate bomb is effective against undead-controlled stars, that will be our chance. We need to hold out until the first batch of T6 supernova ultimate bombs is ready and then eliminate the internal undead threat. Meanwhile, we must eradicate any threats that emerge during this phase. This task can be assigned to Zhao Weiner's Shadowhunter elite fleet, coordinating with our intelligence network. As for any issues on the battlefield, it will depend on how we deploy our trump cards. The first 3 months will be the toughest, but if we can endure, we can wipe out these threats completely." Zhao Chen nodded, deep in thought. The 3-month timeframe was crucial because he knew that in 3 months, a significant number of T6-class interstellar warships would be ready for service. By then, the entire Xiaolong Empire fleet would receive a significant boost, and several T6 flagships would join the active fleet groups. That would be the best time for a Xiaolong counterattack. Charlotte, I'm entrusting all of this to you, Zhao Chen said, his gaze shifting to Charlotte's already noticeable belly, his expression turning exceptionally serious. But you must take care of our child. Don't overburden yourself. Delegate tasks to your subordinates. Remember, it's not just your life at stake. It's our 2 children as well. Charlotte gently caressed Zhao Chen's face, then her own belly, and softly replied, Don't worry. For our children, for you, I'll take care of myself. We will get through this together. In the galactic year 3037, May was destined to be a month remembered by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This month, the Empire faced its first crisis since its founding. At the northern border of the Empire, in the starry sky of the former demon territory, numerous outposts hovered in the void, forming a line of defense. These outposts were equipped with the most advanced detection equipment, capable of identifying and reporting any anomalies instantly. Meanwhile, the frequency of patrols by the interstellar fleet had tripled to ensure this line of defense remained impregnable. The patrol of this defense line was handled by the 4th Fleet of the 3rd Legion Fleet Group, led by Commander Hushiner. At this moment, Hushiner was in the command room of the flagship, handling official duties. She looked up and asked, Any unusual findings from the patrol fleet? The adjutant shook her head and replied, No issues detected. Hushiner nodded slightly and continued to review the documents. Shortly after, the adjutant brought a cup of afternoon tea to her side and said softly, Commander, you've been asking for updates every hour. Are you too anxious? If anything happens, the patrol fleet and the interstellar outposts will notify us immediately. Hushiner raised her head, a hint of worry in her eyes. I am a bit anxious. I have a feeling that a war is about to break out here. A war with those insects. The adjutant tried to reassure her. The general staff has also analyzed that the probability of an invasion from the 2 insect nests is indeed high. But with our experience in combating interstellar insects and our well-prepared defenses, dealing with those insects shouldn't be a problem. Hushiner looked at her young subordinate and asked, How long have you been enlisted? 1 year, Commander, the adjutant replied proudly. Becoming the chief adjutant of a Legion fleet within a year was a testament to her abilities. Have you ever lost a battle? Hushiner continued. The adjutant hesitated for a moment and then said proudly, Of course not. Since I joined the Xiaolong fleet, we've never lost a battle. We have the finest interstellar warships, including T6 battleships, powerful technological weapons, and a complete industrial system. In this universe, no enemy is our match. Wherever our fleet's cannons point, we obliterate any foe. Seeing the fervor and pride in the adjutant's eyes, Hushiner hesitated. She recalled her mother's teaching that pride precedes a fall. As a member of the Black Fox tribe, she had always maintained composure and calmness. However, she had recently noticed a pervasive sense of arrogance within the Xiaolong fleet, largely due to their undefeated record and the founding of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Hushiner decided to report this situation to the highest commander of the fleet group, Medusa. Medusa agreed but found it challenging to address and had to escalate the matter to the emperor. Let me review the defense line deployment again. Hushiner suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken, an uneasy feeling rising within her. Though puzzled, the adjutant pulled up the electronic map. On it, a series of markers formed the defense line, resembling a great wall stretching across the interstellar space. Opposite were the 2 insect nests. Hushiner carefully examined the deployment, confirming it was correct. There were interstellar outposts, patrol fleets, combat satellites, military starports, and interstellar fortresses. However, the unease in her heart remained. Just then, the entire bridge suddenly flashed red lights. A video window popped up in front of Hushiner. Report, an emergency. All interstellar outposts in the Y733 area of the defense line have gone silent. The 30 patrol ships in that area have also lost contact. Hushiner stood up abruptly and swiftly ordered, Alert all defense lines, departments, and fleets. Enemy attack detected, scale unknown. Order the nearest interstellar stealth reconnaissance fleet to the incident area immediately. Find out what's happening as soon as possible. Yes, Commander. The adjutant promptly went to execute the order. Hushiner's eyes were fixed on the star map of the defense line, marking the Y733 area. All defensive facilities in that area were gray, indicating lost contact and their fate unknown. According to protocol, each interstellar outpost and combat satellite must contact the Rear Defense Command every 10 minutes to ensure normal operation. Now, these facilities and the patrol fleet were unreachable. The 3rd Legion Fleet Group of the Xiaolong fleet began receiving the alerts. Suddenly, a bridge officer reported, Radar shows a swarm of unidentified creatures outside the defense zone, expected to enter our firing range in 10 minutes. Hushiner's pupils dilated slightly. The enemy arrived so quickly, but the distance seemed off. From the lost contact area to their position, even at warp 9, it shouldn't be this fast. Unless, Report, we have enemies behind us as well. It seems we are surrounded. The bridge officer's voice was filled with fear. Kushiner stared at the interstellar map, her brows tightly knit. The sporadic red signals around the map caught her attention. These faint red dots were rapidly increasing in number, almost certainly indicating an impending attack by the interstellar insectoids. Her military starport was responsible for defending this segment of the insectoid nest frontline. However, the enemy's ability to form a siege in such a short time defied all logic. Kushiner's mind raced, and a terrifying hypothesis surfaced. Have we established contact with the rear? She asked her sweating aide. Communication signals are being jammed. We can't reach headquarters, the aide replied anxiously. Kushiner paused, aware that if this was a meticulously planned military operation, the enemy would have anticipated cutting off communications. It felt as if an invisible hand was enveloping the entire battlefield. Keep trying to establish contact. Also, dispatch several stealth reconnaissance ships to break through the encirclement, Kushiner ordered decisively. I'll give them a document. Once they're out of the interference range, they must send it to headquarters immediately. Yes, ma'am. The aide sprang into action. Kushiner opened the command channel. Fortunately, the short-range communication network was still operational. Her voice resonated through the channel. Attention, 4th Corps, under the 3rd Fleet of the Xiaolong Army. The interstellar insectoids have attacked our defensive line, but their numbers are unknown. They've cut off our communications with headquarters and surrounded military starport number 3. We know little about the enemy, but it's clear they're here to devour us. Kushiner clenched her fist, a determined glint in her eyes. This was their first battle as part of the Xiaolong 3rd Fleet, and possibly the first major conflict since the establishment of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Our final order is to hold the line. Do not let the insectoids break through. All fleets, prepare for battle. Roger that. The fleet commanders responded in unison. Despite the tension, worry, or even fear that some may have felt, their uniforms reminded them of the responsibilities they bore. Kushiner watched the map, now showing an impenetrable encirclement. The enemy's numbers were beyond estimation. Meanwhile, the unusual activity at the insectoid nest frontline was quickly reported to Xiaolong base and relayed to Zhao Chen. Still no contact? Zhao Chen asked his aide Lilith. Lilith shook her head, her expression grave. The target area is experiencing severe signal and spatial interference. We can't perform long-range quantum communications or spatial jumps. Zhao Chen focused on the northern sector of the insectoid nest frontline on the map. How many places have we lost contact with? Lilith marked gray areas on the map. We have over 30 T3 Storm Fortress-class large starports along the insectoid nest frontline, managed by the Xiaolong 3rd Fleet. Currently, 5 Storm Fortresses have lost contact, and these areas are communication dead zones. Nearly 100,000 interstellar warships are unaccounted for, including Kushiner's 4th Corps and part of Wei Shishir's 3rd Corps. Commander Medusa has dispatched the nearest fleet to investigate, but it will take time. Zhao Chen said solemnly. We all know it's the interstellar insectoids. The key is how they're attacking, how many fleets they have, and their strategy. We know nothing. Moreover, this approach is entirely unlike their usual tactics. They typically use swarm tactics to pressure the entire front line. Now, they're targeting specific points, disrupting communications, and spatial jumps. This is highly unusual. Lilith agreed. Indeed, it's very strange. But for now, all we can do is wait for news from the front. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte, who had been silent. What do you think? Charlotte looked up, her gaze firm. I think we can't wait. Since spatial jumps are impossible, our A strategy of rapid support using T4 Huigang-class interstellar jump ships is invalid. We must deploy in advance, or the insectoid frontline might collapse by the time we understand the situation. Lilith expressed concern. But we have no intelligence. Xiaolong has never fought a battle without assurance. Charlotte was blunt. We used to rely on intelligence and ace pre-deployments. Now, as the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, we're a target. Facing a mysterious and powerful order, we need to adapt to this disadvantageous situation. Future battles will only get tougher. We must get used to it. She looked at Zhao Chen and suggested, I propose we send reinforcements immediately, without waiting for detailed intel. The northern frontier can't afford more issues. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement. What's the plan? Charlotte outlined her strategy. I suggest leading the Ni Lin Ace Fleet, Su Lan's Star Queen Ace Fleet, and Bai Shui's Hell Angel Ace Fleet together. We'll determine specific tactics upon arrival. The other 2 Ace Fleets should stay on standby to respond to other situations. Zhao Chen approved the comprehensive plan. All right, let's do it. Lilith added. I'll handle the logistics for the northern front. The insectoid battlefield consumes massive resources. We can source regular supplies from demon and angel factories. I've prepared the inventory and production plans. They just need to be issued. Despite her dislike for the uncontrollable situation, Lilith would provide the best support once the plan was set. Zhao Chen concluded. This is the Order's warning shot, and the true first battle for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Don't let those outsiders underestimate us. Zhao Chen said firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yes, sir. The accompanying generals responded in unison, immediately beginning to mobilize several elite fleet groups. Unable to perform direct spatial jumps, they decided to use the Stargate network, heading first to the largest Stargate at the northern swarm defense line for further deployment. As the Emperor, Zhao Chen personally boarded the temporary flagship the T-6 Rakshasa, Hades-class interstellar dreadnought. He set off with Charlotte's invincible fleet group towards the northern swarm defense line, leaving Lilith in charge of the rear, particularly overseeing the escalating undead crisis caused by the supernova near the Angel of Judgment. Upon Zhao Chen's arrival at the largest Stargate of the northern swarm defense line, aboard the Rakshasa Hades, the latest battlefield intelligence arrived. Medusa, the highest commander of the 3rd Fleet Group, reported directly to Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, 10 hours ago, the swarm launched attacks on several of our critical defense hubs. They deployed communication and spatial interference, preventing us from timely communication with our fleet and using the stargates or spatial jumps in the area. This has severely hampered our battlefield command. Medusa continued, out of the 5 attacked starport areas, we have managed to establish brief contact with 3. Despite heavy swarm assaults, the situation is currently under control. Thanks to our military starports, stationed fleet groups, and pre-stocked battle supplies, we can hold out for at least 50 more battle hours without major issues. As she spoke, Medusa displayed footage captured by several interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships. These were not battle scenes but showed several unprecedented swarm creatures. The first image depicted a starfield filled with countless glowing dots, resembling fireflies in the night. Medusa explained, these creatures look like fireflies and exist in vast numbers. We suspect they are the culprits behind the interference with long-range quantum communications. However, due to their sheer numbers and widespread distribution, they are difficult to eliminate in a short time. The second image was a video showing a bizarre scene. An initially empty starfield suddenly revealed a fog-like insectoid creature, appearing and disappearing like a fish swimming in the ocean. Medusa added, this is a non-corporeal swarm unit, possibly a semi-corporeal entity, capable of traversing between the primary and dimensional spaces. We believe it is responsible for spatial instability and hindering spatial jumps. Medusa pointed to the third image, her expression more serious. These swarm units pose the greatest threat to us. They function similarly to our warp interceptors. While normal interstellar ships are unaffected, any ship attempting warp travel near them causes an explosion. The blast can destroy AT-3 interstellar warship and severely damage AT-4. In large numbers, they could even threaten AT-5 warship. We lost an entire fleet to discover this. Charlotte showed keen interest in this third type of swarm unit. Zhao Chen observed them closely, noting they resembled green lanterns suspended in the starfield. Medusa continued, due to the presence of these swarm units, we dare not recklessly dispatch fleets to support those starport battlefields. Any misstep could result in significant losses. Charlotte nodded, seemingly agreeing with Medusa's cautious approach. Medusa frowned and said, I have also found clues about how the swarm suddenly surrounded those starports. I suspect they have a method for long-range direct deployment of swarm fleets. Long-range deployment of swarm fleets? Zhao Chen and Charlotte's eyes widened simultaneously. Compared to the previous swarm tactics, this last one was undoubtedly the most threatening. If the swarm could indeed deploy fleets within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire at will, it would be a true nightmare. Lilith suddenly recalled the Zerg technology she had encountered before the T-5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership and the Zerg Path network. Her eyes lit up as if she had found a breakthrough. However, Zhao Chen frowned, looking somewhat puzzled. Our research institute has studied this technology before, he said slowly. This technology also has spatial requirements. Since our starships can't enter through spatial jumps, the enemy shouldn't be able to either. Unless. His voice trailed off as he seemed to consider other possibilities. Charlotte interrupted his thoughts, her voice tinged with urgency. Do we have concrete evidence? She scanned the room with her eyes. If it really is the T-5 Leviathan Shaman-class Hive mothership causing trouble, we just need to find the Zerg jump points. Medusa shook her head, her expression serious and grave. We've deployed almost all our stealth reconnaissance ships, she said, but so far, we haven't found any direct evidence. However, we can reasonably conclude that this possibility is quite high. As she spoke, Medusa raised her hand and displayed a star map. She marked several points on it and began explaining their findings. The enemy's method of disrupting long-range quantum communications has a limited range, she pointed to the star map, so we can maintain contact at closer distances. Therefore, one of our stealth reconnaissance fleets conducted a thorough sweep of the target area in a fan-shaped pattern. Medusa continued, during this process, we observed an interesting phenomenon. A region that had already been scouted by the reconnaissance ships initially showed no signs of Zerg fleets. But shortly afterward, Scattered Zerg fleets appeared behind them. Her tone became more assertive. From this, we can deduce that the enemy likely has a method similar to our T-4 Hui Guang-class interstellar jump ships. They can deploy part of their Zerg forces directly to a specific area. As for the limitations and requirements of this capability, we don't know yet. Zhao Chen's expression grew more serious. If that's the case, he said, then the situation at our northern hive defense line is quite dire. His voice carried a hint of worry. If it's not the T5 Leviathan Shaman-class hive mothership, but some even more advanced technology, our current intelligence is severely lacking, which is a huge disadvantage. Medusa nodded, her voice filled with frustration. Indeed, if we had enough forces to deploy, it wouldn't be as concerning. But now, our third fleet group only has around 200,000 starships. Nearly half of them are already embroiled in battles, entangled with Zerg forces that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Lilith spoke up, her voice calm and analytical. In that case, we have two options. She paused to ensure everyone was listening. Either we find a way to communicate with each fleet, instructing them to abandon their current positions and retreat fully. We would give up the northern hive defense line and pull back to protect the third fleet group's ships. However, the downside is that we would lose a significant portion of the northern hive defense line, potentially exposing some demon territories to direct Zerg threats. She continued, the other option is to reinforce our forces and secure key strategic points. If we choose to hold our ground, we must restore communications and logistics at these defense nodes. Otherwise, even our powerful Xiaolong Legion fleet will be wiped out by the Zerg. But the biggest problem is, where do we get the additional forces? Charlotte and Medusa fell silent, realizing the complexity of the issue from Lilith's analysis. Charlotte broke the silence, her voice firm and resolute. We spent half a year establishing this northern hive defense line. It includes starports, stargates, interstellar fortresses, and a series of defensive facilities. Abandoning this line and trying to build another one quickly would be extremely difficult. This defense line gives us a terrain advantage. She continued, it's like a choke point for the Zerg fleet invading our region. This line plugs that gap. If we retreat, we'll need a much longer defense line to close that gap again. We don't have the time or resources to establish such a long line further back. By then, the Zerg fleet will find breakthrough points and directly attack inhabited star systems. The demon territories would face the Zerg threat hidden. Charlotte's voice grew more severe. If we can't control this threat, it would signal to other interstellar factions that joined our Xiaolong star empire that we can't protect them. The angels, demons, beastmen, and even factions within the three major kingdoms might rise against us. This defense line is not just a barrier against the Zerg fleet, but also the foundation of the Xiaolong star empire. She clenched her fist and said firmly, this defense line cannot be abandoned. Lilith frowned, her voice filled with doubt. If we don't retreat, how do we fight? We have threats from the undead internally, Zerg externally, and various factions eyeing us. The Xiaolong star empire is still in its infancy. We don't have enough forces. At that moment, Zhao Chen suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of mystery. We do. Everyone turned their eyes to Zhao Chen. He spoke earnestly, I can solve the issue of forces. Lilith looked at Zhao Chen in surprise, clearly not understanding where he could find enough forces. Zhao Chen continued, you all discuss how to reinforce the northern hive defense line. Leave the matter of force support to me. I'll make some calls. With that, he lightly tapped the communication device at his temple and closed his eyes. The next second, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. A cute little girl suddenly appeared before him. Brother! She exclaimed excitedly, trying to rush toward Zhao Chen but passed right through him, landing flat on her face. Oops! Zhao Chong forgot this is a hologram. The Zerg princess stood up, holding her head and sticking out her tongue. Zhao Chen looked around and found himself on the bridge of a Zerg hive mothership. The bridge dome was made of some transparent material, allowing him to see the nearby orbit of a Zerg planet. The planet's surface had been terraformed to reflect the unique Zerg style. Zhao Chen, Zhao Chen said sincerely, looking at the Zerg princess. I might need your help now. Are you willing to help me? I need your Zerg fleet. Who bullied my brother? I'll beat them up. Chong Ji shouted, striking a boxer's pose and mimicking an uppercut. Her eyes gleamed with anger, ready to fight for Zhao Chen at any moment. It's the Zerg, Zhao Chen replied calmly. Chong Ji froze in mid-action, looking at Zhao Chen in surprise. Her antennae quivered slightly, clearly not expecting this answer. Zhao Chen added, to be precise, it's the Zerg under the control of order. At the mention of order, Chong Ji's pupils contracted, and a fierce fire ignited in her eyes. She clenched her tiny fists even tighter, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Zhao Chen succinctly explained the situation with the two Zerg nests, the northern Zerg defense line, and the potential dangers. His tone was calm, but every word conveyed the gravity of the situation. A Zerg nest the size of a star system? Chong Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you never seen such a Zerg structure? Zhao Chen asked, frowning slightly. Chong-ji shook her head, her face full of confusion. No, I've never heard of it, she explained. We build Zerg pathways between nearby planets, like long elevators, forming structures similar to spider webs. But that's limited to neighboring stars and satellites, nowhere near the scale of an entire star system. She continued, her voice tinged with worry. Moreover, our Zerg philosophy is to live in harmony with the planets to ensure sustainable development and long-term survival. Such a star system-wide Zerg nest clearly violates this principle. Besides, it makes no sense at all. Chong-ji's expression grew more puzzled. Zhao Chen said seriously, we don't have time to delve into this now. The urgent task is to deal with the border issues and prevent Order's interference in this universe. Chong-ji nodded firmly, her eyes sparkling with determination. As long as it's against Order, I'll give it my all. I'm also very willing to help those Zerg misled by Order to regain their true selves. Brother, I'll help you. Zhao Chen instinctively wanted to pat Chong-ji's head, but remembered he was just a holographic projection and withdrew his hand. Chong-ji, how long will it take to deploy your fleet? He asked. Chong-ji counted on her fingers, gathering the Zerg fleet and going through the stargates about a day. There are just too many of them. By the way, how many Zerg fleets do you have now? Zhao Chen suddenly remembered. 3 million. Chong-ji proudly held up 3 fingers. 3 million ships? Zhao Chen's eyes widened. Last time I was here, you only had 1 million. Hearing this, Chong-ji became excited. It's all thanks to what you gave me to drink. It was amazing. After drinking it, my power increased significantly, and the broodmother's ability to reproduce improved greatly. In no time, we had 3 million Zerg fleets. Her tone suddenly dropped. But unfortunately, we still haven't produced a T6 hive mothership, she said, a bit dejected. We have more T5 hive motherships now, over 100, but not a single T6. Most of the rest are T4, T3, and T2 level hive motherships. No worries, 3 million Zerg starships are more than enough, Zhao Chen said, satisfied. He had his own top-tier T6 starships, and what he needed now was a large-scale fleet. The 3 million Zerg ships Chong-ji provided were perfect. Start preparing to deploy your fleet immediately. I'll arrange for Lilith to assist you, Zhao Chen instructed. Yes, sir. Chong-ji imitated the salute she had seen dragon officers give Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile and suddenly remembered his earlier question. Maybe Chong-ji could help answer it. Chong-ji, we've encountered some special Zerg combat units. Have you seen them before? Zhao Chen described the phenomena of units that could interfere with communications, manipulate space, and transport Zerg fleets over short distances in detail. Chong-ji responded immediately. The ones that interfere with communications are probably T5 Starfire Fireflies, she explained. They're T5 level units but purely auxiliary, with no combat ability. Their main function is to disrupt communications in the target area. We used them a lot against invaders before. But T5 Starfire Fireflies have a short lifespan and require specific hibernation environments to cultivate. Even at our peak, we didn't storm many. She continued, the ones that manipulate space are called T5-dimensional ghost bugs. They're even rarer and also auxiliary units. Their creation is unique, usually in places with massive Zerg casualties, like mass graves. Dimensional ghost bugs wander in a space, are non-aggressive, and are hard to destroy. They ignore physical attacks and evade energy weapons by retreating into dimensional space. As for the last kind, Chong-ji looked puzzled. The one you mentioned last hasn't appeared in our Zerg history, but my mother once mentioned that our sages considered developing such a unit. Long ago, during our planetary era, there were ground Zerg called tunnel worms that could burrow tunnels straight into enemy territory for surprise attacks. It was very effective, but rare in the Interstellar era. Suddenly, Chong-ji's eyes lit up. Oh, I studied the cosmic Zerg nests that appeared in your world. They're very similar to this theoretical unit, just larger and spanning greater distances. Could what you described be a mini version of the cosmic Zerg nest? She looked at Zhao Chen with bright eyes. Zhao Chen had an epiphany. The two indeed seemed very similar. Combined with the T5 Leviathan Shaman class hive mothership's functions, it was like they were different levels on the same tech tree. So, Zhao Chen pondered aloud. Are these Zerg using some new, advanced Zerg technology this time? The massive Storm Fortress-class starport number 3 is now engulfed in the chaos of war. Fierce battles rage on all sides as the Zerg swarm attacks like an unending tide. The starport's close-in defense guns, weapon modules, and surrounding combat satellites and fortresses have been firing non-stop for 24 hours, holding off the relentless Zerg onslaught. Curse those bugs. Will they ever stop? Hu Xin fumed, her eyes fixed on the red alert signals representing the war zone. Known for her calm demeanor, the former Secretary-turned-Fleet Commander could no longer maintain her composure. These bugs just keep coming. At this rate, our combat resources will only last for another 20 hours. Her secretary reported anxiously, exhaustion evident on her face. It wasn't just her. Everyone on the bridge was in a similar state, eyes bloodshot and bodies on the verge of collapse, clearly deprived of rest for a long time. Whether it's 20 hours or 10, as long as we can fire one more shot, keep fighting. Hu Xiner ordered through gritted teeth. The secretary hesitated, but ultimately kept her thoughts to herself. What's the status of our fleets? Hu Xiner asked, her brow furrowed. The secretary quickly pulled up the data and reported, our fourth corps, consisting of 15 fleets, has an average damage rate of 30. The 5th and 8th fleets are hit the hardest, with damage rates exceeding 50. We originally had 50,000 starships. Now, only a little over 30,000 remain combat-ready. She paused, adding, but the number of Zerg we've eliminated is staggering. The Zerg units are beyond count, but we have destroyed at least 1 million Zerg hive ships. Among them, there are records of 100 T5 Leviathan-class hive ships and 50,000 T4 hive ships. The debris from these destroyed Zerg now forms a massive asteroid belt around the starport, which has ironically become a barrier, slowing their advance and easing some of our pressure. Hu Xiner gave a bitter smile. I don't know if that's good news or bad news. Still no contact with home base? No. The secretary shook her head. Given the situation outside, even if our stealth reconnaissance ships have reached home base, the messages can't get through. We are truly isolated here. Hu Xiner's eyes burned with determination. No matter what, unless we receive a retreat order from the Empire, the 4th Corps of the 3rd Fleet Group must fight to the last. Yes, the secretary responded, though her tone betrayed a lack of confidence. In such dire straits, few could maintain such unwavering resolve. Without any support, this place would fall within 30 hours. All they could do now was wait. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Medusa stared at the reinforcements emerging from the Stargate, her expression one of disbelief. These were Zerg hive ships. If not for the Emperor's prior warning, she might have mistaken them for enemy invaders and ordered an immediate attack. Are these our reinforcements? Her secretary was equally stunned, looking at their commander. I suppose they are, Medusa replied uncertainly. The existence of the Zerg Queen was a closely guarded secret within the Xiaolong Galactic Empire, known only to a few high-ranking officials and those directly involved. Even some of the top generals and marshals were unaware. These hive ships had distinct markings, mainly in their color scheme. Most Zerg hive ships and combat units were predominantly crimson, but these were black with gold accents, exuding a solemn and majestic aura. Each hive ship and Zerg combat unit bore the Xiaolong emblem prominently, a symbol of the Xiaolong fleet. Seeing these emblems on hive ships was almost unbelievable. Just then, a holographic image appeared before Medusa. Your Majesty, Medusa saluted immediately. Zhao Chen looked at Medusa and issued a concise order. This Zerg fleet consists of 3 million ships. To prevent panic, you should designate a specific area to station them. Also, inform every starship captain about the presence of this Zerg fleet to avoid any mishaps. Understood. Medusa nodded in agreement. Additionally, we will hold a council meeting shortly to finalize the battle plan. You are to attend, Zhao Chen added. Yes, Your Majesty, Medusa nodded again. She hesitated for a moment but couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, may I ask? This Zerg fleet is… You'll find out during the meeting, Zhao Chen cut her off. Okay, understood, Medusa replied. After completing the tasks assigned by the Emperor, Medusa quickly prepared for the meeting. She sat in the captain's chair and closed her eyes. In the next moment, she found herself in a holographic conference room. The Emperor sat at the head of the table, flanked by Secretary Lilith and 5-star Marshal General Charlotte. Opposite Medusa's seat was an empty chair, indicating someone else was expected. Soon, a light flashed, and a holographic image appeared before everyone. It was a young girl, seemingly no older than 10, dressed in a Xiaolong-style military uniform, barely tall enough to see over the table. Yet, her expression was exceptionally serious. Standing on the chair, she saluted the Emperor with a determined look, saying, Zerg Fleet Commander, Zerg Queen, reporting with 3 million Zerg ships for support. Awaiting your orders, Your Majesty. Zhao Chen stood in the command center, surrounded by holographic screens flickering with dense battlefield data. He turned to the petite figure beside him, his tone gentle yet serious. Zhao Chen, let me introduce you. You've already met Lilith and Charlotte. This is Medusa, the commander of the 4th Legion of the 3rd Fleet of the Xiaolong. At these words, Chongji immediately straightened up and saluted Medusa with a standard military gesture. Though her actions were earnest, they carried a hint of childlike innocence, as if she were playing a military game. Zhao Chen observed Chongji and asked directly, Xiao Chong, can you command the Zerg fleet in battle? Although these 3 million Zerg motherships were cultivated by Xiao Chong, Zhao Chen was still uncertain about her military command capabilities. After all, commanding such a vast fleet required extremely strong tactical skills. No problem, Chongji replied confidently, then added, I also have some suggestions regarding the current situation on the northern Zerg front. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this little one's initiative. Oh, this little girl actually has her own ideas. Go ahead. Chongji lifted her head and began outlining her plan. First of all, the biggest issue on the northern Zerg front is the disruption of the communication network. The presence of T5 Starlight Fireflies has rendered the quantum communication network ineffective. This means various Xiaolong fleet groups can't communicate or understand the situation, leading to confusion on the battlefield. Although it's challenging to clear all the T5 Starlight Fireflies, they only interfere with quantum long-range communication, not biological long-range communication. Charlotte's eyes lit up as Chongji precisely identified the core problem of the defense line. Chongji continued, if we send some Zerg units to the positions of the various Xiaolong fleet groups, I can use them to transmit and receive information, unaffected by interference? Charlotte immediately asked. Correct, unaffected, Chongji affirmed. No distance limitations? Charlotte probed further. While it doesn't reach as far as your quantum communication technology, it can certainly cover the entire northern Zerg front, Chongji explained. Lilith then raised a critical point. But as far as I know, many Zerg units can't communicate with other species. How will you transmit information? We can use a form of code. Like this, Chongji said, tapping out a rhythm on the table. Lilith's eyes brightened. Morse code. It's an ancient human code system. Chongji nodded. It's simple. I can learn it. Then, I can arrange for the Zerg units used for communication to tap out messages. Lilith excitedly responded. Exactly. It's a very simple method. Even if the captains don't know Morse code, it's documented in the database. They can just refer to it. This way, basic communication can be restored. Zhao Chen nodded approvingly. Very good, Xiao Chong, we will implement your suggestion. Lilith, you will work with Xiao Chong. He suddenly remembered that Lilith was still dealing with family matters. Even though she appeared here, her real body was still in the Xiaolong star system. Lilith seemed to sense Zhao Chen's concern and confidently said, no worries, I can handle this remotely. I'll also arrange for some senior secretaries on the northern Zerg front to assist me. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Lilith's work capability was indeed reassuring. All right, Lilith, you are fully in charge of this task. Chongji then proposed another suggestion. Regarding the T5 stellar poison bombers deployed by the Order Zerg to intercept and destroy warp-traveling starships, I can handle them. Even Medusa showed a surprised expression. The presence of such warp-intercepting Zerg units was precisely why they had been unable to send reinforcement fleets to the various military outposts. Chongji detailed her plan. First, I can deploy a large number of low-level Zerg motherships to locate these T5 stellar poison bombers, and then trigger them. This will clear a safe passage between key nodes. Additionally, to prevent the Order Zerg from suddenly deploying their fleet behind our lines and disrupting our supply routes, I can assign Zerg motherships to guard certain safe routes. Charlotte and Medusa exchanged approving glances. Chongji's arrangements were indeed thorough. Zhao Chen immediately stated, I think Xiao Chong's plan can be executed. The others also expressed their support, passing it unanimously. Next, Charlotte began drafting a detailed strategic plan. The primary task was to re-establish navigational and communication links with key military ports on the defense line within 24 hours, with communications restoration to be completed within 10 hours. This would be a joint effort by the Xiaolong Zerg fleet and the Xiaolong fleet. Following that, they would launch rescue operations and subsequent counterattacks on the most critical military hubs, with the ultimate goal of fully restoring the northern Zerg defense line. Time was of the essence. Over 20 hours had passed since the enemy's attack, and the besieged military bases were in extremely perilous situations. Zhao Chen turned to Chongji, his tone serious. Xiao Chong, as the supreme commander of the Xiaolong Zerg fleet, you will join our command system. Charlotte is the Grand Marshal of Xiaolong. Her orders on the battlefield represent mine. Do you understand? Chongji nodded firmly, and then looked at Charlotte with a serious expression. General Charlotte, please feel free to assign tasks to Xiao Chong. Xiao Chong and the Xiaolong Zerg fleet will not disgrace Xiaolong. Thus, the entire battle plan for the northern Zerg defense line was finalized. The Xiaolong fleet and the Xiaolong Zerg fleet embarked together, launching a counterattack against the Order Zerg's assault. Closing her eyes, Chongji accessed the battlefield information through the Zerg neural network. When she saw a fleet of Order Zerg ahead, she opened her mouth. Though she could directly convey orders through the neural network, she had gotten used to speaking after spending time with Zhao Chen. Xiaolong Zerg fleet, prepare for battle. A cluster of brood motherships gathered silently in a corner of the universe, their massive forms seemingly awaiting some command. Not far away, a fierce battle was unfolding, with countless swarms of insects surrounding an unseen enemy. Similar clusters of brood motherships dotted the surroundings, resembling dark red blooms, ready to join the fray at any moment. Within this insect fleet, AT-5 Leviathan King-class brood mothership suddenly sensed something unusual. Its simple brain detected an anomaly and turned towards the pitch-black expanse of space behind it. Through the perspective of its subordinate brood mother ships, it saw a group of creatures approaching from afar. Soon, the outlines of these creatures became clear. It was an insect fleet composed of brood motherships and various insect units. Initially, the T5 Leviathan King-class brood mothership assumed they were allies, but it quickly realized something was off. These newcomers had different appearances, marked by black and gold patterns, and were closing in at an alarming speed. The T5 Leviathan King-class brood mothership attempted to communicate with the approaching fleet through a bioneural network but received no response. As it puzzled over this, the two insect swarms made contact. Suddenly, the opposing insect units launched a ferocious attack like rabid dogs. Tens of thousands of T4 Leviathans hunters and colossal countless lower-tier units in a charge. They crashed into the brood motherships, with bioplasma cannons tearing holes in their bioarmor. Lower-tier units like T3 corruptors eagerly gnawed at the wounds. The attacked brood mothership's subordinates immediately retaliated, but were met with even fiercer slaughter. The T5 Leviathan King-class brood mothership finally realized they were under attack and issued a battle command to the entire insect fleet. The battlefield instantly turned into a bloody and spectacular scene. Modern bioplasma cannons intertwined with the imagery of ancient cavalry charges. Surprisingly, in this unknown insect fleet, T5 and T4 brood motherships were at the forefront, a stark contrast to traditional insect tactics. As time passed, more black and gold insect fleets joined the battle. The orderly insect fleet soon found itself surrounded, and the situation rapidly deteriorated. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Don't get bogged down in the fight. Deploy an assault fleet to break through the enemy encirclement. Get the communication units in." This was the command from the insect princess on her flagship. She continued to direct, "No solo fights. Attack together. Aim for the weak points. Yes, yes, right there. Charge straight through. Don't just feed. Eliminate the enemy's combat units first, then deal with the food." Severely damaged brood motherships, especially T5 and T4, pull back to avoid unnecessary losses. The insect princess applied strategies learned from the Xiaolong, and the results were immediate. Although her command wasn't as stringent as the Xiaolong legions, it showed a clear advantage over the simple swarm tactics of the orderly insect fleet. The assault fleet quickly tore a gap in the encirclement, causing massive chaos. The orderly brood motherships fell into disarray. Meanwhile, in the starport of Storm Fortress No. 3, Hushiner watched the scene in shock. Dozens of T4 Leviathan-class brood motherships were besieging a T5 Leviathan King-class brood mothership, with some even employing a rear attack strategy. She had never seen such a sight. As Hushiner wondered if an internal conflict was happening, her secretary pointed out a crucial detail. "Madam, look at the markings on those brood motherships. They seem different. Black with a bit of gold trim. And they bear the emblem of our Xiaolong fleet." Hushiner focused and indeed saw the distinct Xiaolong emblems on the brood motherships. Just as she realized they might be allied ships, the communication officer reported a strange incoming message. Hushiner immediately ordered it to be connected. A distorted voice came through. "I am the insect princess, by the Emperor's command, leading the Xiaolong insect fleet. To support you." Hushiner gazed at the small beetle before her, swallowing involuntarily as a wave of discomfort washed over her. At that moment, the voice of the insect empress echoed in her ear, clear and resolute. "According to the Emperor's instructions, we can't fully restore quantum long-distance communication for now, but we can use the Zerg neural network to transmit important information via Morse code." Hearing this, Hushiner's tense nerves eased slightly. Although direct contact with the headquarters was impossible, at least a communication channel had been established, giving her some reassurance. However, the insect empress's next words made her frown. "Currently, the northern Zerg hive defenses are facing similar predicaments as you. In the short term, we may not be able to completely eliminate the Order Zerg fleet in your area." The insect empress paused before continuing, "But we will send reinforcements and combat supplies as soon as possible. Hold your ground." Standing tall with a determined gaze, Hushiner responded firmly, "Please inform His Majesty the Emperor that the 4th Corps of the 3rd Fleet of the Xiaolong Group pledges to hold our position as long as we have a single starship remaining." After the communication ended, Hushiner exhaled deeply, the fatigue in her eyes giving way to a hint of joy. Her secretary officer, surprised, remarked, "I never knew the Emperor had a Zerg fleet at his disposal. We were all unaware of this." He eyed the beetle curiously, hesitating to touch it. Hushiner inquired, "Did the simulated communication succeed?" The secretary officer immediately produced a sheet filled with Morse code, excitedly answering, "We tested it several times, and there were no issues. However, it can only transmit simple messages." "Transmitting messages is enough," Hushiner said sternly. "As long as we can communicate, we are not isolated. Inform all starships. We have established contact with the headquarters. The Emperor and the Grand Marshal have personally arrived at the northern Zerg hive defenses, and multiple elite fleets have been deployed. We are not fighting alone." Everyone, continue to hold your positions and fight for the Empire. The secretary officer eagerly went to relay these encouraging words, knowing they would be a refreshing boost of hope for the fleets. The scene shifts to the bridge of the Rakshasa underworld-class dreadnought. Zhao Chen pointed at two routes on the star map, explaining to Charlotte, the Insect Empress has directed the Xiaolong Zerg fleet to establish two channels. However, at the endpoints, large order Zerg fleets are besieging our Storm Fortress starports. The Xiaolong Zerg fleet can only temporarily break the siege to transmit information, but cannot completely lift the blockade. Charlotte replied resolutely, since two routes have been cleared, it's time for our counterattack. I'll arrange for the fleet to warp to these starports and relieve them. Zhao Chen reminded, according to current intel, the enemy has deployed nearly 50 million Zerg fleets. A few months ago, we knew of two Zerg nests nurturing over 100 million Zerg motherships. The exact numbers now are unknown. We must be wary of those unaccounted for motherships. Charlotte nodded in agreement, adding, additionally, the enemy has a suspected T5 Leviathan Shaman-class mothership with unknown spatial deployment capabilities. Our lack of intelligence on this Zerg technology is our biggest challenge. I've instructed all Xiaolong fleet commanders to avoid unnecessary engagement with unrecorded Zerg motherships. If combat is necessary, they must proceed with extreme caution. Zhao Chen approved of Charlotte's arrangements. They then discussed specific support plans. Routes to the 3rd and 6th Storm Fortress starports had been cleared, but the other besieged starports had only restored basic communication, with T5 Void explosive Zerg still present on the routes. Charlotte assigned Medusa a task: deploy 20 Xiaolong fleets, totaling 60,000 starships, to support this operation. I'll arrange 2 elite fleet groups to assist you. Each battlefield will have 500,000 Xiaolong Zerg motherships supporting the fight. Our forces are limited, so even with the Xiaolong Zerg fleet, it's only a temporary fix. Once deployed, we must resolve the battle quickly to relieve the starports. Medusa responded firmly, rest assured, Grand Marshal, half of the 60,000 starships will come from my first corps of the 3rd Fleet Group. I will personally lead one of the fleets to support the besieged starport. I guarantee that upon arrival, we will resolve the situation swiftly. Under Charlotte's directives, Medusa led 10 fleets from the 1st Corps of the 3rd Fleet Group to support the besieged 3rd Storm Fortress starport. Meanwhile, Wei Shishir, commander of the 2nd Corps, led 10 fleets to support the 6th Storm Fortress starport. Wei Shishir volunteered, stating that as the 2nd Corps commander, it was her duty to rescue her trapped forces. She vowed to teach the Zerg besieging her corps a lesson, displaying the fierce protectiveness she was known for in the Star Empire's military. Additionally, the elite Hell Angel Fleet Group and the Star Queen Fleet Group, which had also arrived at the northern Zerg hive defenses, received orders to assist in the 2 battlefields. They were tasked with swiftly resolving or controlling the situations. The chime of the T5 Divine Redeemer starship's AI system echoed across the bridge, announcing that the vessel had exited warp drive and arrived at the designated location. The system switched to autopilot mode as Medusa slowly opened her eyes and gazed ahead. In the distance, what should have been the location of Storm Fortress No. 3 was now completely overrun by a swarm of insectoid creatures, obscuring any trace of the Interstellar Fortress's military port. Medusa frowned, about to ask a question, but her aide had already begun reporting the reconnaissance results. Reporting in, the Interstellar Stealth Reconnaissance ship has completed its scan. We've detected 5 million insectoid motherships, with 3 million currently engaged in the siege of Storm Fortress No. 3, and the remaining 2 million scattered around as reserves. Medusa nodded and asked, are all fleets in position? Yes, the 10 fleets under the 1st Corps of the Xiaolong 3rd Fleet Group have all safely arrived, the aide promptly responded. No sooner had the words left her mouth than 2 holographic images appeared in front of Medusa. One was by Shui, the commander of the Inferno Angels Elite Fleet Group, and the other was Cheng Ji, the commander of the Xiaolong Insectoid Fleet. Bai Shui spoke first. Admiral Medusa, the Inferno Angels Elite Fleet Group has completed warp travel and arrived successfully. What are your tactical instructions? Despite the elite fleet's superior combat power, they typically coordinated their battlefield tactics with the Empire's fleet strategies. Hence, Bai Shui needed Medusa's guidance. Before Medusa could respond, Cheng Ji interjected impatiently, finally, you're here. There are too many order insectoids. My motherships can't hold them off. Medusa reassured her, it's fine, we're here now. She turned to the star map and began to outline the strategy. Since we're up against order insectoids, we need a steady approach. First, 6 fleets from my 1st Corps will establish a defensive position here, shielding the Inferno Angels Elite Fleet Group. The remaining 4 fleets will stay on standby, ready to strike at any vulnerabilities in the enemy's formation. What about me? Cheng Ji asked urgently. After inquiring about the number of motherships Cheng Ji had left 40,000, Medusa quickly strategized. Divide your fleet into 5 groups. We will conduct a sector-wide bombardment on the order insectoid fleets attacking us. Once the bombardment is complete, Send one of your fleets in to recover usable insectoid carcasses and capture enemy motherships. Remember, make it quick. You must retreat on time and avoid prolonged engagement. Chong-ji nodded seriously. Understood. Medusa continued. We attack in 10 minutes. Our formation will slowly advance towards Storm Fortress number 3 to alleviate their pressure. Chong-ji, inform Commander Hu Shiner, who is currently besieged, that we've arrived and she should coordinate with our actions. As Medusa issued her orders, 6 fleets quickly formed a battle array, protecting the Inferno Angels elite fleet group at the center. Chong-ji's Xiaolong insectoid fleet split into 4 groups, with 2 on standby at the perimeter and 2 waiting under protection. At this moment, a massive swarm of Order insectoid fleets had already detected the reinforcements, converging on them like a pack of wolves scenting blood. Prepare for battle, Medusa commanded. Once the enemy enters our firing range, start with conventional firepower. When they cluster together, the Inferno Angels elite fleet group will deliver a heavy strike. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Standing at the center of the battle array, Chong-ji's eyes gleamed as she watched the orderly Xiaolong fleet starships, silently hoping that one day, her insectoid motherships could achieve such efficiency in combat. The long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived at Storm Fortress number 3. Standing on the bridge, Hu Shiner's eyes were fixed on the bug transmitting Morse code. As she deciphered the message, a wave of joy surged through her. Admiral Medusa had arrived with reinforcements, along with the Hell's Angels elite fleet. Taking a deep breath, Hu Shiner tried to contain her excitement and commanded loudly, relay the order. All combat positions, stay on high alert. Our allies are right across from us, and our fleet commander is watching. Let's not disgrace the 4th Corps. Yes, ma'am. The unified response echoed through the starport of Storm Fortress number 3. The news acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly boosting the morale of all the soldiers. Everyone knew that with the reinforcements, they were no longer fighting alone. As time passed, Hu Shiner began receiving short-range communication signals from outside. This indicated that the encircling bug fleet was diminishing. Suddenly, a side of the battlefield erupted in intense fire. Explosive shockwaves scattered numerous bug combat units, and more bug motherships ignited, resembling a burning prairie lighting up the vast expanse of space. Hu Shiner held her breath, her heart racing. She knew this scene all too well. It was a blanket fire strike from the interstellar missile ships. She immediately ordered, interstellar battleships in this sector, be cautious with your attacks. Avoid friendly fire. They're finally here. The secretary beside her was so excited, she covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. Though they were unafraid of death, the arrival of reinforcements brought them renewed hope. Soon, a gap appeared in the encirclement. Despite the surrounding bug mothership's attempts to close it, the breach widened, like a window slowly opening from Storm Fortress number 3. Hu Shiner finally glimpsed the battle outside. The Xiaolong Legion fleet formed a combat formation, moving slowly. At the center of the formation were an astonishing number of interstellar missile ships, roughly estimated to be nearly 10,000. At that moment, the missile ships launched a salvo. Countless interstellar missiles rained down on the enemy bug motherships, instantly covering a vast area. Almost no bug motherships remained intact within the explosion zone, not even the T5 Leviathan King-class motherships. As the communication network was restored, a familiar voice came through. This is the flagship of the Xiaolong 3rd Fleet's 1st Legion. This is Medusa. Do you copy? Hu Shiner steadied herself and responded, reporting to the Admiral, this is Hu Shiner, commander of the 4th Corps of the 3rd Fleet. We have been stationed here at Storm Fortress number 3 starport, engaging the enemy bugs for over 30 hours. The starport remains under our control. Excellent. You've done well, Medusa praised. The Emperor is aware of your steadfastness and has asked me to convey His Majesty's respect. You are the bravest warriors of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Hu Shiner choked back tears and broadcasted the message on the 4th Corps' internal communication network. The message, like a shot of adrenaline, quickly spread throughout the starport. All around the starport, weary soldiers smiled with relief upon hearing the news. Injured crew members, despite their wounds, displayed the joy of victory. In one of the work cabins, a young technician named Xiao Wan continued repairing combat drones. When she heard the Emperor's praise, she finally succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep standing, a satisfied smile on her lips. The department head, witnessing this scene, gently laid Xiao Wan aside to rest, then turned to the others and said, "Stay alert, everyone. Just because the reinforcements are here doesn't mean the battle is over. Not only do we need to hold this starport fortress, but we also need to defeat these bugs that dare to attack us." In a specific star sector under the jurisdiction of the angelic race within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, we have received the latest battlefield intelligence. The secretary of the King of Judgment Angels stood before her, reporting the current state of affairs. He began with the situation in the Judgment Angel system. The Xiaolong Legion fleet, after detonating a star, realized the flaws in this strategy. In other battles against the undead fleet, they switched to containment tactics. Apart from the Judgment Angel system, other systems with undead fleet incursions are largely under control. The King of Judgment Angels frowned and asked, how many undead fleets are currently in the Judgment Angel system? Have any T6 level undead starships or creatures appeared? The secretary shook his head and replied, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. The Xiaolong Legion and the Angelic Fleet have imposed a complete blockade on the Judgment Angel system, and no information is getting out. Based on the defensive lines in the surrounding systems, it seems that both sides have yet to engage again. The undead creatures from the star explosion are likely still developing, and their exact levels are unknown. The King of Judgment Angels was visibly displeased with the lack of information, but resigned to the situation. She then asked, what's the status of the Northern Hive defense line against the Xiaolong Legion? The secretary quickly accessed another report. The battle at the Northern Hive defense line has been ongoing for nearly 50 hours. The Xiaolong Empire's 3rd Fleet Group, the Hell Angel Elite Fleet Group, and the Star Queen Elite Fleet Group have all arrived for support. Currently, the Xiaolong Empire has deployed at least 400,000 starships there. Meanwhile, the insectoids have dispatched 50 million starships and have gained an initial advantage using some new types of units. Upon hearing this, the King of Judgment Angels smiled with satisfaction. Under the dual assault of the insectoids nurtured by order, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is bound to collapse. No one can stand against the great being, not even the mechanoids, let alone the fledgling Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. She continued, what about the others? The secretary replied, there have been 5 uprisings within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, located in the territories of the Demon Race, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation Kingdom, and the Holy Radiance Kingdom. However, the situation is not optimistic. The Xiaolong Empire's Imperial Guard has intensified patrols and garrisons, and these uprisings have only caused some chaos. Additionally, the others are pressuring us, claiming we haven't followed the plan and even threatening to report us to the insectoid hive. The King of Judgment Angels scoffed at the idea of being reported but acknowledged the need for action. We do need to make some moves, or it won't be easy to explain to them. Also, we need to increase the pressure on the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. How are the previous arrangements coming along? The secretary responded, everything is set, but they insist on meeting you before finalizing the uprising plan. After a moment of silence, the King of Judgment Angels agreed to the meeting. The scene then shifts to a spaceport. A shuttle lands, and several cloaked and masked figures disembark. A middle-aged male angel greets them and leads them to a private room. Inside the room, a group of people awaits. When the King of Judgment Angels removes her mask, everyone bows. A male angel with a scar on his face respectfully asks, are you the King of Angels? After confirming her identity, the King of Judgment Angels gets straight to the point. You said that if I came, you would be willing to initiate an uprising within the angelic race's territory. Now it's time to execute the plan. The scarred man cautiously inquired, who exactly is behind you? What can we ultimately gain? The King of Judgment Angels smiled and described an entity beyond comprehension, wielding advanced technology, claiming it could purify the original sins of the universe. She promised that siding with this being would bring unparalleled glory and opportunity. Seeing the confusion on their faces, the King of Judgment Angels offered the ultimate temptation. You will gain immortality. Immortality, this word is undoubtedly the most coveted in the technological research of various interstellar forces. Although there have been significant advancements in life extension technologies, true immortality remains elusive. Even the advanced technology controlled by Zhao Chen reincarnation cloning cannot achieve perfect immortality. This technology can only create a body matching the current age of the life force's will. It cannot create a 20-year-old body for a centenarian, as an aged soul cannot harmonize with a youthful body. At this moment, everyone who heard these words was stunned, including the proud angels. The immense allure of immortality began to shake their resolve. The Judgment Angel Queen observed the shock and resignation in their eyes, a slight smile curling her lips. She knew that no one could resist the temptation of immortality, especially long-lived species like the angels. The longer they lived, the more they feared death. Suddenly, a round of applause shattered the silence. Several figures emerged from their cloaked states. The Judgment Angel Queen frowned, her hand already reaching for her waist. But in the next second, an electromagnetic cage appeared out of thin air, trapping her and her followers. Who would have thought that the once Judgment Angel Queen would abandon her faith and help extraterrestrial enemies destroy her home for the so-called immortality? A voice filled with sorrow and anger rang out. Renee, how could you become like this? The Judgment Angel Queen turned and saw her old friend the Holy Angel Queen. She coldly glanced at the few individuals she had been conversing with. You betrayed me? The angels hung their heads, not daring to speak. The Holy Angel Queen addressed the controllers of certain factions within the angel race coldly. Step aside. In light of your cooperation, we will recommend to the Empire not to hold your families accountable. The angels obediently stepped back. They had originally intended to cooperate with the Judgment Angel Queen because their family factions were marginalized and lacked even the authority to govern a single star system. The establishment of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had further threatened their interests, and they knew their declining families would eventually be eliminated. When the Judgment Angel Queen's emissaries contacted them, their ambition was quickly ignited. However, the intelligence agents of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had long been aware of this trend. They collaborated with the Holy Angel Queen to identify these potential traitors within the angel race and secretly coerce them into cooperation. Faced with the threat to the entire race, these individuals ultimately chose to comply. Sister Angelia, we meet again, the Judgment Angel Queen said with a faint smile. The Holy Angel Queen looked at her former friend with unfamiliar eyes and sighed deeply. Surrender. If you cooperate and tell us about the order behind you and the critical information of the Zerg nest, perhaps I can plead with the Emperor to ensure you don't suffer too much. Ensure I don't suffer too much? The Judgment Angel Queen first laughed. Then her voice turned icy. Sister Angelia, should I thank you? You've always been so hypocritical. In the eyes of others, you are forever exalted, the most holy goddess of the angels. When it comes to warfare, everyone thinks of Wells, the guy who only knows how to fight. But what about me? I am the Angel Queen, the Judgment Angel Queen. Yet, when people hear my name, they fear me like the plague. Why? It's not fair. Her last words were chilling and oppressive. The Holy Angel Queen was stunned, looking at her in disbelief. Renee, I never thought you felt this way. The three of us have been working for the future of the angels, for our race's faith, each fulfilling our roles. There's no hierarchy or inferiority. If you had any grievances, you could have come to me. Instead of committing these irreparable acts, you even destroyed the Judgment Angel system with your own hands. Do you know what that system is like now? It's a living hell. The Judgment Angel Queen laughed maniacally and removed the veil she had always worn, revealing a face that horrified everyone. Not an inch of her skin was intact, and one eye was deeply sunken, revealing a prosthetic eye upon closer inspection. See? Are we the same? We are not the same at all. I don't even have the courage to remove my veil in front of others. The Holy Angel Queen looked at her in shock. You? How did you become like this? The Judgment Angel Queen sneered. As the Judgment Angel Queen, besides gathering enemy intelligence, I was responsible for internal interrogation and management within the angels. I would immediately interrogate and clean up any problematic angels. This led to many being dissatisfied with me. Eventually, they found an opportunity. While I was on a mission, they hired interstellar assassins to throw a special liquid on my face, completely destroying it. It was irreparable. I became this human-ghost hybrid. She laughed wildly. Isn't it ridiculous? I sacrificed myself for the angels, willing to dwell in the shadows. But this is the reward I got. From then on, I believed the faith of the angels was wrong. The world itself is wrong. I was unfortunate then. A crazed glint shone in her eyes, but soon, fortune smiled upon me. I encountered a great being. It told me I could cleanse my filth and become an immortal existence. The Holy Angel Queen gazed at her old friend's deranged state, listening to the mad ravings, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. A tinge of sympathy arose in her heart, but it was quickly replaced by resolute determination. Renee, you've made the gravest mistake, the Holy Angel Queen said, her voice tinged with sadness. Renee, the Judgment Angel Queen, laughed maniacally in response. Mistake? What is a mistake? That's just your definition. My choice is the truly righteous one. I will become an eternal being, gaining true faith. And you all, you're nothing but heretics. The great entity will annihilate you, and not even the so-called Xiaolong Interstellar Empire can stop its coming. The Holy Angel Queen stared coldly at her, her tone filled with pity. I don't know if we can defeat this great entity you speak of, but at the very least, you won't live to see it. A fervent gleam flashed in Renee's eyes. She suddenly drew a laser gun from her waist and aimed it at her temple. Don't look at me like that. Do you really think you've won? She sneered. Goodbye, Angelia. With a deafening gunshot, Renee's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Following her lead, the angelic rebels who had accompanied her also committed suicide, turning the scene into a bloody hell in an instant. The Holy Angel Queen furrowed her brow slightly and signaled to unlock the electromagnetic prison. Several prepared angel soldiers immediately stepped forward to examine the body of the Judgment Angel Queen. Your Majesty, one soldier reported, this body appears adult, but the cellular structure has existed for less than 7 days. It's a clone, with Renee's consciousness somehow transferred into it using unknown technology. The Holy Angel Queen nodded, unsurprised by the revelation. She turned to the trembling angelic high officials nearby, who immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy. Your Majesty, we were momentarily confused and deceived by the rebels. We never intended to betray you, and we now realize our mistake," they pleaded fervently. The Holy Angel Queen declared coldly, "Anyone who had contact with the Judgment Angel Queen will be detained. Your families will not be pursued for now." Hearing this, the high officials, though aware they couldn't escape imprisonment, felt grateful that their families were spared. The angel soldiers swiftly took them away. A subordinate whispered, "Your Majesty, should we really not take action against their families?" The Holy Angel Queen replied calmly, "From now on, we will sever all interstellar trade with these families. Any personnel from these families within the Angelic or Xiaolong Empire will be thoroughly investigated. Those with issues will not be employed unless they possess special skills." The subordinate understood, realizing these families would decline rapidly in the coming decades. Although they appeared unpunished, losing connections with the Angelic and Xiaolong Empire would lead other powers to distance themselves. In less than 30 years, these families would vanish. "It's a pity we didn't capture the real Judgment Angel Queen, Renee," the subordinate said, looking at the clone's body with some disappointment. The Holy Angel Queen replied meaningfully, "Who said we didn't?" Meanwhile, in a distant star region, the real Judgment Angel Queen, Renee, opened her eyes. She had remotely controlled the clone using advanced technology provided by Order, but her opponent's caution had detected even this small move. "Your orders, ma'am?" her secretary asked worriedly. Renee sneered, "I never counted on those useless fools. Don't forget, we have our own fleet. These years of enduring humiliation weren't for nothing." She looked out the porthole at the dense array of interstellar warships, numbering over 3,000. This was the Judgment Angel Queen's trump card, half composed of remnants from their escape and half built using resources and technology from Order. Although limited in number, they were all top-tier T4 and T5 warships, capable of dominating any star system. Execute Plan B, attack strategic hubs within angelic territory and create chaos. As Renee began her deployment, a video window suddenly popped up in front of her. The screen showed a familiar angelic General Tilia, one of the Holy Angel Queen's guards. Tilia glared at Renee and announced sternly, "Renee, as the commander of the Sacred Dragon Angel Legion, I am here under the Holy Angel Queen's orders to annihilate your rebel forces." The Archangel of Judgment, Renee, frowned as she gazed at the person before her. Simultaneously, the radar department on the bridge issued a warning. Report, numerous interstellar warships have appeared in the vicinity, suspected to be the Holy Dragon Angel Corps. The numbers, nearly 30,000. Angel Tilia stared icy-eyed at Renee, her voice dripping with arrogant confidence. "Your fleet is surrounded by our Holy Dragon Angel Corps. You have only one choice now: surrender, and face the judgment of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Pay for your deeds." Her mocking laughter echoed through the communication channel. Renee's voice suddenly turned manic, her eyes gleaming with madness. "Judgment? You think you can judge me? No one in this world has the right to judge me. Not you. Not those two angel kings. Not even your damned Xiaolong Emperor." She whipped around and shouted at the bridge crew, "All units, prepare for battle." Despite having only 3,000 warships, Renee's followers were a group of death-defying zealots. Their eyes burned with the same fervor as their leaders. Seeing this, Tilia projected her image onto the public channel. Her voice was solemn and cold. "Former Archangel of Judgment Renee, for betraying the angels, slaughtering your kin, and causing the Judgment Angel system to face the threat of the undead, the sentence is death." She then decisively ordered, "Holy Dragon Angel Corps, prepare for battle. Annihilate all resisting rebel fleets." The battle erupted instantly. 30,000 against 3 Thusanda, seemingly insurmountable disparity in numbers. However, the Holy Dragon Angel Corps was mostly equipped with T3 class Xiaolong warships, with only a few T5s. On the other hand, the rebel fleet, though smaller, consisted entirely of elite T4 and T5 warships, including 100 T5 warships. The difference in strength was not as apparent as it seemed. Nevertheless, the outcome of this battle seemed predetermined, for another force lay in wait in the shadows. Aboard a stealth command ship far from the battlefield, a secretary reported to Commander Zhao Wanner, "The Holy Dragon Angel Corps has engaged the rebels." Zhao Wanner lazily yawned, reclining in the captain's chair, and said, "Keep a close watch. Even though the Emperor agreed to the Angel King's request, we must be prepared for any eventuality. No enemy ship must escape, especially that Archangel of Judgment, Renee. She has slipped through our fingers once. There won't be a second time." The secretary assured her, "Rest assured, Commander. We have deployed multiple T5 Phantom Wolf-class stealth bombers to track the enemy flagship. There will be no chance of escape." Zhao Wanner crossed her arms, calmly observing the interstellar war map. She analyzed. The Holy Dragon Angel Corps is employing a typical Xiaolong tactic. They use the saturation strikes of interstellar missile ships to gain the upper hand, then gradually wear down the enemy. While not as formidable as the main Xiaolong Corps, they are more than enough to handle ordinary fleets. Only elite forces like those led by the Archangel of Judgment can barely resist. The secretary suggested, should we really refrain from intervening? According to big data calculations, the Holy Dragon Angel Corps could suffer about a 15 loss in eliminating these 3,000 rebels. With our assistance, losses could be reduced to below 3. Zhao Wana responded coolly. This task should have been handled by our Shadow Hunter elite fleet. But the Angel Kings volunteered, and the Emperor agreed. From a rational perspective, our intervention would be most efficient. However, some matters transcend rationality. For the Angels, personally dealing with the rebels holds significant meaning. Even if it means losing 5,000 warships, they would still do it. Suddenly, Zhao Wanner squinted her eyes, focusing on a marker on the map. The secretary asked, should we act immediately? Zhao Wanner smirked. Not yet. Let her savor her moment of triumph. A trapped prey, no matter how hard it struggles, cannot escape the clutches of our shadow hunters. On the battlefield, the rebel warships dwindled rapidly amid fierce firefights. From 3,000 to 2,005, then to 2,000, 1,005, and finally only 1,000 remained. Despite their high morale, the overwhelming strength of their adversaries made the outcome seem inevitable. Yet, amidst the intense conflict, someone was already scheming in the shadows. In a distant sector of space, a stealth warship was quietly navigating. The captain respectfully saluted the person entering the bridge. My lord, we have moved out of the battlefield range, beyond the detection of the Holy Dragon Angel Legion starship radar. On the bridge, the expressionless Archangel Renee gave her command. Disengage stealth mode and prepare for warp travel. Her voice was unsettlingly calm, as if she didn't care at all about the 3,000 starships left behind on the battlefield. In fact, from the moment the 30,000-strong Holy Dragon Angel Legion fleet appeared, Renee had foreseen the inevitable defeat. She decisively chose to cut her losses, abandoning 3,000 starships without hesitation, and quietly transferred to this backup stealth auxiliary flagship. The captain nodded and began relaying the warp travel preparation orders. However, a trace of undisguised sorrow flickered in her eyes. Renee keenly noticed this detail and coldly asked, "What, do you think I made the wrong decision?" The captain immediately lowered her head, her voice trembling. "I wouldn't dare." Renee did not reprimand her, but instead seemed to speak to herself, saying, "We did not abandon them. It was the Holy Dragon Angel Legion and the Xiaolong Empire that persecuted them. We will remember this blood feud. When the Great One descends, we will settle every score. The comrades who followed us, their blood will not be spilled in vain." Had Zhao Chen been present at this moment, he would have spat in her face upon hearing such twisted logic. Clearly, it was she who abandoned the 3,000 starships to save herself. Yet she shifted all the blame onto the Holy Dragon Angel Legion and the Xiaolong Empire. Suddenly, a blurry video window appeared before Renee, accompanied by the shrill alarm of the radar system. The captain's face changed dramatically as she urgently reported, "A large number of Xiaolong starships have suddenly appeared. According to database identification, it's the newly established Shadow Hunter elite fleet of the Xiaolong Empire, including multiple T-5 Ghost Wolf-class medium stealth bombers. Their fire control radar has locked onto us, and weapons could be fired at any moment. System calculations show our survival probability is less than 0.24. Despite the dire situation, Renee's expression remained indifferent. She stared at the young but sharp-eyed female officer on the other side of the video window, her tone laced with mockery. "Zhao Wanner, the Emperor's sister. I never expected the Emperor's own sister would come to deal with me." Zhao Wanner snorted, a hint of disdain in her eyes. "I wasn't planning to intervene. But since a cunning rat tried to escape again, I couldn't let it go. No one can escape under the watchful eyes of the Shadow Hunter elite fleet." Renee chuckled softly. "It seems those two wanted to deal with me personally, so they sent the Holy Dragon Angel Legion. Otherwise, my 30,000 starships would be no match for Miss Zhao Wanner's Shadow Hunter elite fleet." Zhao Wanner impatiently interrupted, "Enough with the nonsense. If you weren't still of some value, you'd already be angel dust from my star torpedoes. Surrender and give up resisting." At this moment, the captain beside Renee softly suggested, "My lady, we can cover you while you escape on a shuttle." Renee shook her head, replying loudly, "There's no escape. Being targeted by the Xiaolong Empire's Shadow Hunter elite fleet, there's no way out for me." She raised her hands and addressed Zhao Wanner. "I surrender." This scene stunned everyone present, including Zhao Wanner. No one expected the Archangel to surrender so easily. Zhao Wanner suspiciously stared at her. "You really surrender?" Renee maintained her surrendering posture, her tone teasing. "Of course. What, you don't accept my surrender?" Zhao Wanner frowned, unsure how to handle this unexpected situation. Renee continued, "Don't be afraid. I just don't want to die. Though I surrender, it doesn't mean I'm convinced of my defeat. In my view, you can't withstand the arrival of the Great One. What you're doing now is merely futile struggling, adding to your sins. Even if my actions fail, it's just a trivial matter. I want to live, to see you pay for your foolishness, to witness the Great One's arrival in this universe, bringing true cleansing and faith. She then laughed heartily, her laughter filled with madness. Zhao Wanner clenched her fists, a trace of disgust in her eyes. She quickly contacted the Space Marines, issuing orders: prepare to take over the enemy ship. Ensure the process is safe and flawless. Do not take it lightly. During the capture, avoid any eye contact or unnecessary physical contact with the enemy. Capture and escort with the highest standards. The highest security interstellar prison in the Xiaolong galaxy is located on a gas giant uninhabitable by any form of life. The planet's external environment is extremely harsh, with no oxygen, toxic substances everywhere, and a thick fog. Even the physically strongest beings like angels or dragonkin cannot survive more than a minute outside without protective gear. In this lifeless zone, an interstellar prison resembling a floating city hovers. This is Xiaolong's highest security prison, established earlier by Zhao Chen, specifically for detaining high-profile criminals. So far, only a few inmates have been held here, and the highest security cells have remained vacant. However, today, it finally welcomes its first resident. A shuttle passed through the outer layer of the gas planet and landed steadily inside the interstellar prison. Lilith stepped off the shuttle, greeted immediately by a female officer in a special Xiaolong uniform. Secretary General. The female officer stood at attention, reporting, I am the warden of the Zhuolong prison, codename Zhuolong. For security and confidentiality, all staff here, including the warden, go by codenames without revealing their real names. Take me to cell 0, Lilith ordered succinctly. Yes, please follow me. Zhuolong warden led the way. Leaving the docking area, Lilith felt as if she had entered a maze. The corridors looked identical, and every turn led to the same scene. Apart from the occasionally numbered cells, there were no distinguishing features, making it easy to lose one's sense of direction. Truly worthy of the highest security prison, Lilith remarked as they walked. I heard the structure of Zhuolong prison is like a Rubik's cube, with areas periodically shifting positions and no fixed routes. To reach a specific cell, one must apply for a one-time navigation device. Zhuolong warden responded briefly, that's correct, as if the rule here was to speak as little as possible. Soon, the warden stopped in front of an unremarkable corridor. We've arrived, she said in a low voice. Lilith looked around in confusion, seeing no door. Just as she was about to ask, the warden turned to face the wall on the right, raising her right hand. A black gem embedded in her hand emitted a purple beam that hit the wall. As the mechanism activated, the wall slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black space. Do you need the lights on? Zhuolong warden asked. Cell 0 is kept dark to reduce the likelihood of escape. Lilith felt a chill but replied, turn on the lights. It's not just me who needs to see her. Someone else does too. The warden snapped her fingers, and the room was instantly illuminated, though no light fixtures were visible. The room was empty except for a glass enclosure in the center. Inside sat a woman, her once lustrous wings now disheveled, and the black veil on her face gone, revealing her true appearance. Lilith frowned slightly, while the warden remained expressionless, perhaps accustomed to such sights or prepared for this. Chief Secretary of the Xiaolong Empire, Miss Lilith? Renee, the Angel Queen, struggled to lift her head, her eyes adjusting to the sudden brightness. Her limbs and neck were bound by metal chains connected to the ground. You know me? Lilith scrutinized the once mighty Angel Queen. Of course. The second most powerful person in the Xiaolong Empire, who wouldn't know? Renee chuckled weakly. Lilith noticed several tubes connected to Renee's back. The warden explained calmly, those provide nutrients to the prisoner, eliminating the need for manual feeding. Another tube injects a non-lethal toxin to keep the prisoner weak. Lilith stared at Renee and spoke. Previously, Zhao Wanner asked if you'd cooperate and provide information in exchange for better living conditions. You requested to meet our emperor. That's right, Renee smirked. I won't say a word of what you want to know unless I meet your emperor. Lilith turned to the warden, who was already prepared. The communication barrier for the entire cell has been lifted. You can use your device to contact the outside. Lilith raised her hand, and her handheld terminal projected an image of Zhao Chen. I heard you wanted to see me? Zhao Chen examined Renee, and despite knowing about her disfigurement, he was still taken aback seeing it in person. Just a projection? Renee laughed slightly. Am I not worthy of your personal visit? I don't have time to waste here, Zhao Chen said coolly. You should know what's happening at the northern hive front. Seeing you at all is already a major concession. If you have any other demands, this ends now. Wait. Renee hurriedly called out, scrutinizing Zhao Chen's image. How many times have we met? Zhao Chen nonchalantly said, about 3 or 5 times. His tone carried a hint of impatience as he stared directly at Renee, the Angel King. Renee, the Angel King, gazed at Zhao Chen with a complex expression in her eyes. She found it hard to believe that the young man who once had to stand before the Angel King's throne had now established an interstellar empire ruling the entire universe. Noticing the change in Renee's expression, Zhao Chen said irritably, "If all you want is to waste my time with nonsense, I'm not interested." Renee chuckled softly, regaining her composure. "Fine, I can disappear. But I have some conditions. In exchange, I'll provide you with some information you want." Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Go ahead." Renee met Zhao Chen's gaze and said, "My conditions are simple. I want to know what's happening outside, like how the war is going." A mocking smile played on her lips. "I want to see how your emperor, is being destroyed by order." Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Interesting. Odd, but acceptable." He then asked, "Do you really believe order will descend upon this world and defeat us?" Renee suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "Of course. The great being is invincible. If it weren't for the barrier protecting this universe, you would have already bowed to the glory of the great being. This barrier will eventually vanish, and when it does, all forces defying the great being will pay the price. And we, the followers, will gain eternal life." Zhao Chen silently judged her. This woman is completely mad. Outwardly, he remained calm and said, "All right, I agree to your terms. So, what can you tell me?" Renee sobered up and said seriously, "I will provide you with information once a month. Don't worry, I won't drag this out indefinitely. In 3 months, I'll reveal the big secret hidden in those 2 Zerg nests. How does that sound? Not a bad deal, right?" After a moment of consideration, Zhao Chen nodded. "I agree to your proposal." Renee immediately said, "Good. Let's start with the first month's information. I can tell you about all the hidden agents infiltrating the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and where they might be planning to create chaos." Zhao Chen frowned, staring at Renee. He found her increasingly unpredictable. If she truly believed in order, she shouldn't be revealing such crucial information. But if she were simply a lunatic, her actions might make some sense. Lilith, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Shouldn't you be keeping this information to yourself? Aren't you a follower of this so-called great being? Isn't this betrayal?" A flicker of madness crossed Renee's eyes. "Perhaps my actions will earn me the great being's punishment, but I relish the thought of seeing your despair. That feeling of grasping hope, only to be plunged into hell." She erupted into maniacal laughter once more. Zhao Chen confirmed his judgment in his mind. This woman is completely mad. He asked indifferently, "Is that all you have to say?" Renee chuckled and replied, "For now, yes. If you want to know more, come back next month." Zhao Chen glanced at Lilith, signaling her with his eyes. His holographic image then vanished, leaving Lilith, Renee, and the warden alone in the cell. Lilith said sternly, "Now, you can tell me the information you mentioned earlier." Half an hour later, Lilith's holographic projection appeared before Zhao Chen on the Luo Sha Pluto-class interstellar dreadnought. Zhao Chen asked directly, "How did it go?" Lilith reported, "Based on the clues provided by Renee, we quickly verified 3 of the hidden agents, and they were all accurate. It seems that the information Renee provided is reliable." Her eyes showed a clear sense of conflict. Zhao Chen noticed Lilith's expression and asked, "Are you wondering why Renee is doing this? What her real motive might be?" Lilith nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Chen said calmly, "Perhaps she really has gone mad." Lilith didn't dwell on the issue further and continued, "Should we inform the Angel clan about our capture of Renee, the Angel King?" Zhao Chen decided, "Inform the 2 Angel Kings first. Let's see how they react." "Understood," Lilith replied, then asked, "What's the situation in the Judgment Angel system?" Lilith detailed her report. "Our covert interstellar reconnaissance ships have reported that the Judgment Angel system now hosts at least 1 million undead starships and 3 million undead life forms. There are even at least 10 T6 energy-level undead life forms, or starships. However, they haven't shown any intention to cross the system's boundary and expand to surrounding systems yet. Possibly due to the sudden massive division and evolution caused by the star explosion, they seem to be in a dormant state. It's unclear when they might launch an attack again. In other regions, the undead armies have been largely suppressed to a minimal level and don't pose a significant threat. However, we currently lack the resources to completely eliminate them." Zhao Chen nodded and advised, "Good. Take care of matters at home and the undead situation. Stay vigilant." Lilith solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Emperor and Grand Marshal Charlotte. I'll handle everything at home and ensure there are no issues with logistics." Zhao Chen nodded and ended the communication. As soon as Lilith finished her call with Zhao Chen, she contacted Zhao Wanner and handed her a list. Zhao Wanner looked at the detailed information on the list and turned to Lilith in surprise. "What's this?" Lilith explained, "This is the intel provided by Renee, the Angel King. These are the infiltrators within our empire, and some who have shown signs of rebellion. With the Emperor engaged in battles on the frontier, we can't let these individuals create chaos. Wanner, I need your Shadow Hunter elite fleet to take care of them swiftly and with minimal disruption." Zhao Wanner looked at the list as if eyeing a group of prey, a slight smile playing on her lips. Understood. Father, have you really decided to betray the Empire? A young Holy Light Kingdom spirit child looked at his father with worry in his eyes. The might of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was well known, and their starships were practically invincible. Even the angel and demon races, and their own Holy Light Kingdom, couldn't stand against them. Father greedily eyed the starship blueprints in front of him and cast a dismissive glance at his son. What do you know? This is called balance. His voice was filled with confidence. The Xiaolong Interstellar Empire may be strong now, but can't you see their internal strife? Without the support of the Mech clan, even their emperor's position is uncertain. He continued, as the saying goes, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Besides, who says we're betraying the Empire? I'm just a businessman. Selling starship parts is perfectly normal. He puffed out his chest. Don't forget, I'm a noble of the Holy Light Kingdom, controlling nearly half of the market outside of Xiaolong's subordinate trade groups. In our kingdom, our family's interstellar trade capability ranks in the top 3. As long as we don't cross the line, no one dares to touch us. He pointed to the starship blueprints with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Do you see this? The design for the T5 interstellar battleship. Without cooperation, how could we possibly obtain something so invaluable? With this, our family has a chance to rise even higher. The boy glanced at the blueprints, a flicker of greed in his eyes, but mostly fear. The power of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire was overwhelming. Suddenly, a massive starship appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun. Simultaneously, countless video windows popped up across the planet. A female officer in a Xiaolong military uniform appeared on the screens, her voice cold and authoritative. Shadowhunter Elite Fleet on mission. This star system is now under our control. All weapons are to be deactivated, and no aircraft are permitted to take off. Disobey at your own risk. Hearing the name Shadowhunter Elite Fleet left everyone on the planet stunned. No one understood why this elite fleet had suddenly appeared here. Moments later, dozens of shuttles and hundreds of interstellar drones emerged from the starship, deploying several interstellar combat mechs. Following the mechs, squads of interstellar marines descended. All personnel and weapons were directed towards the planet's most prosperous area, the territory of the Jordan family, which controlled 80% of the planet's wealth. Jordan City instantly became the focal point, especially the Jordan Castle built into the mountains. Several Cerberus-class interstellar combat mechs landed with a thud, surrounding the castle. Starfighters and drones controlled the airspace. Marines in exoskeleton combat armor quickly secured strategic points within the castle. Drop your weapons. Jordan Castle is now under our control, a Marine shouted. Any defiance will be considered an act of war against the Empire. Under such intimidation, almost no one dared to resist. Those who tried to flee quickly became casualties. Minutes later, the shuttles landed smoothly. A squad of Xiaolong soldiers disembarked, led by the female officer who sternly asked, "Who is Duke Jordan?" The once arrogant Jordan patriarch nervously raised his hand. I am." Behind him, the young heir looked dazed, unable to believe how quickly everything had unfolded. The female officer coldly stared at the patriarch. "We have evidence that the Jordan family has been colluding with traders, using your sales channels and industrial facilities to supply raw materials and starship parts to wanted criminals, even manufacturing interstellar battleships for them." The patriarch hurriedly defended himself. I didn't know. I'm just a businessman. Whoever pays me, I do business with. I had no idea they were traitors. If I had known, I would never have dealt with them. Whether you're innocent or not, you'll come with us for interrogation," the female officer said icily. The patriarch immediately retorted, "On what grounds are you taking me? I'm a duke of the Holy Light Kingdom. Even our empress, Queen, can't arrest me without due process." The female officer sneered and produced a dark red insignia engraved with a fierce dragon. Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Royal Secret Service, answerable only to the Emperor. By imperial decree, we have the authority to act first and report later. If you refuse to come with us, I'll be taking your corpse instead. Hearing these unfamiliar but intimidating words, the patriarch couldn't help but believe her, especially with the T5 Ghost Wolf-class medium interstellar stealth bomber hovering above, a starship unique to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. In the end, the Jordan patriarch and all the family's high-ranking members were taken away, never to be heard from again. The Jordan family's assets were quickly devoured by other families. Similar incidents occurred elsewhere. Zhao Wanner toyed with the insignia in her hand, her eyes gleaming, muttering to herself, "Imperial decree. Act first and report later." How cool is that? This was her new role, granted by her brother. To establish the Royal Secret Service, selecting elite members from the Shadow Hunter Elite Fleet. Normally, they would disguise themselves as part of the fleet, but when necessary, they would transform into the Royal Secret Service. And this Imperial decree, act first and report later, Authority was a special privilege given to Zhao Wan'er by Zhao Chen. The decree of imperial prerogative echoed throughout the Xiaolong interstellar empire. Most people obediently followed the orders of the royal guards, but some chose to resist. This situation was particularly prevalent in the Holy Radiance Kingdom, even drawing the attention of Queen Shenkana. An elderly man stood before the throne, anxiously reporting to Queen Shenkana, "Your Majesty, the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet has overstepped its bounds, apprehending people within our territory and even attacking those who don't comply." Shenkana gazed coolly at her former teacher. Despite his significant contributions since her ascension, his resistance to the Xiaolong interstellar empire had never wavered. Why didn't they comply with the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet? Shenkana asked, her tone devoid of sympathy. The old man was taken aback, not expecting such a response from the queen. He hastily argued, "But even if they need to apprehend people, they should inform us first." "They did inform us," Shenkana replied calmly. "The emperor had already notified me. Lady Zhao Wan'er is in charge of forming the royal guards, directly under the command of the emperor, and has been granted the authority of imperial prerogative, allowing her to act first and report later. Those who were dealt with only suffered because they refused to comply. It was entirely their own responsibility." Hearing this, the old man's face turned pale. His main reason for this audience was that several of his associates had been punished, leaving him disgraced. Before he could speak again, Shenkana looked him directly in the eyes and said indifferently, "Teacher, you are getting old. You should enjoy your retirement. I know of a planet with a pleasant environment that I can grant you for your old age." The old man was suddenly panic-stricken, attempting to salvage the situation. "Your Majesty, Shenkana cut him off sharply. "Say no more. It is decided. Guards, escort the teacher out of the hall." The old man was led out of the hall in a daze by the secretary. As the doors closed, he suddenly realized he had lost his power, all because of those troublemakers. Outside the hall, his son approached him. "Father, how did it go? What did Her Majesty say?" "That royal guard is too much. They completely disregard us." Slap. A resounding slap interrupted the young man. "Shut up. It was your idea to bring up those trivial matters in front of the throne. Now, look what happened. I'm being sent into retirement. I won't care about you or your friends' affairs anymore." The old man stormed off in anger, leaving his son standing there, realizing that their faction was about to lose power. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Rakshasa-class dreadnought, Charlotte reported to Zhao Chen, "Wan'er is taking the Royal Guard's mission very seriously." After receiving Lilith's information, she immediately began deployment, swiftly eliminating all potential threats, and using the authority you gave her to suppress any dissent. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, recalling how excited Zhao Wan'er was when she accepted the mission. He had originally thought the Shadow Hunter Ace fleet was suitable for the task, and that Wan'er was available at the time, so he let her try. He hadn't expected her to perform so well. "It seems Wan'er can continue to oversee this department in the future," Zhao Chen said proudly, feeling gratified by his sister's growth. Zhao Chen then inquired about the various battlefronts. Charlotte pointed to the interstellar map and reported in detail, "The situation at Storm Fortress number 3 has stabilized, with logistical supplies restored. Progress is smooth elsewhere, and if the Order Zerg don't reinforce, we can restore the entire northern hive defense line within 5 days." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, but noticed the fatigue in Charlotte's eyes. He expressed his concern, "Your due date is approaching. You need to take care of yourself. Leave the battlefield matters to me or your staff." Despite Charlotte's insistence that she could manage, Zhao Chen called for her chief of staff and instructed, "Keep a close eye on the marshal's health, handle most of the affairs for her, and ensure she rests. Report any abnormalities to me and the medical team immediately." The chief of staff solemnly agreed, and Zhao Chen waved him off. Zhao Chen resumed his seat on the throne, his gaze sweeping over the bustling bridge. With the Dragon Emperor docked for upgrades, the bridge of the Luo Sha Ming Wang had taken on the crucial role of battlefield command. He took a moment to check the system interface and found that the 3 technology slots in the T6 mall for April were already empty. These valuable T6 technologies had been redeemed and integrated into the production plan early in April, with the earliest expected rollout slated for later this year. These advancements were vital for the development of the Xiaolong interstellar empire. Time had quietly slipped into June, and in just another month, he would have the opportunity to redeem 3 more T6 level technologies. By then, the Xiaolong interstellar empire would officially enter the T6 technology era. These advanced technologies would undoubtedly provide Zhao Chen with the strength to confront the forces of disorder. However, something unusual caught Zhao Chen's attention. He frowned at the mission interface, realizing that the annual and quarterly missions had seemingly vanished since the beginning of the year. By this time in previous years, the first quarterly mission would have been completed, the second quarterly mission would be underway, and the annual mission would be progressing steadily. Now, these missions were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a sharp headache struck. Zhao Chen instinctively clutched his head as his vision went black. He was flooded with a torrent of unfamiliar images. Interstellar battleships, cosmic wars, stars falling, and a junkyard formed by countless wrecked ships. The entire universe seemed ablaze, filled with cries, screams, and voices of anger and despair. Zhao Chen snapped his eyes open, finding himself still on the brightly lit bridge. He looked around, shaken, realizing he had experienced what felt like a long dream. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, he recalled that this wasn't the first time such an event had occurred. Since January, similar dreams had been happening with increasing frequency and detail. Initially, they were just scattered images, but they had evolved into coherent sequences, even featuring languages he had never heard before. What was even more unsettling was Zhao Chen's newfound ability to understand the language in his dreams, a language that even the Empire's top linguists could not identify. The recurring anomalies, along with the system's irregularities, led Zhao Chen to suspect a connection between the two. However, uncovering the truth was beyond his capabilities. All he could do was await the next dream, hoping it would provide some answers. Meanwhile, in the interstellar industrial zone of the Xiaolong star system, 3 massive T6 steel star cities had risen from the ground. These industrial marvels, meticulously designed by 3 chief engineers, were completed on schedule and immediately began their production tasks. Within the docks of each star city, a multitude of interstellar warships were under construction, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. In the main control room of T6 Steel Star City 1, Chief Engineer Annie sat expressionless, mechanically handling her duties. An excited technician reported that the first batch of T6 mass-produced interstellar warships had been built and test-flown, meeting the delivery standards, and requested her signature for confirmation. Annie glanced indifferently at the electronic report, which listed the serial numbers of 10 T6 Seraph crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunting ships, 30 T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyers, and 10 T6 Fury Goddess-class interstellar artillery ships, totaling 50 T6 warships. These ships would significantly bolster the Xiaolong Empire's fleet, but Annie simply signed off on the delivery process without a hint of emotion. The new technician, puzzled, asked Annie if she was unhappy. Annie forced a slight smile. At that moment, Chief Engineer Nana entered the room, signaling the new technician to leave. Nana chastised Annie for lacking authority in front of subordinates, while Annie complained about the Emperor increasing their construction tasks, making it hard to catch a breath. Nana sternly reminded Annie that the increased tasks were for the sake of the Empire and the soldiers on the front lines. Although Annie was displeased, she could only silently accept this reality. Emergency. A massive fleet of Order Zerg has appeared outside the northern hive line, within the Y11 star system. This urgent message spread like wildfire, reaching Zhao Chen and Charlotte almost instantaneously. Charlotte immediately tensed up. Her primary concern was the sheer number of Order Zerg ships. Previously, 50 million hive motherships had appeared along the northern hive line, but their reconnaissance had indicated that at least 100 million hive motherships were being nurtured in 2 Zerg nests. This significant discrepancy suggested that the Order Zerg had been hiding at least half of their forces. Now, this concealed strength was fully unveiled. Several strategists gathered around the interstellar map, their expressions grave. Your Majesty, Marshal, if these 50 million hive motherships breach the northern hive line, it will severely destabilize our hard-won position. It could even cause the collapse of the northern hive line. Our fleet divisions are already under extreme stress from prolonged high-intensity combat. Engaging these 50 million hive motherships in their prime state gives us very slim odds of victory. Hearing this analysis, Zhao Chen had an epiphany. He realized why the Order Zerg had not committed all their forces at once, but instead attacked in 2 waves. The limited battlefield space couldn't accommodate such a massive fleet attacking multiple strategic points simultaneously. A 2-wave assault not only optimized the use of battlefield space, but also exerted continuous pressure on the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. If the first wave could breach the northern hive line, it would be ideal. If not, the second wave would follow immediately. This double-pronged attack, coupled with the persistent threat of the undead, put the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire in a perilous situation. However, despite the grave circumstances, Zhao Chen and Charlotte remained unusually calm. They had anticipated this scenario as soon as they learned that the enemy had deployed less than half of their forces. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Charlotte, it looks like it's time to implement that strategic plan you prepared. Charlotte nodded solemnly and issued the order. Activate the contingency plan Operation Angel Line. Yes, ma'am. The subordinates sprang into action. Meanwhile, in the desolate starfield beyond the northern hive line, a fleet of T5 Phantom-class light interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships was conducting a meticulous surveillance mission. Report, no energy readings detected in Sector B. Report, Sector D is clear, no Zerg energy signals. The fleet commander, hearing these reports, sternly ordered, intensify surveillance. Deploy all interstellar reconnaissance drones and outposts. Report any suspicious activity immediately. Yes, sir. The commander kept a vigilant eye on the interstellar map, which was dotted with virtual spheres representing the surveillance range. Under the strict monitoring of these stealth reconnaissance ships, the security of the area was maximized. She pressed the communication button, her voice clear and steady. Home base, this is Angel Line Sentinel. The Angel Line is secure. You may proceed with the plan. Home base received. Continue to stand by and ensure the smooth execution of Operation Angel Line. Understood. Simultaneously, within a military-controlled zone in the Xiaolong star system, Lilith was stationed aboard a T-5 Frost Tyrant-class heavy interstellar missile battlecruiser. Through the command channel, she relayed orders. The front line is ready. Proceed with the next phase of the plan. Roger that, came two nearly simultaneous responses. Lilith looked out through the bridge windows toward a distant point. There, a one-stem interstellar structure began to glow, its surface lighting up with strips of luminescent bands, transforming it into a resplendent interstellar fortress. This was the T6 Angel City Fortress, a colossal structure second only to the recently completed T6 Steel Star Fortress. With a maximum diameter exceeding 6,000 kilometers and a mass of over 60 billion tons, it was comparable to a small asteroid. Moreover, it was an asteroid armed to the teeth, boasting combat capabilities equivalent to a second-line fleet of 30,000 warships from the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Report, Angel City Fortress 1 is ready for space jump. Jump coordinates have been input. Countdown. 10, 9, 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, a blinding light appeared before Lilith, like a mini-sun erupting in front of her eyes. She had to look away, and when she glanced back, the Angel City Fortress had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Lilith knew it had already set off for its designated battlefield, poised to become a cornerstone in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's defense against the second wave of 50 million hive motherships. At that moment, another voice came through the command channel. The Southern Gate starship is ready. Deployment is underway, and will take approximately 60 minutes. The captain of the frontline interstellar reconnaissance fleet stared intently at the chaotic codes on the radar system. Her gaze was soon drawn to a spatial distortion appearing in the distant starfield. Suddenly, a dazzling light pierced the darkness, and an interstellar fortress surrounded by a holy aura materialized out of thin air. Above the fortress, several white halos floated, reminiscent of the aftereffects of a spatial jump, radiating a sense of sacred majesty. The captain swallowed hard, murmuring in shock, "This is the Angel City Fortress." Although she was already familiar with the details of the Angel front plan and knew that the T6 Interstellar Fortress would arrive here through a spatial jump, witnessing the Angel City Fortress in person still left her in awe. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of extraordinary technology could create such a magnificent interstellar fortress. After a brief moment of astonishment, the captain quickly returned to her duties. She immediately activated the communication system and sent a message to the Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought and the Xiaolong Galaxy. This is the Xiaolong C-61 Interstellar Reconnaissance Fleet. Angel City Fortress 1 has successfully completed its spatial jump and arrived at the target sector. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Angel City Fortress began to slowly unfold. Its size expanded continuously, and hidden weapon systems gradually emerged, revealing rows of heavy cannons that exuded an imposing aura. A previously sealed wall of the fortress slowly extended, forming an opening similar to a flight runway. Through this opening, a massive hangar could be seen, densely packed with interstellar fighters, resembling a colossal parking lot. Several black hole-like voids also appeared beneath the fortress. Upon closer inspection, a chilling sight could be seen: a multitude of interstellar drones hung like cocoons, densely packed to an unsettling degree. These were merely the tip of the iceberg of the Angel City Fortress's capabilities. Zhao Chen introduced, the Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought Angel City Fortress is equipped not only with heavy cannons, main cannons, orbital cannons, and Closian defense guns, but also with interstellar fighters, interstellar drones, and a reserve of 1 billion quasi-T6 conventional interstellar missiles. Additionally, I have specially arranged for 30,000 T4 Star Guardian-class interstellar unmanned guard ships to be stationed, which is the most cost-effective choice. As he spoke, an electronic panel appeared before Zhao Chen, displaying the basic data of the T6 Angel City Fortress and detailed information about Angel City Fortress 1. T6 Angel City Fortress Type. Interstellar Fortress Technology Level. T6. Fortress Armor Strength. 50 billion units. Star Shield Energy Value. 300 billion units restores 10 billion units per hour during wartime. Fortress Maximum Diameter. Approximately 6,300 kilometers. Mass. 63.8 billion tons. Personnel. 2 billion. Fortress Weapons. 10 Super Angel Fortress Mega Cannons. 1,100 Fortress Orbital Heavy Cannons. 20,000 Fortress Energy Rapid Fire Cannons. 200,000 fortress secondary cannons, 1 million quad-laser high-speed close-in defense guns, 1 billion Sky Hunter-class interstellar fighters, 30 billion Butterfly Angel-class interstellar drones, 5 million interstellar missile launch units, 1 billion conventional reserve interstellar missiles. Additional, 30,000 T-4 Star Guardian-class interstellar unmanned guard ships, 3,000 dockyards. Special function, ultra-long-range spatial jump. Angel City Fortress 1. Fortress Commander. Haina Mermaid rank. Brigadier General. This interstellar fortress, with a personnel count of 2 billion, is essentially an interstellar city built for war. Charlotte, observing the position of the T6 Angel City Fortress, one marked on the interstellar map, explained, "Our first step is complete. Establishing a second front behind enemy lines, using this T6 Angel City Fortress 1 as a bridgehead, to withstand and deplete the second wave of the Order Zerg's offensive." She highlighted the strategic positioning of the fortress. Originally, the space between the two Zerg nests and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's control area formed a funnel shape, widening as it approached our side. Now, the T6 Angel City Fortress 1 is positioned closer to the center of the funnel. Although a single interstellar fortress cannot entirely block 50 million Zerg motherships, it can control part of the area, forcing the Order Zerg fleet to disperse. It's like erecting a massive pillar at the fiercest point of an incoming tide, not only absorbing part of the impact but also slowing the tide's advance, reducing the pressure on the rear defenses. Charlotte confidently added, "This front line is not solely dependent on the Angel City Fortress. The T6 Southern Gate starship has been activated and will establish 2 interstellar gate passages. We can continuously dispatch fleet reinforcements as needed." Zhao Chen cautioned, "Remain vigilant. We still cannot ascertain whether the T5-dimensional ghost bugs will interfere with the T6 Southern Gate starship's gate deployments." Zhao Chen's gaze focused on the suddenly appearing video window before him. On the screen, the commander of Angel City Fortress 1, Major General Haina the Mermaid, was dressed in her custom-made Xiaolong military uniform. Her unique half-human, half-fish form exuded a distinct allure. The faint shimmer on her skin was a protective membrane formed by water droplets, allowing this amphibious being to adapt to conventional environments. "Your Majesty, Grand Marshal," Haina said solemnly, "Angel City Fortress 1 has arrived at the target location as planned. We are currently fully deploying and expect to complete it within an hour." Zhao Chen stared at the unique Major General, his tone serious. "Very well. The next phase of the Angel frontline operations will be primarily under your command. Once the Nanchaman starship deploys, it will establish a stargate, and subsequent fleets will arrive to assist. However, be aware that the Order Zerg may disrupt spatial communications, and you might lose contact with the rear. In such cases, you must face all dangers alone. Do you understand, Major General Haina?" "Rest assured, Emperor and Grand Marshal." Haina stood straight, regardless of the situation. "I will ensure the battle mission of Angel City Fortress 1 proceeds smoothly." Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction, recalling Haina's unique background. Once the leader of the Siren tribe, she had given up her position to join the Xiaolong Legion. Initially believed to be a gesture of loyalty, she had proven her remarkable talent through relentless effort, especially in defensive and positional warfare as an interstellar fortress commander. "If communications remain intact, report any issues immediately," Charlotte reminded from the side. "Understood," Haina replied, and the communication was cut off. Zhao Chen turned to Charlotte. "Do you think Haina is capable of leading this mission? Have you not always adhered to trust those you employ and employ those you trust?" Charlotte responded with a smile. Zhao Chen chuckled wryly. "Indeed. Ever since I took this position, I feel I've lost that sense of unrestrained freedom." The throne had not given him a sense of elevation, but rather the pressure of countless chains binding him. Charlotte said no more, understanding the immense pressure Zhao Chen faced as emperor. She then firmly stated, "I believe Major General Haina can successfully complete this mission." "Why?" Zhao Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Charlotte explained, "On Haina's home planet, despite the mermaid tribe's lesser physical strength and reproductive ability, they hold a significant position among the Siren tribes. This is because they exhibit extraordinary group combat capabilities against fierce marine creatures. They excel in defense, commanding schools of fish to protect their strongholds, mastering the art of defense. And Haina is said to be a genius among the mermaid tribe." Hearing this, Zhao Chun decided to trust Charlotte's judgment. Meanwhile, at Angel City Fortress 1, Haina was finalizing the battle deployment. She knew well that her lack of combat experience yet holding a 1-star general rank meant many eyes were on her performance. This was not just about external evaluation, but also a response to the Grand Marshal's trust. Haina recalled her conversation with the Grand Marshal. Due to the unique nature of the Interstellar Fortress Commander role, she had previously lacked suitable combat opportunities. Without sufficient rank, she was not fit to lead such an important mission. Commander Haina stood in the command center of the Angel City Fortress, her gaze sweeping through the porthole into the vast expanse of space. Her thoughts drifted back to her recent conversation with the Grand Marshal, a time when she was unaware that the T6 Angel City Fortress was nearing completion. The Grand Marshal had given her a choice, and her current situation confirmed the decision she had made. I'm not afraid of failure. I'm afraid of letting down those who trust me, Haina silently vowed, her eyes filled with determination. This battle must not be lost. As she meticulously reviewed the battle deployment for any oversights, her thoughts were interrupted by her deputy's voice. Report, the Nanchaman starship has appeared. Haina looked up through the porthole. In the once empty starfield, a radiant stargate had materialized. It was the legendary Nanchaman starship, its appearance defying all conventional expectations of an interstellar warship. It doesn't look like a starship at all, the deputy marveled, and Haina couldn't help but be astonished by its unique design. Although she had heard about its capabilities from the Grand Marshal, seeing it in person was a whole different experience. At that moment, a video communication request popped up on Haina's screen, indicating the captain of the T6 Nanchaman starship. Haina accepted the call, and a familiar face appeared on the screen. Hello, I am Zhang Xiaoni, captain of the Nanchaman starship, said a young woman on the other end. Xiaoni, is that really you? Haina exclaimed in surprise, recognizing her former classmate. Haina. Zhang Xiaoni's face lit up with joy. Neither of them had expected to reunite under such circumstances. As peers from the Xiaolong Military Academy, they had trained together, striving for the future of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Though Zhang Xiaoni's talents were slightly less than Haina's, her potential and abilities had earned her the position on the T6 Nanchaman starship, allowing her to gain frontline experience without bearing excessive responsibility. After their brief reunion, Zhang Xiaoni quickly became serious and saluted Haina. Captain Zhang Xiaoni of the Nanchaman starship, reporting for duty to assist the Angel City Fortress at the Angel Front. Awaiting your orders, Commander Haina. Haina also adopted a serious tone and asked, please inform me of the current operational status of the Nanchaman starship and the arrangements regarding the Stargate. Zhang Xiaoni succinctly reported the status of the Nanchaman starship and the Stargate connection with the Xiaolong system. After listening, Haina emphasized the critical role of Nanchaman in ensuring logistical support and the arrival of reinforcements. Zhang Xiaoni responded firmly, understood, Commander. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, the Nanchaman will operate smoothly. We will guarantee the logistical supply to Angel City Fortress and the seamless arrival of reinforcements. They exchanged smiles, reminiscent of their academy days conducting simulated battle drills. Zhang Xiaoni confidently added, Haina, don't worry. I'll ensure everything runs smoothly. I believe in you. You will accomplish the mission entrusted by the Emperor. You've always been the one I've aspired to follow. Just as Haina was about to respond, her deputy's urgent report interrupted her. Report, our reconnaissance starship has detected an incoming Order Zerg fleet. They are heading towards our fortress and will enter our combat range within an hour. Haina's expression turned serious immediately, and she decisively ordered, relay the command. All combat units on the Angel front, prepare for battle. Beyond the Angel front line, a vast swarm of orderly Zerg forces surged like a black tide, rushing towards the Angel front line. Commander Haina's eyes swept across the holographic star map, quickly assessing the situation. Within 6 hours of travel from our front line, there were approximately 10 million Zerg mother ships, including 10 T5 Leviathan King-class ships. In the command room of the Angel City Fortress, the tension was almost palpable. The deputy looked anxiously at Haina. This was the fortress's first real combat, and even the high-ranking officers couldn't hide their unease. However, the mermaid commander Haina displayed an unusual calmness, as if facing just another routine simulation exercise. Relay to all weapon units, Haina calmly issued her first order, do not engage without my command. Let the bugs come closer. The deputy immediately passed on the order, while Haina continued to deploy. Interstellar fighters and drone units, stand by for launch. Missile launch units, prepare to fire. Star Sentinel-class unmanned guard ships, each squadron take your positions and await orders. Once everything was arranged, Haina turned her attention to another electronic window displaying the movements of the Xiaolong Empire fleet. Although no fleet had arrived yet, 3 fleets were on standby, ready to assist at any moment. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Southgate starship, Zhang Xiaoni closely monitored the battlefield. Beside her lay an electronic notebook, a habit she had maintained for a long time, recording the details of every war and repeatedly simulating them to make up for any lack of innate talent. This was a typical defensive battle with a clear objective: to deplete the enemy's main forces at minimal cost and relieve pressure on the northern Zerg defense line. As time ticked by, the citizens of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire could hardly imagine that far in the depths of space, a battle crucial to the Empire's fate was brewing. When the orderly Zerg fleet entered the preset range, Haina decisively ordered, target 3 T5 Leviathan King-class Zerg mother ships. Prepare to fire the Angel Fortress supercannons, orbital heavy cannons, engage freely, destroy all Zerg targets within range. Energy rapid-fire cannons. Focus on T3 Zerg motherships and high-speed assault units. Secondary cannons. Fire at will. Activate all Closian defense systems. She continued the deployment. First squadron of Hunter Angel fighters. Launch and secure the Stargate. Eliminate infiltrating Zerg. The second squadron will take over in 20 minutes. First squadron of Butterfly Angel drones. Launch and be ready to execute suicide attacks on high-value targets if necessary. All other units, hold your positions. With Haina's commands, the entire Angel City fortress began to awaken like a giant beast, baring its fangs at the enemy. 3 of the 10 Angel Fortress supercannons slowly turned to target the 3 T5 Leviathan King-class Zerg motherships. Fire! 3 blinding red spheres shot out, vaporizing low-level Zerg motherships and combat units in their path. Despite some attenuation of their power due to the obstacles, the impact was still devastating when they hit their targets. 1 Leviathan King-class mothership was hit directly in the head, leaving a massive crater and rendering it completely incapacitated. The other 2, though narrowly avoiding total destruction, were left with gaping wounds, as if a giant beast had bitten off chunks of flesh, exposing their bones. This sudden blow enraged the orderly Zerg fleet, accelerating their charge, and the communication channels were filled with angry waves. If the Zerg queen were present, she might have said, "These orderly Zerg are furious, wishing to tear everything within reach to shreds." However, today, the Angel City fortress would become an insurmountable barrier for them. The Zerg motherships began deploying vast numbers of combat units, so many that even the advanced computing capabilities of the Xiaolong Legion couldn't precisely count them. But no matter how numerous the enemy forces, they couldn't breach the firepower net of the Angel City fortress. 20,000 energy rapid-fire cannons fired tirelessly, forming an impenetrable barrier. Any Zerg unit daring to enter would be instantly pulverized. For higher-level Zerg units or motherships, the 1,100 orbital heavy cannons and 200,000 secondary cannons, though slower in firing rate, had enough power to crush them. What's the status of the energy reactors? Haina turned to the fortress information panel, displaying real-time data from 100 reactors. These reactors were the heart of the Angel City fortress, powering its operations in peacetime and fueling its weapon systems in wartime. Of course, they weren't infinite and required replenishing raw materials, or they would deplete. This was one reason why Zhao Chen had arranged for the T6 Southgate starship at the Angel frontline. It could deploy support fleets for reinforcements and supply the fortress with necessary materials. Another crucial reason is to provide a continuous supply of energy materials for the Angel City fortress. The adjutant, standing beside Commander Haina, gave a detailed report on the energy cores. Currently, the supply rate of each energy core is only 30, which is far below the required load standard. These energy cores are vital not only for energy consumption, but also for maintaining supply rates. High-frequency, high-load operations of super-large weapons or shipyards could lead to oversaturation of the supply rate, causing the energy cores to overload. Prolonged overload could result in permanent damage to the energy cores, or even render them completely inoperative. With a serious expression, Commander Haina issued a clear directive. These 100 hearts are crucial. Closely monitor the operation of the energy cores, and report to me immediately once the supply rate reaches 80. Yes, ma'am, the adjutant responded. The battle intensified. On the thousands of flight decks on the flanks of the Angel City fortress, Angel Hunter-class starfighters were launched at incredible speeds, quickly forming formations in outer space to carry out defensive missions. Meanwhile, the hatches at the belly of the fortress opened wide, and countless Angel Butterfly-class star drones hung upside down like bats before being deployed. They spread out densely in space, making one worry they might collide with each other. However, under the precise control of the fortress's advanced AI, each drone swiftly executed its assigned task, some focused on airspace defense, while others awaited further orders. At that moment, a heavily damaged T5 Leviathan King-class Hive mothership attempted to retreat. A swarm of Angel Butterfly-class star drones immediately swarmed it, launching a fatal attack that ultimately destroyed the massive vessel. Additionally, 30,000 T4 Star Sentinel-class star drones were in position, ready to intercept any incoming Hive motherships. Despite the initial difficulty in advancing, the Order Swarm fleet gradually pushed the front lines with their overwhelming numbers, putting increasing pressure on the Angel City fortress. Prepare the star missiles, Commander Haina commanded calmly, as if the situation was entirely under her control. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Rakshasa King-class dreadnought, Zhao Chen watched Charlotte approach, anticipating her report on the last 10 hours of battle. Charlotte reported in detail. The outer defenses of the Angel City fortress are still under our control. The battle is intense, and the losses of lower-tier Hive motherships are hard to quantify, but at least 5 T5 Hive motherships have been destroyed. Although some Order Swarm fleets have bypassed our defensive lines and are advancing towards the northern Hive defenses, their numbers have significantly decreased, which will greatly ease the pressure on our northern front. With a serious expression, Zhao Chen inquired, have any T6 class hive motherships appeared yet? He knew that while lower-tier hive motherships were not as formidable as other races' ships of the same tier, intelligence gathered from long-term battles with the Swarm and from the Swarm Queen indicated that high-tier hive motherships, especially T6 class, had combat capabilities far surpassing any known T6 class starships in this universe. We haven't detected any T6 hive motherships so far, Charlotte replied. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction but then cautioned, the Order Swarm is different from the regular Swarm. They have their own commanders. They will surely see through our intentions, and their most direct strategy will be to take down our Angel line and destroy the Angel City fortress. Commander Haina is under immense pressure. With a smile, Charlotte said, for now, all we can do is trust her. Just then, Zhao Chen's communication channel suddenly displayed an urgent message from Lilith, the secretary stationed at the Xiaolong star system. She delivered a critical update, latest intelligence. The undead army has launched an attack on the Judgment Angel system. Zhao Chen frowned as he stared at the latest battle reports from the Angel of Judgment Galaxy, his expression grave. He turned to Lilith beside him and asked directly, is there any indication of the undead fleet's main direction? Lilith shook her head, her tone tinged with concern. No news yet on the main direction of the undead fleet. The undead fleets are appearing in large numbers in all directions, with an estimated total of over 1 million undead starships. More troubling is the detection of multiple level 6 energy fluctuations. Charlotte, standing nearby, also furrowed her brows. She was calculating in her mind. 1 million undead starships might still be manageable, but multiple level 6 energy fluctuations? That meant the presence of T6 level undead starships or undead entities. Unlike the Order insectoids, the undead army focused on elite units. Even with just 1 million starships, Charlotte dared not take them lightly. If it were just the number of undead fleets, the defensive lines set up by the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire around the Angel of Judgment Galaxy could hold. However, the appearance of T6 level combat units changed the scenario entirely. These high-level units could become the spearhead that breaks through the Xiaolong defenses, and the current fortifications would be insufficient to stop such a powerful undead fleet. Despite the grim situation, there was no trace of worry on Zhao Chen and Charlotte's faces. Zhao Chen decisively spoke up, we stick to the original battle plan. I'll handle the undead front, and you stay here. Charlotte frowned slightly, trying to dissuade him. You don't need to go personally. We can arrange. Zhao Chen interrupted her firmly. Given the current situation, each major battlefield needs a pillar. You are needed here, so I must be on the undead front. We can't afford any issues, externally or internally. Charlotte was reluctant to let Zhao Chen go to the undead front, mainly worrying about his safety. The undead army had too many unknown factors compared to the Order insectoids. Although they had plans for this offensive, no one could predict what would happen once the war actually started. Unexpected events were always a possibility. Zhao Chen gently stroked Charlotte's hair, his tone tender yet resolute. You're commanding the battlefield while pregnant. How can I, as the Emperor, lack the courage to do the same? Charlotte wanted to say more, but Zhao Chen lightly placed a finger on her lips. The Rakshasa King is now your flagship and the flagship of the Ni Lin Ace fleet. It serves as both your protection and a symbol of faith. I can't be by your side, so you'll have to rely on it. Protect yourself and our child. Zhao Chen looked lovingly at Charlotte's slightly swollen belly and reminded her, the due date is approaching. Take good care of yourself. If anything happens to you, you'll have to answer to me when I get back. He then playfully patted her on the bottom, making her blush and mutter, what are you doing? We're on the bridge. People are watching. On the other end of the video call, Lilith, wearing an amused expression, teased, don't mind me. Just pretend I'm not here. Zhao Chen promptly announced, I'll depart immediately. Lilith, continue overseeing the two battlefronts and ensure the stability of all logistics and supply lines. Understood, Lilith replied. Shortly after, Zhao Chen left the Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought, boarding a shuttle to join the Xiaolong Imperial Guard fleet and heading through the Stargate to another battlefield. In the Undead Zone 1, which encompassed the surrounding systems after the stellar explosion in the Angel of Judgment Galaxy, Marshal Chu Xian of the Xiaolong 2nd Fleet Group was focused on the latest frontline reports, all detailing the movements of the undead fleets. Aide-de-camp reminded her, Marshal, the Emperor's meeting is scheduled. Chu Xian nodded and entered the holographic conference room code. Closing her eyes briefly, she reopened them to find herself in a new meeting room. Emperor Zhao Chen was already seated at the head, and she was the last to arrive. Alongside were 3 fleet commanders, Zhao Ruyu of the 2nd Fleet, Yi Xiaodong of the 3rd Fleet, Madare of the 4th Fleet, and the special identity of Tilia, commander of the Holy Dragon Angel Fleet. The 5 of them saluted Zhao Chen in unison. Your Majesty. Zhao Chen waved his hand. We're on the battlefield now. No need for formalities. Let's get to the point. Which defensive line is most threatened by the undead fleet? Chu Xian shook her head. According to the frontline intelligence, The undead fleets are evenly distributed along all defensive lines. We can't determine their primary attack target. Madare speculated. Could it be that the undead fleet plans a full-scale attack? All lines are the main directions? Zhao Ruyu immediately dismissed the idea, analyzing sharply. Impossible. Based on our combat records with the undead fleet, their numbers have increased, but they're entirely different from the star insectoids that excel in swarm tactics. They don't have enough forces to sustain a full-scale attack, which would be highly inefficient for them. Their individual units are strong, with some special undead entities having combat capabilities surpassing our starships of the same level. Their best strategy is to feign attacks on multiple fronts and then focus on one target for a main assault. By breaking through in the shortest time, they can then expand their attack, tearing through our entire defense line. This pinpoint abroad attack is their optimal strategy. Marshal Chu Xian concurred. I've analyzed the undead fleet as well, and I agree with Commander Zhao Ruyu's assessment. Zhao Ruyu's voice echoed through the conference room. The most pressing issue now is the main attack direction of the undead legion. If we can thwart this offensive, we'll gain the upper hand. As soon as she finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the room. A few seconds later, Yi Xiaotong broke the silence. The problem is, we have no idea where the main attack direction of the undead legion's fleet is. She paused before continuing. In this situation, our best strategy is to remain passive and wait. Once the main target of the undead legion's fleet is revealed, we can then deploy our follow-up fleets to disrupt their strategic plans. Madare picked up the conversation, her expression grim. This decision is critical. If we misjudge, our defenses could be torn apart. But right now, our available fleet numbers are limited. Although other undead crisis points within the Empire are under control, they still require the presence of the Xiaolong fleet. Though we have the main forces of 4 fleet corps from the 2nd Fleet Group here, totaling only 200,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships, resisting an attack from a million-strong undead legion, plus an unknown number of T6 combat units, is not very promising. She turned to Zhao Chen, her tone carrying a hint of plea. Your Majesty, we might need reinforcements. Zhao Chen responded calmly. You don't need to worry about reinforcements. I'll handle that. Additionally, I believe our strategic goals should be more long-term. We must not only stop this attack by the undead legion fleet, but also launch a counteroffensive to re-enter the core of the Archangel system. Counterattack? Several commanders looked surprised, clearly not expecting to consider a counteroffensive under the current circumstances. Zhao Chen continued to explain. You all know our subsequent plan to deal with the undead army. To this end, we must prepare in advance and re-enter the core area of the Archangel system to carry out our follow-up operations. Moreover, after a strong offensive, the enemy will inevitably have a period of decline, which will be our best opportunity to strike back. The commanders fell into deep thought. Moments later, Marshal Chu Xian voiced his agreement, and others followed suit. Although the general direction was set, the detailed battle plans still needed to be discussed and determined by the fleet commanders. Zhao Chen quietly listened on the side, adhering to the principle of letting professionals handle their expertise. At this point, Angel Tilia offered the support of the Angel Core fleet. However, Zhao Chen gently declined her offer. It's not time for you to deploy yet. Stay on standby. If the need arises, I will give the order. After the meeting, Zhao Chen received a private video invitation. Upon accepting, he instantly appeared by a beach where Zhao Ruiyue was already waiting. I hope my request to meet you didn't disrupt your schedule, Zhao Ruiyue said with a smile. Zhao Chen, not holding back, patted his sister on the shoulder. Are you teasing me? No need for formalities in private. Zhao Ruiyue chuckled softly, her gaze gentle. Charlotte's due date is at the end of June, right? Why aren't you staying by her side to take care of her? Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. You know that big white cat. Even if she's about to give birth, she'd insist on standing on the bridge commanding the battle. My orders don't work on her in this regard. Zhao Ruiyue immediately pinched his arm lightly and gave him a stern look. Charlotte is carrying your twins, the bloodline of our Zhao family. You must take good care of her. If anything goes wrong, I'll deal with you. Zhao Chen grinned. Don't worry, sis. I've arranged a team of doctors on the bridge of the Luosha, Mingwang to keep an eye on that big white cat. I've also instructed the staff and secretaries to take over her duties immediately if she feels any discomfort, ensuring her safety. No matter the situation, Charlotte's safety is always the top priority. That's why I refused her offer to give me her flagship this time. Hearing this, Zhao Ruiyue felt slightly reassured but still looked at Zhao Chen warily. I warn you, your status is special now. In the battle against the undead, your role is more about publicity. Don't dive into danger. Leave the tasks to us. If necessary, I'll go in your place. Feeling his sister's concern, Zhao Chen put on a compliant look. Don't worry, sis. I'm sitting on the throne now. I won't do those reckless things anymore. As soon as Zhao Chen arrived at battlefield number 1, he received news of a full-scale attack by the undead legion fleet. He looked in surprise at Chu Xian in the video window. She nodded in confirmation and pointed to the holographic interstellar map in front of her. There are 6 attack routes in total, each with 200,000 undead combat units, including undead starships and other undead creatures, Chu Xian reported succinctly. Zhao Chen quickly calculated the strength comparison in his mind. Each defense line had 30,000 Xiaolong interstellar warships stationed, along with newly built defensive facilities. Although there was a numerical disparity, the Xiaolong Empire's forces were composed entirely of T4 and T5 interstellar warships, with some T6 warships as well. For now, dealing with this wave of the Undead Legion shouldn't be a problem. No main attack direction? Zhao Chen asked. Chu Xian frowned and shook her head. It's impossible to determine for now. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Chen analyzed. It seems the Undead Legion still has troops that haven't been mobilized. We must prepare for the worst. Chu Xian, you command according to the original plan. Until we identify the main attack direction, the reserve fleet will not join the battle. Chu Xian understood Zhao Chen's intention and immediately began issuing orders to various battlefronts. Soon, the combat erupted in multiple locations. Zhao Chen sat on his command flagship, a newly commissioned T6 Seraphim crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense yet exhilarating. Everyone felt the pressure and encouragement of the Emperor's presence. A young captain stood beside the throne, occasionally glancing nervously at Zhao Chen, her heart racing. Zhao Chen noticed her and spoke. Your name is Tao Beibei? Tao Beibei immediately straightened up and reported rapidly. Reporting to your majesty, I am Tao Beibei, currently the captain of the number 1 T6 Seraphim crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship, with the rank of brigadier general. I have been part of the Xiaolong Legion for 3 years and graduated from the Northern Star Interstellar Military Academy. She continued to recount her background until Zhao Chen smiled and interrupted. Relax, I'm just borrowing your bridge. You can think of me as heir. I won't interfere with your command. Despite his reassurance, the sweat on Tao Beibei's forehead betrayed her nervousness. Zhao Chen continued to chat casually while keeping an eye on the holographic interstellar map shared by Chu Xian. As time passed, Zhao Chen noticed some new characteristics exhibited by the Undead Legion, especially the mysterious T5 creatures. The most striking of these were the Undead Angels, a newly emerged and numerous type of undead unit. These undead angels resembled angels, but were reduced to mere skeletons with bone wings. They were hundreds of times the size of ordinary angelic beings, each towering over 200 meters high. Although they were smaller than the colossal undead starships that span thousands to tens of thousands of meters, their unique appearance had a distinct and unsettling impact. Most disconcerting of all was the ghostly blue fire burning in their skulls, flickering constantly as if silently proclaiming their undying essence. At this moment, Zhao Chen's gaze was fixed on a battlefield defensive line where an intense battle against thousands of undead angels was unfolding. The database of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had already cataloged detailed information about these terrifying creatures. They were the result of an infection after the fall of Angel Planet. The most noticeable change was their enormous size, and they had also gained psionic abilities, a common trait among undead. These undead angels generally possess T4 level combat capabilities, with some even reaching T5 level, earning the title T5 Undead Archangels. Despite their towering height of over 200 meters, they were incredibly agile, making them difficult to target precisely compared to other units of similar size. Zhao Chen muttered to himself, luckily, they can only attack at close range. Otherwise, the threat would be even more terrifying. Next to him, Tao Beibei frowned and added, moreover, they can bypass our starship shields, posing a significant threat to our vessels. Fortunately, we have countermeasures in place, Zhao Chen said as he turned his attention back to the battle screen. On the screen, a swarm of over 100 undead angels had breached the shields of several Xiaolong starships, launching a fierce assault on the hulls. The ship's Closian defense guns unleashed a torrent of fire, creating a dense barrage. Some undead angels were destroyed in the final stretch, but many used their psionic shields and high mobility to break through the deadly zone. In the past, such a scenario would have spelled doom for the starships. But now, the Xiaolong starships had learned from their experiences battling the undead. Just as a T4 undead angel landed to attack, a sharp blade suddenly pierced its body. The skull turned towards the source of the attack, revealing a T5 Hellhound-class interstellar combat mecha standing there with a sword in hand. Soon, more interstellar combat mechas appeared on the starship's hull, all of them T5 Hellhound class. These mechas, known for their modular capabilities, varied in appearance. The largest were heavy combat mechas, followed by medium-sized ones, and the smallest were light mechas. Each size had its unique role in combat. Heavy mechas focused on firepower, medium ones were versatile, and light mechas excelled in high mobility, providing flexible support across the battlefield. These diverse T5 Hellhound-class interstellar combat mechas formed the starship's last line of defense. The mecha pilots began maneuvering their combat mechas to engage the undead creatures in fierce combat. The commander's voice echoed through the communication channel. Provide fire support? Don't let these skeletons breach the starship's armor. Maintain combat distance, and if there's any risk of infection, activate the self-destruct protocol immediately. Don't disgrace our mecha squad. Kill them. Zhao Chen watched the intense battle unfold on the screen. Such scenes of interstellar combat mechas in action had become rare in modern interstellar warfare. Typically, these mechas were only deployed in a few planetary landing operations, and usually later in the battle. However, this time was different. The T-5 Hellhound-class interstellar combat mechas displayed unprecedented ferocity. The pilots fought the undead creatures like enraged beasts. Zhao Chen witnessed a shocking scene. A T-5 Hellhound-class heavy combat mecha was surrounded by hundreds of undead, on the verge of being infected. At the critical moment, the pilot resolutely chose to self-destruct the mecha. This self-destruct feature was specially added for the Undead Legion. Though it took up space and affected overall performance, its importance in the current situation was undeniable. The self-destruction not only prevented infection, but also destroyed surrounding undead creatures. They're all proving themselves, Tao Beibei said, her gaze filled with complex emotions. She continued, I have a cousin who joined Xiaolong. She has a talent for piloting mechas. As we all know, the prospects for combat mechas haven't been great lately, and she often worried about it. Until the Undead Legion appeared, the Marshals decided to modify these interstellar combat mechas specifically to counter the close-range threats to starships. When the order was issued, almost every mecha squad was ecstatic. They had no objections to the self-destruct program. Instead, they were eager because they finally had a chance to prove their worth on the battlefield. Zhao Chen nodded in understanding, his eyes returning to the Xiaolong interstellar combat mechas fighting to the end. Whether they're piloting starships or controlling mechas, they are the bravest warriors of the Xiaolong Empire. Zhao Chen said solemnly. The battle continued. Just then, Zhao Chen's attention was drawn to another broadcast screen where a suspected T6 undead creature had appeared. Zhao Chen focused his gaze, and the sight before him took his breath away. It was a massive skeletal dragon, its wingspan reaching an astonishing hundreds of kilometers. In this universe, while various dragon species exist, most range from a few hundred meters to a few kilometers in size. Such a colossal super dragon was unprecedented. This discovery made Zhao Chen realize that the necrotic infection might have a chance of causing the infected creatures to grow gigantically. Recalling the necrotic angel he had seen earlier and now this necrotic skeletal dragon, he couldn't help but ponder the cause of this phenomenon. As for why this necrotic skeletal dragon was classified as T6, the answer lay in the starship radar. The energy fluctuations it emitted clearly indicated it was a genuine T6 level creature. The necrotic skeletal dragon, with its powerful psychic shield, withstood the fierce bombardment from the Xiaolong interstellar battleship and charged towards the defense line. Suddenly, it opened its bony skull, and blue-white particles rapidly gathered within. In the next instant, a blue-white energy beam shot out from the dragon's mouth, bypassing the activated star shield and directly striking the hull of AT-5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship at the rear. What was even more shocking was that this energy beam, like blue-white flames, instantly ignited the entire T-5 Hill King. The hull began to burn and corrode at a visible rate, creating a critical situation. This necrotic skeletal dragon's long-range attack can even bypass our star shield defenses. Captain Tao Beibei exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the scene before her. Zhao Chen remained silent, continuing to monitor the battlefield. He knew that the command of this battlefield was in Chu Xian's hands, and he should not overstep his authority. The attacked T-5 Hill King quickly responded. Unaffected sections of the hull began to eject numerous escape pods, like scattered flowers. Clearly, the ship had opted for abandonment. By this time, the blue-white flames had already consumed nearly a third of its area. Zhao Chen watched as the number of escape pods dwindled until none were left. Then, the unaffected sections of the Hill King suddenly exploded, and the burning flames completely destroyed part of the area. It was evident that the crew had set a self-destruct sequence before abandoning ship, preferring to destroy the vessel rather than let it fall into enemy hands. This T6 level necrotic skeletal dragon poses too great a threat. With such an attack, no T5 interstellar warship can withstand it. If we don't destroy it promptly, it could lead to significant losses among our interstellar fleet. Tao Beibei said worriedly. Zhao Chen calmly responded, trust Chu Xian. The best way to deal with a T6 level necrotic creature is with a T6 level interstellar warship. Fight fire with fire. Sure enough, Chu Xian, the fleet commander, had the same arrangement. She mobilized one of the T6 interstellar warships from the 3rd Fleet Group, the Tian New Goddess-class interstellar heavy artillery ship, the earliest mass-produced T6 interstellar warship in the Xiaolong Empire fleet. The 3rd Fleet Group happened to have 4, each serving as vice flagships for its 4 legions. The 2nd Legion, led by Zhao Ruyue, was in charge of this defense line. She immediately issued an order, destroy this T6 target in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, I will arrange for other interstellar warships to provide fire cover for you. Yes. Mission guaranteed. A ponytailed Deputy Legion commander responded and quickly relayed the order on the bridge. Lock on target. Fire at the fastest speed. Do not give it another chance to pose a threat. As the T6 Tion Nu Goddess-class interstellar heavy artillery ship joined the battle, nearly 10,000 Tion Nu energy heavy cannons on its hull aimed at the T6 necrotic skeletal dragon. Report, 2/3 of the energy heavy cannons have locked on the target. The remaining cannons need 1 more minute to adjust their positions and lock on, the deputy captain reported. No waiting. Fire. The ponytailed Deputy Legion commander and T6 starship captain decisively ordered. In the next moment, thousands of interstellar heavy cannons roared simultaneously, raining energy shells down on the T6 necrotic skeletal dragon. However, due to its powerful psychic shield, these attacks only caused small ripples on its shield. At this time, Chu Xin's video window appeared beside Zhao Chen. As the commander of the Xiaolong 2nd Fleet Group, she was closely monitoring this battle. After all, this was a real combat scenario against a T6 necrotic creature, providing valuable experience for future battles and minimizing their own losses. Based on the last recorded data from the destroyed T5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ship, the energy beam attack from this T6 necrotic skeletal dragon actually uses psychic energy. That's why it can bypass our star shield energy and directly attack the hull armor, Chu Xin explained. However, for now, it seems that the necrotic starship's psychic shells do not have this capability. Only the mid to long-range psychic attacks from these necrotic creatures can bypass the star shield. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment and responded, since their appearance, the psychic energy of these necrotic beings has always been mysterious and unique. Even the research institutes within the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire have not fully deciphered its secrets. These necrotic creatures are indeed very special, and we must handle them with care. With that, Zhao Chen refrained from further interfering with Chu Xian's battle command, and continued to focus intently on the necrotic skeletal dragon engulfed in interstellar artillery fire, awaiting the further development of the battle. The T6 Undead Bone Dragon's energy shield was on the verge of collapse under the relentless bombardment of the T6 Goddess of Wrath-class interstellar battleship. The Bone Dragon retaliated fiercely, spewing blue-white flame beams, but the Xiaolong-class interstellar warships on the defensive line were prepared. The T5 King of the Hill-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ships immediately launched defensive interstellar missiles, accurately predicting the attack trajectory and detonating them in advance. The resulting explosions successfully neutralized the psionic attack, causing the blue-white flame beams to dissipate just short of their target. After coordinated efforts from over a dozen T5 King of the Hill-class ships, nearly exhausting all their defensive interstellar missiles, the T6 Undead Bone Dragon was finally brought down. The captains breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that their ammunition hadn't run out. Zhao Chen soon received a detailed report on the T6 Undead Bone Dragon, noting its formidable individual defensive capabilities, which took nearly 10 minutes of sustained fire from the T6 Goddess of Wrath-class battleship to destroy. Tao Beibei remarked with relief, thankfully, there aren't many of these T6 undead creatures. If dozens of them showed up, we'd be in serious trouble. Zhao Chen turned his attention to the interstellar war scenario, contemplating the main offensive direction of the yet-to-be-revealed undead army. 20 combat hours later, the undead army finally made a move. Near the third undead defense line, nearly 200,000 undead soldiers appeared, expected to reach the battlefield within an hour. Tao Beibei excitedly proposed initiating the counterattack plan, but Zhao Chen stopped her. Through a video call, Chu Xin shared her thoughts. Your Majesty, I believe this force of 200,000 undead might be a feint. Despite their large numbers, they don't seem strong enough to breach the third defense line quickly. The real offensive might still be coming. I suggest we wait a bit longer. Zhao Chen agreed with Chu Xian's assessment and decided to hold off on sending reinforcements. Chu Xian, after careful consideration, reallocated part of the fleet from other defense lines to support the third defense line. Another 10 hours passed, bringing critical news. A force of 500,000 undead, including 50 T6 level undead units and 30 T6 undead bone dragons, was approaching the first defense line, posing a threat within half an hour. Zhao Chen realized the enemy's strategy, and Tao Beibei also understood. The first wave across all lines was a feint. The second wave aimed at the third defense line was a diversion, and the true main offensive was directed at the first defense line. If reinforcements had been sent prematurely to the third defense line, it would now be too late to redeploy them to the first defense line. Facing a fully intact force of 500,000 enemies, their own exhausted fleet would struggle to hold the line. Zhao Chen once again gazed at the holographic star map of the undead battlefield. Centered around the Judgment Angel Galaxy, 6 battlefronts spread out like 6 blooming flowers of death. The undead army had already deployed 1.9 million troops, and there could be more lurking within the Judgment Angel Galaxy. Zhao Chen estimated that the total number of undead creatures might exceed 2 million. In contrast, The Xiaolong Empire had only deployed around 200,000 starships across the 6 defensive lines. The disparity was staggering, with a ratio of 10 to 1. As Zhao Chen pondered the situation, Chu Xian's video window popped up again. Before she could speak, Zhao Chen interrupted. "I've made arrangements. Don't worry, reinforcements will arrive at Defensive Line 1 in 10 minutes. Defensive Line 1 was precisely where Chu Xian led the 1st Legion of the Xiaolong 2nd Fleet Group. Zhao Chen asked, "Chu Xian, what's the situation on the battlefield?" This was his first inquiry about the battle status. Chu Xian immediately reported, "In the past 40 combat hours, except for Defensive Line 3 which has a casualty rate of 18, the other lines have maintained around 10. We've lost nearly 30,000 starships and destroyed 500,000 undead, including 6 T6 level, 150 T5 level, and the rest mostly T4 and T3 level creatures. The enemy hasn't deployed any T1 or T2 level undead." She continued, "Our ability to hold the lines relies mainly on the firepower of our missile and artillery starships. As long as our firepower remains strong, the defenses will hold. But this depends on the undead army not increasing in numbers dramatically. Defensive Line 3 once saw an increase of 200,000 undead, and I had to quickly dispatch 30,000 starships to prevent chaos." Chu Xian hinted that whether Defensive Line 1 could withstand the additional 500,000 undead army would directly impact the entire battle. More troubling was the presence of at least 50 T6 level undead creatures among them. Zhao Chen said solemnly, "We'll discuss further when I arrive at Defensive Line 1. "Understood," Chu Xian responded. At Defensive Line 1, Chu Xian wearily watched the star map. A staff officer whispered, "Marshal, there are 500,000 undead outside the line, including over 50 T6 level units. If they launch a direct attack, we might collapse within 3 hours. Another staff officer, adjusting his glasses, added, "Although His Majesty's Imperial Guard fleet has 1,000 ships, with 90 being T5 level and the rest T6 level, they might still struggle against 500,000 undead." Chu Xian firmly stated, "Reinforcements are His Majesty's responsibility. We just need to do our job. Trust His Majesty with the rest." Since the day she fearlessly boarded the Blizzard-class light star cruiser at the Northern Star Military Academy, she had always trusted this man unconditionally. Soon, a small fleet descended upon the battlefront. The white-gold dragon-patterned starships caught everyone's attention. This exclusive paint job was reserved only for the Imperial Guard fleet, envied by all other captains. Chu Xian quickly scanned the fleet, assessing their strength. Though the Imperial Guard fleet was said to have 1,000 ships, only about 800 were combat ships, with the rest being support vessels. However, the strength of these 800 combat ships was formidable. What shocked Chu Xian most was the number of T6 level ships, an astounding 36. This likely surpassed the total T6 ships in all other fleets of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire combined. Some models were even new to her. Chu Xian thought, "No wonder His Majesty is so confident." Yet, relying solely on these T6 ships might be enough to hold the line, but continuing the counteroffensive could still be challenging. She frowned slightly, contemplating the next stages of the battle. Report, the reinforcements of the undead army will enter the combat zone within 10 minutes. They will threaten our defensive line. The tension in the command center spiked as the staff officer's voice echoed through the room. Chu Xian furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing the report, then decisively ordered, "Notify all fleets on the defensive lines to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Remember, no one is to retreat without my command." Her tone was firm and unquestionable. At this moment, Zhao Chen's Imperial Guard fleet was positioned in the secondary defense line. Despite being in a rear position, every starship was on high alert. All cannons were aimed outward, missile launch systems were fully activated, and both fighter jets and drones were ready for deployment. Suddenly, a video window appeared to Zhao Chen's left. The screen showed a female officer in the distinctive uniform of the Imperial Guard fleet. She held a special status Major General of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard fleet. As one of the candidates in the new high-ranking officer training program, she had earned Charlotte's special trust and was assigned to this critical role. "Your Majesty, our entire Imperial Guard fleet is battle-ready," the female officer reported, her panda-like eyes gleaming with determination. Zhao Chen looked at the panda-eyed officer, recalling her relationship with Xiong Xiangxiang, the current dean of the Xiaolong Royal Military Academy. He issued his orders in a deep voice, "Coordinate with the 1st Legion on this defense line. Ensure to inflict maximum damage on the 50,000-strong undead army while holding the line. Prepare for our next move. Rest assured, Your Majesty, this is our Imperial Guard fleet's first battle, and we will prevail," the panda-eyed commander vowed confidently. Zhao Chen nodded, and the panda-eyed officer immediately began her preparations. On her flagship, she stared at the interstellar battlefield map, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. She vowed that she would not disappoint the Emperor, Marshal Charlotte, or her sister. As commands were transmitted through data streams, the various squads of the Imperial Guard fleet swiftly took their positions. Though outwardly calm, each starship received its mission orders and stood ready. Soon, the vanguard of the 50,000-strong undead reinforcements hit the battlefield, intensifying the undead's offensive. Among them were several T6-level undead combat units. At this critical moment, the various squads of the Imperial Guard fleet moved to the front lines. Although few in number, these T5-class starships significantly alleviated the pressure on the 1st Legion of the Xiaolong 2nd Fleet Group. Each ship carried the finest warriors of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. T5-class Sinister Spear heavy artillery starships began providing fire support. T5-class Fire Chelan heavy carriers deployed numerous fighter jets and drones, establishing a new aerial defense line. T5-class Lightning Phantom heavy assault cruisers and T5-class Frost Tyrant heavy missile battle cruisers stood ready to breach the lines and target high-value enemies. T5-class Hill King heavy strategic escort ships reinforced the defensive systems, remaining the Xiaolong's most formidable shield despite the unique challenges posed by the undead. T5-class Chaos Knight heavy assault destroyers and T5-class Holy Redeemer heavy artillery battleships served as the primary firepower units, targeting high-value combatants. In the rear, T5-class Crimson Reaper heavy strategic missile ships stood by, ready to deliver overwhelming fire support. The addition of these seemingly few hundred starships brought a qualitative leap to the primary undead defense line, established by Chu Xian's 1st Legion of the Xiaolong 2nd Fleet Group. The clash between the two sides erupted quickly, with both offense and defense reaching unprecedented levels. For a while, neither side could gain the upper hand, and the intensity of the battle soared to new heights. Suddenly, a glaring red alarm lit up on Chu Xian's battlefield map, indicating the appearance of 10 T6 undead combat units at a particular point on the defense line. They're deploying their trump cards right away. This undead army intends to break through our defenses in one fell swoop, Chu Xian remarked, frowning. Facing these 10 T6 undead units, her fleet had few options and could only pin their hopes on the Imperial Guard fleet. As expected, almost simultaneously, 10 T6 starships from the Xiaolong Imperial Guard fleet moved to support the alarm position. These 10 T6 Xiaolong-class starships came in 3 models, 3 familiar T6 Wrathful Goddess heavy artillery ships, 5 new model destroyers, and 2 uniquely designed ships. Chu Xian quickly received updated database information, revealing the combat data for the 2 new T6 Xiaolong-class starships, the T6 Thunderlord heavy destroyer and the T6 Seraph Ballista long-range hunter. This was the battlefield debut of these new T6 starships. Zhao Chen crossed his arms, watching the debut of these new starships with a calm yet expectant gaze. The T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer joined the battlefield, not to target T6 undead creatures, but to focus on eliminating other high-level undead. Under its formidable firepower, even a surge in the undead army's numbers was firmly suppressed. These colossal ships stood like immovable fortresses, with each one becoming an impenetrable stronghold wherever it was stationed. That's the legendary Chain Lightning? Captain Tao Beibei couldn't help but exclaim beside Zhao Chen. Although she piloted a new T6 warship herself, it was her first time witnessing the Thunderlord class in action. Zhao Chen tapped the air, and an information window unfolded, detailing the Thunderlord class's specifications. Thunderlord class heavy interstellar destroyer. Ship type: interstellar destroyer. Technology level: T6. Star shield energy: 15 million units. Cruising speed: 1,100 star knots. Warp engine: level 9.9. Length: 10.9 kilometers. Mass: 5.3 million tons. Crew: 50,000. Ship weapons: 30 heavy mid-range pulse cannons, 300 Thunderlord arc cannons, 1,000 electromagnetic rapid-fire secondary cannons, 2,000 fully automated medium electromagnetic Closian defense cannons. Noticing Tao Beibei's curious gaze, Zhao Chen explained, "This information won't be a secret for long. Every starship in the Emperor's Praetorian fleet will soon be fighting alongside the T6 Thunderlord. Knowing your allies' capabilities is essential." He continued, "The attack method you just saw is the Thunderlord's signature move, more accurately called arc projection. It fires electromagnetic energy in a special state as projectiles. Upon hitting the first target, it absorbs part of the energy and automatically seeks the next target to continue the attack, repeating this process. Because its trajectory resembles lightning, it's often called chain lightning. Each subsequent strike slightly decreases in power until the energy is exhausted. When all 300 Thunderlord arc cannons fire simultaneously, the target area resembles a thundercloud, with countless lightning chains jumping around, creating sustained area damage and ultimately destroying enemy starships." Zhao Chen added, "Besides, the T6 Thunderlord is equipped with other T6 level weapon modules, like 30 heavy mid-range pulse cannons. These conventional weapon systems can destroy T5 undead creatures in a single hit. The only downside is their limited range, making the Thunderlord more suitable for mid to short-range combat. It lacks long-range or ultra-long-range attack weapons, positioning it more like a commander in the fleet, unsuitable for solo missions as it could be easily pinned down by enemy long-range fire. As he spoke, Zhao Chen's gaze shifted to another starship, locking onto its target the T-6 Seraph, ballisticless interstellar long-range hunter. Since Zhao Chen was currently aboard this ship, the Panda Girl commander hadn't sent Tao Beibei's ship to the front lines. On the screen, 10 T-6 undead combat units appeared in sight. All T-6 undead bone dragons, seemingly the most common T-6 units in the undead army. 2 T-6 Seraph ballisticless interstellar long-range hunters began preparing to fire, their unique main weapons the enormous ballistas at the bow slowly unfolding. This was no ordinary cannon, but a high-tech giant ballista known as the Seraph Ballista. Zhao Chen watched as a crimson arrow formed in the center of the ballista, looking like a massive bow and arrow from a distance. The bowstring area glowed with golden light, as if awaiting the command to fire. At that moment, Zhao Chen seemed to hear a voice in his ear. Fire! 2 crimson arrows streaked across the night sky like meteors, heading straight for the 2 T-6 undead bone dragons with astonishing speed. Sensing the imminent threat, the bone dragons immediately flapped their wings to decelerate and spewed blue-white flames from their mouths in an attempt to fend off the attack. However, these crimson meteors were faster than any known weapon in the universe, leaving the bone dragons with no chance to escape even while still outside the firing range of their defenses. One meteor pierced through the skull of a bone dragon with pinpoint accuracy, instantly obliterating it along with the flames it was about to unleash. The headless dragon hung lifeless in the air. The other bone dragon was slightly luckier. Its hastily expelled flames collided with the meteor but could only hold it off for a moment. Subsequently, a massive explosion engulfed the dragon, tearing its body into pieces, leaving no trace of an intact bone. Beautiful. Instant kill, cheered the captain of a nearby T-6 Seraphim ballisticless interstellar long-range hunter ship, pumping his fist in excitement. Zhao Chen watched with a smile, inwardly marveling at the power of this special warship. The T-6 Seraphim ballisticless interstellar long-range hunter ship was almost entirely dedicated to a single weapon system, the Seraphim Ballista. This superbow cannon utilized electromagnetic railgun technology to compress energy into crimson arrows, launching them at incredible speeds. Its power was such that no T-5 class interstellar warship could withstand it. Zhao Chen recalled Chief Engineer Nana's data simulations. Even if the target was protected by 30 T-5 King of the Hill-class heavy interstellar strategic escort ships, a single arrow could tear through the shield matrix and destroy the target in a short time. This terrifying long-range sniping capability was precisely why it was dubbed the Interstellar Long-Range Hunter Ship. Despite its impressive power, the T-6 Seraphim ballisticless interstellar long-range hunter ship had its limitations. Each attack required a long cooldown and recharge period, usually about 10 minutes. Although this time could be shortened, it would significantly reduce the lifespan of critical components. As more T-6 Seraphim ballisticless interstellar long-range hunter ships joined the battle, the tide began to turn. Despite the increasing number of undead forces, they could no longer pose a substantial threat to the defensive line. The Imperial Guard fleet's interstellar warships played a crucial role, and even the rare T-6 undead combat unit struggled to break through the encirclement. Got another one! Tao Beibei shouted excitedly beside Zhao Chen. Her warship had already taken down 3 T-6 combat units, and the entire defensive line had destroyed 20 T-6 undead combat units. Although over 30 remained, victory seemed within reach as long as the Xiaolong fleet maintained order. Marshal Chu Xian looked at the interstellar war simulation map and exhaled deeply. The defensive mission was complete, and as for the counterattack mentioned by His Majesty the Emperor, at that moment, a large number of brand new interstellar warships suddenly emerged from the Stargate behind the front line. Eventually, a fleet of 100,000 warships gathered, clearly the backbone of the Emperor's counteroffensive. Xiaolong 4th Fleet Group, 1st Legion Commander, Xue Xiaoxiao reporting. A slightly playful and proud voice echoed in the command channel. Xue Xiaoxiao stood with her hands on her hips, one foot on the captain's chair, looking every bit the arrogant commander. Despite being the fleet group commander, she lacked any semblance of dignity or authority. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's voice came through a nearby video window, prompting her to quickly lower her foot and pout, complaining, "I didn't even want to be the fleet group commander." When Zhao Chen mentioned the T-6 class interstellar battleship, Xue Xiaoxiao immediately straightened up, her eyes shining with determination as she earnestly promised, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will manage the 4th Fleet Group well and not disappoint you." Zhao Chen was long accustomed to Xue Xiaoxiao's inconsistent behavior. Her personality was hard to change, but her abilities were undeniable. Although her command skills in the Grand Fleet system were not on par with those of Charlotte, Shunbing, or Chu Xian, the difference was minimal. Given the current situation, she was the most suitable candidate for the 4th Fleet Group commander. "How is the 4th Fleet Group doing?" Zhao Chen asked. Xue Xiaoxiao promptly reported, "The 4th Fleet Group currently has 100,000 interstellar warships, divided into the 1st Corps and the 2nd Corps, with 50,000 ships each. I command the first corps, while Vice Admiral Zhong Xiaoxia is in charge of the second corps. Despite the limited training time, leveraging my experience from the second corps of the first fleet group, I have ensured that the fourth fleet group has developed sufficient combat capability to handle the current situation. Zhao Chen then inquired about her previous position's handover. Shui Xiaoxiao explained, I have handed over the command of the second corps of the first fleet group to the former deputy commander, Vice Admiral Huang Xiaoting. She is highly capable and fully qualified for the position. Zhao Chen expressed satisfaction with this. The handover of fleet commands was crucial, especially under the current wartime conditions, where any mistake could severely impact combat effectiveness. You should be aware of the mission regarding the Angel of Judgment star system, Zhao Chen said, staring at Shui Xiaoxiao. Shui Xiaoxiao nodded in confirmation. Zhao Chen glanced at the time and informed her that the delivery would soon arrive. Shui Xiaoxiao cautiously asked, Your Majesty, is that thing really that powerful? Will we have time to evacuate after delivering it? I don't want to get caught in the blast. Seeing her slightly fearful expression, Zhao Chen calmly replied, Don't worry, I've arranged an evacuation plan for you. As long as there are no mistakes, you can safely withdraw. That's good, that's good. Shui Xiaoxiao sighed in relief and then grinned. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm afraid of dying, but as an Imperial Admiral, if I were to die, even though I could be resurrected, it would set a bad precedent for our Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's generals. It's not auspicious. Zhao Chen paid no mind to her cheeky remark. Taking the opportunity, Shui Xiaoxiao asked, Your Majesty, I heard there are plans to build 2 new T6 class interstellar warships in the Xiaolong star system. Is one of them a T6 class interstellar battleship? Zhao Chen glanced at her and countered. How many years of imprisonment does an active Xiaolong officer get for prying into industrial secrets? Shui Xiaoxiao immediately zipped her lips, staring at Zhao Chen with wide, pleading eyes. Knowing she was merely eager for the powerful warships, Zhao Chen vaguely replied, If things go well, within 3 months. If not, within 6 months. But the numbers will be limited, and not just anyone can take them. Shui Xiaoxiao quickly said, As fleet group commanders, it wouldn't be too much to have a T6 class interstellar battleship as a flagship, right? She looked at Zhao Chen expectantly. Depends on your performance, Zhao Chen replied curtly, ending the conversation. The addition of 100,000 interstellar warships from the 4th Fleet Group, divided into 2 corps, instantly shifted the battle at the Undead 1 defensive line. Eager to impress the Emperor, Shui Xiaoxiao's command was brilliant, suppressing the enemy's undead army. With the support of the Emperor's Guard Fleet and T6 and T5 class interstellar warships, the tide of the battle gradually turned in favor of Xiaolong, making victory a matter of time. At this moment, Zhao Chen was awaiting an important delivery. Soon, a T5 Zinken-class super heavy interstellar transport ship arrived at the battlefield through a stargate. This massive transport ship carried something far from ordinary supplies. A video call request popped up, and Zhao Chen answered to see an excited female captain on the screen. She suppressed her urge to take a photo with the Emperor and solemnly reported, Your Majesty, we are here to deliver the number 1 package. Please accept it. Zhao Chen nodded in approval and then contacted his fleet commander, Panda Girl. The package has arrived. Make the arrangements, he reminded, noticing the excitement still gleaming in her eyes from the battlefield. Panda Girl immediately responded with seriousness. Yes, sir. A T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer then slowly approached a specific position on the transport ship. The 2 ships extended docking ports and completed the connection. Although outsiders didn't know what was happening at the docking site, the captain of the T6 Thunderlord-class heavy interstellar destroyer was extremely tense. She ordered the entire ship to enter the highest level of combat readiness, forbidding any crew members from leaving their posts. Through the ship's internal monitoring, she closely watched the connected docking bridge. A black cubic container was being transported along the bridge by a vehicle, accompanied by a squad of fully armed interstellar marines. The deputy captain of the Thunderstorm's flagship, B-011, stood at the hatch, straightening her posture to greet the approaching interstellar marines. As a squad of fully armed soldiers came into view, she saluted promptly, her keen eyes catching the Brigadier General's insignia gleaming on the leading officer's shoulder. Her heart skipped a beat. In the interstellar marines, achieving the rank of Brigadier General was even more challenging than attaining Rear Admiral in the fleet. What concerned her more, however, was the soldier's stance. Each one gripped a battle-ready laser gun, fingers poised on the triggers, eyes scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. This level of alertness clearly followed a special order. The Brigadier General stepped forward, his voice low and firm. Greetings. From this moment, this starship is under special regulation. Please contact your captain immediately. The deputy captain quickly opened the ship's communication channel, and the captain's holographic projection appeared before them. Before the captain could greet them, the Brigadier General stated bluntly, From now on, you and your starship are directly under the Emperor's command. All external communications will be cut off, and you'll only receive instructions from the Emperor's flagship. Additionally, I need 4 adjacent standard cabins secured, with access restricted solely to me and my team. Anyone else approaching will face consequences. Understood? Although the captain felt uneasy, she recognized the authority of the Emperor's orders and nodded in compliance. She arranged for the 4 adjacent standard cabins and soon realized she could no longer monitor these areas through the ship systems. All external communication devices were disabled, leaving the Brigadier General as the sole point of contact. In the darkened communication window, the Brigadier General's voice echoed again. Captain, from now on, I will update the navigation route every minute. Just follow the instructions. There will be an escort fleet around, but there's no need to communicate with them. The captain nodded silently, her mind filled with doubts. Meanwhile, in the 4 secure cabins, only one was actually in use. The transport vehicle and the interstellar marines were all crowded into a single cabin, entirely for security reasons. The Brigadier General gazed at the massive black cube on the transport. Her curiosity piqued. This mysterious container had been kept secret from production to transfer, and without the Emperor's key, no one could open it. She and her team were tasked with guarding this enigmatic item for the next 24 hours. At the Emperor's command center, Panther Lady softly reported to Zhao Chen, Your Majesty, Brigadier General Sona is in position, and the package has been safely received. Zhao Chen replied calmly, Very well, let Shui Xiao proceed as planned. He paused, then added, Panther Lady, you've done an excellent job with the Imperial Guard. Panther Lady responded expressionlessly, For the Emperor, it is my duty. Despite her elevated status since Zhao Chen became Emperor, her demeanor remained unchanged. The Imperial Guard that Zhao Chen had entrusted her to form, alongside the Imperial Escort Fleet and the Jinyue, was a special unit directly under Zhao Chen's command, handling the most classified missions. Gazing at the interstellar war map, Zhao Chen issued new orders. Now that the package has been received, it's time to begin the operation. Simultaneously, Shui Xiao led the Xiaolong 4th Fleet Group and the Imperial Escort Fleet in an attack formation, launching a fierce assault on the weakened undead army. The enemy lines were soon torn open, with a large number of undead annihilated. As the undead forces were reduced to a manageable number, Shui Xiao contacted Chu Xian. Sister Chu Xian, I'll leave this to you. She maintained her relaxed smile. Chu Xian nodded seriously, reminding her, Protect His Majesty. If anything happens, prioritize His Majesty's safety. Shui Xiao nodded firmly in understanding. Watching the closing video feed, Chu Xian sighed helplessly. She had strongly opposed the Emperor's personal involvement, considering it too risky, but no one could alter the Emperor's decision. She could only repeatedly urge Shui Xiao to ensure the Emperor's safety. On the radar screen, over 100,000 starships slowly moved out of detection range, disappearing into the vast universe, heading towards the fallen Angel of Judgment star system. Chu Xian took a deep breath, turned to face the interstellar war map, and issued the final orders to all fronts. Within 60 combat hours, eliminate 80% of the undead army on all fronts except the undead line 3. End the battle within 100 hours. Her voice was resolute and powerful. This undead crisis in the Angel of Judgment star system ends now. Zhao Chen turned to Captain Tao Beibei and asked, Where are we now? Tao Beibei quickly brought up the star map and pointed to a specific location. We've entered the Angel of Judgment star system. We should be right here. Zhao Chen scrutinized the map, comparing it to the original layout of the Angel of Judgment star system. Once, a brilliant star should have been here, surrounded by a dozen or so planets, moons, and comets. But now, apart from the Xiaolong starship and those eerie undead creatures, there was only darkness and chaos. This was once the main star of the Angel of Judgment system, home to one of the 3 grand temples of the angel race, the Temple of Judgment. One of the 3 most glorious star systems of the angel race had fallen to such a state. Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh. Even the most brilliant civilizations can vanish in the blink of an eye in this vast universe. This scene deeply moved him, making him think of the rising Xiaolong civilization. Despite its current grandeur, if faced with a more powerful force like the Order, without sufficient resistance, the Xiaolong civilization could follow the same fate as the Angel of Judgment star system. He turned to Leopard Woman beside him and calmly ordered, Capture this scene and send it to that woman. Let her see her masterpiece. Leopard Woman responded, Yes, sir. Zhao Chen then turned his attention to the 3 video windows nearby, 2 larger ones displaying Shui Xiao and Panda Girl, captains of their respective fleets, and a smaller one showing the Marine Corps Major. He asked, How far are we from the target area? Shui Xiao quickly replied, About half an hour of travel time left. Zhao Chen, observing the information on the star radar, noted that the number of undead creatures around them was rapidly increasing, now totaling over 300,000. He asked Shui Xiao, Setting up the delivery and subsequent evacuation will take about an hour. Is that feasible? Shui Xiao confidently responded, Eliminating these undead creatures might be challenging, but holding out for an hour and a half will be no problem. Seeing Shui Xiao's confident attitude, Zhao Chen felt more at ease. The following actions proceeded as planned. with the external undead creatures' harassment not slowing their progress. Ultimately, the star map indicated they had entered the expected area. Zhao Chen addressed the small window showing Major Sona of the Imperial Guard. Sona, you can begin. Major Sona nodded and immediately initiated the next step. She first contacted the bridge. Captain, please seal off the doors to the specified compartments. No one is to leave their quarters without my orders. Though the captain didn't understand the Major's intent, he complied. Soon, Sona heard the sound of the compartment door sealing, meaning no one could open them without the captain's authorization. Proceed to airlock 3, Major Sona commanded. The transport vehicle driver promptly maneuvered the mysterious black cube to airlock 3. Upon arrival, Major Sona approached one end of the black cube and raised her arm, revealing a bracelet-like device on her wrist. As she brought the bracelet close to the black cube, an operation panel appeared before her. This is the first key, Major Sona explained. Your Majesty, we now need your passcode. Zhao Chen ordered. Activate holographic communication. Major Sona switched her handheld terminal to holographic communication mode. Zhao Chen's figure appeared in front of the black cube. He placed his hand on the operation panel, and a black cover immediately enveloped his hand, concealing his input. After half a minute, cracks appeared on the black cube, and light seeped through the gaps. The cracks then opened like petals, revealing the true cargo idea red-gold oval object, red at the base with golden threads entwined, resembling a giant egg of some interstellar species. Behind the black cube was an electromagnetic launch device. Once Zhao Chen's holographic image dissipated, Major Sona returned to her position and input a series of data into the operation panel launch data for the electromagnetic device, including the red gold egg's coordinates and activation time. Reporting to Your Majesty, all data has been entered, Major Sona informed Zhao Chen. Once launched electromagnetically, as long as the flight path remains undisturbed, it will reach the target location and initiate a 1-hour countdown. Excellent. Proceed with the final phase of the mission, Zhao Chen commanded. Yes, sir, Major Sona responded, her gaze fixed on the red gold egg. Among the crew and soldiers present, perhaps only she knew the true nature of this gift. The others remained in the dark, but out of professional duty, they executed this unknown transport mission without question. Major Sona took a deep breath. Even if she explained the device's purpose to her subordinates, they might find it hard to believe in such a short time. To be honest, she herself found it hard to believe at this moment that such a small object, not even the size of some interstellar main cannon's physical shells, could possess the power to destroy an entire star system. Indeed, this was the ultimate weapon. Zhao Chen had meticulously prepared the T6 supernova ultimate bomb. Zhao Chen turned to the leopard woman beside him and asked, "Is everything set?" The leopard woman promptly replied, "As per your instructions, Your Majesty, the stealth reconnaissance ships have deployed recording devices along the route. After the T6 supernova ultimate bomb detonates, we'll be able to collect the relevant data." Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Due to the unique nature of the T6 supernova ultimate bomb, there were only theoretical data available, lacking actual usage records. This first live deployment would provide them with valuable empirical data. Time ticked by, and soon it was time for the launch. The black cubic base activated, using electromagnetic ejection technology to launch the red gold giant egg at comet-like speed. The leopard woman quickly pulled up the footage from the interstellar reconnaissance drones and displayed it in front of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen gazed at the weapon, which looked like a piece of art, thinking how hard it was to associate its elegant appearance with a weapon capable of destroying an entire galaxy. After a high-speed flight, the red gold giant egg gradually decelerated and finally hovered at the designated location. Brigadier General Sona's voice came through. Report, the package has arrived within the designated area. Zhao Chen approved. Good. Your mission is complete? Yes, sir. Brigadier General Sona replied before cutting off communications. She took a deep breath, feeling the pressure in her chest finally dissipate. Now without a mission, she decided to stay on the starship and await further developments. Brigadier General Sona contacted the captain, releasing all restrictions and returning full control of the ship. She led her team to the bridge, instructing, "Find a place to rest, but don't disturb the bridge operations." Her subordinates obeyed, sitting down in a corner. The captain, curious, asked, "Your mission is complete? Just to drop that thing?" She quickly added, "I didn't break any orders. I just happened to see something being thrown out, its trajectory like a comet." Brigadier General Sona smiled and responded, "Yes, my mission was to deliver that thing." The captain couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is it, General? It's so mysterious. Needing your personal escort and the T6 starship for protection." She quickly added, "If this violates confidentiality, just ignore my question." Brigadier General Sona replied mysteriously, "I can't say what it is, but you'll find out soon enough. Unfortunately, we won't be able to witness it firsthand." This only deepened the captain's curiosity. Over the next hour, Shui Xiaoxiao's 4th Fleet began to fortify the surrounding area. The Panda Girl commander led the Emperor's guard fleet in the battle, resisting the oncoming undead creatures while placing interstellar mines in the designated area. Meanwhile, thousands of T-4 Huyang-class interstellar jump ships were prepared to lead other starships in space jumps. Despite the increasing number of undead troops around, with the number of T-6 undead creatures reaching over 30, the defensive line remained firm. Zhao Chen, arms crossed, calmly said, "It's about time." The fleet commander in charge of the interstellar jump ships reported, "All Huyang-class interstellar jump ships are ready and can lead all starships in a space jump at any time." Zhao Chen ordered, "Then it's time for us to go." Shui Xiaoxiao immediately issued the command, "Prepare to retreat." Countdown 5 minutes. The T-4 Huyang-class interstellar jump ships arrived in various sectors of the starship area, ready to lead them back. As the 3-minute countdown neared its end, the jump ships, upon receiving instructions from the various fleets, began to lead the accompanying starships, disappearing in batches from the starfield. The once crowded defensive battlefield gradually became sparse. Nearly 100,000 Xylon-class starships reduced to tens of thousands, then to just a few thousand. Zhao Chen's flagship was among the second-last batch to withdraw. Although he initially wanted to leave last, he agreed to the second-last withdrawal under the strong objections of Shui Xiaoxiao and the Panda Girl fleet commander. Zhao Chen took one last look at the star system, his gaze sweeping over the undead army and resting on the red-gold giant egg in the middle of the defensive line. At this moment, the egg had started to crack, as if something was about to emerge. Although he couldn't witness the moment this mysterious object unleashed itself, the electronic sentinels arranged in the area would record and transmit the footage until they were destroyed. With a flash of light, the scene before Zhao Chen changed, and the familiar sight of the first undead defensive line appeared. Chu Xian immediately sent a communication request. Zhao Chen calmly said, "Everything went smoothly, now we just wait." Chu Xian let out a long breath, feeling more relieved that Zhao Chen had returned safely than the success of the plan. Soon after, the last batch of fleets led by Shui Xiaoxiao also arrived safely. At this point, the situation in the Judgment Angel star system could only be monitored through the transmitted images. Zhao Chen watched several video feeds. It was evident that after the Xiaolong starships retreated, the undead army continued to attempt attacks. They seemed to have noticed the glowing sphere in the middle. However, the interstellar mines placed there exploded in succession, hindering the undead army's advance. This brief delay was enough for the T6 supernova ultimate bomb to unleash its power. At this very moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the video screen, watching the astonishing scene unfolding in the Archangel system with bated breath. Zhao Chen, Chu Xian, the Panda Girl commander, and Leopard Woman were surrounded by an army of undead. Amidst the chaos, a red-gold flower began to bloom. Suddenly, the flower burst into a dazzling light that quickly spread outwards. Zhao Chen watched helplessly as the first-century surveillance feed turned to black, indicating its destruction. He frowned and switched to another feed, only to see the second century vanish in almost the blink of an eye. Zhao Chen was alarmed by the speed of the devastation. One by one, the surveillance screens went dark at an astonishing rate of 1 per second. He quickly focused on the feed from the century furthest from the explosion center, finally capturing more details. A white vortex was rapidly expanding outward, consuming the undead fleet's starships instantly. However, even this last feed lasted less than 30 seconds before it too disappeared. "This spread is unbelievably fast," Captain Tao Beibei exclaimed, covering her mouth. Zhao Chen couldn't help but remark, "It's much faster than the spread from a star explosion." Within just a minute, the battlefield radar systems deployed around the Archangel system detected a tidal wave of energy. Captain Tao Beibei asked worriedly, Will this affect us?" Zhao Chen opened a classified star map, pointing to a circular white zone. "This is the blast radius of the T6 supernova ultimate bomb. Experts have precisely calculated that as long as it detonates within the designated area, its power will significantly diminish before reaching the various undead defenses. It will only have an asteroid-like impact on our star shields. There is some risk, but it's manageable." Hearing this, Captain Tao Beibei sighed in relief and started to appreciate the spectacle outside the porthole. In the distant cosmos, a white beam spread like a wave. The once dark space now featured a white line, growing thicker by the second, until it burst spectacularly before everyone's eyes. The intense light momentarily blinded many, and the undead army attacking the defenses was engulfed in the white glow. Zhao Chen's vision went white, his ears filled with a ringing noise, and he vaguely heard the voices of others on the bridge. In the white void, Zhao Chen suddenly saw a sinister laboratory with flickering lights and several researchers in white robes facing away from him. He heard muffled voices. "This is our hope. But we've failed so many times. As long as there's a chance, even if we try 1,000, 100,000, 1,000,000,000 times, we'll keep going. One day we will succeed." Will we really succeed? Even if we don't see that day, someone will. Suddenly, the voices vanished, and the noise of the bridge returned to Zhao Chen's ears. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Captain Tao Bebe and Leopard Woman called out anxiously, concern written on Leopard Woman's face. What's wrong? Zhao Chen asked instinctively. You were standing there in a daze for half a minute. We called you, but you didn't respond, Captain Tao Bebe explained. It's nothing, just lost in thought. Zhao Chen's answer brought a sigh of relief from Captain Tao Bebe, but Leopard Woman remained worried. As his close guard, she had noticed this peculiar behavior from him more frequently lately. What's the situation now? Zhao Chen turned to Chu Xian and the others on the video feed. Chu Xian's expression was complex. Though she had heard of the T6 supernova ultimate bomb, witnessing its power firsthand was a different experience. She was among the first in the Long Dragon Interstellar Empire to see this superweapon in action. The defenses are mostly intact. Over 90% of the undead army was destroyed in the attack. Only about 10% remain, totaling less than 50,000, and most are in poor condition. They pose no significant threat. We just need to clean up, Chu Xian reported. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction and reminded, don't forget the follow-up tasks. Send some stealth reconnaissance ships into the Archangel system to gather data for the Research Institute. Understood. Chu Xian nodded, then hesitated. Your Majesty, this weapon is so powerful. Does that mean? Zhao Chen understood her concern and explained. The T6 supernova ultimate bomb is indeed powerful, but its construction is costly and time-consuming. Each bomb costs 1 trillion star coins, equivalent to 3 T6 Fury Goddess-class heavy artillery ships. Though small, it takes 6 months to build. We have only planned 3 batches of T6 supernova ultimate bombs. The first batch is this one. The next 2 batches contain 5 bombs. According to Lilith's calculations, we can produce at most 10 bombs a year without affecting other plants. And as you've seen, its damage is indiscriminate, affecting an entire star system and essentially resetting it to a chaotic state. Chu Xian realized it was a double-edged sword. She asked worriedly, will we use this method in other systems threatened by the undead? The other systems are under control, unlike the critical situation in the Archangel system. Destroying a star system, especially our own territory, is too costly. We will find other solutions. The simplest is to redeploy forces from the Zerg nest battlefield, using overwhelming power to crush the undead army, preventing them from splitting and gaining time. Zhao Chen outlined his plan. Chu Xian nodded. It seemed the only viable option. Zhao Chen's eyes gleamed sharply. We must use the T6 supernova ultimate bomb cautiously in our territory. But in other places, Chu Xian seemed to understand, looking expectantly at Zhao Chen. Your Majesty, you mentioned a second and third batch of T6 supernova ultimate bombs. Are they for the 2 Zerg nests? Using such a weapon there would avoid any side effects. Something occurred to Zhao Chen, and he instructed Chu Xian. Record the scenes before and after the Archangel system event and send them to Lilith. To Secretary Lilith? Chu Xian was surprised. In that place, there was someone who was deeply concerned about the events unfolding in the outside world. She had always believed that her actions were justified. Now, it was time for her to witness her so-called masterpiece firsthand. Zhao Chen let out a cold snort and then issued an order. The 4th Fleet Group and the 2nd Fleet Group, rest here for a week. Once recovered, proceed to the northern Zerg front and launch a counterattack against the Order Zerg. Understood. Chu Xian and Xue Xiaoxiao responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. With that, the battle in the Judgment Angel star system came to a temporary halt. A few hours later, a fleet of T5 Phantom-class light stealth reconnaissance ships re-entered the Judgment Angel star system. The scene before them was shocking. There was nothing there. No stars, no celestial bodies, not even a trace of the undead. If it weren't for their navigation systems, they might have been lost in this void. A reconnaissance ship captain swallowed nervously and murmured, unbelievable. Just a while ago, there were hundreds of thousands of undead troops here. That ultimate weapon is truly terrifying. He couldn't help but imagine the devastation if such a weapon were to fall upon them, sending chills down his spine. Meanwhile, in the Xiaolong star system, Lilith received the first-hand battle report from the Judgment Angel star system. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, clearly satisfied with the outcome. She immediately began issuing a series of orders. Send logistic supplies and interstellar industrial ships to the outer defense line of the Judgment Angel star system. Ensure the 2nd and 4th Fleet Groups are resupplied as quickly as possible. Deliver this classified research material to the Imperial Research Institute. Only those on the specified list are allowed to receive it. Contact the Northern Zerg front and inform General Charlotte of the battle situation here. Transmit this report to the Dragon's prison and let that person see the masterpiece she has created. After issuing these orders, Lilith felt a weight lift from her chest. Now, she could focus on dealing with the Order Zerg outside the Northern Zerg front. She was quietly relieved, believing that as long as they trusted the Emperor, victory would be theirs. At the Dragon's prison, the warden slowly walked towards Cell 0. As the door opened and the lights came on, the former Judgment Angel King, now a prisoner, Rini Angel King, sat in a transparent cage. She slowly lifted her head, her gaze falling on the warden. If I remember correctly, it's not time for our exchange of information. Rini Angel King's tone carried no hint of a prisoner's humility. The warden, expressionless, said, "This is a gift specially prepared for you by the Emperor and Secretary Lilith." A complex emotion flashed in Rini Angel King's eyes, but she remained silent. The warden raised a hand to summon a video screen, playing footage from the Judgment Angel star system battlefield. From the 3 waves of undead attacks to the arrival of the Emperor's Guard fleet, to Xue Xiaoxiao leading the 4th Fleet Group's counterattack, and finally, the deployment of that mysterious weaponized white light enveloped the entire space, and all the undead were instantly annihilated. "All the undead in the Judgment Angel star system have been eliminated," the warden said coldly. "And because of your so-called masterpiece, every celestial body in the star system, stars, planets, moons, asteroid belts, comets, all gone. This was once your home, the place you vowed to protect. Now, it is as dark as the room you are in." With that, the warden turned and left the cell. Just as the door was about to close, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Rini Angel King lifting her head abruptly, her eyes bloodshot, letting out a hysterical roar. As one of the former Angel Kings roared hysterically, the other 2 Angel Kings also became aware of the events unfolding in the Judgment Angel galaxy. They were fully cognizant of the situation within their jurisdiction and the ensuing threat from the undead. Although the Holy Dragon Angel Legion, which followed the Xiaolong fleet, didn't participate in the battle, its commander, Talia, was able to provide a detailed report on the situation, including the significant event that had occurred. Really? In just an instant, all undead creatures within the Judgment Angel galaxy were annihilated. The War Angel King asked in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. The Pure Angel King, however, sharply caught onto a critical detail and asked with a frown, "This special weapon, did it destroy everything within the entire region?" Talia nodded solemnly in confirmation. "Indeed. According to intelligence, the Xiaolong fleet's interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships later entered the area and found no traces of any material. The region had been reduced to a primordial state of chaos. The final shockwave from the weapon's explosion even affected several Xiaolong fleet defense lines outside the galaxy. Fortunately, the Xiaolong fleet was prepared and managed to withstand the impact using star shields and interstellar escort ships. Such immense power. It can obliterate all enemies within an entire galaxy." The War Angel King's eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. In contrast, the Pure Angel King's gaze dimmed, and she sighed softly. An entire galaxy destroyed for one battle. Alas, this is all due to Reni's sins. Talia clearly sensed the starkly different attitudes of the 2 Angel Kings. The War Angel King was in awe of the weapon's power, while the Pure Angel King saw the enormous loss behind it. Angels who had fled the Judgment Angel galaxy had forever lost their home, with no chance of rebuilding. "The Xiaolong Empire has mastered technology of such magnitude," the Pure Angel King murmured. "It's hard to imagine the punishment for any faction within the Empire that defies its will." The War Angel King nodded heavily, fully aware of the weapon's deterrent power, akin to early planetary-era nuclear weapons, which could intimidate many enemies even without being used. Next, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's target should be dealing with the Order Zerg outside the northern hive defense line, the Pure Angel King speculated. Talia nodded in agreement. "That's correct. The Xiaolong 2nd and 4th Fleet Groups, having just concluded the battle here, will head to the northern hive defense line after restocking to completely eliminate the Zerg threat at the Empire's borders." After hearing the report, the Pure Angel King suddenly proposed, "Wells, I have an idea. How about we provide 5% of our monthly surplus supplies to support the Empire's border battlefields?" The War Angel King was momentarily stunned but didn't object. Clearly, he understood the Pure Angel King's intention. As the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire demonstrated increasing power, their loyalty would also increase. Days later, the command room of the Angel City Fortress was filled with tension, with shouts from various departments echoing continuously. "Sector B3 needs support. Requesting fire support. Sector C1 is being flooded with enemy Zerg. Warning. Warning. 300 interstellar warships requesting docking. Moderately damaged. A fleet is requesting supplies. We have no more interstellar warships to deploy. Stop pushing. The fortress's strategic resources are almost depleted. We can only hold out for another 10 combat hours at most. All repair berths are full. Don't send more in. It'll block the channels." Commander Siren Haina frowned as she observed the battlefield situation. She knew that the T6 Angel City Fortress had reached its limit, and the psychological endurance of all personnel was on the brink of collapse. They had given their all over the past hundreds of combat hours, but the number of enemy Order Zerg was overwhelming, seemingly endless. If these Zerg breached the northern hive defense line, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, the defense line must hold at all costs. The adjutant approached Commander Siren Haina and reported, "Ma'am, We've calculated all our combat resources. This is the final time we can hold out. A countdown showing 12 combat hours appeared before the commander. The adjutant added, this number isn't entirely accurate because we don't know how much more strategic resources will arrive, or how many interstellar fleets will come to support us. Ma'am, should we report the situation to His Majesty the Emperor and the Grand Marshal and request some support? Even just 50,000 interstellar warships would greatly relieve our combat pressure. No. Commander Siren Haina decisively refused. The battlefield situation here is being reported in real time to His Majesty the Emperor and the Grand Marshal. They are well aware of our predicament. If they can't provide support, it means they truly have no capacity left. Requesting support now would only add to His Majesty and the Grand Marshal's burden. Why are we fighting here? Isn't it to reduce the pressure on the battlefield behind us? The adjutant hesitated, but ultimately said nothing more. Commander Siren Haina resolutely stated, no matter what, we must ensure this defense line holds. Even if we have to shrink part of the defense area, the fortress must not fall. Yes, ma'am. The adjutant complied and left. Under Commander Siren Haina's orders, the original defense line was reduced by 1/3. While this would allow more order Zerg to break through towards the northern hive defense line, it was the best option available. Otherwise, the fortress would face immense pressure. In fact, the outermost areas had already shown vulnerabilities, and the fortress's defensive strength could no longer be maintained. Rather than wasting manpower, it was better to shrink the defense area and ensure the core region remained under fortress control. The next 5 hours were an ordeal for the fortress, with each passing minute feeling like an eternity. The once vast resource warehouses were nearly empty. Although interstellar transport ships continued to bring supplies through the Nantium and Starship Stargate, the hourly deliveries were insufficient to compensate for the fortress and stationed interstellar warships' consumption. The situation grew increasingly dire. Just as the fortress was teetering on the brink of collapse, Commander Siren Haina received a message. Reinforcements were on their way. Reinforcements are finally coming. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Stargate established by the Nantiangmen. However, as time ticked by, the Stargate remained inactive. Suddenly, a piercing alarm resounded throughout the command room. Warning! 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 Extreme spatial reaction detected in Sector D03. Warning! Warning! Commander Siren Haina's brows furrowed. What could this spatial anomaly mean at such a critical moment? Could this reaction be from AT-4 Huyang-class interstellar jump ship? However, the expected halo did not appear. Instead, a black rift abruptly emerged in that section of space, as deep and foreboding as a black hole. Soon after, a swarm of hive motherships began pouring out of the rift. The fortress's combat personnel couldn't help but shudder at the sight. Their first thought was, could this be reinforcement from the Order Zerg? If the Order Zerg had such reinforcements under the current circumstances, it would undoubtedly accelerate the fall of the fortress. However, they quickly noticed a distinctive feature of these hive motherships. They bore the insignia of the Xiaolong Zerg. Despite having heard of them before, this was the first time most people had seen them in person, and they were momentarily stunned. They're our Zerg! Commander Haina exclaimed excitedly once she realized what was happening. She finally understood that the reinforcements they had been informed about earlier referred to these Xiaolong Zerg. From the Black Rift, an endless stream of hive motherships and Zerg combat units continued to pour out. As soon as they entered the battlefield, they launched themselves at the Order Zerg units. Initially, due to their smaller numbers, the Xiaolong Zerg seemed like they were fighting a losing battle. But as more and more Xiaolong Zerg joined the fray, the tide began to turn. An adjutant reported excitedly to Commander Haina, "Ma'am, our Xiaolong Zerg numbers have exceeded 500,000 and are still increasing. 500,000. While still outnumbered by the Order Zerg, such a massive reinforcement significantly alleviated the pressure on the fortress. But this was only the beginning. Suddenly, a series of alarms blared through the command center. Warning! 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 Intense spatial activity detected in Sector D11. Warning! 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 Intense spatial activity detected in Sector A07. Warning! 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 Intense spatial activity detected in Sector B01. This time, instead of panic, the room was filled with incredulous excitement. Under their eager gazes, more black rifts appeared in those sectors, and even more Xiaolong Zerg swarmed out. 1,000,000. We've surpassed 1,000,000. The adjutant was nearly jumping with excitement as they watched the number of Xiaolong Zerg on the star map skyrocket. Within just a minute, the number doubled to 2,000,000, and the growth showed no signs of slowing. 3,000,000, 4,000,000, 5,000,000. The number of black rifts had surpassed 10. At this moment, everyone in the fortress finally breathed a sigh of relief. With such formidable reinforcements, what was there to fear from the Order Zerg? Ma'am, who would have thought our Zerg could grow to such a scale? The adjutant exclaimed excitedly. Commander Haina, a mermaid, frowned slightly. She had a rough understanding of the Xiaolong Zerg situation before. Their total number was said to be around 3 million. The fact that they had grown to this scale in such a short time was largely due to the war. It was well known that Zerg breed based on the availability of food. The more food, the faster they reproduce. And war was the best catalyst for their growth. Eventually, the number of Xiaolong Zerg stabilized at an astonishing 8 million. The exact number no longer mattered. Commander Haina's attention was drawn to a colossal hive mothership, undoubtedly the largest she had ever seen, a T6 class vessel. Even the Order Zerg had yet to field a T6 class hive mothership. At that moment, a blurry video window appeared before Commander Haina. The screen showed a young girl. "Hello, Commander of the Fortress. I am Chongji, the commander of the Xiaolong Zerg fleet. I am here under the Emperor's orders to provide support. I will now command my fleet to launch a counterattack. You and your fortress forces need only hold your position." Chongji's voice, though youthful, carried a chilling authority. "Understood," Commander Haina replied succinctly. She couldn't help but ask, "Commander Chongji, if I may ask, is your flagship AT-6 Hive mothership? What is its name?" After a brief pause, Chongji responded, "The T6 Teodi class Hive mothership." A fleet of 8 million Xiaolong Zerg launched a ferocious attack. On the battlefield, although the Order Zerg still had numerical superiority, the situation unexpectedly tilted in favor of the Xiaolong Zerg. Despite having similar unit types, the combat effectiveness between the two was worlds apart. In unknown engagements, Xiaolong Zerg consistently gained the upper hand. What was even more surprising was the difference in tactics between the two sides. The Order Zerg stuck to their traditional swarm tactics, mindlessly flooding towards the enemy in large numbers. In contrast, the Xiaolong Zerg demonstrated astonishing tactical prowess. They organized into combat squads of 300 hive ships and corresponding combat units, launching coordinated attacks on their enemies. The Xiaolong Zerg adhered strictly to the principle of group combat, never engaging in unknown battles even when they had an advantage. Remarkably, after completing a mission, a combat squad would rest instead of immediately joining the next fight. Meanwhile, a second-tier squad would take over the attack. Once the second-tier squad eliminated the enemy, the previously resting squad would re-engage at full strength. This tiered combat approach allowed the Xiaolong Zerg to maintain a constant upper hand on the battlefield. When facing powerful enemy units, the Xiaolong Zerg employed a retreat tactica concept seemingly foreign to the Zerg lexicon. However, this was not a true retreat, but a strategy to lure the enemy into a trap. Upon encountering strong foes, the Xiaolong Zerg in that area would retreat, forming a concave encirclement. The Order Zerg, without hesitation, would chase them, falling straight into the meticulously designed trap. Once the enemy was deep within the encirclement, the Xiaolong Zerg would tighten the noose, with surrounding units launching a ferocious attack simultaneously. Even the mightiest hive ships found it difficult to withstand an assault from multiple Xiaolong Zerg units. Inside the fortress, Commander Haina the Mermaid and her lieutenant watched the battlefield in astonishment. The lieutenant exclaimed, "Are these really Zerg? Their tactics are so refined that if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought this was a newly formed Xiaolong fleet." Although the Xiaolong Zerg's tactical execution was somewhat clumsy, like an ancient robot mimicking human movements, it was enough to give them an edge on the battlefield. Commander Haina didn't hold back her praise. "I never expected Commander Chongji to train the Zerg to this level, completely overturning our understanding of the Interstellar Zerg." With the support of the Xiaolong Zerg, the fortress's crisis seemed to be resolved. However, at that moment, the Stargate established by the Nanchaman starship began to operate at high speed. One by one, interstellar warships shot out like comets, quickly filling the void. Tens, hundreds, thousands, a sheer number was staggering, and all were Xiaolong-class starships. The lieutenant pointed excitedly towards the Stargate. "Look, are those reinforcements too?" Commander Haina also showed a surprised expression, suspecting that this might not just be Commander Chongji's Xiaolong Zerg fleet, but also the fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. This indicated that internal issues within the Empire might have been resolved, and the Emperor and Grand Marshal finally had the capacity to support them. Sure enough, a special Xiaolong fleet appeared in the most prominent position. These warships bore unique markings, signifying the Emperor's elite guard fleet. The presence of the Emperor's guard fleet meant that His Majesty the Emperor was personally on the battlefield. Commander Haina's heart raced. Although she was a mermaid, after joining the Xiaolong Legion, she had become deeply captivated by the Emperor's charisma, holding him in the highest esteem. Suddenly, a video window popped up, displaying the Emperor seated on his throne. Commander Haina immediately straightened up and respectfully saluted. "Angel Defense Line. Fortress Commander of Angel City 1. Haina, reporting to Your Majesty the Emperor." The lieutenant quickly followed suit, eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhao Chen looked at the mermaid commander with a tone full of praise. "Haina, we have all seen your command of the fortress. You have lived up to the Grand Marshal's trust and done justice to your Xiaolong uniform. These words came from the heart. Zhao Chen had simulated the defense of Angel City Fortress multiple times, but the results always showed the fortress quickly falling. Even other marshals admitted that in terms of defensive battles, they couldn't compare to Commander Haina. She was a master of defensive tactics, able to maximize the effectiveness of limited resources. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is what we should do. Commander Haina responded, her eyes slightly reddening. The pressure she had endured in recent days was known to no one, but now, a single word of recognition from the Emperor was enough to soothe all her hardships. Zhao Chen directly inquired about the battle situation on Chengji's side, while also checking the reports of the Xiaolong Zerg fleet. Commander Haina provided a detailed account of the battle led by Commander Chengji. Under her command, the previously abandoned defensive areas had all been recaptured, and they had even managed to suppress the enemy. Satisfied, Zhao Chen nodded and asked, "What are the next steps?" Just as Commander Haina began to ask, Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "Yes, there is a plan. Counterattack." Counterattack? Haina was taken aback. Zhao Chen's gaze was sharp like an eagle's, resembling an awakened dragon. The northern Zerg defensive line has endured multiple attacks from the Order Zerg. It's time we return the favor. Surprisingly, Haina did not immediately agree. She frowned and voiced her concerns. Now might not be the best time for a counterattack. The various Xiaolong fleets have just finished their battles and are not in optimal condition. The strength of the Order Zerg is unknown. A hasty counterattack could result in heavy losses. Zhao Chen understood her concerns but remained resolute. No need to worry. We have enough strength to launch a counterattack. However, we need to wait a bit longer to gather nearly 300,000 interstellar warships from 2 fleet groups. We plan to launch the attack within 3 days. He continued with his orders. You must hold the rear and ensure the supply lines are stable. There are still about 20 million Order Zerg on the northern Zerg defensive line. If they retreat and attack us, your fortress must intercept them. Haina solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will ensure the fortress remains under our control." After giving his instructions, Zhao Chen contacted Chengji. She greeted him cheerfully and then stood at attention, saluting, "Emperor, what are your orders?" Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly at her imitation and also felt grateful for her contributions in the war. The rapid growth of the Xiaolong Zerg to a scale of 8 million was largely due to consuming the corpses of Order Zerg and undead creatures. More importantly, Zhao Chen's blood had strengthened Chengji, significantly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the newly bred Xiaolong Zerg, even resulting in some special units. "How are the new Zerg units performing?" Zhao Chen asked. Chengji excitedly reported, "The T5 Chaos Maggots are amazing. They can establish long-lasting chaos wormholes, allowing for large-scale, long-distance deployments, far surpassing previous spatial transport units." Zhao Chen then inquired about another special unit. Chengji hesitated, but Zhao Chen encouraged her, "Don't worry, go ahead and use them. If anything goes wrong, we'll cover it. Your T6 Gluttonous-class Zerg mothership also needs combat experience, so find an opportunity to test it." Chengji nodded firmly. Then, Zhao Chen saw on the screen the T6 Gluttonous-class Zerg mothership open a massive maw on its belly, revealing a new type of Zerg creature T5 bioinfectors. These Zerg could inject biochemical toxins to turn enemies into their puppets, especially effective against other Zerg. The development of this unit was also thanks to the genes of undead creatures, a fortunate discovery by Chengji. With Zhao Chen's permission, the Insect Empress decisively deployed this unprecedented type of insectoid troops. The T5 bioinfector bugs, exclusive to the T6 gluttonous mothership, erupted from the mothership like interstellar missiles, joining the other Xiaolong insectoids in the fray. These T5 bioinfector bugs targeted the Order insectoid corpses scattered across the battlefield. The Xiaolong insectoids had intentionally preserved these bodies for this very moment. One T5 bioinfector bug pounced on the riddled corpse of a T5 Leviathan King-class mothership. In an instant, golden mycelium spread like a web over the corpse's surface, rapidly infiltrating its internal tissues. Within a minute, the corpse reanimated. It stretched its body slowly before turning towards the battlefield and charging ahead. This reanimated T5 Leviathan King-class mothership was even more ferocious than before, unleashing plasma cannons and crashing into enemy lines. When it closed in on the enemy, its monstrous maw tore into them, as if to devour them whole. As time passed, more and more bioinfected motherships joined the battle, all covered in the eerie golden mycelium. Even when the Order insectoids managed to destroy these bioinfected motherships, they couldn't escape the infection. The golden mycelium would grow on their bodies, eventually converting them into new bioinfected motherships. The entire battlefield was shrouded in a sinister atmosphere. Captain Tao Bei watched in stunned silence, deeply shaken. A battle between insectoids was already bizarre, but the emergence of these undead bioinfected motherships made the situation even more unpredictable. Initially, although the Xiaolong insectoids had superior individual combat abilities, The Order Insectoid's numerical advantage was significant, leading to a war of attrition. However, the bioinfected motherships completely disrupted the balance. The Order Insectoids found themselves in a dire predicament. To fight meant faster infection, and to not fight meant inevitable infection. Lacking higher intelligence, they stuck to their swarm tactics, causing their numbers to dwindle rapidly while the Xiaolong Insectoids maintained their strength. Zhao Chen sneered. Isn't this just like the undead abilities from before? The Order's own creation has come back to bite them. He speculated that his unique blood might have granted the Insect Empress the ability to evolve the Order Insectoids into new types of motherships and troops. However, these bioinfected motherships had their limitations. Their existence was temporary, with stronger individuals lasting longer. This ability could only secure short-term advantages on the battlefield and couldn't be used to build a long-lasting army, unlike the undead. Yet, it was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Captain Tao Bei exclaimed, "Wow, this is invincible." As a starship captain and potential commander, she understood the terrifying potential of this ability. The idea of fighting an enemy that only grew stronger was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Soon after, the Xiaolong fleet groups Zhao Chen had summoned were fully assembled. Several video windows opened in front of Zhao Chen. Chu Xian's Xiaolong 2nd Fleet Group, Shui Xiaoxiao's Xiaolong 4th Fleet Group, Zhao Chen's own Imperial Guard Fleet, and two elite fleet groups, the Blizzard Elite Fleet led by Qitong and the Hell's Angel Elite Fleet led by Baixue. Originally, Charlotte wanted to personally lead the reverse-scale elite fleet group in this offensive, but Zhao Chen firmly refused. The reason was simple. Charlotte was close to her due date, with only about a week left until her delivery at the end of June. The duration of this decisive battle against the two insectoid nests was uncertain, and with external threats still looming, Zhao Chen decided to take charge himself, with the marshals assisting in the details. Essentially, the marshals handled the specifics while Zhao Chen oversaw the operations. Under Zhao Chen's firm stance, Charlotte had to stay back, leading the reverse-scale elite fleet group to maintain the northern nest defense. Zhao Chen could still recall the resentful look in Charlotte's eyes at that time. The big white cat even waved her fist at him, threatening to teach him a lesson after she unloaded. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed ready to go toe-a-toe with Zhao Chen. This thought brought a smile to Zhao Chen's face. Back to the matter at hand. Zhao Chen looked around at the 5 fleet group commanders and the deputy commander of his Imperial Guard fleet, a panda girl. Additionally, there were 2 other key participants. The Insect Empress of the Xiaolong Insectoid Fleet and Haina, the Mermaid Commander of the Angel Fortress. Despite their different identities, they were all crucial players in this war. Clearing his throat, Zhao Chen began. Currently, the Insect Empress is leading the Xiaolong Insectoid Fleet on the front lines. Thanks to their heroic efforts, the Angel front has been fully secured, and the enemy's advance has been completely halted. Zhao Chen first praised Chongji's performance. He knew that she often behaved like a child, and timely praise would bring the best results. As expected, a proud and excited smile immediately spread across her face, and she unconsciously straightened her posture. However, she keenly noticed a flicker of envy in the eyes of the other marshals and commanders present. At that moment, Zhao Chen suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "Before we discuss the next strategy, I have an announcement to make." All eyes turned to Zhao Chen, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Chen solemnly declared, "By my decision, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire is officially establishing the Xiaolong Zerg Fleet Group. Chongji will be the supreme commander of this fleet group and will be granted the rank of 4-star marshal. Additionally, the Xiaolong Zerg Fleet Group, as a special fleet, will have no quantity limit and will report directly to me. Due to the ongoing war, related rewards will be issued after the conflict." After making the announcement, Zhao Chen turned to the stunned Chongji and gently asked, "Little Chong, how do you feel about this?" Chongji was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering as she tried to respond. She hadn't expected to receive such a high rank. A 4-star marshal was second only to a 5-star marshal in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's hierarchy, and currently, only Charlotte and Lilith held the 5-star rank. The honor and recognition made her eyes well up with emotion. She quickly stood at attention and loudly declared, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I swear to serve the Empire and fight for the Emperor." Seeing Chongji's serious attitude, Zhao Chen was secretly pleased. This was exactly his goal, to make Chongji truly a part of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, not just a member of the Zerg. Although the Empire was predominantly human, it already included many other interstellar species, forming a diverse interstellar empire. If they could accept other interstellar species, why not the Zerg? As long as the Xiaolong Zerg did not threaten the living environment of other imperial citizens and fought for the Empire, they were just another species within the Empire, differing only in appearance and language. The other marshals and commanders gave Chongji encouraging looks. They had all interacted with her to some extent, and had witnessed the Xiaolong Zerg fleet group fighting for the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, for the Angel Front, and for the Angel City Fortress. In their eyes, Chongji was already a comrade who had fought alongside them, sharing life and death. Zhao Chen continued, let's proceed with discussing the battle plan. This operation will start now and end by the end of July. The targets are 2 Zerg nests and all order Zerg within them. The main forces mobilized will include 3 Imperial fleet groups, the Elite Fleet Group, and the Emperor's Guard Fleet. Excluding the Xiaolong Zerg Fleet Group, the Xiaolong Interstellar warships total about 350,000, including over 30 T6 warships, more than 5,000 T5 warships, and the rest split between T4 and T3 warships. Zhao Chen then analyzed the enemy situation. Our opponents originally numbered 1 billion order Zerg. After several battles, only about 50 million remain. 2 million are positioned between the northern Zerg nest defense line and the Angel City fortress, while the remaining 3 million are outside the fortress. We don't know how many order Zerg are still within the 2 Zerg nests. He continued outlining the plan. The northern Zerg nest defense line and Angel City fortress will pin down the 2 million order Zerg. Meanwhile, we need to annihilate the 3 million order Zerg in front of us, then attack and destroy the 2 Zerg nests. In the worst-case scenario, if the enemy can muster another billion order Zerg, we still have a 50 chance of winning, though it may come at a high cost. If the enemy's reserves exceed this number, we must prepare for the worst. Zhao Chen paused and then mentioned their trump card. We have T6 Supernova ultimate bombs. According to the plan, we will receive 2 in early July and another 2 by the end of July, totaling 4. Based on the results of the first use, 1 is enough to destroy a star system. Each Zerg nest is roughly the size of a star system, so 2 T6 Supernova ultimate bombs should severely damage, if not completely destroy, both nests. The marshals and commanders present all nodded in agreement. They understood the terrifying power of the T6 Supernova ultimate bombs, especially those like Chu Xian, who had witnessed their first use in battle. Zhao Chen held up a battle plan. This is the detailed plan previously finalized by Grand Marshal Charlotte. Please review it, and if there are no issues, we will proceed with detailed deployment according to this plan. The plan was quickly circulated among the group. In the end, everyone agreed that Grand Marshal Charlotte's plan was excellent, requiring only minor adjustments in some details. Zhao Chen looked at the finalized plan with satisfaction, then addressed all the marshals and commanders present. Our home this universe faces its final crisis with these order Zerg. Let's eradicate them completely and secure a peaceful future for our empire. The battle plans had been fully communicated. Zhao Chen concluded the meeting and stood up from his throne. Suddenly, his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. The unexpected turn of events left everyone around him stunned. Leopard Woman and Tao Beibei witnessed the Emperor's fall firsthand. While Tao Beibei was momentarily stunned, Leopard Woman, a member of the Emperor's personal guard, sprang into action. She quickly rushed to Zhao Chen's side, checked his vital signs, and found nothing unusual. Curious glances began to come from other departments on the bridge. Without hesitation, Leopard Woman threw a button-sized device towards the throne, which instantly projected a lifelike hologram of Zhao Chen meditating, indistinguishable from the real thing. She then covered the real Zhao Chen with a blanket, and the Emperor's personal guards swiftly closed in around him. Stay calm. Execute the emergency contingency plan, Leopard Woman ordered in a low voice. The guards, unfazed, took their positions, with some moving closer to the throne, scrutinizing everyone on the bridge. Meanwhile, others discreetly escorted the witnesses off the bridge under various pretexts to keep them temporarily isolated. Leopard Woman turned to Tao Beibei and solemnly declared, Captain Tao Beibei, from now on, the starship is under secret emergency lockdown. No one is to leave their current position, and no one is allowed near the Emperor on the throne. Seeing Tao Beibei's dazed expression, Leopard Woman approached her and whispered, Captain, now is not the time to panic. Anyone could be a suspect, but we need your cooperation to maintain control and prevent chaos. This information must not be leaked. Tao Beibei snapped back to attention and nodded firmly. Rest assured, I will maintain control here and ensure no one approaches the Emperor. Using advanced technology, Leopard Woman altered Zhao Chen's appearance to resemble an ordinary female crew member. She announced, I am taking the Emperor back to the captain's quarters for examination. If the Emperor does not regain consciousness within 10 minutes, I will initiate the emergency protocol and report to Grand Marshal Charlotte and Lady Lilith. All these measures had been pre-planned by Zhao Chen. He was well aware of his importance to the Xiaolong and understood that any unexpected incident could lead to the organization's collapse. Therefore, it was crucial to control the situation immediately and minimize any threats. Leopard Woman, along with the disguised Zhao Chen and 3 other guards, left the bridge, remaining vigilant along the way. Upon reaching the captain's quarters, she sternly instructed the guards, wait outside the door. Do not let anyone approach. If anyone disobeys, no matter their rank, shoot to kill. Inside the captain's quarters, Leopard Woman placed Zhao Chen on the bed in the bedroom and began preparing medical equipment. As a member of the Emperor's personal guard, she was trained to handle medical emergencies. Zhao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself staring at a familiar yet strange bed. He quickly sat up, looking around in shock to discover that he was indeed in his own room. The room's layout was both familiar and slightly unfamiliar. A single bed, 1.8 meters long, was covered with a coffee-colored sheet and a thick winter quilt. On the white bedside table sat a box of tissues and a cylindrical bedside lamp from the Xiaomi brand. On the left was a traditional darkwood wardrobe, and between the wardrobe and the door was a vintage three-tiered curved shelf, perfect for placing items or decorations. Facing the bed was a large, bare white wall. Zhao Chen vaguely remembered enjoying movies projected onto this wall, an experience he found delightful. In the corner to the right of the bed's foot was a wooden desk, cluttered with a computer, a tower, a keyboard, and scattered items such as cups and pins. Notably, there were 3 cups on the desk, an orange 1-liter thermos for winter drinks, a ceramic cup for coffee and tea, and a green regular cup for cooling the hot water from the thermos. A small cat-shaped ornament, one of Zhao Chen's few decorations due to his love for cats, sat on the desk, as he couldn't keep a pet in this house. Next to the desk was a trash bin. To the right of the bed were blue curtains that, lacking a curtain box, poorly blocked out the light, allowing beams of sunlight to pierce through like Roman columns. Zhao Chen's breathing grew rapid. Ignoring the cold of the southern winter, he jumped out of bed barefoot and rushed to the window, yanking it open. Beyond 2 glass panes and a screen, blinding sunlight streamed in. Across the way was a recently built residential complex. Ignoring his thin clothing, Zhao Chen opened the window, letting in a cold wind that made him shiver. On the windowsill, 2 succulent plants stood out. One, a peach egg with summer burn marks, looking a bit pitiful. The other, a thriving tricolor violet, its leaf tips tinged red from the winter cold. Zhao Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and stumbled back, collapsing onto the bed. He couldn't accept the reality before him, his mind replaying memories of the past 6 or 7 years, of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Charlotte, Lilith, and their unborn child. How could it all have been just a dream? At that moment, his previously shut-off computer screen suddenly lit up. Zhao Chen's gaze was drawn to it, displaying various documents. Initially unfamiliar, the files soon triggered memories. He recalled being a recent 2023 graduate, unable to find a job and staying at home, occasionally writing stories for extra money. The documents on the screen were his writing materials. He noticed the time and weather information in the screen's bottom right corner. Linhai City, February 26, 2023, 3C, light rain. He began to doubt if everything he had experienced was indeed just a bizarre dream. Suddenly, a piercing static noise sounded, and the screen started to glitch. A dark figure appeared on the screen, saying, "Want to know the truth? Then come find me." As the voice trailed off, Zhao Chen's surroundings began to collapse. In that moment, Zhao Chen realized that his past experiences were not a dream. Rather, the current environment was the illusion. Despite this, the dreamlike reality felt incredibly vivid. As he watched the room disintegrate, a thought struck him, and he turned sharply towards the closed door. He rushed to the door and opened it slowly. Outside was a familiar living room and dining area, where 2 familiar figures sat at the dining table, enjoying breakfast porridge. Just as Zhao Chen was about to see their faces clearly, everything around him crumbled, leaving only an unfinished sentence. "Hey, why are you up so early today?" Zhao Chen jolted awake, finding himself in a familiar, setting the temporary captain's quarters on his starship. Nearby, a concerned yet relieved voice called out, "Your Majesty." Suppressing his inner turmoil, Zhao Chen asked directly, "What just happened? How did I end up here?" The leopard woman quickly replied, "Commander, you collapsed after standing up from the throne following the final battle meeting against the Zerg nest. No matter how I called, you didn't respond. Your vitals were normal, so I brought you to the captain's quarters and tried various methods to wake you." Zhao Chen noticed several scattered emergency devices by the bed. The leopard woman continued, "You've been unconscious for 8 minutes and 30 seconds. According to our emergency plan, if you didn't wake up within 10 minutes, I was to contact Grand Marshal Charlotte and Chief Secretary Lilith to inform them." After hearing her explanation, Zhao Chen nodded. These were indeed their prearranged protocols. Being unconscious for about 8 minutes matched the time he had spent in that dreamlike space. The whole experience was bizarre, especially since everything in that space felt so real. Even details Zhao Chen himself couldn't remember were perfectly replicated. For a moment, he even doubted if his experiences in this world were the real dream. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" the leopard woman asked again, concerned. Feigning calm, Zhao Chen replied, "I'm fine now, don't worry. There's no need to inform Charlotte and Lilith about what just happened, so they don't get worried. Let's head back to the bridge. I bet Tao Beibei is probably scared out of her wits by now." Zhao Chen signaled the leopard woman to leave first while he stayed behind to gather his thoughts. Though worried, she obediently closed the door behind her. Zhao Chen walked into the bathroom and stared at his reflection in the mirror, a storm of emotions brewing inside him. During his recent fainting spell, he dreamed of scenes from before his time travel, and there was that mysterious figure and voice. Want to know the truth? Then come find me. The words sent a shiver down his spine, but also ignited his curiosity about a significant secret. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chen knew this fainting spell was no coincidence, and the vivid dream was no ordinary dream. But the problem was, the voice didn't leave an address. Where was he supposed to find the answers? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen splashed his face with cold water to clear his mind. If this isn't a coincidence, it will happen again. Let's wait and see, he reassured himself. He then called the leopard woman back into the room and instructed, from now on, if I faint again, don't panic. Follow the same procedure as this time to minimize the impact. Unless I'm unconscious for more than half an hour, don't inform Lilith and Charlotte. They're busy right now, and we don't want to worry them. The leopard woman looked at him with concern. Your Majesty, is there something wrong with your health? If so, I suggest you return to the Xiaolong system immediately for a full checkup. Zhao Chen interrupted. I know my condition best. It's not life-threatening. Just do as I say. Understand? He looked her straight in the eyes. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded. Understood. Let's return to the bridge. Zhao Chen adjusted his attire and walked out of the captain's room. The guards outside breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him safe. The group then made their way back to the bridge. The atmosphere on the bridge was tense. Tao Beibei, though appearing to be commanding the operations, kept glancing towards the throne. One of the guards couldn't help but remind her, Captain, you're looking over there too often. Tao Beibei snapped back to reality, forcing herself to focus on her work. But the more she tried to control herself, the more she wanted to look. The Emperor fainting on his own starship had her imagining the worst. Suddenly, the bridge doors opened. Tao Beibei immediately turned around to see Zhao Chen entering with the leopard woman and others. The weight on her shoulders lifted instantly, and she rushed towards him, only to be stopped by the leopard woman. Your Majesty, are you all right? Tao Beibei asked anxiously, scanning Zhao Chen up and down, fearing it was just a hologram. Zhao Chen smiled and patted her shoulder. I'm fine. It was just an accident. Don't worry about it. Everyone, back to work. Feeling the touch on her shoulder, Tao Beibei finally relaxed. She collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her face. You scared me to death, Your Majesty. I really thought something terrible had happened. Zhao Chen teased. All right, stop crying. You're the captain of AT-6 Interstellar battleship. Crying like this, people might laugh at you. Sniffling, Tao Beibei managed to stop her tears. Zhao Chen returned to his throne, deactivated the holographic display, and sat down. The leopard woman then arranged for the release of the bridge personnel who had been isolated due to witnessing Zhao Chen's fainting, with Zhao Chen personally explaining the situation to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. On the surface, the matter was resolved. The next crucial task was the decisive battle against the two Zerg nests. In a dark, obscure space, several flickering light clusters suddenly appeared. A signal has emerged. After all these years, I thought this plan had failed. So what if it has emerged? How many have we seen over the years? Each one failed. Who's to say this one won't follow the same path? Regardless, it's a glimmer of hope. Our time is running out. The prelude to the epic battle at the Zerg nest has thunderously begun. The first wave of the assault was led by the Xiaolong Zerg fleet, meticulously cultivated by the Zerg Empress, launching a fierce attack on the 30 million Order Zerg. Surprisingly, the Xiaolong Zerg fleet not only maintained its numbers, but surpassed the 10 million mark during this period. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, the Xiaolong fleet did not remain passive. Instead, they continuously provided fire support to the front lines. Thanks to their exceptional combat coordination, the Xiaolong Imperial fleet entered the first stage of the battle with almost zero casualties. Meanwhile, as Zhao Chen anticipated, the 20 million Order Zerg positioned between the northern Zerg nest defense line and the Angel City fortress redirected their attack. They abandoned their assault on the northern defense line and turned towards the Angel line of the Angel City fortress, attempting to rendezvous with the rear Order Zerg. However, neither the Order Zerg defense line nor the Angel line would allow this to happen. These 20 million Order Zerg must be held in place. On June 10, 3037, Galactic Star Calendar, coinciding with the 10th day of the Grand Battle, the outskirts of the northern territory of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire had become a massive war grinder. The Order Zerg lost at least 1 million motherships daily, sometimes as many as 2 million. The Xiaolong Zerg fleet also paid a price for their offensive, losing at least 200,000 ships daily, not including the infected biomotherships. In contrast, the Xiaolong Imperial fleet's losses were minimal, with fewer than 1,000 interstellar warships lost in 10 days. However, the consumption of strategic materials was astronomical, with numerous interstellar missile launches depleting vast resources. After 10 days of fierce fighting, the number of Order Zerg had dwindled to around 10 million. Our losses were within acceptable limits, and although the consumption of strategic materials was significant, Secretary Lilith's logistics system was running smoothly, ensuring that for every 10 units consumed, 8 were replenished. With the Stargate of the Nantiangmen starship within the Angel City fortress operational, our logistic lines were secure, with no worries about rear support. The situation for the Xiaolong Zerg fleet was equally satisfactory. The number of motherships remained at about 50,000, with an additional 3 million biomotherships. Although their numbers would gradually decrease over time, they were more than sufficient to sustain until the end of the grand battle. Zhao Chen listened intently to the reports from several marshals and commanders, everything proceeding according to plan. Despite the enemy's attempts to delay, the situation remained under control. Next, to deal with the remaining 10 million order Zerg, the Xiaolong Zerg fleet would leave part of its forces to conduct mopping-up operations. The Xiaolong Imperial fleet would also leave 50 to 100,000 slightly damaged, but still operational interstellar warships. The rest of the main fleet would prepare to enter the second stage of the grand battle. Gazing at the positions of the 2 Zerg nests on the interstellar map, Zhao Chen issued the attack order. The remaining 10 million order Zerg could no longer impede the advance of the Xiaolong Imperial fleet. The main fleet smoothly maneuvered through the current battlefield, advancing towards the 2 Zerg nests. Any movement from the 2 Zerg nests? Zhao Chen asked, his eyes fixed on the increasingly close Zerg nests on the interstellar map. Chu Xian, in the adjacent video window, replied, so far, our T-5 Ghost-class light, interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships have been monitoring the 2 Zerg nests closely without detecting any anomalies. The 2 nests appear unchanged, as if oblivious to the changes on our side, or perhaps they are incapable of responding. Zhao Chen frowned slightly. He believed the latter possibility more likely, suspecting that the enemy still had some cards up their sleeve. After all, a legendary T7 tech civilization was behind this. Anything could happen. Do not underestimate the situation. Be prepared for any eventuality, including a swift retreat, Zhao Chen said gravely. Understood. The marshals and commanders responded in unison. Are the 2 supernova ultimate bombs in place? Zhao Chen inquired. The Panda Girl commander answered. The 2 supernova ultimate bombs were in place before we crossed the second battlefield. They are each carried by a T-5 Lightning Phantom class heavy assault interstellar cruiser, accompanying our Imperial Guard fleet. Zhao Chen swiped his hands over the interstellar map, enlarging the image of a star system. This star system was peculiar, appearing as a large mass of black flesh. This was the Zerg nest. Each Zerg nest was as large as a star system, capable of nurturing billions of Zerg fleets. The goal of this grand battle was to completely eradicate these 2 massive tumors. Calculate the optimal detonation points. We need to penetrate the first Zerg nest, place the supernova ultimate bombs, and safely withdraw before detonating. Our calculations show that it is challenging to destroy a Zerg nest entirely with a single supernova ultimate bomb. Destroying 2/3 would suffice. The rest will rely on conventional combat or wait for the second batch of 2 T6 supernova ultimate bombs by the end of the month. After destroying the first Zerg nest, if all goes well, we can proceed to destroy the second. Until then, all fleets, prepare for combat to handle any potential scenarios. Zhao Chen pointed at the interstellar map, his gaze resolute as he addressed the marshals and commanders before him. Northern Nest Defense Line Admiral of the Reverse Scales Fleet, it's time for you to rest. The medical officer walked over to Charlotte, concern evident in her voice. Charlotte responded calmly, saying she felt perfectly fine. However, the medical officer insisted on following the established protocol. For every 3 hours of work, there must be 3 hours of rest. Charlotte couldn't help but grumble. 3 hours of work, 3 hours of rest, even pigs aren't this lazy. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed several female pig-headed crew members on the bridge looking up at her with innocent eyes, as if to say, we're not that lazy, are we? Realizing her slip, Charlotte quickly corrected herself, insisting she was in good health and pleading to work for another 2 to 3 hours. She looked at the medical officer with hopeful eyes, knowing full well that despite her rank, she had to comply because the officer reported directly to Zhao Chen. The medical officer politely denied Charlotte's request. At that moment, several staff officers also urged the admiral to rest, emphasizing that the current battle situation was stable and the remaining orderly Zerg posed no threat. They assured her that with Marshals Chu Xian and Xue Xiaoxiao overseeing the operations, following her battle plan, everything would be fine. Reluctantly, Charlotte put her work aside. She shot a displeased look at the medical officer, who skillfully avoided her gaze. Charlotte understood that the job was difficult, but this was a task personally assigned by the Emperor. Regardless of her attitude, the officer only had to ensure she followed the orders. Charlotte instructed the staff officers to closely monitor the various battlefields and notify her immediately of any emergencies. Then, unwillingly, she walked towards the temporary captain's rest room adjacent to the bridge. Although the captain's quarters were more comfortable, this room was closer to the bridge, allowing her to respond quickly to any urgent situations. Once inside the room, Charlotte lay on the bed, helplessly rubbing her swollen belly. She complained to her unborn children. You two little rascals better come out soon. Your dad treats you like treasures, not letting mom do this or that. She couldn't understand why humans made such a big deal out of childbirth, considering it as simple as relieving oneself. Looking around, Charlotte noticed that the medical officer had already removed all battlefield-related equipment from the room and installed a rehabilitation robot to monitor her, ensuring she rested for the full 3 hours. Unable to sleep, Charlotte opened her contacts, looking for someone to chat with. Skipping over Zhao Chen, who was on the front lines, her eyes landed on her half-sister, Mid-Air, who was serving as a commander in Chu Xian Xiaolong's 2nd Fleet Group 4th Legion, accompanying Zhao Chen in the expedition against the Zerg nest. Charlotte dialed the video call. Soon, Mid-Air answered, appearing on screen seated in the captain's chair. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Charlotte eagerly inquired about the battle situation. However, Mid-Air's expression turned awkward. It turned out Zhao Chen had anticipated this and instructed Mid-Air not to disclose any battlefield information to Charlotte, allowing only casual conversation. Charlotte, frustrated, made a mental note of this slight. She tried to persuade Mid-Air, claiming that a brief overview of the situation counted as casual conversation. But Mid-Air found herself caught between a rock and a hard place. On one side was her brother-in-law and emperor, and on the other, her beloved sister, both of whom she couldn't afford to offend. Seeing her hesitation, Charlotte threatened, "If you dare cut off this call now, they'll shave you bald the next time I see you." This threat successfully dispelled any thoughts Mid-Air had of ending the call. Forced to report, Midi succinctly updated on the main fleet status. The Vanguard fleet had already engaged the Order Zerg around Hive 1, but the enemy numbers were limited, causing minimal impact. In approximately 10 combat hours, the Xiaolong Interstellar battleship would enter range to directly confront the Zerg Hive. Midi kept it brief, eager to end the conversation. "Sister, if there's nothing else, I have work to attend to," Midi said obediently, looking at Charlotte with eyes that betrayed a desire to escape. Charlotte, fully aware, waved her hand dismissively. Midi, feeling liberated, quickly closed the video window, fearing Charlotte might bring up another topic. Staring at the darkened screen, Charlotte pondered for a moment before clicking on another contact. This time, the wait was longer, but the connection was eventually made. "Charlotte, is there something you need?" Lilith appeared on the screen, her background clearly the office of the Secretarial Department. As the head of the highest-level Secretarial Department in the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, Lilith managed numerous affairs of the Empire. "I've been forced to rest and can't sleep, so I wanted to chat," Charlotte admitted, dropping her guard in front of Lilith. "I just tried Midi, but she sent a message saying not to talk too much about the battlefield." She pouted, looking like she was tattling. Lilith smiled. "He's concerned about you. If it weren't for your insistence on not taking leave, he might have given you 2 or 3 months of maternity leave. There's even a tradition called sitting the month." "I don't want any sitting the month." "No way," Charlotte retorted, bristling. "Once these 2 little ones are born, I'm heading straight back to my post. I won't listen to anything he says." She paused. "By the way, I didn't ask if you were busy. Did I interrupt you?" "No worries, I just finished some work and was taking a break," Lilith replied. After chatting for a while, Charlotte suddenly asked, "Has the imprisoned Angel King provided any useful information about the 2 Zerg hives?" Lilith explained. She mentioned a few things, but nothing crucial. Ever since she saw the footage of the Judgment Angel galaxy being destroyed by the supernova ultimate bomb, she's been silent. "I've been too busy to visit her." Noticing Charlotte's expression, she asked, "Are you worried about something?" Charlotte was silent for a moment before saying gravely, "I feel these 2 Zerg hives, despite their apparent calm, hold immense threats. But what exactly will happen, no one can say for sure." Lilith, after some thought, responded, "I understand your concern. But these 2 hives must be dealt with. They are a significant threat to the universe and could be key nodes for the arrival of order. Whatever lies behind them, we must uncover the truth ourselves." Charlotte didn't respond. She knew Lilith was right. This was an unavoidable mission. Lilith continued, "No matter what, we must prepare for every eventuality. Even if order has left us trouble, as long as they can't descend personally, we will find a way to handle it." Charlotte nodded, then said, "I've decided to draft an additional contingency battle plan. If something unexpected happens at the Zerg hives, I'll lead the Neeline Ace fleet and other Imperial fleets to prioritize rescue at all costs. As for the Order Zerg here, we'll assign a small fleet to hold them off." Lilith agreed. They discussed some details before ending the call due to Lilith's busy schedule. The room returned to silence. Lying on her bed, Charlotte gently stroked her belly, softly saying, "You need to be born soon and grow up well. Both mommy and daddy are waiting for you. And keep daddy safe." On the Zerg Hive battlefield, Zhao Chen finally saw the legendary Zerg Hive through the starship's deep space telescope. The sight left him in awe. Seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience from pictures and videos. A wall. A massive, pitch-black barrier with an eerie, fleshy texture stood before them. Upon closer inspection, it was not a completely solid structure but was riddled with countless holes. Could this be the legendary Zerg nest? Tao Bei covered her mouth, frowning as she muttered under her breath. It doesn't look like it at all, just gross. This was almost everyone's first reaction. As the Xiaolong main fleet approached, the fleshy wall began to sprout bulging lumps. Marshal Chu Xian, commander of the Second Empire Fleet, immediately ordered full defense. The star shields and force fields of the interstellar escort ships were fully activated, and all defensive weapons were primed, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Unlike before, the Xiaolong Zerg fleet, which usually charged ahead, now took shelter under the star shields of the Second Empire Fleet, advancing together. Zhao Chen, though considering the Zerg as cannon fodder, didn't intend to waste these combat units needlessly. He knew that even cannon fodder should be used effectively. Zhao Chen watched the screen intently as the lumps continued to swell, making many female crew members feel nauseated. The sight was like watching a face suddenly erupt in pimples, triggering trypophobia from a distance. When the lumps reached their limit, they burst open, revealing serpentine creatures that aimed at the Xiaolong main fleet and fired bioplasma cannons. Brace for defense, Chu Xian commanded loudly. Zhao Chen observed closely. These serpentine creatures seemed to function as gun barrels, possibly parasitic or symbiotic organisms of the Zerg nest, emerging when the nest was threatened to act as Closian defense cannons. They varied in size, with the smaller ones having shorter range and lower firepower but higher firing rates, while the larger ones had greater power and range but longer intervals between shots. When these attacks hit the star shields of the interstellar escort ships, their power was meticulously recorded. Data showed that these Zerg Closian defense cannons were incredibly powerful, with the weakest matching the T3 level of interstellar main cannons, some reaching T4, and the largest having the power of T5 level interstellar main cannons. The intense firepower immediately put the frontline interstellar escort ships in jeopardy. Marshal Chu Xian saw the sea of red alerts on the star map and realized that even the T5 Hill King-class heavy interstellar integrated strategic escort ships and the T4 Paladin-class heavy interstellar missile escort ships in the first echelon could only hold out for less than 5 minutes. Your Majesty, requesting fire support from the Hell Angel Elite Fleet. Chu Xian reported to Zhao Chen through the command channel. Zhao Chen responded calmly, you don't need my permission. Just tell Bai Shui what needs to be done. Wolf Girl Bai Shui eagerly accepted the task. Chu Xian quickly sent a fire coverage area map. Bai Shui immediately issued orders for the Hell Angel Elite Fleet to prepare. With one foot on the captain's chair, she pointed at the grotesque fleshy wall and shouted, get ready to blow that disgusting thing to bits. Damn, seeing that thing makes me lose my appetite for dinner. Interstellar missiles soared out with fiery trails, hitting the Zerg Closian defense cannons precisely, especially targeting the largest ones. After this barrage, the enemy's firepower was reduced by 70-80. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xian ordered, close in and launch bombardment attacks on the target surface. She did not recklessly charge in but maintained a suitable attack distance, organizing the fleet to unleash a barrage. Meanwhile, the Zerg Empress directed the Zerg Nest mothership to fire bioplasma cannons. This is not Zerg at all. Don't defile us with such filthy things. The Zerg Empress angrily glared at the grotesque wall. Despite its biological resemblance to the Zerg, she was certain it was not a Zerg creation but some kind of counterfeit. Under the continuous bombardment, crater-like holes appeared on the fleshy wall. Zhao Chen noticed that these wounds did not show signs of rapid healing, which gave him some relief. They had been worried that this behemoth might have rapid self-repair capabilities, which would significantly increase the difficulty of destroying it. Watching the dwindling ammunition, Zhao Chen frowned and began calculating the resources needed to completely annihilate this giant. Although the battle seemed to be turning in their favor, it was clear that the fight had only just begun. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment before decisively issuing an order to the Panda Girl commander within the fleet. Deploy the scientific reconnaissance equipment from the starships and thoroughly investigate the massive flesh wall. Look for any weak points that can be quickly exploited. Yes, sir. The Panda Girl commander immediately set to work. Zhao Chen thought to himself that relying solely on firepower to destroy this insect nest was unrealistic. Even using the T6 Supernova Ultimate Bomb would be less effective than expected, only destroying about a third of the area at most. On the battlefield, Chu Xian and the others continued to direct the combat, but the situation was subtly changing. The insect's close-range defense cannons, once a threat, were no longer effective. However, a new danger emerged. The ground on the massive flesh wall suddenly cracked open, and countless enormous tentacles shot out like snakes, rapidly advancing towards the Xiaolong starships and the Xiaolong insectoids. Shockingly, these tentacles could bypass the star shields and penetrate the defenses directly. The T4 insect nest mothership at the front was ensnared by the tentacles and couldn't break free despite its struggles. Surrounding ships provided fire support, but the tentacles were extraordinarily tough and hard to destroy. Due to the close range, Using heavy firepower risked collateral damage. Ultimately, the T4 mothership was dragged to the flesh wall and violently crashed against it. More tentacles wrapped around it, a huge fissure opened on the ground, and a giant maw emerged, swallowing the entire ship in an instant. Zhao Chen frowned as he closely examined the screenshot. The monstrous maw was lined with barbed teeth and had a diameter of at least 20 kilometers, large enough to consume most starships. He couldn't help but wonder why such a creature would appear within the flesh wall and what those highly defensive tentacles were. Zhao Chen, have you seen this type of insectoid unit before? Zhao Chen asked the insect princess. The insect princess shook her head and hesitated before replying. I've never seen a creature of this size, but I have seen smaller similar organisms. She pulled up a video showing a worm-like creature with a gaping maw, typically living in sandy areas. This is called a sandworm, part of the subterranean insectoids. They can grow up to 400 meters long and about 40 meters in diameter. They can devour anything and have extremely tough bodies. However, most are only at T2 combat level, with a few sandworm kings reaching T3. They are of little use in the current interstellar age due to their inability to travel through space, the insect princess explained. But the creature we just saw has a maw at least 20 kilometers wide, which is on a completely different scale. Additionally, I can't sense any insectoid information from it. Zhao Chen pondered. Maybe the Order has modified these insectoids, similar to the undead creatures we encountered before. So, what effective methods are there to deal with sandworms? The insect princess replied, sandworms are generally afraid of water. Other than that, you would need firepower that exceeds their defenses. Zhao Chen considered that water attacks were impossible in the interstellar environment, and the creature was hiding within the flesh wall, making firepower attacks less effective. The situation was more challenging than he had anticipated. At this time, Chu Xian had already ordered the frontline fleet to retreat to avoid being entangled by the tentacles and devoured by the giant sandworm. While this had some effect, it also meant that many ships moved out of effective firing range, significantly reducing the threat to the insect nest. Report. We have a new discovery. The Panda Girl commander suddenly reported. She displayed a black and gray image, an internal view of the insect nest captured using penetrative scanning equipment. The image clearly showed the black tentacles and the giant sandworm, and behind these tentacles stood a tree-like structure to which all the tentacles were connected. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. So, if we destroy this tree, the threat from the tentacles will be eliminated? Tao Beibei concurred. It's possible. However, the tree is located deep inside, and relying solely on the fleet's firepower would waste a lot of ammunition. This made Zhao Chen think of the T6 Rakshasa King-class interstellar dreadnought, whose attack mode was well suited to solving this problem. But he was reluctant to involve Charlotte in the battle at this time. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's gaze fell on Tao Beibei beside him, as if he had an idea. Tao Beibei felt a bit embarrassed under his scrutiny and shyly lowered her head. Your Majesty, I'm still young. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate to knock on her head directly. He turned to Tao Beibei beside him, his gaze stern. Although Tao Beibei was just the captain of this starship, in the presence of Emperor Zhao Chen, she also took on some of the responsibilities of a secretary. Her starship becoming Zhao Chen's flagship was no coincidence. It was because Tao Beibei was already on the list of high-ranking officer candidates. Tao Beibei understood the importance of this opportunity and did her utmost to demonstrate her capabilities. We should have 10 T6 Seraph crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunter ships here, right? Zhao Chen inquired. Tao Beibei immediately responded. Yes, there are 10. Zhao Chen gave a stern order. You are responsible for contacting the other 9 Seraph crossbow captains and relaying my orders. Coordinate an attack on the designated area at my command. Tao Beibei's eyes lit up, instantly grasping the Emperor's intention. Understood. She promptly began executing the order. Soon, the 10 T6 Seraph crossbow-class long-range interstellar hunter ships were on standby. The massive crossbows began charging, and dazzling arrows were ready to be unleashed. Zhao Chen turned to the commanders in the command channel. Chu Xian, Shui Xiaoxiao. Gather all your interstellar cannon ships and missile ships to form 2 attack formations. Once the first round of the T6 Seraph crossbow-class ships attack is over, the cannon ships will immediately launch an assault. The missile ships will provide support as needed. Understood. Chu Xian and the others quickly understood the Emperor's plan. Although the outcome was uncertain, this plan was the most suitable at the moment. Even if it failed, it would only cost some ammunition. This attempt was definitely worth it. Preparations were quickly completed. Zhao Chen watched the marked attack area on the interstellar sand table, and the information was synchronized to all the interstellar warships. The 10 Seraph crossbow-class captains, including Tao Beibei, held their breath, waiting for the Emperor's command. Start at 6:20 in 3 minutes, firing sequentially from ship 1 to ship 10 with 10-second intervals. Understood? Zhao Chen gave the final instruction. Understood. Tao Beibei and the other 10 captains responded in unison. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the timer, watching the seconds tick away. When the countdown reached 5 seconds, Tao Beibei raised her hand, her eyes locked like a hunter on its prey. As the final second passed, she decisively commanded, "Fire!" A crimson arrow shot towards the target at incredible speed. Before the first arrow hit, the second ship had already fired. Distant explosions lit up the target area like fireworks. The second firework followed closely. The 10T-6 Seraph crossbow-class ships fired with precision, completing the attack in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Zhao Chen observed the video feed, the continuous explosions making it difficult to discern the target area specifics. He swiftly ordered the second wave of attacks. All interstellar cannon ships target the designated area and launch a saturation bombardment. This second wave of attacks was even more intense and devastating. Judging by the explosion's range and impact, a massive breach had formed at the attack site. Now, the cannon ships only needed to precisely fire into that hole. The bombardment lasted 5 minutes until the objective was achieved. Zhao Chen scrutinized the black and white images beside him, clearly seeing a tree-like structure inside the massive meat wall, heavily damaged. This was his target. With the target hit, all that remained was to await the results. Zhao Chen and the Xiaolong generals held their breath, anticipating the attack's effectiveness. As time passed, the explosion's dust gradually settled. A giant cavity appeared in the massive meat wall, conspicuously real. Deep within the cavity, a burning tree-like organism with numerous roots, the source of the earlier attacks, was visible. These roots were now visibly withering. This change was just the beginning. The surrounding area of the tree-like organism also began to dry up, with the outermost parts drying the fastest. Soon, the meat wall's outer layer resembled a dried-up riverbed, turning gray. Moments later, these dried areas crumbled like ash, disintegrating upon touch. More and more areas began collapsing, spreading to other regions. If giant sandworms were present in these collapsing areas, they floated in space, instantly losing their mobility and becoming sitting ducks, easily picked off. "Oh my God!" Tao Beibei exclaimed, covering her mouth. Zhao Chen calmly explained, "It seems our hypothesis was correct. This insectoid nest is indeed its core. However, given its massive size, relying on just one core to grow to this magnitude is unlikely. There must be other nodes. This tree-like insectoid is one such node. Its purpose is twofold: to protect the insectoid nest and to reinforce and expand its framework. Once a tree-like organism in a region is destroyed, that area collapses due to the loss of support." Hearing the emperor's explanation, Tao Beibei suddenly understood. Everything they'd done was to verify this possibility. The results confirmed their efforts. The collapsed area far exceeded the range destroyed by their previous continuous firepower attacks. Zhao Chen promptly issued new orders to the two commanders. Chu Xian, Shui Xiaoxiao, continue using this method. Minimize ammunition usage and quickly clear a path. Having found the right method, the next task was left to the two commanders. From that moment on, the Xionglong Empire fleet, having discovered the key to their strategy, accelerated their advance and launched a multifaceted offensive. The Xionglong Zerg fleet, led by the Insect Queen, also found effective attack methods. She realized that if the Xionglong Zerg units could get close to the Great Meat Wall area, they could use it as food. However, this strategy came with significant risks, as Zerg units near the Great Meat Wall were easily eliminated by the Hidden Order Zerg. Sometimes, a batch of Xionglong Zerg could fight on the Great Meat Wall for hours, while other times, they were wiped out in minutes. Worse yet, if they happened to be in the line of fire, they could suffer friendly fire from their own forces. Realizing this issue, the Insect Queen made tactical adjustments. She ordered the landing Xionglong Zerg units to avoid areas with tree-like Zerg creatures, and instead disperse around them. This strategy not only helped to distract some Hidden Order Zerg, but also allowed them to increase their numbers. If they weren't eliminated, these Great Meat Wall areas effectively became granaries for the Xionglong Zerg. In just 10 minutes, their numbers could double. With these rapidly multiplying Xionglong Zerg units, Zhao Chen even had the capability to engage in a prolonged battle with the Order Zerg. Under this multi-unit, multi-fleet coordinated operation, the attack on the Zerg nest proceeded exceptionally smoothly, aside from some minor incidents at the beginning. The entire Xionglong Empire fleet resembled a giant drill, gradually penetrating deeper into the heart of the Zerg nest. From a distance, the fleet's formation had already disappeared into the horizon of the Zerg nest. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Zerg nest, a gigantic face emerged. It roared in anger, its voice filled with confusion and despair. "Why can't we contact the Great Being? Why? Didn't we come to this world for the Great Being's will? Have we been abandoned? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The roar carried multiple tones, as if a multi-personality entity was screaming. However, in this space, no one could hear its cries, not even the being it had always worshipped and followed, who was now disconnected from this universe. The scene shifted to the black wall outside the universe. A mechanical member reported to the little girl at the control panel, We have secured several weak areas of space and destroyed the enemy's equipment attempting to infiltrate our universe. The Archangel looked at the little girl sitting on the high chair, still somewhat unaccustomed to her master's new appearance. Since the entire mechanical race had moved to this space, she had maintained this form and had given herself a name Mealy. Akin reported the latest research findings. We've analyzed the technological remains. It's a product capable of creating small dimensional rifts, but it must be used at specific locations, likely corresponding to certain special areas in our universe. Ian added, we also discovered that Order had already sent some things, or combat fleets, into our universe. Her tone carried a hint of worry. Mealy confidently responded, don't worry, it's just a small matter. That guy will take care of it. If he can't handle such minor troubles, then he doesn't deserve our recognition. Despite Mealy's confident demeanor, the Archangel noticed that she had almost immediately ordered attacks on these areas upon discovering this sign, willing to incur some losses to destroy them as quickly as possible. Mealy continued to issue commands. Strengthen our battle lines. Keep a close watch on those dark guys. Don't forget, we have to fight here for years. Her gaze fell on the star map behind their fleet, where black structures were projected, representing the new home of the mechanical race. If seen in person, one would notice that the original black wall area had expanded several times, forming an interstellar city structure. The original black wall had become the inner city, with a new defense line established on the outskirts, which Mealy named Watchtower. This mechanical city had massive storage areas, holding enough raw materials and strategic resources for 10 years of combat. It also included interstellar battleship factories, smelting plants, and various industrial facilities. Several artificial planets were scattered within, providing places for advanced mechanical life forms to rest and secretly monitoring any individuals who might be swayed by Order. Thus, in the outer space, a complete star system had been forcefully established, becoming the new stronghold for the mechanical race. The latest news from the Northern Swarm defense line and the reverse-scale Ace fleet has just arrived. The first supernova ultimate bomb has successfully detonated. The explosion destroyed 2/3 of the number 1 Zerg nest, including its core area. Clearing the remaining parts is expected to take about 10 days. On the bridge, the staff officer reported this significant progress to Charlotte. She nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. It seems His Majesty's actions are progressing smoothly. Taking down the first Zerg nest within half a month is quite an achievement, she said with a touch of praise in her voice. With the experience gained from this battle, destroying the second Zerg nest is just a matter of time. The surrounding staff officers nodded in agreement. Based on the current progress, they anticipated completing the mission by the end of July. Meanwhile, within the Empire, the remnants of the Order Zerg have been reduced to less than 3 million, and there are only about 5 million left outside the Angel front. Completely eradicating these remaining forces is just a matter of time. Charlotte's gaze swept over the interstellar sand table, her mind already planning the next steps. Once the Order Zerg are cleared, they can return to the Empire to eliminate the undead armies, finally bringing stability to the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. Despite the favorable situation, Charlotte remained vigilant. She looked seriously at the relaxed expressions of the staff officers and reminded them, even though everything is going well, we must not let our guard down. We must stay alert until the very end of the war. The staff officers responded in unison, their expressions turning serious. Charlotte refocused on the interstellar sand table, instinctively placing a hand on her lower abdomen. As a half-beast warrior from the White Tiger lineage, she hoped her child could grow up in a time of peace. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck her abdomen, so intense that she doubled over, gripping the nearby table for support. The pain was severe enough to make an ordinary woman faint instantly. Marshal. The surrounding staff officers immediately noticed something was wrong and rushed to her side. The accompanying medical officer quickly took charge of the situation. Everyone, step back, he ordered sternly, signaling for other medical personnel to come forward. Follow the protocol. You take over the marshal's duties. We'll take care of her. Although worried, the staff officers quickly regained their composure and returned to their posts. They knew that for the foreseeable future, they would have to handle all responsibilities in the marshal's absence. The medical team swiftly placed Charlotte on a mechanical stretcher, activating a specially prepared medical robot. The robot gently laid her flat, forming a floating medical bed, and attached monitoring devices to track her condition in real time. Marshal, remember the breathing techniques we taught you. Deep breaths, the medical officer reminded her as he followed the floating medical bed at a brisk pace. Outside the bridge, a hover elevator specially prepared for Charlotte was ready. The medical team escorted her into the elevator, directly inputting the coordinates for the number 1 medical room on the Rakshasa Underworld-class interstellar dreadnought. This medical room had ceased external services to fully prepare for the marshal's delivery. From the onset of Charlotte's pain to her transfer to the number 1 medical room, the entire process took less than 100 seconds. The medical officer reported to the delivery doctor, "The water broke a minute and a half ago, but the Marshal's special maternity suit has contained it for now. As he spoke, he carefully unfastened her clothing, revealing a specially designed skirt. Pulling the drawstring, he exposed the inside of the skirt, already soaked with blood. The delivery doctor quickly assessed Charlotte's condition and gave the order. The mother is in good condition. Prepare for delivery. Although modern technology has made human childbirth 99.99% successful, the unique circumstances of this delivery demanded utmost caution. Charlotte gripped her hands tightly, her jaw clenched, and sweat covered her forehead. Despite the pain far exceeding her expectations, she did not utter a single groan. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Zhao Chen was leading the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's main fleet in an attack on the second Zerg nest. With the experience from the first attack, this operation was more organized. While Zhao Chen took a routine sip of water, he suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, spilling water on his shirt. Commander, his leopard woman assistant noticed the unusual behavior. It's nothing, Zhao Chen said, activating the cleaning function on his shirt, quickly restoring its pristine condition. He rubbed his temples, pondering whether his lapse in focus was due to recent fatigue. At that moment, a video window abruptly popped up without permission. Only a select few with special authorization could directly access Zhao Chen's communication channel. On the screen, Lilith's voice was urgent. Charlotte is going into labor. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression froze instantly. His face was a tumultuous mix of emotions. Excitement, guilt, disbelief, confusion, and fear all flickered across his features. He abruptly stood up and began pacing back and forth, the sound of his footsteps echoing loudly in the silent command room. From a distance, Tao Beibei, who was busy giving instructions, noticed the unusual behavior and cast a puzzled glance his way. She had never seen the commander lose his composure like this. There's no need to worry, Lilith's voice came through, calm and reassuring. I've already made all the necessary arrangements. I'm on my way to the Rakshasa-class interstellar dreadnought to be with Sister Charlotte. Additionally, I've ordered the Rakshasa-class dreadnought to withdraw from the front lines and assigned a fleet of interstellar warships to ensure its safety. Lilith seemed to understand Zhao Chen's thoughts perfectly. Charlotte's impending childbirth naturally filled him with joy, but his inability to be by her side left him feeling deeply guilty. Lilith looked at the man before her who seemed nothing like the emperor of the empire with soft eyes, her respect for him growing. A man who could be so anxious about his wife's childbirth was surely a testament to true love. Zhao Chen began but hesitated. Lilith spoke first. I know what you're thinking, but I believe Sister Charlotte wouldn't agree. The battle at the Zerg nest is more crucial right now. Remember, she wanted to take part in this fight but only stepped back because you insisted. If you abandon the command of this critical battle to be with her, she won't be happy when she wakes up. We're not fragile women. We know what's more important at this moment. Zhao Chen's clenched fists revealed his inner struggle. This is a video Sister Charlotte left for me to show you if necessary, Lilith said, playing the video. In the video, Charlotte's belly was noticeably swollen, indicating it was recorded a few months ago. Hi, Charlotte began with a cheerful tone. If Lilith is showing you this video, I must be in labor now. Zhao Chen. She called his name, something rare in recent years. Zhao Chen had often asked them to call him by his name, but they usually ignored his request. Let me warn you. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with determination. I'm just having a baby. It's no big deal. If you dare to abandon your current responsibilities, like a battle you're commanding, to come see me, I won't be happy. I'm Charlotte of the White Tiger clan, the Grand Marshal of the Xiaolong Legion, not some weepy little girl. I don't need meaningless gestures. Remember, you are the Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, and you should be where you are needed the most. Since you took that throne, many choices are no longer yours to make. In the final moments of the video, Charlotte's gaze softened as if she were looking directly at Zhao Chen through the screen. Zhao Chen stared at the frozen image of Charlotte, took a deep breath, and turned to Lilith. Take good care of Charlotte and the baby. Lilith nodded solemnly. Tell Charlotte, Zhao Chen said with a smile, if we have a son, his name will be Zhao Hu, and if we have a daughter, she'll be Zhao Baier. I'll make sure to tell her, Lilith replied with a firm nod. Just as Zhao Chen was about to end the communication, Lilith suddenly spoke up. Actually, there's good news I've been holding back until all this is over, but I can't keep it in any longer. Zhao Chen looked at Lilith, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, in surprise. Lilith bit her lip gently and said softly, You're going to have another son? With that, she ended the communication before Zhao Chen could respond. Lilith is pregnant too. Zhao Chen's eyes widened in joy. It wasn't entirely unexpected. Since Charlotte's pregnancy, Lilith had almost exclusively had his company. Each meeting was intense. Given Lilith's succubus nature, her fertility was relatively low, which had worried her for some time. Now, finally, there was good news. Zhao Chen excitedly turned to the nearby leopard woman, Tao Beibei, and exclaimed, I'm having another child. I'm having another child. As Tao Beibei approached, Zhao Chen scooped her up and spun her around several times. When he finally set her down, she felt dizzy, as if she'd just been on a roller coaster. After a moment, Zhao Chen managed to calm his excitement. He looked toward the last Zerg nest in the distance, his eyes gleaming with excitement and joy. It was as if he could already see the future. A happy life with his family reunited and surrounded by adorable children. The thought made him smile unconsciously. Report, Chu Xian's video image suddenly appeared on the command channel. What's going on? Zhao Chen asked, looking at Chu Xian. Chu Xian's expression was serious. Your Majesty, for the past 3 minutes, all combat units within the Zerg nest have ceased to appear or attack. It's as if they've completely given up on defense. Zhao Chen immediately became alert. He couldn't believe these orderly Zerg would surrender so easily. Something was definitely amiss. Be cautious. Use our detection equipment to scan the interior of the Zerg nest, Zhao Chen ordered. Chu Xian shook her head. We've already scanned it. The orderly Zerg appear to be in a state akin to hibernation. The only unusual aspect is the tree-like Zerg units. Their tentacles are interconnected and linked to the combat units, extending deep into the nest's core. But our radar can't detect anything specific due to the depth. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Chen said, so they've given up resisting, have they? Since we can't find anything from outside, send in unmanned robots and interstellar drones to probe the depths of the Zerg nest and see what they're up to. Understood. Chu Xian promptly executed the order, dispatching a large number of unmanned robots and interstellar drones into the Zerg nest. With the Zerg combat units in a hibernation-like state, these devices encountered no resistance as they delved deeper into the nest. An interstellar reconnaissance drone, agile as a dragonfly, navigated the winding depths of the Zerg hive and finally reached its target location. Its high-definition camera began capturing the surroundings, transmitting the live feedback to the fleet. Suddenly, a massive, menacing face appeared on the screen, its eyes blazing as it stared directly at the drone. This face matched the description given by the Angel King, Rennie. On the other end of the video feed, Emperor Zhao Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the intelligence provided by the imprisoned Angel King. This face belonged to an intelligent being, commanding the Zerg and other followers, likely a follower of order. Your Majesty, it seems our drone has been discovered, the operator said with concern. Zhao Chen commanded in a deep voice, do not make any sudden moves. Keep it in position. Although puzzled, the operator followed the order precisely. At that moment, the giant face spoke, its voice deep and resonant. Zhao Chen, Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. I know you are watching me. I must admit, your growth has exceeded our expectations. In just a few short years, a once obscure fleet commander has built an interstellar empire and developed such powerful warships. You are impressive. I concede my failure. Zhao Chen quickly asked the operator if they could communicate with the entity. Upon confirmation, he pressed the communication button and asked directly, are you backed by order? The giant face seemed startled by the sudden question, but quickly regained its composure. It appears you know quite a bit. No wonder you frequently attack me. Zhao Chen pressed on. What exactly are you? Isn't order a spiritual entity? Then what are you? And those undead and controlled Zerg? The giant face's tone became fervent. A great being needs followers to execute its will. By completing these tasks, we can merge with the great being, becoming true deities with infinite power and longevity. When Zhao Chen inquired about how they created the Zerg and undead creatures, the giant face sneered, Zhao Chen, don't think you're clever. Some things I won't disclose. Know this, you are far from true victory. We are merely the humble followers of a great being in this world. Even the Dark Legion resisting the mechanicals beyond the universe is but a fraction of this great being's power. The face's voice grew increasingly fervent. Wait for the great being to descend upon this universe. Then the entire cosmos will undergo divine judgment. Those who defy the divine will, like you, will suffer the most excruciating punishment. Just as Zhao Chen was about to give up further questioning, the face suddenly snarled, Zhao Chen, you may not live to see that day, for I will destroy you first, the obstacle in the path of the divine. Before the words finished, the screen began to shake violently and blur. Alarms blared across the bridge. Report, communication signal is heavily disrupted. Report, radar detects intense energy fluctuations within the Zerg hive. Report, the spatial anomaly in the area exceeds the intensity of a standard warp jump. A crew member, terrified, showed Zhao Chen a blurry image. Your Majesty, look at this. This is footage from another drone deep within the hive. Zhao Chen stared at the image, witnessing a horrifying scene. The interior of the Zerg hive was collapsing, expanding outward at a terrifying speed. The drone capturing the footage tried to retreat but found itself immobilized before the signal was lost. Zhao Chen's expression grew grim as he recalled the face's final words. He realized the enemy intended to perish together with him. Zhao Chen's voice echoed through the command center, stern and urgent. The enemy is trying to take us down with them. This space is collapsing. We must evacuate immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly issued the retreat order to the main fleet groups. Shui Xiaoxiao asked in shock, "Evacuate everyone?" "Yes, right now." Zhao Chen responded sharply. "I've already ordered monitoring of this anomalous space fluctuation. Although we don't know the exact progression speed, all fleets must evacuate this star system at maximum speed. The farther the better." His instincts told him that the enemy's self-destructive tactic was not to be underestimated. Chu Xian nodded immediately. "Understood. I'll issue the order for a full fleet retreat right away." She quickly relayed the message to her secretary, who began coordinating the evacuation efforts across departments without delay. However, the large-scale evacuation of hundreds of thousands of interstellar warships was no easy task. The evacuation routes, sequences, and methods needed careful planning to avoid collisions during the retreat. Chu Xian reported to Zhao Chen, "To evacuate the entire fleet from the star system, even with warp travel, it will take at least 3 hours. If we prioritize, T6 and T5 class warships can evacuate within an hour, but T4 and T3 class ships will need at least 3 to 5 hours. Zhao Chen frowned and thought, 3 to 5 hours, will that be enough? At that moment, critical information came in. The observing officer hurriedly reported to Zhao Chen, "Your Majesty, according to our observations, this space collapse is fueled by the life force of the entire Zerg hive, starting from a point and spreading outward. It will transform the entire star system from 3 dimensions to 2. Although we don't understand the precise mechanism, the collapse speed will accelerate until the Zerg hive's life force is depleted. We estimate the affected area to be at least 1 star system, and the entire process will take no more than an hour. If we don't evacuate in time, all our warships will be lost." This news was a heavy blow, shocking everyone present, including Chu Xian and Shui Xiaoxiao on the communication screen. 1 hour was simply not enough time. Zhao Chen was silent for 3 seconds before decisively ordering, "Chu Xian, Shui Xiaoxiao, and Panda Girl Commander, immediately arrange for all T6 and T5 class warships to evacuate using warp travel. The remaining T4 and T3 class ships, prepare to use the T4 Hui Guang class interstellar jump ships for spatial jump evacuation." "Yes, sir." The 3 commanders sprang into action. However, another piece of bad news soon arrived. Chu Xian reported anxiously, "Your Majesty, the T4 Hui Guang class interstellar jump ships cannot perform spatial jumps." "What's going on?" Zhao Chen asked with a frown. Chu Xian explained, "Due to the current instability of the star system's space, the T4 Hui Guang class ships cannot complete spatial jumps successfully. Forcing a jump in these conditions could result in the fleet being crushed by chaotic space." Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said firmly, "Continue executing my previous orders. I'll find a solution to this problem." He then turned to Captain Tao Beibei, "Get me a connection to the Xiaolong star system immediately." Though unsure why Zhao Chen wanted to contact the Xiaolong star system at such a critical moment, Tao Beibei quickly complied. Despite the unstable space, long-distance quantum communication remained functional. Soon, the connection was established, but instead of Lilith, it was her confidant and secretary, Bessie, who appeared. Bessie looked surprised. "Your Majesty, Lady Lilith is currently—" Zhao Chen interrupted. "There's no time to contact Lilith. Bessie, get me in touch with Annie immediately." "Yes, sir." Bessie complied without hesitation. Annie, the chief engineer, soon appeared on the screen, wearing a sleep cap and pajamas, clearly just woken up. She said, somewhat aggrieved, "Your Majesty, I was sleeping. This is my personal time." But upon seeing Zhao Chen's unusually serious expression, she quickly became alert, took off her cap, and sat up straight. "Your Majesty, is there something urgent?" Zhao Chen got straight to the point. "I heard the first batch of T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar jump ships has been completed and delivered, and they are currently on trial runs, correct?" Annie nodded in confirmation. Zhao Chen immediately ordered, "Right now, put those T6 Emerald Dream class ships into combat mode, and see if they can perform a spatial jump to my coordinates." Without a word, Annie began making the arrangements. Soon, all T6 Emerald Dream class ships received the message and prepared for action. Annie reported, "Your Majesty, the first batch of 30 T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar jump ships are now in combat mode and have formed a temporary fleet. Brigadier General Chao Yun is acting as fleet commander. Based on your coordinates, spatial folding is possible despite the unstable space." This news brought some relief to Zhao Chen. He decisively ordered, "Transmit my command. All T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar jump ships are to perform spatial folding immediately and reach the designated coordinates." These T6 Emerald Dream class ships would be the last hope in this crisis. Without them, Zhao Chen would lose tens of thousands of Xiaolong interstellar warships. As soon as Zhao Chen issued the order, 30 T6 Emerald Dream class interstellar warp ships immediately began their spatial jumps. This advanced warp ship not only possesses long-distance space warping and large-scale starship deployment capabilities, but it also has a unique feature: single-ship space warping. This small feature requires no cooldown time. Simply restart the warp equipment and input the target starfield coordinates. As long as there is sufficient energy, it can warp infinitely through space, making it the ideal choice for interstellar travel. Soon, the 30T6 Emerald Dream class warp ships appeared before Zhao Chen, accompanied by rippling green waves. Unlike the sudden appearance of the T4 Hui Guang class warp ships, the arrival of the T6 Emerald Dream class felt like transforming a void into a lake. Observers could see ripples on this lake, shimmering with emerald particles. Eventually, these warp ships transitioned from a semi-illusory state to a tangible presence. These are our new warp ships. Tao Beibei exclaimed in delight as she gazed at the green warp ships. Just then, a video communication request came through. Zhao Chen accepted it directly, and an unfamiliar face appeared on the screen. The person stood upright and saluted, saying, "Temporary Fleet Commander of the Emerald Dream Provisional Interstellar Fleet, Brigadier General Chao Yun, reporting. We have successfully completed the spatial jump with all 30T6 Emerald Dream ships per your command. Awaiting your next orders, Your Majesty." Seeing the person on the screen, Zhao Chen felt a slight relief in his worries. With a stern expression, he said, "A disaster is about to occur here. I need you to lead all the T6 Emerald Dream class warp ships and evacuate all T4 and T3 class starships from here using spatial jumps within 10 minutes. Can you do that?" All T4 and T3 class starships will be evacuated within 10 minutes. Mission assured. Chao Yun promised without hesitation. Good, go ahead immediately. Zhao Chen knew every second counted. On the command channel, Chu Xian, Xue Xiaoxiao, and others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the Emperor's contingency plan, their respect for him deepening even further. Your Majesty, you should evacuate as well. Or you can use the T6 Emerald Dream class warp ship to take your flagship and leave. Chu Xian looked at Zhao Chen worriedly. At this moment, his was the only T6 class starship left in the starfield. The other T5 and T6 class ships had already evacuated at full speed under Chu Xian and the others' arrangements. Chao Yun expressed concern, saying, "Your Majesty, we have calculated the number of T4 and T3 class starships here. Evacuating all of them leaves no room for even one additional T6 class starship." Zhao Chen understood the implication and replied sternly, "You don't need to worry about me. Just ensure that all the T4 and T3 class starships are evacuated without missing a single one." Chu Xian anxiously added, "Your Majesty, please evacuate quickly. Your safety is paramount. Trust us to handle the situation here." Chao Yun also couldn't help but persuade, "I assure you, I will safely evacuate all T4 and T3 class starships from here." Zhao Chen said nothing more, only looking at Chao Yun. "I leave the matter here to you all." Understood. Chao Yun nodded firmly. Zhao Chen turned to Tao Beibei, "Prepare for warp travel. Full speed evacuation." Yes. Tao Beibei immediately began instructing the crew to operate the starship. Chu Xian quickly said, "Tao Beibei, I've already mapped out the fastest route for you. Evacuate immediately." Tao Beibei nodded and followed the instructions. At this moment, Zhao Chen looked through the bridge window and saw a shocking sight. The collapsing Zerg nest was in a bizarre state, with the spatial collapse spreading from the core to the periphery. The scene was indescribable, as if a three-dimensional object was gradually twisting and falling into a two-dimensional state. Everything was being flattened by an invisible force. A question arose in Zhao Chen's mind. This is definitely beyond the capabilities of T6 technology. Could it be T7 level technology? According to his understanding, even T7 technology shouldn't achieve such terrifying effects. Otherwise, Order could use this technology to flatten an entire universe from three-dimensional to two-dimensional. Woe could stop that? A sense of anxiety grew in Zhao Chen, feeling he knew very little about the powerful and mysterious Order. Everything is ready. Commencing warp travel. Tao Beibei announced. The T6 Seraphim crossbow long-range interstellar hunter began to accelerate, gradually reaching warp speed. Watching the Emperor's flagship depart, Brigadier General Chao Yun breathed a sigh of relief. At least the Emperor was safe. She turned to look at the eerie spatial collapse in the distance, its speed continuously increasing. How are the preparations for the T6 Emerald Dream ships? Once ready, initiate spatial jumps immediately. Time is of the essence. Chao Yun urged urgently. Emerald Dream ship number 3 is ready. Target starfield coordinates have been input. Commencing spatial jump, came the report from the first prepared T6 Emerald Dream class warp ship. Soon, green ripples began to appear around the T6 Emerald Dream class warp ship. These ripples seemed to turn space into a lake, creating waves. The starships within the range began to blur. In what seemed like an instant, the blurred starships suddenly disappeared. The space returned to calm, with no starships or ripples, as if nothing had ever happened. Chief Engineer N of the Xiaolong Galaxy woke up this time feeling wide awake. Sitting in her office with a peculiar expression, an inexplicable unease surged within her, stemming from the recent communication with His Majesty. Just then, her terminal flashed with several messages, all concerning the T6 Emerald Dream-class interstellar jump ships. These ships, originally still in the trial phase, had unexpectedly returned. Since they hadn't been officially delivered to the military yet, they still contained a significant amount of research data, and had previously embedded security codes, including tracking functions, in the data segments of these 30 ships. Without hesitation, and contacted the captain of these ships, Rear Admiral Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, what's going on over there? Why did His Majesty summon you back so urgently? Anne's gaze locked onto the returning flagship while she issued an order. Confirm with all ships if they have all returned. Rear Admiral Zhao Yun gave a few brief instructions to her subordinates before turning to the already open video window. Due to recent experimental work, the two had developed a decent rapport. Zhao Yun then recounted the entire mission and what they had encountered. What? Space collapse, from three-dimensional to two-dimensional? Anne's eyes widened. Although her expertise was in starship technology, she had some knowledge of space technology. However, compressing three-dimensional space into two dimensions was still beyond belief. Did His Majesty manage to evacuate safely? And pressed on. Zhao Yun shook her head. The number of ships needing evacuation is too large. Even with our 30 T6 Emerald Dream-class ships, we can't accommodate all the vessels. There are hundreds of thousands of ships, including T6 and T5 classes. Prioritizing His Majesty's ship for evacuation would mean leaving hundreds or thousands of other Xiaolong ships behind. However, according to the research department on His Majesty's ship, using warp drive, the T6 class ships should be able to evacuate to a safe area before the space collapse. Hearing this, Anne frowned slightly but remained silent. The sense of unease grew stronger, but she kept some of her suspicions to herself. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the flagship of the Xiaolong Second Fleet, the intelligence system announced, this ship has exited warp drive and arrived at the designated location. Currently in autopilot mode, Admiral Chu Xian glanced around. The view outside the porthole had returned to normal. She immediately ordered, contact all fleet ships to confirm if they have exited the danger zone. Yes, ma'am. The adjutant quickly got to work and soon reported, Admiral, 80 of our second fleet has exited warp drive and entered the safe zone. Rear Admiral Zhao Yun reports that all parts of the T6 Emerald Dream class performing space jumps have safely arrived in the Xiaolong Galaxy. General Xue Xiaoxiao's 4th Fleet has also reached the safe area and is in contact with the Emperor's Guard Fleet. The Hell's Angels Ace Fleet has also. Chu Xian suddenly raised her hand to stop the report. Have we not contacted His Majesty's ship? All eyes turned to the communications officer responsible for contacting the Emperor's ship. The officer, looking anxious, repeatedly performed the same operations. Finally, she looked at Chu Xian with a sweat-drenched face. Admiral, we can't contact His Majesty's ship. The T6 Seraphim Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship 1. What's going on? Why can't we reach them? Chu Xian demanded sternly. Given the current technology of the T6 class ships, they shouldn't need to enter hibernation mode even during warp drive, and communication interference should be minimal. This situation was simply baffling. Chu Xian's heart tightened, and she immediately ordered, all communications departments, contact His Majesty's ship on all channels. Yes, ma'am. This is the flagship of the Empire's Second Fleet, calling T6 Seraphim Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship 1. Do you read? Please respond. Do you read? Please respond. Not just this flagship, but almost all Xiaolong ships capable of communication were trying to contact the Emperor's flagship. Yet, these calls seemed to vanish into thin air, with no response. At this moment, Zhao Chen's ship, the T6 Seraphim Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship 1, was indeed facing an unexpected situation. Boom. The entire ship shook violently, with the bridge flashing glaring red alerts. What's happening? Zhao Chen frowned at the suddenly decelerating ship. Originally in warp drive, the ship had abruptly slowed down upon entering this area, followed by multiple attacks on the hull, triggering alarms. Tao Beibei's face was pale. We seem to have been intercepted during warp drive. And then we were hit by enemy interstellar mines. Warp drive interception? Interstellar mines? Zhao Chen's face changed dramatically. He immediately looked out the bridge window, where amidst the stars, he saw some familiar figures. Enlarging the image, he recognized them: T5 interstellar poison bugs, T5 dimensional ghost bugs, T5 starfire glow bugs. These were the special types of order insects encountered on the northern hive front. He hadn't expected them to appear here. Scan the area for T5 interstellar poison bugs. Find a way to navigate out of this region immediately and use warp drive to leave at full speed. Zhao Chen issued orders calmly. In such an emergency, panic was useless. The priority was to escape the danger as quickly as possible. Tao Beibei immediately began directing various departments of the starship, striving to navigate around the numerous Zerg units. No one had anticipated that there would be a disruption zone set up by the Order Zerg here. Was it a coincidence? Or was it premeditated? It was impossible to know. After all, both Zerg nests had already been destroyed. For now, they could only find a way to evacuate quickly. However, the presence of T5 interstellar explosive bugs made it impossible for the T6 Seraph ballistackless long-range hunting ship to reach its top speed. As time ticked away, Zhao Chen and his team could only pray that the spatial collapse disaster behind them would slow down. Sitting on his throne, Zhao Chen took a deep breath and pulled up an operational interface. At this moment, the evacuation of the starship was entirely in Tao Beibei's hands, leaving him with nothing to do. Yet Zhao Chen had already started planning for the worst-case scenario concerning the 3 new T6-level technological advancements available this quarter, starting in July. Initially, he had intended to exchange these technologies and draft new construction plans after dealing with the 2 Zerg nests. But now, he had to prepare in advance. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen began rapidly editing a series of data files. Nearby, Leopard Woman watched in astonishment as Zhao Chen edited the content. Though she couldn't understand it, it seemed extremely important. That the Emperor was editing these things at such a critical moment made Leopard Woman consider a particular possibility. She clenched her fists and approached the anxious Tao Beibei, grabbing her by the collar and lowering her voice in a threatening manner. Listen to me. No matter what, you must ensure the Emperor's safety. Even if all of us die, the Emperor must not come to any harm. Do you understand? At this moment, Tao Beibei unceremoniously shook off Leopard Woman's grip. Normally, she wouldn't dare to do so. Despite Leopard Woman being merely Zhao Chen's bodyguard, no one dared to disrespect her. But now, she couldn't care less about Leopard Woman's status. She stared at Leopard Woman, her tone equally filled with urgency. I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. In this situation, we can only navigate our way out slowly. There's no other way. If you have a better idea, take over. If not, stay quiet. The importance of the Emperor doesn't need your reminder. If I could, I'd trade my life and the lives of all the crew on this ship for the Emperor's safety right now. With that, she ignored Leopard Woman and continued focusing on her work, sweat dripping from her forehead. Leopard Woman watched Tao Beibei, who was now a far cry from her usual panic self. She was acutely aware of the grave situation. Taking a deep breath, Leopard Woman decided to remain silent, standing by Zhao Chen's side. Various possibilities flashed through her mind, but she dismissed them one by one. In this situation, only this starship could get them out of here. Otherwise, death was the only outcome awaiting them. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the T6 Rakshasa Sovereign-class dreadnought, Lilith had just arrived via shuttle. As soon as she disembarked, she ordered to be taken to Charlotte's maternity ward. However, she had barely taken a few steps when a message made her stop abruptly. Lilith stared in shock at the classified information from Marshal Chu Xian, commander of the Xiaolong Second Empire Fleet Group. The Emperor's starship is missing. The star system where the Zerg nests are located is about to experience spatial collapse. Lilith swayed as if she might collapse at any moment, but her adjutant quickly supported her. My lady, are you all right? The adjutant asked in surprise. I'm fine. Lilith forced herself to remain calm, trying not to show any emotion, but her thoughts were already miles away. Soon, Lilith arrived at Charlotte's maternity ward. She asked the guard at the door, how long has she been in there? About an hour, the guard replied. How much longer is it expected to take? Lilith continued. We're not sure. The medical officer said it could take about 3 to 5 hours if everything goes smoothly. Grand Marshal Charlotte insisted on a natural birth, with no surgery or advanced technology. She didn't even want anesthesia, the guard explained. In this advanced age, childbirth had many technological aids. Most people opted for cesarean sections since abdominal scars could be easily removed. Natural births were rare. However, among the half-beast race, natural childbirth was more common. It seemed to be a cultural belief that only naturally born children could grow up healthy and intelligent. Unless absolutely necessary, half-beasts rarely used technological aids or opted for cesarean sections. All right, I understand. Stay here. I have some matters to attend to nearby, Lilith instructed her entourage before walking to a distant corner. Standing alone in the corner, Lilith looked around before tossing a concealed device on the ground to ensure her conversation wouldn't be overheard. She then contacted Chu Xian directly. Chu Xian answered the call almost immediately. Staring at Chu Xian on the screen, Lilith noticed the tense and anxious expression on her face, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor as a fleet commander and imperial marshal. What's the situation? Explain it in detail, Lilith demanded, even though she had already read the message. If anyone had observed Lilith closely, they would have noticed her fists clenched tightly. Marshal Chu Xian immediately recounted the events to Lilith's secretary. She then added, we're currently trying to contact the Emperor. We've also deployed as many interstellar stealth reconnaissance ships as possible within the safe zone. But there's still no trace of the T6 Seraph ballistackless long-range hunting ship that the Emperor is on. According to our researchers, if we don't evacuate to a safe area within 20 minutes, everything in this star system will be reduced to a two-dimensional state. Upon hearing General Chu Xian's report, Lilith fell silent for a moment. Her brow furrowed slightly, and a fleeting trace of concern crossed her eyes. After a few seconds, she looked up, her voice firm and serious. Continue the search. Stay in contact. We must ensure His Majesty's safe return. She paused, then added, until then, all information about His Majesty is to be sealed off from the public. Understood? Yes, understood. General Chu Xian responded immediately, her voice revealing a determined resolve. Lilith continued issuing orders. Report any developments to me immediately. Do not inform General Charlotte for now. She is in labor. Her body will be weak after childbirth, and she should not hear about this. Understood. General Chu Xian replied again. After the communication ended, Lilith took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and bit her lip gently. She silently encouraged herself. His Majesty will be fine. Over the years, they had weathered countless storms and dangerous moments. Now, as the Emperor of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, how could anything happen to him? Lilith shook her head, dispelling the ominous thoughts. She knew she had many tasks to handle. Opening a top-secret document, she selected a file with a special Numera contingency plan she hoped never to use. Even now, personally, she did not want to activate it. But as the chief secretary of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire and the most trusted confidant of that man, she knew what she had to do. Taking another deep breath, Lilith opened the contingency plan. The activation condition was a single line: Emperor deceased or missing. Following the plan's procedures, Lilith began contacting the highest commanders of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire's various fleet groups and ace fleet groups. She ordered them to consolidate their fleets, immediately enter secondary combat readiness, and remain on standby at their current locations without her or Charlotte's orders. Next, Lilith contacted the acting lord of the Xiaolong star system. She declared that the Xiaolong star system was now under martial law, prohibiting any civilian interstellar ships and fleets from entering the Xiaolong star system's range. All Stargate usage applications were to be returned. Although acting Lord Jiang Hong was puzzled, she sensed that something major was about to happen. Lilith then contacted the heads of the various star districts in the Xiaolong 15-star region, giving them specific instructions. She did not overlook several interstellar trade groups, also conveying relevant directives to them. Throughout the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, a sense of vigilance quietly spread. For ordinary citizens, life was not significantly affected, save for the lockdown of specific star system areas and stricter navigation requirements. However, the upper echelons of various factions had already sensed something unusual. After handling these matters, Lilith returned to the entrance of the delivery room. She gazed at the closed door for a moment, hesitated, then pulled her trusted adjutant aside. I need to return to the Xiaolong star system, Lilith said quietly. You stay here. Once Charlotte has given birth successfully, or if anything else happens, contact me immediately. If Charlotte wakes up and asks about the situation, tell her to rest well. If she insists on contacting His Majesty, find a way to delay her. If necessary, have the doctor give her some safe sedatives. The adjutant looked at Lilith in surprise, swallowed hard and nodded. I understand. I'm counting on you, Lilith said, patting the adjutant's shoulder. She took one last look at the delivery room door before walking away quickly. A few minutes later, Lilith arrived at the Xiaolong star system and headed straight for Zuelong prison. She commanded, "Take me to see Renee." The prison warden sensed the murderous aura emanating from Lilith and hesitated. But under Lilith's icy gaze, she eventually led the way. Soon, Lilith walked into the dark cell. She ordered the glass cage holding Angel Queen Renee to be opened. Despite her hesitation, the warden complied under Lilith's insistence. Angel Queen Renee looked up, about to speak, when Lilith drew a dagger from her waist and unhesitatingly stabbed it into Renee's thigh. The warden was stunned by the sight. Though in pain, Angel Queen Renee keenly observed Lilith. She sneered. You're angry because of your emperor, aren't you? For you to be this furious, something must have happened to him. Perhaps he's dead. Upon hearing this, Lilith withdrew the dagger and stabbed Renee's abdomen several times. She stared coldly at Renee, ignoring the blood on her hands, and demanded, Are you hiding something important about the Zerg nest from us? Angel Queen Renee, despite the pain, mocked. I told you long ago that you are no match for the Great Being. Of course, I had my own plans to use the Great Being. Now, your leader is dead. The Great Being's arrival cannot be stopped. Ha ha ha. This time, Lilith didn't use the dagger but instead punched Renee repeatedly. After several blows, she said coldly, His Majesty is not dead. Turning to the warden, she ordered, Treat her wounds. Without His Majesty's order, she must remain alive. And about what you just heard, you should understand. Before finishing her sentence, Lilith had already turned and left, leaving the warden standing there, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of information. On the bridge of the T-6 Seraphim-class long-range interstellar hunting ship, Bei Tao stared intently at the star radar, excitedly announcing, "In 5 minutes, we'll be out of this area. All interference will disappear, and we can resume warp speed travel." Captain Chen Zhao, seated in the command chair, silently observed the star map and radar, his expression calm. He turned to the leopard woman beside him and quietly said, "Prepare for action. Once we exit the interference zone, immediately transmit these 3 top-secret data files back to the Xiaolong star system." The leopard woman hesitated for a moment, but seeing the resolute look in Chen Zhao's eyes, she simply nodded in response. She understood that, regardless of the outcome, this preparation was necessary. 5 minutes later, the ship finally broke free from the long-standing entanglement. Bei Tao immediately ordered, "Activate the warp drive, full speed retreat." The crew operated the control panels with unprecedented speed. Chen Zhao asked if they had left the communication interference range, and, upon confirmation, ordered the leopard woman to start transmitting the files. She quickly established a connection with the Xiaolong star system and began sending the 4 critical files. "Transmission will take 5 minutes, the leopard woman reported. Chen Zhao gently closed his eyes. He knew this might be their last chance. The previous entrapment had already delayed them too long. By his calculations, the effects of the spatial collapse would catch up in about 6 to 7 minutes, while reaching the safe zone would require at least 15 minutes at full speed. He looked around at everyone on the bridge, Bei Tao, the leopard woman, and the diligent crew members. Despite the revival technology, in the unprecedented scenario of a 3-dimensional space collapse, Chen Zhao was uncertain if they could truly capture life signals and achieve revival. Chen Zhao pressed the record button on his handheld terminal and began to quietly record his final words. Meanwhile, in the highest communication department of the Xiaolong star system, a communication officer suddenly reported loudly, "We have received a message from the T-6 Seraphim-class long-range interstellar hunting ship." The department head's face changed dramatically upon hearing this and immediately contacted the chief secretary, Lilith. Lilith's holographic image appeared, and she urgently issued a series of instructions, emphasizing the confidentiality of the information. A few minutes later, Lilith arrived at the communication department in person. In an isolated small room, she watched the top-secret files being transmitted, understanding that these might be T6-level technological advancement treasures coveted by any interstellar power. However, at this moment, these treasures lost all value in Lilith's eyes. She urgently inquired if they could interrupt the reception and communicate with the ship, only to be told that due to the ship occupying all communication bandwidth, they could not respond in any way. Lilith turned sharply to face the wall, her clenched fist striking it heavily. No one could see her expression at that moment, but they could hear her gritted teeth as she muttered, "You selfish bastard." 5 minutes had passed. The person in charge glanced at Secretary Lilith and reported, "The 3 classified documents have been received." However, Lilith showed no interest in these highly valuable technological documents. She immediately ordered, "Contact them." The person in charge then instructed the communications officer to establish contact, but the officers exchanged uneasy looks. One of them spoke up, We've lost contact with the T-6 Seraphim Ballistackless Interstellar Long-Range Hunter Ship 1. Upon hearing this, Lilith staggered. The person in charge seemed to realize something and, without a word, pushed the communications officer aside to operate the equipment herself. As she worked, she muttered, "How can we lose contact? We were just in touch. It must be an operational error." Despite multiple attempts, there was no response. After several minutes, the person in charge looked at Lilith with a complex expression, hesitant to speak. They both knew that the Emperor was on that ship. Given the current situation, at that moment, an officer suddenly noticed something. "Wait, we received a communication message from the Seraphim Ballistackless Interstellar Long-Range Hunter Ship 1. It came with the transmission of those 3 data files. Because the data files were so large, we overlooked it." Lilith immediately focused on the communication file, resisting the urge to open it right away. She commanded sternly, "Everyone, leave the room now." The person in charge glanced at Lilith's grim expression and quickly gathered the 3 subordinates to exit. Before they left, Lilith sharply warned, "Remember, nothing heard or seen in here is to be disclosed outside. Otherwise, you will face court-martial." "Yes," the 4 responded in unison, then left the room and closed the door. Lilith immediately clicked on the communication file. At this moment, the precious technological data files no longer mattered to her. Hello. A familiar, relaxed voice came through the communication. The moment she heard it, Lilith's eyes filled with tears. She had managed to stay strong until now, but she could no longer bear the pressure. "I guess the first person to hear this message is Lilith, right? You're not crying, are you?" Lilith collapsed to the ground, struggling to hold back her sobs. "Lilith, I've run into some trouble here. I might be delayed a bit longer. But don't be sad. I will definitely come back to see you all alive." Zhao Chen's voice was firm, as if he truly believed he would survive. Whether this was his genuine belief or just a way to give Lilith hope, it was unclear. Until I return, take care of the Xiaolong Legion and the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. But most importantly, take care of yourselves. I built all of this to protect you. If it's too much or it affects you, you can abandon it. Hearing these words, Lilith clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, causing blood to seep out. I've left you 3T6 technological advancements. They should help you. Lilith, you are the person I trust the most. With everything in your hands, I have no worries. Charlotte, though older than you, can be quite reckless. Even though she's a mother now, she still needs your help. Please, take care of Charlotte and the 2 children. And wait until Charlotte has recovered before. Telling her this news, Lilith suddenly broke down, screaming, Why? Why? I'm just your subordinate. Why should I take care of your wife and children? If they need care, you should come back and do it yourself. She hugged her abdomen, tears streaming down her face. Charlotte, even though you're a mother now, you still need to work on your temper. Don't always be so jumpy. If you hear about my departure, you'll probably go hysterical. But think about our children. They need you. I've already named them. Our son will be Zhao Hu, and our daughter Zhao Baier. Heh, don't they sound like you? Lilith cried, her body trembling uncontrollably. Zhao Chen continued to leave messages for others, his tone calm as if he were having an ordinary chat. All right, I've said what I needed to. Until I return, take care of yourselves. Believe me, I will come back. Zhao Chen's final words were resolute. The communication ended. Lilith kept muttering, Liar, big liar, you big liar. She suddenly stood up, grabbed a nearby chair, and was about to smash the device containing Zhao Chen's transmitted documents. I don't care about these damn documents. I want you to come back safe. But ultimately, her actions halted midair. Outside, the person in charge waited anxiously, contemplating all possible scenarios. No, it can't be. Just then, the door opened. Everyone instinctively looked at Lilith as she emerged. Her expression was cold, revealing no emotions. From now on, this room is off limits. Without my permission, no one is to access the data inside, Lilith commanded icily. Yais, the person in charge stammered. Lilith finished speaking and walked out coldly, ignoring the astonished looks around her. She had many things to handle now. Before this situation escalated, she needed to arrange everything. Because she had to take care of what that irresponsible man left behind before he returned. She firmly believed that man would come back. He might have gone far away due to some unavoidable reason. But ultimately, he would return. Because he said so. And every time he said something, he made it happen. So, this time he would too. Until then, no one was to touch what that man left behind. In the medical bay of the Rakshasa underworld-class interstellar dreadnought, a tense atmosphere filled the air. This high-tech medical center had temporarily become Charlotte's delivery room. As the first cry echoed, the elder of the twins, a baby girl, was born. Charlotte, exhausted, opened her eyes, sweat beading on her forehead. Let me see the baby, she whispered. A nurse quickly brought the newborn to her bedside. Marshall, it's a girl, the elder sister. Charlotte gazed at her child, momentarily stunned. She instinctively blurted out, so ugly. The medical staff couldn't help but chuckle. A nurse gently explained, Marshall, newborns always look like this. She'll look better soon. I'll put her in the incubator now. You need to push a bit more. Her brother is still waiting. Charlotte nodded weakly, but suddenly, a wave of intense pain swept through her body. This pain was not just physical. It felt as if something important was slipping away from her consciousness. Patient's heart rate is unstable. The medical officer quickly took action to stabilize her. Fortunately, the abnormality lasted only a few seconds before returning to normal. However, due to exhaustion, Charlotte fell into unconsciousness. When she finally awoke, she saw a white ceiling above her. She felt as though her entire body had been dismantled, realizing how physically taxing childbirth could be. She's awake. The marshal is awake. A delighted voice called out beside her, followed by a flurry of footsteps. Soon, a group of doctors and nurses in white coats surrounded her. Outside the crowd, Charlotte saw Lilith smiling at her. Charlotte returned a weak smile, her eyes searching the room for a familiar figure, but finding none. The medical staff thoroughly checked her condition, gradually dispersing after about 10 minutes. A doctor reported to Lilith, the marshal is physically weak, but otherwise fine. She just needs a few days of bed rest. Lilith thanked the medical team for their hard work. Once the room quieted down, leaving only Lilith and a guard, she approached the bed. Charlotte tried to sit up, but found herself too weak. Lilith quickly intervened. Don't move. The doctor said you need to rest. Charlotte softly asked, where are the children? Lilith pointed to a floor-to-ceiling window on the left. Both babies are in the incubators, very healthy. Charlotte finally noticed the adjacent room. Through the glass, She could see the incubators with the newborns inside, being cared for by the medical staff. Charlotte's eyes filled with maternal affection. I wish I could hold them. She then inquired, how is he doing? Lilith replied, His Majesty is making good progress, dealing with the second Zerg hive. With the experience from the first one, it's just a matter of time. However, the enemy's counterattacks are becoming fiercer, likely their last stand. The battle should be over within a week to a fortnight. He asked me to tell you he's sorry he can't be here with you. Charlotte smiled. I understand him. Childbirth is no big deal compared to the battlefield. Can I video call him? Lilith shook her head apologetically. I'm afraid not. The enemy has deployed a large number of T5 Starfire bugs around the battlefield, severely disrupting the quantum communication network. We can only send messages through stealth reconnaissance ships. If you have something to say, I can relay it for you. A hint of disappointment flashed in Charlotte's eyes, but she smiled. Never mind. I'll talk to him when he returns. You should go about your duties. You have a lot on your plate right now. Lilith nodded, offering a few words of encouragement for Charlotte to take care of herself before leaving the room. After exiting, Lilith hurried to a nearby restroom. Though no one knew what she did inside, the sound of heavy objects colliding could be faintly heard. A few minutes later, Lilith emerged, looking at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She murmured to herself, Lilith, don't forget what he entrusted to you. You can't afford to collapse now. Splashing cold water on her face, she steeled herself and returned to her duties. Lilith placed 3 data disks containing T6 technology on the table, her expression cold and unyielding. Her sharp gaze swept over the 3 chief engineers in front of her. You are now responsible for drafting the production plans. Once completed, submit them to me for approval. Her voice was as icy as a winter's chill. The atmosphere in the meeting room became tense immediately. No one dared to speak. Finally, Spider Queen Elise couldn't hold back and asked cautiously, Secretary, does His Majesty really? That's none of your concern, Lilith interrupted curtly. Just focus on your tasks. Chief Engineer Nana responded softly, Understood. We will take care of it. Her eyes reddened slightly as she reached for the data disks, only to have another hand snatch them away first. Nana looked in surprise at her sister, Chief Engineer Annie, whose eyes were bloodshot. Annie's voice trembled but was resolute. I'll do it. I'll draft the production plans in the shortest time possible. I'll personally oversee the subsequent production to ensure everything is delivered on time and in quantity. I will do my best. Before anyone could react, Annie grabbed the data disks and left the meeting room quickly. She headed straight to her office, where she drafted the production plans with astonishing efficiency and uploaded them for Lilith's review. She then tirelessly inspected each critical production stage herself. When the other supervisors saw Annie appear on the production floor, they were stunned. Normally, they only saw Nana and Spider Queen Elise. Annie was a rare sight. But what shocked them even more was the seriousness etched on her face, so different from her usual demeanor. A production tech walked into the office and saw Annie diligently handling documents. She paused, looking around and even sniffing the air, confirming there was no food or the usual smell of spicy snacks. Hesitantly, she said, Chief Engineer, this is today's production report. Annie took the report, quickly reviewed it, and signed off with suggestions. Pay extra attention to this phase. It's prone to defects. This step can increase efficiency. She gave detailed instructions until the tech left, still wearing a look of disbelief. After finishing her tasks, Annie headed to the staff cafeteria. Just as she reached the door, Nana's deputy rushed up to her. Chief Engineer Annie, Chief Engineer Nana has locked herself in her room all day and won't come out no matter what we say. I understand. Continue with your work. I'll handle Nana. Annie abandoned her meal plans and went straight to her sister's quarters. Arriving at the door, Annie knocked but received no response. She frowned, placed a device by the door, and stepped back. With a press of the remote, the door exploded open, spewing thick, black smoke. As the smoke cleared, Annie walked into the chaotic room. In the flickering light, she saw Nana curled up in a corner. Nana looked up, her eyes bloodshot, filled with fear, terror, and sorrow. The scene took Annie back to a starport 5 or 6 years ago. She had been like a frightened mouse, curled up in a corner. A man had looked down at her and asked, What's your name? Annie, she had replied timidly, her stomach growling audibly. The man had extended his hand and said, Come with me. I'll get you something good to eat. From that moment, the man had brought her out of darkness, showing her the joys of life. She not only had delicious food but also a comfortable environment to rest, where she could use her talents and pursue the life she wanted. All of this was because of him. Nana. Annie's voice was cold. Sister. Nana looked up, as fragile as a little mouse. Annie placed a hand on her sister's head, her tone softening a bit. He's just gone for a while. He said he would come back. He entrusted this place to us. We need to keep it safe for him. We work hard, build everything. When he returns, He'll owe us some serious overtime pay. Annie forced the first smile she had in a long time. Nana's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Annie bent down to embrace her sister, and her own tears followed. Marshall, Marshall. Urgent knocking came from outside the door, but without the proper authorization, no one could enter. By the poolside, a figure sat under the transparent dome, dressed in a thin, gauzy robe. Empty bottles were scattered around. Chu Xian's cheeks were flushed, her eyes bloodshot, as she staggered along the edge of the pool. It's my fault. All my fault, she muttered to herself. I should have let him go then. The final evacuation route was my suggestion. If it weren't for that route, this wouldn't have happened. I killed him. I killed him. Chu Xian grabbed another bottle and took a few gulps, quickly draining it. She stared dizzily at the empty bottle, tossed it aside, and began searching for more. Suddenly, she noticed a bottle at the bottom of the pool. Wine. I need wine. She stumbled into the water, her body slowly submerging. The bottle under the water beckoned her. Chu Xian reached for it, but lost her footing and fell into the water. Initially, she struggled instinctively, but soon gave up. Maybe it's better this way, she thought. I'm a sinner. I'll go and join him. At least he won't be alone over there. Just like before, when I jumped onto his starship without hesitation. I'm coming to be with you. At that moment, the system issued an alarm. Danger detected, dispatching rescue robot. A robot quickly appeared by the pool, jumped into the water, and dragged the nearly submerged Chu Xian to the shore. After a round of emergency procedures, Chu Xian finally regained consciousness, coughing up a mouthful of alcohol-laden water. She blearily looked at the rescue robot beside her, showing no gratitude. Instead, she grabbed a nearby bottle and hurled it at the robot. I didn't ask you to save me. The robot was struck and began to twitch. Just then, there was a beep at the door, and it opened. Of the concerned people gathered outside, only one remained. That person walked in slowly, stepping around the scattered bottles, and approached the prone Chu Xian. She frowned at the sight of the drunken mess. Secretary General. Chu Xian recognized the figure and smiled foolishly, raising her hands. Are you here to arrest me? I killed His Majesty. I killed him. I'm guilty. Arrest me. Judge me. Kill me. I'm guilty. Lilith looked at the drunken Chu Xian and then opened a digital interface in midair. A moment later, a bucket of ice water appeared before her. Without hesitation, she dumped the entire bucket over Chu Xian. The ice-cold water jolted Chu Xian awake. She sat up abruptly, soaking wet, and stared blankly at Lilith. Are you sober now? Lilith asked. Chu Xian was awake, but her mind seemed slow to catch up. Lilith surveyed the scene, noting the damaged rescue robot, scattered bottles, and the military uniform draped over a distant chair. She walked over, picked up the uniform, and removed the Imperial Marshal badge, symbolizing a 4-star marshal's rank. Then she returned to Chu Xian. I've looked into your situation, Lilith said calmly. According to the last transmitted coordinates from the T6 Seraphim-class Interstellar Long-Range Hunter Ship No. 1, although they didn't specify the cause of the delay, our researchers believe the most likely scenario was a warp interception zone in the presence of T5 Starlight Fireflies of the Order Insectoids on their route. It's my fault, Chu Xian said, clutching her head in despair. I shouldn't have given His Majesty that route. If I had chosen another path, this might not have happened. Lilith crouched down and lifted Chu Xian's chin. According to distress protocols, they should have reported the cause of the incident in their final communication, which isn't difficult. But we received no such message. This goes against protocol. Captain Tao Beibei and her crew would never do that. The only explanation is that an order they couldn't disobey stopped them. Why did he give that order? What was he trying to protect? Chu Xian's eyes widened, slowly lifting her head. He was protecting you, Lilith continued. He didn't blame you at all. To him, this was likely just a coincidence, something no one could change. He knew that if this information got back, someone might blame you. And you would blame yourself, even to the point of doing something extreme. This was his way of telling you he didn't blame you. But I. Chu Xian started, but Lilith handed her a communication file. This is the part of his final transmission meant for you, Lilith said. Chu Xian immediately listened to the file, tears streaming down her face. Even in such a dangerous moment, he was worried about her, with not a single word of blame, only comfort. She listened to it over and over. The Jiaolong Interstellar Empire is at a critical moment, Lilith said sternly. It needs a strong imperial marshal, not someone who just sits here crying, drowning in alcohol and seeking death. And this imperial marshal badge, it was personally awarded by him. Do you think you still deserve it now? Lilith held up the imperial marshal badge in her hand. Chu Xian lifted her head, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. She stared blankly at the imperial marshal's badge in her hand, as if she could see the man who had personally pinned it on her. Memories flooded back, and she suddenly reached out to grab the badge, but missed. Lilith quickly stepped back, looking down at the disheveled Chu Xian. Do you still want this badge? Lilith asked coldly. I do. Chu Xian staggered to her feet, her voice filled with determination. A scrutinizing look flashed across Lilith's eyes. You know what you need to do, right? Chu Xian took a deep breath and slowly extended her hand. This time, Lilith did not evade her. Chu Xian held the badge with both hands, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. I will protect everything he left behind until he returns. Despite the tremor in her voice, it was filled with resolve. Lilith's gaze softened slightly. We haven't found him, which means he's still alive. He promised he'd come back, and he's never lied to us. We just have to wait. When he returns, we can't let him see a mess. Chu Xian nodded emphatically. Lilith continued, I'm giving you 24 hours. After that, I expect to see Imperial Marshal Chu Xian. With that, she turned and left, closing the door behind her. As the door clicked shut, Chu Xian collapsed to the ground again, clutching the badge tightly. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry erupted from deep within her, echoing through the room. This was her final release, because from this moment on, she would hold steadfast to her conviction. Outside, Lilith instructed the waiting secretary of the Second Imperial Fleet. Marshal Chu Xian will be resting in her room for the next 24 hours. No one is to disturb her. Before she could finish, the door suddenly opened. Chu Xian stepped out, her uniform neat and her posture erect, with only a faint scent of alcohol hinting at her previous state. Her voice regained its usual calmness. There's no need. Chief Secretary, what's my next assignment? Lilith was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Your Second Imperial Fleet needs to return to the Jiaolong system for rest. Also, deploy the Jiaolong Corps to guard designated areas, mainly overseeing the Starshine Kingdom, the Warhammer Interstellar Federation, and the Holy Radiance Kingdom. Chu Xian immediately grasped the underlying message preventing unrest due to the Emperor's unknown whereabouts. Lilith added pointedly, the Chu family holds a high position in the Starshine Empire, but there are always some restless elements. Chu Xian's gaze was sharp as a blade. Rest assured, whoever dares to cause trouble, even if they bear the Chu name, will not be spared. Having given her instructions, Lilith prepared to leave. Chu Xian suddenly asked, Lilith, does Charlotte know about His Majesty? Lilith shook her head. Charlotte just gave birth. We'll tell her once she's recovered a bit. Subsequently, Chu Xian began arranging the fleet's return for rest. After a day's work, she received a video call from her grandfather, Chu Changhe. My dear granddaughter, I heard you're back. How did the battle go? Chu Changhe asked while fishing. Chu Xian briefly reported the battle situation and mentioned that she would have a period of rest. Chu Changhe was delighted. That's great. Come home for a visit. It's been half a year since we last saw each other. Get that boy Zhao Chen to approve your leave. At the mention of Zhao Chen, Chu Xian's expression froze momentarily but quickly returned to normal. No need for leave. I'll be back in the Starshine Kingdom in a few days. Wonderful. Chu Changhe was overjoyed. Chu Xian suddenly turned serious. Grandpa, before I return, remind everyone in the Chu family to behave. No funny business. Chu Changhe was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Is Zhao Chen planning to purge the restless factions post-war? Don't worry, I'll warn the younger ones. Charlotte had been resting for an entire week. During this time, the medical staff kept her confined to bed for various reasons, assuring her that everything outside was being handled properly by His Majesty and Secretary Lilith. 2 cribs were placed beside her bed, and as she gazed at her baby boy and girl, a warm feeling surged in her heart. She was gradually getting used to her role as a mother, and even a few hours out of sight of her children would make her uneasy. Charlotte gently caressed the soft skin of her babies, noting their distinct white tiger half-beast features, cat ears atop their heads, tails, and patches of white fur in certain areas. She sighed and said, it's a pity their father can't be reached right now. We haven't even named them yet. The physician nearby comforted her. When His Majesty has some free time, he will rush back immediately. Charlotte suddenly asked, will Lilith come to see me today? Yes, the physician replied. The secretary will arrive in an hour and is expected to stay for 3 hours. Charlotte nodded and continued to play with her children. An hour later, as Lilith stepped off the shuttle, she saw Charlotte standing by the hangar with her arms crossed, a cold expression on her face. Lilith's heart sank, knowing she could no longer keep things hidden. She gestured for her entourage to stay back and walked towards Charlotte alone. So, you've finally decided to see me, Charlotte said coldly. Lilith feigned calmness. I've been swamped with work lately, really couldn't find the time. Charlotte stared at her, questioning. Is it really that you couldn't find the time? Or is there something you're hiding from me? Lilith's expression froze. She sighed and said, you've just given birth and your health isn't great. There have been some incidents outside, but trust us to handle them. Just focus on being with your children, Charlotte insisted. I can stay here with my kids, but I need to know what's happening outside. Does it have to do with Zhao Chen? Lilith reluctantly said. Let's discuss this somewhere else. They moved to a room with large floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a view of the cosmos outside. Lilith remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Charlotte felt as if she had gone deaf. Everything around her seemed distant. She asked in disbelief, "Did you just say Zhao Chen's starship is missing?" Lilith nodded and explained that Zhao Chen's fleet encountered a spatial collapse disaster while attacking the second Zerg nest. Although most of the fleet managed to escape, Zhao Chen's T-6 Seraphim ballisticless interstellar long-range hunter ship was disrupted by the Order Zerg and failed to withdraw in time. After transmitting the last of their classified technology and messages, they completely disappeared. Charlotte's emotions crumbled, and she nearly screamed. "Send a fleet to find them." Lilith shook her head. That galaxy has turned into a two-dimensional space. We, as three-dimensional beings, can't enter it. Seeing Charlotte on the verge of collapse, Lilith quickly took out a communication file. "This is his last message for you." Charlotte trembled as she opened the file, hearing Zhao Chen's familiar voice. He praised Charlotte for her hard work, apologized for not being able to be by her side, and said he had already named the children Zhao Hu for the boy and Zhao Baier for the girl. Lastly, he promised he would return and urged Charlotte and the children to live well and wait for him. After listening to the message, Charlotte could no longer control her emotions and screamed hysterically, "No, this can't be. This absolutely can't be." Who knows how much time had passed when Charlotte suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in shock. She looked around and found herself lying on a pristine white hospital bed. "Why are you getting up? You just gave birth and need to take care of yourself." A familiar voice came from beside her. Charlotte turned her head and saw Zhao Chen standing by the bed, a warm smile on his face. He was holding their eldest daughter Zhao Baier in his left arm and their son Zhao Hu in his right. The two children were peacefully snuggled in their father's arms, sound asleep. You're back?" Charlotte looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief, her voice trembling slightly. Zhao Chen chuckled softly. "Of course I'm back. What are you mad at me for not being here when you gave birth?" He paused, then continued, "I promise. All the outside matters are taken care of. I'll be by your side and the kids' side all day long until you get tired of me." Charlotte couldn't help but smile through her tears, throwing a playful glare at Zhao Chen. Just then, Zhao Chen's figure began to blur. Charlotte's smile froze, and she hurriedly got out of bed, trying to reach for him. But her weakened body caused her to stumble and fall to the ground. "Zhao Chen." She reached out, trying to touch the fading figure. Zhao Chen's voice grew distant. "Honey, wait for me to finish this last task. Once I'm back, we'll be together all the time. Wait for me. Wait for me." As Charlotte watched in despair, Zhao Chen's figure completely disappeared into thin air. "Zhao Chen." Charlotte's heart-wrenching cry echoed as she abruptly opened her eyes. In her view was a pure white ceiling and Lilith standing by the bed, watching over her. Lilith looked at Charlotte with concern and spoke softly. "You're awake?" Charlotte remembered the devastating news Lilith had told her earlier and became agitated. "Lilith, where is Zhao Chen? Where is he? I need to find him. I need to find him." She threw off the covers, ignoring the tubes attached to her body, and dashed towards the door like a madwoman. A loud slap echoed through the room. Charlotte stood frozen, her cheek burning with pain. Lilith withdrew her hand and looked at Charlotte sternly. "Charlotte, get a grip. You're not just any woman. You are Charlotte, the 5-star marshal of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire. And now, you're also a mother. Are you going to ignore the two children you just gave birth to?" Lilith's words were like a cold shower, bringing Charlotte back to her senses. Lilith pointed to the nearby nursery room where the two children were temporarily placed. "Zhao Chen is missing, but he said he would come back." Lilith clenched her fists and spoke firmly. "Every promise he made to us, he has always kept. Since he said it, I believe he will return safely. Until then, we must protect what he left behind, including your two children." Lilith looked directly into Charlotte's eyes, her tone resolute. "If you think the kids don't matter, then go ahead and lose it. But that kind of Charlotte, I would despise." Charlotte stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, she sank to the ground, hugging her knees and burying her face, sobbing uncontrollably. The once mighty 5-star marshal of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire now cried like a helpless child. Seeing this, Lilith crouched down and held Charlotte tightly. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as well. She whispered, "Let's wait for his return together, okay?" Although Lilith knew deep down that the chances were slim, it was the only belief she could hold on to keep going. Without it, she would fall apart even more than Charlotte. So, she continuously convinced herself and others that Zhao Chen would come back safely. All they needed to do was wait. Strengthening this belief was the only way Lilith felt she could endure. The two women clung to each other, crying for a long time. After a while, Charlotte slowly lifted her head, looking at Lilith like a lost child. "Zhao Chen, will he really come back?" "He will definitely come back." Lilith said unwaveringly. Charlotte echoed, yes, he will definitely come back. He always keeps his promises. With that, Charlotte stood up, took a deep breath, and clenched her fists. Until he returns, we will hold on to everything he left behind. I will take care of our 2 children. We will be here, waiting for him to come back. Yes. Lilith nodded emphatically. At that moment, the 2 women found some semblance of stability in their mutual support, preventing a complete breakdown. But no one knew how long this fragile faith would last. It seemed strong, but it was actually very delicate. 3 months had passed since the battle at the Zerg nest. During this time, the Xiaolong Empire's fleet split into 2 groups. One guarding strategic locations within the empire, and the other focusing its forces on eliminating the remaining undead creatures. With the accumulated combat experience and the addition of the Xiaolong main fleet, clearing out these undead was not too difficult. However, during these 3 months, rumors about the Xiaolong Emperor began to spread widely within and outside the empire. Due to the emperor's prolonged absence, the credibility of these rumors seemed to grow. The most widespread claim was that the Xiaolong Emperor had perished in the battle against the interstellar Zerg. As this news spread, the seemingly tranquil surface of the Xiaolong interstellar empire began to stir with unrest. In response, the Royal Secret Service demonstrated its might. Any interstellar factions or families that dared to make any bold moves faced ruthless retribution. After a few bloody incidents, the unrest within the empire was temporarily suppressed. But this was only a temporary calm. The core of the Xiaolong fleet, which appeared stable, was actually under immense pressure. Previously, the emperor had always been the cornerstone. Even if he often delegated tasks, his presence provided a sense of security. Now that this pillar was gone, everyone felt lost. No one knew when this tension would snap. In this tense atmosphere, a piece of surprising news arrived. Report to the Secretary General. Latest news. The Reborn-class cloning starship has received life signals from a few crew members of the T6 Seraphim Trebuchet-class interstellar long-range hunting ship. Number 1. Upon hearing the report, Lilith stood up abruptly, hope gleaming in her eyes. Almost immediately, Charlotte and Lilith rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. The staff in charge of the matter were visibly surprised when they saw the Grand Marshal of the Empire and the Chief Secretary Officer arrive in person. One staff member quickly approached the 2 and respectfully reported, "Greetings, Grand Marshal, Chief Secretary." Charlotte's eyes were sharp as she directly inquired, "Did you receive life signals from the crew members of the T6 Seraphim Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship, Unit 1? The staff member nodded in confirmation, "Yes, about an hour ago. We received a batch of life signals and, after filtering, discovered that some of them matched the active crew list of the T6 Seraphim Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship, Unit 1. He continued to explain, "After every major battle, there are significant casualties, and the equipment responsible for the resurrection project is limited, often causing a queue. Sometimes, it takes up to half a month to resurrect a single individual. Fortunately, these life signals can exist in the cosmic environment for about 6 months. A hint of urgency flashed in Lilith's eyes as she demanded, "Show me." The person in charge swiftly pulled up a data page displaying a list of personnel to be resurrected, including their identity information, the fleet they belonged to, and other detailed data. Charlotte and Lilith carefully examined the information on the list. Du Ange, 21 years old, private second class, 6 months of service. Liu Yufei, 25 years old, sergeant, 1 year 6 months of service. Zhu Jiawen, 27 years old, warrant officer, 2 years 6 months of service, bridge duty. There were 6 in total, ranging from private third class to bridge warrant officer. Lilith frowned and asked, "Only 6? She knew that a T6 class interstellar warship typically had tens of thousands of crew members. The person in charge shook his head helplessly. "So far, we have only received life signals from these 6 crew members." Charlotte showed a puzzled expression while Lilith began to analyze. This might be related to their cause of death. They died when falling from 3-dimensional space into 2-dimensional space, an unprecedented situation. It's possible they were subjected to some kind of spatial interference. She continued, "But now that we've received signals from 6 soldiers, it's a good start. If we can collect more signals in the future, it suggests that the entire crew of this warship might be resurrected." A glimmer of hope shone in Charlotte's eyes. She hesitated to speak, but Lilith had already understood her thoughts. Lilith nodded slightly, weighing more factors in her mind. Considering the previous resurrection plan only targeted female soldiers, and Zhao Chen's tendency to recruit only female crew members, she couldn't help but wonder if this technology could only resurrect females. Lilith turned to the person in charge and issued a stern directive. "From now on, all life signals from the crew of the T6 Seraphim Crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship, Unit 1, must immediately enter the resurrection process. The entire process is classified as top secret and must not be disclosed to the public. The resurrected individuals must be placed in an isolated area, and no contact with the outside world is allowed without our consent. Limit the number of personnel who can interact with them, and those who must interact must adhere to the highest level of confidentiality. The person in charge meticulously noted these instructions and nodded. Understood. Charlotte added, once someone is resurrected and regains consciousness to the point where they can communicate, notify us immediately. The person in charge confirmed again. Understood. In the following days, life signals from the crew of the T-6 Seraphim crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship, Unit 1, continued to appear, but the frequency was not high, averaging only 2 to 3 per hour. At this rate, it might take nearly a year to resurrect the entire crew of over 10,000. 3 days later, Charlotte and Lilith returned to the rehabilitation room. This was a high-level single-person ward typically reserved for generals and senior officers, but now it housed a warrant officer, the first crew member of the T-6 Seraphim crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship, Unit 1, to fully regain consciousness and be able to communicate. When the door opened, Warrant Officer Zhu Jiawen saw Grand Marshal Charlotte and Chief Secretary Lilith enter simultaneously. She immediately tried to get out of bed and salute, but could only manage to lift her hand to pick up chopsticks due to her limited control over her body. Charlotte gestured with her hand. At ease. Standing by the bedside, Lilith's piercing gaze locked onto Zhu Jiawen as she bluntly asked, "We want to know exactly what happened on the T-6 Seraphim crossbow-class interstellar long-range hunter ship, Unit 1. Second Lieutenant Zhu Jiawen stood on the bridge, eyes fixed intently on the radar screen. As a member of the radar team, she bore a significant responsibility. Not long ago, the T-6 Seraphim ballistackless interstellar long-range hunter ship had strayed into an interference zone infested by the interstellar Zerg, forcing it to halt. Worse still, the incident triggered the explosion of several T-5 interstellar toxic bombers. Fortunately, the T-6 class starship was sturdy enough to survive. Zhu Jiawen shivered at the thought that if it had been a T-5 class starship, it would have been reduced to cosmic dust. Even more terrifying was the idea that if it had been a fleet, it wouldn't just be a few T-5 toxic bombers detonating but a whole swarm. Even a T-6 class starship would struggle to survive such a massive impact. Now, the radar team's work became crucial. Zhu Jiawen and her colleagues worked closely with the navigation department, continuously reporting the positions of the T-5 toxic bombers detected on the radar. Their goal was clear: to avoid these deadly threats while escaping the dangerous zone as quickly as possible. The atmosphere in the radar department was extremely tense. Everyone was on edge, not just because of the daunting task but also because they knew one critical fact. The Emperor was on board this ship. This realization added immense pressure. They understood that their own lives were insignificant, and even the inability to resurrect was a small price to pay. The Emperor's safety was paramount and must not be compromised. Any mistake would be unforgivable. With this mindset, Zhu Jiawen and her team worked with utmost concentration. Finally, thanks to their efforts, the starship successfully navigated out of the danger zone and entered warp speed, continuing its retreat. However, as Zhu Jiawen breathed a sigh of relief, she quickly realized the crisis was far from over. The previous delay had cost them precious time, and the threat of spatial collapse was catching up at an alarming rate, even outpacing their warp speed. Worse still, this speed was continuously increasing. Zhu Jiawen's heart sank as she realized they couldn't escape. Sure enough, a despairing announcement soon came from the bridge. The starship would not reach the safe zone and was about to crash. Even more frightening was the unprecedented scenario they were facing: three-dimensional space collapsing into two-dimensional space. No one knew how they would die in such conditions, or if they could be resurrected. At this critical moment, the Emperor personally issued the final order. Everyone was to immediately consume the suicide pills they carried. Just as Zhu Jiawen was about to comply, she heard Charlotte's urgent voice. "Did His Majesty take it?" Zhu Jiawen shook her head. "I can't see His Majesty's position from my workstation." Lilith, holding Charlotte's agitated shoulder, turned to Zhu Jiawen and asked, "Did you all take it?" Zhu Jiawen hesitated before finally shaking her head. "Why not?" Lilith asked, puzzled. Zhu Jiawen lowered her head in guilt. "I felt responsible for the T-6 Seraphim ballistackless starship's plight. It was our lack of foresight that put His Majesty in danger. So, I thought of dying to atone for my sins and didn't take the pill. But I didn't expect to be resurrected." Lilith nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "So, you witnessed the moment the T-6 Seraphim ballistackless ship was destroyed? What exactly happens when three-dimensional space collapses into two-dimensional space?" Zhu Jiawen tried to recall. "I vaguely remember a fragment, but I'm not sure if it was a dream. I suddenly looked towards the bridge area closer to the stern. It felt like heaven and earth were merging, and everything near that line started to distort. Not just objects, but people too. It was like someone being flattened, like a paper figure in a comic. The whole thing happened quickly. The next second, that line covered my position. Then, the scene before my eyes became very peculiar, unlike anything I'd ever seen. I can't seem to remember it clearly." At this point, Zhu Jiawen's expression turned pained as she clutched her head. I, I can't remember. Noticing the abnormal data on the nearby life monitoring equipment, Lilith immediately reassured her, don't try to remember. It's not important. After some comforting, Zhu Jiawen finally calmed down. She looked at Charlotte and Lilith with a guilty expression. Marshal, Secretary, we bear responsibility for His Majesty's peril. I am guilty. I request a military tribunal. Lilith interrupted her. No one could have anticipated this. You did nothing wrong. You did everything you could. Now, you need to recover here. Due to the unique nature of your deaths, you and your comrades from the original ship may need to be isolated from the outside world for some time. Zhu Jiawen nodded in understanding. Rest well. We'll take our leave now. Charlotte and Lilith prepared to leave. Just as they were about to reach the door, Zhu Jiawen couldn't help but ask, I want to know, did His Majesty resurrect? Charlotte and Lilith froze. Lilith turned back and gently said, that's classified information. Rest well, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. With that, the two pushed open the door and left, giving a few instructions to the person in charge outside before departing. Zhu Jiawen sat on her hospital bed, recalling the moments before her death. The first part was clear enough, but her memory became hazy after the spatial collapse. However, the Emperor's magnetic voice over the starship's broadcast calmed them all. Please take your medication promptly. Don't have any psychological burden. We'll see each other soon. You are all heroes of this great battle. See you at home. See you at home. Second Lieutenant Zhu Jiawen clenched her fist. Your Majesty, this is a promise you made to us. You must not break it. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The alarm pierced through the silent night sky, followed by a series of urgent commands. Damn it, how did these guys get here? All pilots, prepare for immediate takeoff. The world around Zhao Chen slowly brightened from pitch black, and the surroundings became clearer. He found himself standing on the runway of a military airbase, surrounded by busy ground crew and warplanes preparing for takeoff. Suddenly, the sky tore open with black fissures, as if space itself was being ripped apart, and countless black flying creatures poured out. Looking up, Zhao Chen witnessed a brutal aerial battle. Black flying creatures disintegrated upon being hit, while downed warplanes turned into fireballs or exploded. Some of the black creatures began diving toward the ground, but fortunately, the anti-aircraft turrets around the base rose up in time, their concentrated laser fire temporarily halting the attack. However, as more and more black creatures appeared, especially some massive and powerful ones joining the fray, the ground defenses started to falter. Zhao Chen watched in horror as a giant black creature, over 100 meters long, dove down and unleashed a black beam that instantly destroyed an anti-aircraft turret. Zhao Chen, what are you standing there for? A furious shout came from behind, followed by a heavy slap. Zhao Chen turned to see a middle-aged man in ground crew uniform thrusting a tactical helmet into his hands while quickly checking his gear. I've told you 1,000,000 times, you must carry your lightsaber. The crewman glared at Zhao Chen, noticing the absence of the weapon at his waist. He grabbed a hilt-like object from the weapon storage area and shoved it into Zhao Chen's belt. Zhao Chen stared at the device, memories of its use flashing through his mind. Grip the hilt, focus your will, and a lightsaber capable of slicing through most combat mech's armor would ignite. Everything's ready. Get on the plane and prepare for battle. The crewman patted Zhao Chen's shoulder. Remember, you're still under disciplinary action. This is your chance to redeem yourself. He pointed to a starfighter slowly rising from the lift in the distance. Looking at the starfighter, Zhao Chen's memory gradually returned. AT-5 Longia-class medium starfighter, and he was a mid-level pilot. More information flooded his mind. Zhao Chen, sergeant rank, experienced in piloting 13 different models of starfighters, with a total flight time of 3,000 hours, participated in 32 battles against alien species, and had taken down 1 level 4 and 27 level 3 aliens. He had been suspended for reckless flying. Zhao Chen pressed his temples, wincing in pain. The ground crewman noticed his distress. What's wrong? The crazy hotshot who used to be so fearless, scared now? Hey, hurry up. If you don't dare to fight, I'll fly this bird. Another pilot urged impatiently. Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively shouted, I'm going. He hurried toward the T-5 Longia starfighter and quickly climbed into the cockpit. Although this should have been an unfamiliar craft, everything felt familiar once he was seated. He donned the tactical helmet, immediately receiving a stream of battlefield data. Warplane on runway 3, take off now. Stop dawdling, you're past the emergency scramble time, and you'll be court-martialed for this. The control tower barked through the command channel. Zhao Chen didn't respond, focusing instead on operating the controls. The T-5 Longia starfighter powered up, gradually moving out of the hangar and accelerating. At that moment, Zhao Chen's mind cleared, as if everything before had been a dream, and now he was truly awake. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted behind him. Zhao Chen turned to see the hangar he had just left engulfed in flames. A black beam had descended from the sky, carving a deep trench through the hangar's location. Zhao Chen's heart ached, thinking of the ground crew sergeant, Old Chen, who, despite his gruff demeanor, was kind to the younger soldiers, often correcting their mistakes and even disciplining them physically at times. Even senior officers showed respect to Old Chen. Now, Old Chen was likely gone. The T-5 Longya starfighter lifted off the ground. Zhao Chen stared at the black creatures in the sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged through his mind. The Xiaolong Legion, the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, the Emperor, Charlotte, Lilith, the children, the Zerg nest battle, spatial collapse. Zhao Chen finally remembered everything, realizing with shock that the black creatures before him were strikingly similar to the Dark Legion under Order's command. He couldn't help but wonder, had he crossed dimensions once again? Longya XG-091. What are you doing? Daydreaming? Hurry up and join the formation. A sudden reprimand over the comms channel snapped Zhao Chen out of his thoughts. He quickly glanced around and saw a temporary formation of 30 freshly launched T-5 Longya fighters displayed on his screen. The voice belonged to the squad leader. Zhao Chen stayed silent, skillfully maneuvering his fighter to join the formation. This was no time for deep thinking. The current situation indicated that he was on a war-torn planet. Regardless of whether these pitch-black flying creatures were related to the Black Legion, failing to eliminate them would spell certain doom for him. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen began focusing on familiarizing himself with the fighter's controls. He realized that although this body wasn't as good as his previous one, the injection of a super soldier serum was rapidly enhancing his physical abilities. Just then, the squad leader noticed something unusual on the radar. One of the fighters at the end of the formation was behaving erratically, swaying left and right and occasionally spinning as if the pilot were drunk. The squad leader barked over the command channel again. XG-091. What's wrong with you? Did you get your brain smashed by the fighter? Or are you drunk? Maintain formation. Can't you even handle the basics? Zhao Chen remained silent, having now mostly familiarized himself with the fighter's controls. Soon, the squadron entered the combat zone. Hundreds of black, flying creatures swarmed the area, the most noticeable being a giant black creature with wings spanning over 100 meters, the same type that had previously destroyed ground defense towers and hangars. Main squad, prepare to eliminate the primary target. Wingmen, assist in controlling the battlefield and take out the other units, the squad leader commanded over the comms. Zhao Chen quickly recalled information about the exotics. These were unidentified species from a different dimension, with combat power categorized according to this world's technology level. The largest two-wing black exotic was a level 5, while most of the others were levels 4 and 3. As a wingman, Zhao Chen's task was to clear out the level 4 and 3 exotics on the periphery. Observing these creatures, he noticed that although they lacked star shield technology, the black aura around them acted as a shield-like defense. Zhao Chen quickly identified their weakness. Wide-area attacks could overwhelm their aura defenses from multiple directions. Despite the temporary formation's lack of coordination, Zhao Chen's extraordinary judgment and control allowed him to weave through the battlefield like a dragon. Instead of picking targets on his own, he observed the attack directions of allied fighters and coordinated his actions, successfully taking down targets. Zhao Chen's presence quickly spread across the periphery, drawing increasing attention from his comrades. The comms channel buzzed with praise and requests for coordination with XG-091. From initially seeking out cooperation to having comrades eagerly pairing up with him, Zhao Chen's tactical prowess was on full display. Finally, Zhao Chen spoke. Target 7721, level 4 exotic. XG-318 and XG-117, assist me. Respond if you copy. After receiving confirmation, Zhao Chen efficiently assigned the mission. The 3 Longya fighters coordinated seamlessly, launching precision missiles and cannon fire to easily take down the level 4 exotic. Following this successful collaboration, Zhao Chen's requests for cooperation were rarely refused. After all, who would pass up the opportunity for easy battle achievements? Although the results on the peripheral battlefields were impressive, the core battlefield against the level 5 aberrations had reached a stalemate. In terms of combat power, these aberrations were second only to interstellar battleships and were dozens of times stronger than interstellar fighters. To take down an aberration of the same level using interstellar fighters, it would require at least 10 times the number of fighters to stand a chance. After losing 5 T-5 Longya fighters in quick succession, the targeted level 5 aberration remained unscathed. Suddenly, an all-channel broadcast blared. This is the 13th Fleet. Planet T-77 has suffered severe aberration invasion and is no longer defensible. All personnel must evacuate immediately. The 13th Fleet will receive all evacuation vessels outside the planet. In 20 minutes, we will commence orbital bombardment of the planet. I repeat. Zhao Chen listened in shock. Orbital bombardment in 20 minutes? He clearly remembered that this planet had a population of 3 billion. Evacuating even 1% within 20 minutes would be a stretch. This order was essentially a death sentence for most civilians. Only military personnel and the elite with private spacecraft would have any hope of escape. Zhao Chen frowned, but as an ordinary soldier, he was powerless to change anything. All members of the flight squadron, listen up. The previous mission is cancelled. Evacuate the battlefield at full speed and leave the planet. Request landing on the 17th Fleet's carrier starship. The relief in some voices was palpable over the command channel. The pilots swiftly maneuvered their interstellar fighters to retreat, their actions more rapid than during combat. However, the level 5 aberration seemed enraged, leading a swarm of aberrations in pursuit. A Longya fighter that lagged behind was quickly surrounded by aberrations. Damn it, I've been caught by the aberrations. Requesting support. My star shield is about to collapse. The pilot's desperate plea was cut off abruptly as the fighter turned into a fireball, plummeting to the ground. More aberrations continued to chase the retreating fighters. Zhao Chen noticed that since the evacuation order was given, the squadron leader had issued no further instructions and was simply fleeing at full speed in his upgraded Longya fighter. Zhao Chen recalled what Charlotte once said: a competent commander wins battles. An excellent commander wins battles while minimizing losses, but a truly great commander minimizes losses even in defeat. As he piloted his Longya fighter, Zhao Chen kept a close eye on his surroundings. Originally, their squadron had 30 Longya fighters, but they'd already lost a third in previous battles. Now, 3 more had been taken down. Zhao Chen realized that due to prior maneuvers, his fighter couldn't reach maximum speed. At this rate, he would inevitably be caught. Behind Zhao Chen were 6 XG-091 fighters. He quickly concluded that without a plan, less than 5 fighters would escape this haphazard retreat. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen pressed the command channel button. This is XG-091. If we continue retreating like this, we'll all be caught by the aberrations. I have a plan, but I need your cooperation. I know you might not trust me, but if we do nothing, we're all dead. The choice to take control of your fate is yours. Responses came swiftly over the command channel. XG-722, ready to assist. What are your orders? XG-877, tell me what to do. XG-176, I'm about to be caught. XG-091, help me. More and more pilots expressed their willingness to cooperate. Zhao Chen gave them 10 seconds to consider, then muted everyone's microphones and began issuing combat orders. After hearing Zhao Chen's plan, all the pilots agreed. After all, it was XG-091 taking the risk, not them. Moreover, Zhao Chen's previous performance had earned their trust. All right, action starts in 5 seconds, Zhao Chen said, taking a deep breath. He piloted his Longya fighter into a sharp 180-degree turn, facing the oncoming aberrations head-on. Zhao Chen's Dragon Fang fighter jet didn't dive. Instead, it astonishingly flew backward. This unique ability, though reducing its speed, set the stage for the upcoming maneuvers. On either side of the jet, black missiles began to drop one by one. These unarmed missiles were precisely what Zhao Chen had asked other pilots to help deploy. Zhao Chen had a deep understanding of human nature. He skillfully used persuasive words to get the squad to cooperate, giving them a task that allowed them to assist without taking undue risks. His eyes were fixed on the approaching swarm of alien creatures, with his finger poised over the machine gun trigger. Suddenly, Zhao Chen pressed the button, but the machine gun fire wasn't aimed at the aliens. Instead, it precisely struck the falling missiles. The resulting fireballs instantly engulfed the unsuspecting aliens. The level 3 aliens were wiped out within the blast radius, while the level 4 ones were severely damaged, either slowing down or plummeting to the ground. Amid the roar of explosions, Zhao Chen locked onto his true target, the level 5 alien. He knew that only by eliminating this leader could he truly disrupt the formation of the alien swarm. Checking his remaining ammunition, he found he had only 3 missiles left. By now, Zhao Chen's jet had fallen to the rear of the formation, almost face-to-face with the level 5 alien. Without hesitation, he launched his last missiles, meticulously timing the intervals between each one. The first missile struck an unexploded missile ahead of the level 5 alien, creating a massive fireball. The next 2 missiles hit the alien precisely at the center of the flames. After completing his attack, Zhao Chen swiftly turned his jet and continued his retreat toward outer space. The command channel was filled with praise for 091, but Zhao Chen's heart sank. The radar showed that the high-energy signal hadn't disappeared. Looking back, he saw that the level 5 alien had survived, though its black energy shield was gone. This scene left everyone in stunned silence, and the previous flattery instantly evaporated. The squad leader at the front secretly rejoiced, thinking Zhao Chen got what he deserved. Facing this predicament, Zhao Chen remained calm. He closed his eyes, mentally simulating various possible maneuvers. By now, his jet was nearing outer space, and he could even see the interstellar battleships in low Earth orbit. Suddenly, Zhao Chen opened his eyes and pressed a button. The cockpit canopy instantly opened, and he unfastened his seatbelt, leaping out. This sight left everyone dumbfounded. He then drew something from his waist. A beam of light flashed, revealing a lightsaber. An incredible thought flashed through everyone's minds. Is he really going to use a lightsaber to slay the level 5 alien? Zhao Chen was plummeting from 10,000 meters high, gripping the hilt of his lightsaber tightly. Focusing his will, a gigantic lightsaber, over 30 meters long, materialized out of thin air, creating a stark contrast with his petite figure. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen dove toward the level 5 mutant creature below, wielding the massive blade. The lightsaber flashed, and the level 5 mutant, which had rendered the elite flight squad helpless, was instantly cleaved in two, as easily as slicing through a fish. Zhao Chen retracted the lightsaber, astonished by the incredible power he had just displayed. He recalled the knowledge about lightsabers that mentioned the influence of the user's willpower on the weapon. He speculated that the T6 super soldier serum he had injected had likely enhanced his mental fortitude, resulting in such an extraordinary effect. However, Zhao Chen had no time to delve into this issue. He was still in free fall, with a dense horde of mutants eagerly awaiting below. Even with his strength, falling into their midst would spell certain doom. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had prepared for this. He aimed for a dragon-tooth fighter jet nearby, its engines off and cockpit open. Spreading his limbs in midair, he precisely controlled his descent. As he neared the jet, Zhao Chen seized the moment, grabbing the edge of the cockpit and flipping into the pilot's seat. He quickly started the engine, closed the canopy, and took deep breaths to steady himself. Even with a body enhanced by the T6 serum, such high-altitude maneuvers were adrenaline pumping. The dragon-tooth fighter was still falling, about to plunge into the mutant horde below. At the last second, the engine roared to full power, flames erupted from the exhaust, and the jet soared upward, rapidly distancing itself from the mutants. The breathtaking scene left the flight squad pilots in awe. They could hardly believe what they had just witnessed. Opening the cockpit at 10,000 meters, leaping out of the jet, wielding a massive lightsaber to slay a mutant, and precisely re-entering the falling jet. The series of actions was so smooth, it seemed like something out of a war game. Even more astonishing was the unprecedented 30-meter lightsaber. The command channel fell into a stunned silence. Whether it was due to being awestruck by XG-091's feat, or feeling ashamed for not coming to his aid earlier, no one dared to speak. This eerie silence persisted as they followed their designated route to the carrier starship. The pursuing mutant horde gradually fell behind due to the lack of high-level mutants, and the harassment from the orbital drone swarm allowed the flight squad to finally escape the danger zone. Only then did Zhao Chen breathe a sigh of relief, adjusting his breathing in the cockpit while listening to the landing instructions from the carrier starship's guide. Due to his earlier special operation, Zhao Chen's fighter was last in line to land. While waiting, he glanced down at the planet below. Connecting the seemingly unremarkable planet to the near-Earth orbit space station were several space elevators. Despite its impending doom, Zhao Chen felt little sentiment. This was the harsh reality of interstellar warfare. His gaze shifted to the starships in near-Earth orbit. He didn't see any T6 or T7 class ships. Most were T4 and T3 class, with about 30 T5 ships in the distance. To Zhao Chen, the fleet's composition primarily T5 ships, with T4 as the backbone and T3 making up 60% was inferior even to the frontline fleet of the Xiaolong Interstellar Empire, barely comparable to the elite of a third-line fleet. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Chen still couldn't determine whether he was dreaming or had truly traversed time and space. Although he had experienced extremely vivid dreams before, none had lasted this long or felt this clear. Half an hour had passed since he woke up, making him question if he had really transmigrated. Zhao Chen hadn't fully inherited the memories of this world. He only remembered snippets and information closely related to his body, while details about the world's background, current interstellar warships, and powerful interstellar factions were vague. This incomplete memory only deepened his confusion. XG-091, please enter flight path HG-221. You are currently third in line and will be landing on runway 17, came the clear instructions from the guide over the comm channel. Zhao Chen, suppressing his inner doubts, skillfully maneuvered the Longya fighter jet and landed precisely on runway 17 of the carrier starship. As the fighter slowly taxied, Zhao Chen's eyes scanned the massive carrier starship. Information about it automatically surfaced in his mind. T5 Colossus-class medium carrier starship, a common T5 main fleet ship. However, during the landing, Zhao Chen keenly noticed something unusual. His squadron's other Longya fighters had not landed on this T5 carrier, but were scattered on surrounding T4 carrier starships. Although the Longya fighter was classified as T5, being a terrestrial aviation fighter, it was more accurately described as a quasi-T5. Typically, such fighters were stationed on T4 carrier starships and rarely had the chance to land on a T5 class carrier. Zhao Chen couldn't help but speculate if his previous outstanding performance had caught the fleet's attention. At this moment, Zhao Chen had no choice. As a sergeant-ranked fighter pilot, his life was insignificant compared to these powerful interstellar warships. The Longya fighter landed smoothly and stopped on the lift platform. The platform slowly descended, taking the fighter into the actual hangar. This area was specially designed for manned interstellar fighters, bustling with personnel. With a metallic screech, Zhao Chen officially entered the hangar. Through the cockpit glass, he saw 2 rows of neatly parked T-5 Longying-class medium interstellar fighters, sharply contrasting with his Longya fighter. More strikingly, a squad of soldiers was already waiting around his parking spot. Realizing he couldn't avoid what was about to happen, Zhao Chen took a deep breath, opened the cockpit canopy, and removed his helmet. Assisted by the ground crew with a ladder, he slowly descended from the fighter, with the hilt of his life-saving lightsaber still hanging at his waist. What is this about? Zhao Chen asked, holding his tactical helmet in one hand and looking at the group before him. He discreetly observed their ranks and found that the leader was a major. For a sergeant-ranked terrestrial aviation fighter pilot to be met by a major, the situation was clearly out of the ordinary. The major sized up Zhao Chen and got straight to the point. Are you the pilot of XG-091? Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied, Yes, sir. I am XG-091. The major explained. Our fleet commander has learned about your performance on that planet. You covered your squad's retreat, took down a level 5 alien, and helped eliminate a large number of level 4 and level 3 aliens. The fleet commander wants to personally commend you. Please follow us to the bridge. The fleet commander? Zhao Chen's expression showed surprise and nervousness. The fleet commander wants to see me? He guessed that this carrier starship was likely the fleet's flagship. The major wasn't surprised by Zhao Chen's reaction. For a sergeant, meeting a brigadier general was indeed a rare opportunity. Moreover, this brigadier general was a former interstellar fighter pilot, whose passion for fighters had influenced the entire fleet's culture. Don't be nervous, the major said calmly. It's a commendation, not a punishment. Follow us. Yes, sir. Zhao Chen stood at attention and saluted, ready to follow. The major noticed Zhao Chen still holding his tactical helmet and chuckled. No need to bring the helmet when meeting the fleet commander. Zhao Chen quickly handed the helmet to a ground crew member and obediently followed the group. Led by the major, Zhao Chen walked through the carrier starship's interior to the bridge. Along the way, he observed the surroundings carefully, comparing them in his mind. The strength of this carrier starship likely surpassed the T-5 fire-killing class heavy carrier starship he knew, and might even rival the T-4 Fallen Angel class super heavy carrier starship. Despite this, Zhao Chen maintained a facade of curiosity, constantly looking around. The major, walking ahead, silently observed this terrestrial aviation fighter pilot. Seeing his behavior, the major felt a bit contemptuous. Despite the young man's impressive performance, he was ultimately from the lower ranks and probably hadn't seen many T-5 interstellar warships. However, recalling the astonishing performance he had seen earlier, the major had to admit that this young man was indeed special. Reporting, the major said, entering the bridge and addressing the young man sitting in the captain's chair. As per your instructions, I've brought him. Zhao Chen followed the major to the command platform of the bridge, seeing a young man sitting with his legs crossed in the captain's chair. At first glance, this person didn't seem like a qualified fleet commander, but rather had an air of a privileged youth. Yet, oddly enough, he lacked the usual arrogance of high-ranking officers. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's arrival, the young man immediately stood up and eagerly walked over, scrutinizing Zhao Chen with curiosity. Are you the pilot of XG-091, the Longya fighter? The young man asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. Zhao Chen confirmed the young man's Runka brigadier general. This person clearly had an extraordinary background to be placed in such a position despite his apparent lack of experience. Yes, that's me, Zhao Chen answered respectfully. The young brigadier general's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, that 30-meter lightsaber, how did you do it? Can you show me again? Zhao Chen was stunned. The man in front of him didn't look like an officer at all. The major beside him immediately barked. The general asked you a question. Zhao Chen stood up straight, stammering. Report to the general. I don't really know how I did it. I was very nervous, and my fighter had no other weapons or ammunition left. All I had was this lightsaber at my waist. I just tried to channel my willpower as much as I could, thinking only about cutting down that alien. I didn't expect the lightsaber to become so big. The brigadier general rubbed his chin thoughtfully and muttered to himself. There is research suggesting that people's potential can be triggered in dangerous situations. There have been instances on the battlefield where lightsabers performed beyond expectations during life and death moments. But a lightsaber over 30 meters long, that's a first. He scrutinized Zhao Chen, his eyes full of suspicion. The major suggested, General, why not let him try it here? The brigadier general's eyes lit up, and he nodded approvingly. Good idea. Seeing is believing. All I know comes from your squad's accounts and some blurry footage from the starfighter. Zhao Chen, activate the lightsaber right here. He watched Zhao Chen with excitement, as if anticipating a grand show. Zhao Chen hesitated as he took out the lightsaber from his waist. Seeing his hesitation, the major urged, What are you waiting for? Activate the lightsaber now. I'm just trying to get into the right state, Zhao Chen said with a wry smile, while actually thinking about how to control the lightsaber. He couldn't produce that 30-meter-long blade again. It would be impossible to explain. According to his memory, the lightsaber could be controlled by the user, but it required strong willpower. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chen began to activate the lightsaber. The beam emerged from the hilt and slowly extended. He carefully controlled its length and, at an appropriate point, willed it to stop. The lightsaber obeyed, ceasing to extend further. Feigning exhaustion, Zhao Chen gasped, I've used all my strength. It must be because I activated it once before. I'm really tired now. Just maintaining it is difficult. With that, he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, sweat covering his forehead. The lightsaber dissipated, leaving him looking utterly spent. The brigadier general mused, indeed. Activating such a long lightsaber must have taken a toll on your willpower and mental strength. The fact that you could manifest it again shows you're stronger in this area than others. It seems your ability to produce such a long lightsaber was partly due to your innate talent and partly due to the extraordinary circumstances. Zhao Chen sighed in relief, but the general immediately asked, by the way, who taught you to fly a fighter like that? Zhao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained, I usually enjoy playing flight simulation games. They often involve performing special maneuvers. In today's emergency, and after my mentor sacrificed himself, I used the lightsaber he reminded me to take before I took off. Showing a pained expression, Zhao Chen silently apologized to the old sergeant. He continued, so during the battle, I was filled with anger and thoughts of revenge, and I instinctively used the maneuvers from the simulation games. I didn't expect it to work. At that moment, I felt like I had become one with the starfighter, soaring through the battlefield like a fierce eagle. He became increasingly excited, standing up involuntarily. Suddenly, Zhao Chen was drawn to the flash of light outside the bridge window. The interstellar warships in low orbit had begun firing, their firepower ravaging the planet, eradicating all alien species and obliterating all life on it. The brigadier general noticed Zhao Chen's gaze and said calmly, Do you think this is cruel? I gave the order. Do you think I'm a butcher? The sudden question caught Zhao Chen off guard. He lowered his head, unable to speak. I want you to answer, the general said, taking a gulp of his drink. Zhao Chen replied with his head down, as a regular person, it is very cruel. Although I haven't lived on this planet for long, I am still flesh and blood. But as a soldier, I understand what must be done and what shouldn't. In the grand scheme of things, such sacrifices are inevitable. Sacrifices. The general repeated the word, seemingly disdainful. He waved his hand, saying, You're a hero of this war. I promote you to sergeant major. Perform well. You may go rest now. From now on, you'll serve on my flagship, joining my starfighter squad. Someone will help you get familiar with the starfighter operations. Given how adept you are with the ground attack fighter, I'm sure the starfighter won't be a problem for you. With that, the general turned to gaze out at the burning planet, his eyes deep and contemplative, a stark contrast to his earlier vibrant demeanor. Follow me, the major reminded Zhao Chen. All right, okay. Zhao Chen obediently followed the major. As they walked, the major said, Regarding your future duties, someone will be assigned to assist you. Originally, the general wanted to promote you directly to an officer rank. But promoting a 6th-level sergeant to a 9th-level officer in one battle is beyond the general's authority. Even as a brigadier general, Zhao Chen was surprised, not expecting the general to value him so highly. Soon, the major led Zhao Chen to a private dormitory. He pushed the door open, revealing a small but tidy space with a single bedroom and a private bathroom. This is your dormitory, the major said curtly. You have the next 12 hours to rest. You can stay in your room or go to the starship's dining area. Your identity information has been updated, so you can move freely around the starship. He paused, a barely noticeable hint of jealousy in his eyes. Additionally, a reward has been credited to your ID card, equivalent to a sergeant major's half-year salary. This was personally arranged by the brigadier general, as compensation for not being able to place you at an officer level. The major's tone carried a clear disdain. In 12 hours, someone will come to take you to your new post. During that time, you'll receive a new uniform. You're one of us now, so stop wearing that disgraceful outfit. It was only then that Zhao Chen noticed the differences in their uniforms. Although the colors were the same, his uniform was a lighter shade and looked cheaper, with fewer decorations. This reflected his previous status as part of the ground-based forces, ranking lower than the starship soldiers. After the major left, Zhao Chen walked into the dormitory and headed straight for the bathroom. Staring at his reflection, he saw a version of himself that looked similar but younger and less experienced. Only his eyes betrayed the weariness that didn't match the youthful appearance. Zhao Chen splashed cold water on his face and lay down on the bed, trying to organize his chaotic thoughts. All signs pointed to this being a real experience, not a dream, a genuine crossing. He recalled the three-dimensional space collapse crisis he had faced earlier, suspecting it might be related. Thinking of his companions on the Seraphim Crossbow No. 1 ship, Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh. The disaster had struck too suddenly for anyone to foresee. Shaking his head, Zhao Chen focused on his current situation. This was an unfamiliar universe with a similar level of technology, but the political system was still unclear. He decided to use the network to gather information, but first, he wrote a small program to ensure his actions wouldn't be traced. Once ready, Zhao Chun began collecting intelligence. He quickly discovered that this universe was ruled by an entity called the Star Alliance, which operated under a parliamentary election system. The Star Alliance's governing body was the Star Alliance Council, with different interstellar races holding varying numbers of seats based on their contributions. A Star Alliance leader was elected every 10 years. In the past decade, the Star Alliance had developed rapidly, breaking through T6 technology and moving towards T7. However, a new threat had also emerged. To his surprise, Zhao Chen found that the past decade's history was extraordinarily eventful, far surpassing the previous centuries. All of this was closely linked to the current Star Alliance leader. This leader's rise was nothing short of legendary. Once a disregarded illegitimate child of an old family, he had, in just 10 years, ascended to power through ruthless means. Not only did he take control of his family, but he also influenced other factions, ultimately becoming the Star Alliance leader and completing an astonishing journey of ascent. Zhao Chen stared at the screen, captivated by the introduction of the Star Alliance leader. An overwhelming curiosity surged within him, compelling him to search for more details and footage of this leader. The screen soon displayed an astonishing face, causing Zhao Chen to hold his breath. The phrase "a man with feminine features" flashed through his mind. This man, named Song Chun, possessed an unforgettable beauty that sharply contrasted with his artistically inclined name. However, Song Chen's life was far from tranquil. As an illegitimate child, his bloodline became a heavy burden rather than a boon. In his large family, his father acknowledged nearly 10 legitimate children, while rumors suggested that there could be over 100 illegitimate ones like Song Chen. These illegitimate children often led miserable lives. They received no favor and were frequently subjected to cruel oppression. Many died quietly, their lives as insignificant as weeds. Although Zhao Chen hadn't experienced it himself, such family secrets were not uncommon in his universe. The legitimate heirs treated the illegitimate children with cold cruelty. On one hand, they viewed their lives as worthless. On the other, they had to guard against any potential threat among them. Some narrow-minded individuals even eliminated these potential threats or suppressed them for life. Most illegitimate children never saw the light of day, but Song Chen was an exception. Zhao Chen found information about Song Chen's first significant public appearance, a collaboration with the White Rose Starship Research Institute, leading to the launch of the groundbreaking T4 Egret-class light interstellar cruiser. Upon its release, the warship caused a sensation, with orders surpassing 3 years of production capacity almost immediately. The White Rose Starship Research Institute announced the formation of the White Rose Military Industry Group, planning to increase production capacity tenfold within 6 months. Within 10 days, 7 starship manufacturers merged, officially establishing the White Rose Military Industry Group. As Zhao Chen continued reading, he realized that the T4 Egret-class light interstellar cruiser was undoubtedly the first step in Song Chen's rise and the cornerstone of his interstellar military empire. The White Rose Starship Research Institute was either founded by Song Chen or had close ties with him. Immersed in the information, Zhao Chen instinctively reached for the minibar beside his bed, filled with various inexpensive drinks. He grabbed a chilled beverage, and the system immediately displayed a charge notification. Zhao Chen didn't mind. After all, he had just received his half-year bonus. Taking a sip, Zhao Chen resumed his search for information on the White Rose Starship Research Institute and the White Rose Military Industry Group. These names were gaining influence throughout the universe. Although the Star Alliance had established a unified system, internal wars continued. The Star Alliance agreement explicitly stated that it would not interfere in family conflicts unless they affected the Alliance's interests. This ensured that the military industry remained paramount, as war was always the fastest means of expanding power. After the establishment of the White Rose Military Industry Group, the White Rose Starship Research Institute gradually retreated into the background. However, everyone knew that the two were closely connected. In just 5 years, the White Rose Military Industry Group secured its position as the leading military group in the Stargate, with a market share of 60%. They covered everything from civilian to high-end warships, possessing numerous exclusive technologies, including 30 T1 class, 23 T2 class, and 14 T3 class models, with most being starship technologies. The T4 Egret-class light interstellar cruiser became the best-selling T4 class interstellar warship. This unexpected contender quickly eroded the market share of other manufacturers. As the saying goes, taking someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Naturally, the now prominent White Rose Military Industry Group became a target, with some legitimate heirs of the Song family discontented with this illegitimate child's success. Thus, 8 military enterprises joined forces to besiege White Rose, blocking them from all supply chains. They even openly threatened that anyone purchasing White Rose warships would be barred from buying their other products. This clearly violated the Star Alliance's fair competition clause, but such clauses always favored the strong. When you were weak, they used these clauses to oppress you. When you were strong, they used them to challenge you. The only way to break free was to become stronger. All truths lay within firing range. At that time, Zhao Chen's military strength was still insufficient to confront these opponents. Just as the outside world expected him to yield, a shocking event known as the 100 White Roses erupted. Under intense pressure, the White Rose Military Industry Group did not retreat. Instead, they held their first-ever press conference, unveiling 100 products covering starships, military equipment, civilian equipment, and manufacturing equipment, almost entirely encompassing the T1, T2, and T3 categories. Coincidentally, the best-selling products of the 8 besieging manufacturers were among them. The products launched by White Rose were not only high quality but also offered at discounted prices. These discounted products directly competed with the best sellers of the 8 besieging companies. Thus began an unprecedented interstellar commercial war, with an invisible hand pressing down on the heads of these 8 military enterprises. In the following months, due to White Rose's precise strikes and high-quality, affordable products, the 8 companies suffered greatly. Within 3 months, their sales plummeted. The worst-hit company saw all its orders canceled, with 8 out of 10 production lines shut down. Customers preferred to pay breach penalties rather than continue their orders because even with the penalties, White Rose's products were still cheaper. In such a dire situation, these companies had no choice but to flip the table. The family forces behind the 8 military enterprises formed an alliance, creating an interstellar coalition to attack White Rose's production base. However, the outcome was unexpected. When the coalition assembled and advanced, they were met by a fleet of interstellar warships produced by White Rose's expanded production lines. The coalition was crushed before the Star Alliance's stewards could mediate, resulting in their complete annihilation. This conflict became known as the Battle of White Rose. After 2 major incidents, Zhao Chen finally got his chance to make a move in the vast game of the Star Alliance. White Rose Military Group's successive launches of T4 and T5 interstellar battleships shocked the major families of the Star Alliance. These once dismissive elites suddenly realized that a small starship manufacturer was rapidly rising, threatening their positions. The debut of the T5 interstellar battleship was particularly noteworthy. This level of battleship was enough to serve as the flagship and main force of private fleets of major families in the Star Alliance joint forces. At that time, Star Alliance technology had only just touched the edge of T6. Zhao Chen read this piece of history, feeling as if he were witnessing the birth of a legend, his heart swelling with excitement. In just 3 years, Zhao Chen used White Rose Military Group as a foundation to annex the interstellar forces that had attacked him, expanding from a small star system to an entire star domain, becoming one of the top 5 military giants in the Star Alliance. Meanwhile, the Song family itself was divided into 2 factions, one hoping to bring Zhao Chen back into the family fold and the other firmly opposing it, led by the 3 most promising heirs of the Song family. The conflict between the factions escalated into a full-blown war. The 3 Song heirs united, mobilizing all available interstellar battleships to declare war on Zhao Chen. Despite external beliefs that Zhao Chen's strength was no match for the heirs backed by the Song family, Zhao Chen won the war with an overwhelming advantage, thanks to a series of T5 interstellar battleships. However, this war, seen as a conflict among the Song heirs, became the catalyst for a civil war within the Star Alliance. Although the 3 heirs survived, they were severely injured. The forces behind them could no longer remain silent, especially the eldest son's mother, who hailed from one of the top 5 families of the Star Alliance and had secretly controlled 2/3 of the Song family's military power for years. This ambitious woman instigated a major upheaval within the Song family, eliminating or expelling those who did not support her. The fortunate ones could only announce their retirement. Consequently, the Song family fell into the hands of the eldest branch. She then persuaded the Star Alliance leader to label Zhao Chen and his forces as threats to the Star Alliance. The proposal passed with a majority vote in the council, and the Star Alliance joint forces launched a campaign against Zhao Chen. As this rare, centuries-long civil war erupted in the Star Alliance, the major forces split into 3 factions: the neutral faction, the Star Alliance joint forces, and the few forces supporting Zhao Chen. The war lasted nearly a year. When the Star Alliance joint forces introduced the so-called T6, actually a quasi-T6 interstellar battleship, believing victory was in their grasp, Zhao Chen unveiled a true T6 interstellar battleship, completely turning the tide. Zhao Chen defeated most of the Star Alliance joint forces, causing the neutral faction to switch sides. With the addition of surrendered family forces, Zhao Chen ultimately took control of the entire Star Alliance. He executed a series of ruthless purges and subsequently became the new leader of the Star Alliance through a parliamentary election. Zhao Chen finished reading this legendary history, his heart stirred, eager to meet this legendary figure in person. Meanwhile, in the White Rose star system, a handsome figure was leisurely soaking in a bathtub, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. He raised his hand slightly, and with a gentle grasp, a sneaky, alluring woman was suspended midair. Brother Chen, I came to help you wash your back, the woman said, her gaze fixated on the person in the bathtub. No need. If you dare sneak in while I'm bathing again, see how I deal with you, Song Chen said coldly, releasing his grip. The woman fell to the ground and immediately began to cry. Deal with me? Fine, Song Chen. Do whatever you want. Kill me or whatever. It's up to you. After all, you saved my life, so my life belongs to you. Do whatever you want. Song Chen looked helplessly at the beautiful woman, knowing that she dared to act so boldly because she was sure he wouldn't harm her. No, next time, Song Chen said, waving his hand to push the woman out of the bathroom. He had lost count of how many times he had repeated this phrase. Song Chen stood up, water droplets sliding down his well-defined physique. This was no ordinary man's body. He walked to the mirror, wiped away the fog, and stared at his reflection. Song Chen? Huh. Mother. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even use this name. I don't care for the surname Song. My surname is Zhao. I will always be Zhao Cheng. After Zhao Chen finished researching the leader of the Star Alliance, his brow furrowed. The leader's rise to power bore a striking resemblance to his own journey from obscurity to becoming a supreme ruler of the cosmos, rapidly developing advanced interstellar warships in a short time. All of this made Zhao Chen suspicious. Could this leader also be a traveler from another universe, equipped with a similar assisting system? If that were the case, Zhao Chen realized this might be his chance to return to his original universe. However, this thought also brought about potential dangers. He couldn't be sure whether the Star Alliance leader would view him as an enemy, nor could he predict the leader's reaction upon discovering him as an intruder. Making contact rashly could put him in jeopardy. After careful consideration, Zhao Chen decided to put this idea on hold. He wouldn't reveal his true identity until he had personally met and understood this leader. At the very least, he needed to wait until he was confident enough to make a move. Shifting his focus to other information, Zhao Chen noticed the frequent appearance of alien creatures over the past 6 months. These creatures often emerged through spatial rifts, mostly appearing within planets, with a few in outer space. The rifts in outer space were particularly dangerous, potentially bringing alien interstellar warships. In response to this threat, the Star Alliance's High Command formulated a stringent policy. Control the threat if possible, destroy the threatened planet if not. This decision initially sparked considerable debate in the Star Alliance Council, but opposition gradually waned, leaving only the affected civilians to grumble in secret. Criticism of the Star Alliance leader began to surface among the populace. In addition to the alien threat, another piece of information caught Zhao Chen's attention. The Star Alliance had allegedly discovered a gateway to another universe and claimed that the civilization in that universe had strong invasion intentions. Consequently, the Star Alliance had deployed a vast fleet and strategic resources at the so-called entrance to the universe. Ostensibly for defense, it was clear to any discerning observer that the Star Alliance leader likely harbored plans for an active invasion of the other universe. These revelations raised more questions about the Star Alliance leader's actions. As Zhao Chen lay in bed, covering his eyes with his hand, his thoughts drifted to Charlotte and his children in the distant other universe. If he could never return, he would never see his loved ones again, nor would he know when their universe might be destroyed by the invading forces. Clenching his fist, Zhao Chen silently vowed, I must go back. This is my promise to them. No matter the cost, I must return as soon as possible. Fatigue soon overcame him. Despite his body evolving into a level 6 super soldier, the immense recent stress caused Zhao Chen to fall asleep unknowingly. He was awakened by an incoming video call on his handheld device. Sitting up and glancing around, Zhao Chen answered the call. A middle-aged man with a kind smile appeared on the screen. Hello, I'm Zhang Dan, the deputy leader of the 3rd Flight Squadron on this carrier starship. I've been assigned to deliver your new uniform and oversee your training and orientation to help you adapt to your new position quickly. I'm right outside your dormitory. Please open the door if it's convenient. Zhao Chen quickly got up and went to the door. Opening it, he saw Zhang Dan holding a brand new uniform. Good day, sir. Sergeant Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen saluted, displaying the proper military demeanor. It should be Master Sergeant Zhao Chen, Lieutenant Zhang corrected, pointing to the new insignia on the uniform. We're on a tight schedule. Change into this now. I'll wait outside. Zhao Chen took the uniform and quickly changed before standing in front of Lieutenant Zhang. The lieutenant scrutinized the young man before him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I never expected your demeanor to change so drastically in uniform. Zhao Chen smiled modestly. Thank you for the compliment, Lieutenant. I'm not exaggerating, Lieutenant Zhang said, patting Zhao Chen on the shoulder. Come on, I'll show you to your new combat post. Second Lieutenant Zhang and Zhao Chen walked into the grand hangar, where rows of T5 Longyin-class medium interstellar fighters were neatly arranged. These were the main weapons of the carrier starship. The hangar was bustling with activity, with many pilots either training or meticulously checking their fighters. Even though it's not wartime, we spend most of our time with these steel companions, Zhang said with a smile as they walked. You might have heard of the T5 Colossus-class medium carrier starship, but I still need to give you a detailed introduction. As a pilot, understanding the mothership is a must. Following behind, Zhao Chen silently admired his senior. Zhang continued, this T5 Colossus class is equipped with 5 million interstellar drones and 300,000 various models of interstellar fighters. His pride was evident as he mentioned these figures. Though it's just a medium warship, it's the most numerous in the Star Alliance and the first T5 class warship by the White Rose military group, Zhang added. There are rumors that White Rose is planning to launch a T5 class heavy carrier, but for now, this warship's status in the Star Alliance is irreplaceable. Feigning admiration, Zhao Chen inwardly remained unimpressed. He knew that this warship's aircraft capacity was less than 1/6 of his T5 fire-killing class heavy carrier. However, he kept his thoughts to himself and continued listening to Zhang's introduction. Our mothership has 100 flight squads, each with 3,000 fighters. We belong to the 3rd Flight Squad, ranked among the top 3, Zhang said proudly, lifting his head. At that moment, a man sitting on a nearby fighter scoffed, Top 3? Don't kid yourself. You've fallen out of the top 5 in the last 3 battles. Keep this up, and you'll lose that 3rd spot. Zhang's face darkened as he retorted, Jean, if our 3 deputy leaders weren't injured, you wouldn't dare to boast. Where was your bravado before? Jean jumped down from his fighter and walked up to Zhang, the tension palpable. Want to fight? Zhang didn't back down. Zhao Chen noticed that Jean was just a warrant officer and sensed there was more to this. Sure enough, Jean didn't continue provoking Zhang and instead targeted Zhao Chen. So, this is your new recruit? An ex-ground aviation pilot? Jean sneered, kid. This is an interstellar warship. Don't wet your pants. Unfazed, Zhao Chen shot back, sorry, I only care about performance. Zhang, are we competing with words here? If so, I concede. But our base has a gatekeeper who loves verbal sparring with men. Too bad he's probably not around after the alien invasion. Maybe you two should have a match? This remark infuriated Jean, who raised his hand to hit Zhao Chen. Zhang stepped in just in time, saying coldly, Jean, are you going to hit my man? Has the 5th squad become this arrogant? Seeing the situation, Jean left begrudgingly. Zhang turned and patted Zhao Chen's shoulder, smiling, good spirit. But Jean will surely cause you trouble. Be careful. As long as you stick with our 3rd squad, they won't dare bully you. Thank you, sir, Zhao Chen said. Don't call me sir, just call me Brother Doan. All right, Brother Doan. Zhao Chen replied cheerfully. Under the guidance of Lieutenant Zhang, Zhao Chen arrived in front of a fully prepared interstellar fighter. Although Zhao Chen had previously piloted a terrestrial aircraft, the interstellar fighter had significant differences in performance and operation, not to mention the different battlefield environments. He needed to relearn and master these skills. Lieutenant Zhang, acting like a dedicated coach, patiently and meticulously explained the essentials of piloting this interstellar fighter to Zhao Chen. To avoid standing out too much, Zhao Chen intentionally pretended to be thoughtful and made some mistakes. 5 hours of training flew by in no time. Sorry, Brother Doan. Am I a bit slow? Zhao Chen asked with a shy smile. Lieutenant Zhang patted Zhao Chen's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Slow? Are you kidding me? You've grasped most of the interstellar fighter's operations and knowledge in just 5 hours. That's impressive. Even with your background in terrestrial aircraft, similar personnel usually take at least 3 to 5 days to reach your level. Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned, not expecting that his attempt to stay low-key would still make him stand out. Lieutenant Zhang continued, That's it for today. Go back and review what you've learned. Tomorrow, I'll arrange a simulated combat flight course for you. At your learning speed, you'll likely join our active squadron in about 3 days. No wonder the general values your talents so highly. Among the people I've trained, you're definitely a top-notch genius. Zhao Chen felt a bit embarrassed by Lieutenant Zhang's praise. This officer had a great temperament and treated his subordinates without any airs. Let's go. It's mealtime now. My treat today, Lieutenant Zhang said, putting his arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder like an old friend. Zhao Chen responded with a simple, silly grin. However, the harmonious atmosphere was soon disrupted by a sudden voice. Oh wow, a genius? The top genius? Lieutenant Zhang's praise seems a bit over the top, doesn't it? Just half a day, and he's already a genius in your eyes? What does that make the rest of us? Warrant Officer Jean, who had previously caused trouble, stepped forward, followed by a few young faces with ranks of sergeant or staff sergeant, presumably his subordinates. Lieutenant Zhang was visibly irritated. Jan, don't look for trouble here. Warrant Officer Jean crossed his arms and smirked provocatively. I'm just curious to see the so-called genius from our mothership. If he's such a big deal, shouldn't we all get a look? The people behind Warrant Officer Jean started jeering, but they only dared to target Zhao Chen, who had a similar rank. It was clear they were jealous of Zhao Chen's rapid promotion. Let's see the genius. This is the genius? Doesn't look that special. Ever flown an interstellar fighter? He's a terrestrial aircraft pilot. Probably never even flown in outer space, just within a planet's atmosphere. Must be nice, staying in one place all day, unlike us drifting in space. Hey, was the place you were stationed at filled with women? Their words were obviously aimed at Zhao Chen's terrestrial background. Many in his position might have been angered by such remarks, but for Zhao Chen, these attacks had little effect. Sensing the eyes around him, Zhao Chen realized he needed to respond. He looked coldly at the jeering officers, then turned to Lieutenant Zhang and asked calmly, "Lieutenant, can you pilot an interstellar fighter just by talking?" With Warrant Officer Jin's mouth being so sharp, his piloting must be exceptional too, right? Does his talk have any battle achievements? Zhao Chen's tone was mild, but the effect was immediate. What do you mean by that? Just promoted and already so arrogant? Genius, huh? Come on out, and let's see if you can back it up. I'll make you call me Daddy. Just a lucky terrestrial pilot. This is space, not your miserable ground. Zhao Chen watched their outbursts with a slight smirk, letting out a disdainful chuckle. This completely infuriated them, and a group of men started advancing, fists raised, ready to teach the newcomer a lesson. Lieutenant Zhang immediately stepped in front of Zhao Chen, glaring at the group. "You want to mess with my man?" Warrant Officer Jean spoke up. "Zhang, there's no need for us to interfere in matters between the lower ranks." Lieutenant Zhang ignored him, staring directly at Warrant Officer Jean. "I know what you're trying to do. As long as I'm here, you won't get your way. If you've got the guts, let's settle this ourselves," he said, rolling up his sleeves. Warrant Officer Jean merely smiled. According to mothership regulations, private fights are against the rules. You still remember that? Lieutenant Zhang scoffed. But, Warrant Officer Jean continued, this rookie from your team just disrespected his seniors. This can't be let go. Have him apologize to each of us, and I'll let it slide. Warrant Officer Jean looked at Zhao Chen again, clearly determined to cause trouble. Zhao Chen's expression turned cold. Although he didn't want to create trouble in this unfamiliar universe, if someone insisted on provoking him, Zhao Chen had countless ways to make them disappear without a trace. Lieutenant Zhang was about to stand up for Zhao Chen when Lieutenant Jean spoke first, his tone dripping with menace. "Lieutenant Zhang, if you insist on speaking out, I'll give you that respect. But you know as well as I do that some of our men are stubborn, and we can't control them. This young brother will be on our mothership in the future. We'll be seeing each other often. Are you going to be around every time something happens?" These words infuriated Lieutenant Zhang. Pointing at Lieutenant Jean, he roared, "Jean, are you threatening me? The one thing I don't fear is threats. If someone wants to hit me, I'll hit you first today." Before he finished speaking, Lieutenant Zhang lunged forward, landing a heavy punch on Lieutenant Jin's face. Lieutenant Jean was knocked back, crashing to the ground. Lieutenant Zhang looked at his fist, clearly surprised by the power of his punch. Lieutenant Jin's men immediately surrounded them, ready to defend their officer. The atmosphere grew tense. Standing at the back, Zhao Chen suddenly realized. Lieutenant Jean came here to provoke trouble on purpose. He knew that directly attacking Lieutenant Zhang would be too obvious, so he chose to provoke Zhao Chen, the new recruit. After all, it's not uncommon for soldiers and officers to mysteriously disappear on the mothership, and superiors usually don't investigate. Zhao Chen sighed inwardly, thinking that trouble seemed to follow him no matter which universe he was in. The argument quickly spread. When the 5th Squadron heard that their deputy commander had been hit, they rushed over to seek justice. The 3rd Squadron also swarmed in. The two squadrons faced off, ready to clash. At that moment, a loud voice boomed. "What's going on here?" Everyone fell silent instantly. A familiar figure strode forward. It was the major who had previously welcomed Zhao Chen. His face was stern as he approached the crowd. Zhao Chen squinted, knowing that the major's appearance was no coincidence. He noticed that Lieutenant Jean had already gotten up, a barely noticeable smile on his lips as he walked over to the major, playing the victim. In contrast, Lieutenant Zhang, clearly not good with words, was red with frustration. Without directly reprimanding Lieutenant Zhang, the major scolded everyone. Fighting on the mothership. You all are something else." Then he barked. "Where are the commanders of the 3rd and 5th Squadrons?" "Present." Two voices responded in succession. Commander of the 3rd Squadron, Chao Zhenlong, reporting. A burly man, more suited to be a space marine than a pilot, stepped forward. Commander of the 5th Squadron, Li Jian, reporting. The other commander was much leaner. Zhao Chen observed the two captains quietly, speculating that there must be a major commanding the entire fleet. The major immediately berated Chao Zhenlong. "Chao Zhenlong, how do you manage your subordinates? This is a place for parking and preparing the fighters, not for brawling." Chao Zhenlong stood silently, accepting the reprimand without a word. Just then, a man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a cigarette in his mouth, stepped out. Major Wu, what brings you here? If I recall correctly, the space fighters fall under my jurisdiction, right? Seeing him, Major Wu quickly changed his tone, smiling as he said, I was worried that with your age, you might not have the energy to manage everything. So I came to take a look. And look, I found this situation. It needs to be handled. If you're too busy, you can leave it to me. Zhao Chen studied the newcomer, guessing he must be the overall commander of the squadrons. Surprisingly, this commander outranked Major Wu and was a lieutenant colonel. By now, Zhao Chen had a clear picture of the situation. This was nothing more than a clash between the old guard and the new power. The old lieutenant colonel's sharp gaze swept over Major Wu, his tone calm yet laced with hidden sharpness. I may be getting on in years, but I'm not so old that I need someone to meddle in my territory. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere became charged with a hint of tension. Major Wu maintained a slight smile. Speaking frankly, you're hinting at me, aren't you? Honestly, I wouldn't want to either. But this is a carrier starship. The starfighter squadrons are the lifeblood of the mothership, and we can't afford any mistakes. I've just arrived and already saw 2 deputy squadron leaders almost come to blows. If the general finds out, he might think it's due to your poor management, affecting the entire squadron's combat readiness. Moreover, the recent poor performance of the 3rd Squadron and their conflict with the 5th Squadron likely stems from this. According to regulations, the capable should lead. Otherwise, it's hard to command respect. The general won't be pleased either. Don't you agree? Zhao Chen marveled at Major Wu's rhetoric, each word subtly criticizing the old lieutenant colonel while forcing him to respond. The importance of the starfighter squadrons to the carrier starship was undeniable. The old lieutenant colonel's eyes were as sharp as ever as he scanned everyone present. Without asking for details, he sternly rebuked. This is the hangar, not a boxing ring. If you want to fight, go to the ring. I won't care if you kill each other there. He quickly decided on the punishment. Both squadron leaders will have 1 month's pay docked, and the involved deputy leaders will have 2 months' pay docked. As for the feud between the 3rd and 5th squadrons, they'll say this just once. There's an upcoming battle. You'll have a chance to prove yourselves. Your positions will depend entirely on your performance. After saying this, the old lieutenant colonel coldly looked at Major Wu. Satisfied now? Major Wu nodded with a smile. The old lieutenant colonel immediately issued an order. The hangar is a restricted military area. Unauthorized personnel, please leave. Major Wu, unfazed, smiled and took his leave. The old lieutenant colonel barked. What are you all staring at? Not enough training, is it? Get back to your posts. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only the 2 squadron leaders, 2 deputy leaders, and Zhao Chen. The old lieutenant colonel approached Li Jian, the leader of the 5th squadron, and said coldly, couldn't wait to find a backer, huh? Li Jian lowered his head. Master, I wouldn't dare. Don't say you wouldn't dare. Your new backer's here to support you, isn't he? I know you're interested in the top 3 positions and value power and status. What's yours, you'll eventually get. If you don't have it now, it's because you're not yet qualified. Since you've chosen your path, don't stray from it. Li Jian's eyes flickered with coldness as he replied quietly, then left with his deputy. Chao Zhenlong scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Master, sorry for putting you in a tough spot. The old lieutenant colonel snorted. I can protect you for a while, but not forever. Your recent performance has indeed been lacking. I plan to make decisions after this mission, but it seems someone couldn't wait. Second Lieutenant Zhang stood up. Commander, I was the one who started the fight. Let me take full responsibility. Chao Zhenlong kicked him aside. Who said you could speak? The old lieutenant colonel snorted and turned his gaze to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stepped forward and saluted. Commander, I also bear responsibility for this. The old lieutenant colonel interrupted. I've reviewed your records and videos. You took down a level 5 alien and several level 4 and level 3 aliens with just a T5 land-based fighter. By rights, you should have been recruited long ago. Your previous assessment data was average. Why did you perform so well this time? And you used a lightsaber to kill aliens? A lightsaber? Chao Zhenlong and Second Lieutenant Zhang exclaimed. In midair? Chao Zhenlong's eyes lit up. Zhao Chen nodded. Yes, I jumped out of the fighter, killed the alien, and then returned to the fighter to restart it and fly back. This statement left Chao Zhenlong and Second Lieutenant Zhang in stunned silence, staring at Zhao Chen in disbelief. Zhao Chen juggled the astonished questions from the 2 captains while discreetly glancing at the old colonel nearby. He knew his sudden show of exceptional skill had inevitably aroused suspicion. It might have been the situation, Zhao Chen calmly explained, locking eyes with the old colonel. He described the scene of the base under attack by hostile creatures and mentioned the sacrifice of a ground crew veteran who had always looked out for him. Just before I took off in the fighter jet, he personally reminded me to take the lightsaber, just in case. Zhao Chen's voice grew somber. Witnessing the old man's sacrifice filled me with an uncontrollable rage. My hands moved on their own. At that moment, all I wanted was to kill those creatures. He candidly admitted that his previous performance had been mediocre due to a lack of motivation. I used to be a Gawithlow kind of person, content with a suitable spot, whether in space or on land. So, I didn't take the previous assessments seriously, which led to poor results. He shrugged, appearing indifferent. Though still somewhat skeptical, the old colonel broadly accepted the explanation. After all, this was someone the general had assigned, and even if there were doubts, it wasn't his place to voice them. He turned to Zhao Zhenlong. Although he comes from an army aviation background, his talent and skills are impressive. I believe with proper training, he can become an excellent starfighter pilot. Integrate him into your squadron as soon as possible before the upcoming mission. Zhao Zhenlong stood at attention and responded, "Rest assured, sir. We will take good care of this talented newcomer. The 3rd Squadron will deliver results that will convince everyone in this mission." After the old colonel left, Zhao Zhenlong had a brief conversation with Zhao Chen, repeatedly instructing Lieutenant Zhang to take care of him, before hurrying off to handle other matters. Lieutenant Zhang looked at Zhao Chen with excitement. "I didn't expect you to have such a remarkable performance. No wonder you were so outstanding when learning the controls earlier. You truly are a genius." Zhao Chen modestly replied, "It was just luck. Come on, let me treat you to a good meal to welcome you and help you relax," Lieutenant Zhang said, patting Zhao Chen on the shoulder. "Don't worry, as long as you're with the 3rd Squadron, no one will mess with you." Zhao Chen couldn't help but reflect on how a team's character really stems from its leader. Zhao Zhenlong's squad was so friendly, while Li Jian's side was full of schemers. At the starship's dining hall, despite Lieutenant Zhang's strong protests, Zhao Chen insisted on paying. He explained, "You stood up for me and lost a month's salary. Buying dinner is the least I can do." This gesture made Lieutenant Zhang feel even closer to Zhao Chen, calling him a brother. In the following days, Zhao Chen focused on learning to pilot the starfighter. Despite his efforts to conceal his true abilities, his rapid progress left Lieutenant Zhang in awe. Soon enough, Zhao Chen was assigned to Lieutenant Zhang's elite team, a rare honor for a newcomer. Before long, Zhao Chen faced his first combat mission. The assembly horn sounded, and the pilots of the 3rd Squadron lined up in the hangar's briefing room. Zhao Chen stood among them, watching Lieutenant Zhang and the holographic image of Zhao Zhenlong. Zhao Zhenlong briefly outlined the mission, which involved an offensive against an alternate universe. The 3rd Fleet Group was tasked with securing air superiority in space, using a rotational deployment strategy. As the first combat sequence, they bore a heavy responsibility. "The 5th Squadron has been eyeing our 3rd position for a long time," Zhao Zhenlong said gravely. "If we don't perform well this time, we might lose that title. Can you stand to see that happen?" "No," everyone shouted in unison. Zhao Zhenlong continued to rally their spirits. "This time, we will redeem ourselves with our achievements." "Redeem ourselves," Zhao Chen echoed along with his comrades. Participating in such a setting for the first time, he felt a novel sense of belonging, as if he had truly become part of the team. Zhao Chen stepped into the waiting area designated for starfighter pilots and glanced around. Comfortable sofas were arranged neatly, with an assortment of snacks and beverages nearby. The ambience here starkly contrasted with the actual starfighter hangar, which was an enclosed space where fighters were only brought up to the operational hangar when needed. Choosing a seat in the front row, Zhao Chen immediately felt the scrutinizing gazes from around the room. Some pilots seated in the back rows made excuses to walk towards the snack area, deliberately passing by Zhao Chen to size up the new addition. Zhao Chen was well aware that these individuals harbored doubts about the land-based pilot who had suddenly joined their elite squad. He could even imagine the gossip among the 5th Squadron, the whispers about a mere sergeant who had been promoted to master sergeant thanks to sheer luck. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lieutenant Zhang stood up and barked at the onlookers. "What are you staring at? Since when did you lot start fancying men? After this mission, I'll arrange for you to have 5 men each to serve you well." Under Lieutenant Zhang's intimidation, the others quickly averted their eyes and stopped gawking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled wryly, realizing that this rescue might actually cause him more trouble. Lieutenant Zhang seemed oblivious to this, patting Zhao Chen on the shoulder and saying, "Relax, Zhao. Just stick with my squad during the mission and show what you can do like in training. I believe in you." To ease the awkwardness, Zhao Chen changed the subject, asking, "Lieutenant, are we going to fight against an interstellar civilization from another dimension this time? Weren't we supposed to focus on defense according to the Star Alliance's strategy? Why are we taking the offensive now?" Leaning in, Lieutenant Zhang lowered his voice and explained, "Zhao, this is confidential, so keep it to yourself. Our stealth reconnaissance fleet discovered a microuniverse at the junction of 2 universes. This microuniverse shows no signs of life, but contains a special raw material that could be crucial for us to advance to T6 or even T7 technological civilization. The other side has already established a foothold there, and we can't afford to sit idly by." Zhao Chen suddenly understood, and a sense of curiosity about the multiverse surged within him. He looked forward to the upcoming battle, hoping it would offer a chance to delve deeper into the mysteries of the universe and perhaps find a way back to his own. Lieutenant Zhang continued, "Those guys are all watching you. thinking you're some rich kid sent here to gain a shiny record. If Captain Chow hadn't ordered us to keep your achievements under wraps, I would have stood up for you already. But I believe in you. You've got real skills, and you'll prove yourself in the coming battle. Nodding in understanding, Zhao Chen mentally prepared himself. He thought about how to demonstrate his abilities in the impending combat without attracting too much unnecessary attention. News of an outbreak of battle from the frontline fleet arrived swiftly. As an interstellar fighter pilot, Zhao Chen had limited access to information and could only gather intelligence through the public reports in the lounge and conversations with Lieutenant Zhang. The entire campaign was divided into multiple battle zones. The Star Alliance had dispatched 3 million interstellar warships, organized into 3 main fleet groups, each comprising 10 regular fleet groups. Each regular fleet group was typically responsible for combat operations in one war zone, resulting in a total of 50 to 100 battlefields of varying sizes. Some battlefields were so close that the artillery fire from adjacent zones could be seen through the deep space telescopes of the starships. The situation was highly dynamic. 2 battle zones could merge into one or split into 2 based on the commander's strategies. With 3 million warships deployed, how many does the enemy have? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Rumor has it they have 1 million, Lieutenant Zhang replied. 3 million against 1 million? Isn't that a guaranteed win? Zhao Chen exclaimed in surprise. Lieutenant Zhang shook his head and explained. You might not fully understand the characteristics of our Star Alliance warships. Most of them are manufactured by the White Rose Arms Company, which has an extremely high production capacity. It's said they can produce an entire fleet group in a month. Our advantage lies in quantity and cost-effectiveness, but the performance of individual ships isn't necessarily top-notch. He then mentioned the mysterious Star Leader fleet group, directly commanded by the leader himself, consisting entirely of high-performance warships. This fleet had once annihilated 300,000 enemy warships with just 100,000 of their own in a crucial battle, laying the foundation for victory in the Civil War. Speaking of the leader, a look of admiration lit up Lieutenant Zhang's eyes, a fervor seen in most people. Zhao Chen felt a shiver when he heard the men around him shouting about wanting to marry the leader. The electronic display screen in the lounge began updating with information on enemy fighters and drones, invaluable intelligence obtained at the cost of their comrades' lives. Everyone focused intently on studying the data, discussing tactical points among themselves. Using his expertise, Zhao Chen quickly analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy's equipment. Suddenly, the 3 lights above the lounge door simultaneously turned from green to yellow. The room fell silent. Lieutenant Zhang stood up and issued orders to the 300 fighter pilots. Enter secondary combat readiness. Check your equipment. This battle is crucial for the 3rd Squadron. Each of you must destroy at least 1 enemy fighter of the same class, or don't blame me for being harsh. Understood. The pilots responded in unison. When the 3 lights turned red, Zhao Chen knew they were about to engage in combat. Lieutenant Zhang patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, don't be nervous, just think of it as piloting a terrestrial fighter. The lights at the door turned red one by one, and the holographic display showed the names and numbers of the 300 pilots in standby status. As beeping sounds echoed, some statuses turned yellow, and those pilots quickly left the lounge. Lieutenant Zhang stood at the door, patting each one on the shoulder as he sent them off to their respective fighters. A minute later, the lounge was half empty. Zhao Chen's name then turned yellow. DK-9577, your interstellar fighter will be ready shortly. Please reach Base C, position 16 within 30 seconds, and prepare for takeoff. Zhao Chen stood up, donned his helmet, and strode out of the lounge, ready to face his first interstellar battle. Zhao Chen gazed at the slowly ascending T-5 Dragonhawk-class medium starfighter, a sense of familiarity washing over him. His in-depth study of this model had given him a thorough understanding of its features. Despite its low cost, its performance remained outstanding in the vast expanse of the universe. Its high cost-effectiveness made it the standard T-5 class fighter on the capital ships of the Star Alliance. The extensive production network ensured a continuous supply. Even if losses were heavy on the battlefield, the rear could deliver new fighters to the front lines within 3 hours, at most half a day. This was the advantage of mass-produced interstellar weapons and inexhaustible reserve of combat power. Zhao Chen nimbly climbed into the cockpit, his fingers dancing across the control panel as he quickly checked various performance indicators. Meanwhile, the fighter continued its ascent, heading towards the external flight deck of the carrier. Just as he completed the final check, his voice came through the headset. DK-9577. All systems normal. Ready for combat. The surrounding darkness was suddenly pierced by a blinding light as Zhao Chen's fighter reached the flight deck on the outer side of the carrier. This open-air runway design was the most common, being cost-effective and highly efficient for takeoffs and landings. Its only downside was its vulnerability to attacks. In contrast, semi-concealed runways offered higher security but slightly reduced efficiency. As Zhao Chen scanned his surroundings, he couldn't help but be impressed by the scale of the flight deck. This single runway could accommodate 50 fighters taking off simultaneously and handled up to 6,000 takeoffs and landings per hour, with an extreme capacity of 10,000. The entire carrier had at least 10 such runways. The roar of a fighter's engine ahead drew his attention as it streaked into the distant starry sky with blue tail flames. The voice of the tower controller then echoed in the communication channel. DK-9577, you are cleared for takeoff. Complete within 20 seconds. Roger that. Zhao Chen immediately initiated the takeoff sequence. Although training required completion within 20 seconds, he finished all operations in under 15, deliberately slowing some actions. Each fighter's takeoff and combat data were meticulously recorded to evaluate the pilot's abilities and combat achievements. Zhao Chen didn't want to attract too much attention and chose to keep a low profile. The fighter soared into the sky, and a flight formation window automatically popped up on Zhao Chen's display, showing signals from over 10 other fighters. This was a temporary flight squadron, usually consisting of about 30 fighters, to be quickly deployed into combat. The highest-ranking officer in the formation acted as the commander. Soon, Zhao Chen's temporary squadron was assembled, led by a warrant officer who was the highest-ranking among the 30 pilots. He quickly issued combat orders. Formation. Each fighter's role was then specified, with Zhao Chen, as the newest member, assigned as a wingman responsible for fire support and drawing enemy attention to assist the main attack fighters in shooting down enemy aircraft. Zhao Chen was secretly pleased with this role, as it allowed him to participate in the battle without being too conspicuous. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen finally saw the main battlefield for this air combat. It was the flank of the battlefield, a pure interstellar combat zone without the involvement of starships. Controlling this flight corridor meant being able to harass enemy starships from the side and rear, making the struggle here exceptionally fierce. The battlefield was vast and empty, with only a few small satellites providing a clear view. At least 50,000 starfighters from both sides were engaged in intense combat. Zhao Chen's squadron, though a mere drop in the ocean, carried an important mission. Soon, Zhao Chen's squadron engaged the enemy. The communication channel was filled with various shouts, some calling out target locks, others reporting being locked on by the enemy, some requesting support, and others announcing enemy kills. As the battle continued, reports of fighters being shot down began to come in. Zhao Chen glanced at the status window. 3 of the original 30 names had turned gray, indicating those fighters had been destroyed. Although Zhao Chen had not yet personally shot down an enemy, his coordination with allied fighters was exceptionally smooth. Each time he partnered with another fighter, they achieved commendable results. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, Zhao Chen chose to act when necessary, eventually successfully shooting down an enemy fighter to avoid returning with a blank record. Commander, my star shield is down to 5. Requesting permission to retreat. An urgent voice crackled over the comms channel. I'm out of missiles, and my machine guns are down to 30 energy. Requesting to return to base. Another voice chimed in quickly. Damn, I've been hit. I need to pull out. Cover me. A third voice, filled with pain, added. As the battle dragged on, Zhao Chen's squadron began facing ammo depletion and critically low star shield energy. Given the unique nature of starfighter combat, pilots could request to withdraw and return to the mothership when their overall combat effectiveness dropped below a certain threshold to prepare for the next sortie. More and more starfighters requested to retreat, and Zhao Chen was no exception. The entire squadron almost simultaneously decided to withdraw from the battle. Retreating wasn't a haphazard move. It required coordination with other squads still engaged in combat for fire cover and arranging better-conditioned fighters to bring up the rear. Once they were safely away from the battlefield, the comms channel buzzed with relaxed chatter. Pilots began to boast about their achievements, with the standout performer being the warrant officer leading the squad, who had taken down 5 enemy starfighters in a single engagement. Captain, you're amazing. 5 enemy fighters in one sortie, someone exclaimed excitedly. With this performance, you might get promoted to lieutenant after this campaign, another voice added. You'll be leading your own flight squad soon. When you get promoted, don't forget to treat us all to a drink. While the warrant officer responded modestly to the praise, his eyes were fixed on an unassuming identifier, DK-9577, in the squad list. This identifier showed only 1 enemy kill, but the captain remembered that 3 of his 5 kills were achieved with DK-9577's support. Before this, the captain's best record was 3 enemy fighters in a single sortie. This time, it felt almost effortless, as if someone had served victory on a silver platter. Not only that, but the entire squad's total score was remarkable, with over 60 enemy fighters destroyed, an impressive feat in space warfare. In the Star Alliance fleet, achieving a 1-10 kill ratio was considered a significant victory. Such a commanding lead was beyond the captain's expectations, making him wonder whether DK-9577 was incredibly lucky or genuinely skilled. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen's gaze was fixed on the 12 dimmed identifiers of fallen starfighters in the squad list. He knew each identifier represented a life, possibly even a family. Though he had experienced the loss of comrades in the Xiaolong Legion before, the existence of resurrection cloning technology had dulled the impact. Now, these space warriors faced true death, with no second chances. Starfighter pilots had the highest mortality rate in the fleet, but also the fastest promotion track and the highest compensation. The current legendary leader placed great importance on comforting the families of fallen soldiers. Zhao Chen refocused as the mothership came into view. Following the tower's instructions, he landed at the designated spot. The platform descended, bringing him into the operations hangar, where his fighter would be cleaned of hazardous space materials. Severely damaged but still operable fighters would receive fire suppression treatment. After a brief moment of darkness, the operations hangar appeared before Zhao Chen. The platform stopped, and a ladder extended to him. A ground crew member approached, holding a tray of simple rations. "How's your status? Can you continue fighting?" the crew member asked. Zhao Chen nodded. "No problem. I'm ready for another sortie." "Good. Your starfighter's assessment is excellent. Just need to reload. It should be done in a minute. Do you need to disembark?" "No, I'll stay put," Zhao Chen replied, shaking his head. The crew member placed the food tray in front of Zhao Chen. "Here is some energy-boosting food. Let me know if you need anything." Zhao Chen thanked him and casually picked an item to eat. Though space combat seemed to last only a few minutes, those minutes drained more energy than an hour of ground combat. The intense focus and high physical strain during maneuvers took a heavy toll on pilots. A skilled starfighter pilot's ability to sortie multiple times in a single battle was a testament to their prowess. Zhao Chen looked around and saw that most pilots in good condition chose to stay in their fighters, recharging for the next round. In this elite circle, pilots who couldn't handle more than one sortie were often mocked for their lack of stamina. Zhao Chen's attention shifted to the large screen displaying his elite squad's data. Each pilot's status was indicated by different colors: gray for deceased, green for resting, yellow for fighters being serviced, and red for those in combat. At that moment, over 40 of the 300 names had turned gray, signifying they would never return. Zhao Chen couldn't help but think that among them might be someone who had sat just behind him in the rest area earlier. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.